Baby, where you at tonight? Crazy, crazy, baby. Cause I have for you a crazy prize. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high, you never know why.
Something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Once again.
Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, you never know why.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the group stage here at the Jönköping Major, live from Sweden. My name is Blue. Joining me here on the desk is Stokes, and it's time to take a look at what happened yesterday and prepare you guys for the final day of groups to decide who's moving forward to our playoff stage in Jönköping itself, and who unfortunately will have to stop here in Stockholm and head home a little bit early. Stokes, what was your take on yesterday's games?
Oh, yesterday was electric. We're actually going into day 3 without a single person confirmed for the main stage, which, I mean, that means every game, for the most part, means something here today. Remember, guys, we have 2 streams going. Stream A, that's right here, twitch.tv/rainbow6. But if you put a Bravo right after that, that'll send you over to our B stream. Also, Twitch has this cool little feature called squad streaming, which you can obviously click that button and watch both the streams at the same time. Obviously, the best viewer experience, you get all of the Siege all of the time, right?
Yep, absolutely the case. So once again, saw some great matches going on yesterday that really subverted the expectations, I think, of quite a few of the groups. We're seeing a lot of teams get off to the front running inside of their groups on day one, but then fell down a little bit, it seemed, on day two. Isn't that right?
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, I will say there is quite a few teams that I'm pretty sure everyone is pretty high on right now, including things like W7M and KZ, but, you know, a couple of the other teams that aren't doing too hot here, teams like Mirage, you know, teams like SANDBOX, one that we really wanted to see as well, but, you know, unfortunately enough for SANDBOX, things just not working out at the current moment. I do believe that they currently have the worst round differential, but, I mean, they still have some games today, so there's still some saving graces here, at least get some good games under their belt here on the group stage of Jönköping.
We had some interesting change in the kind of standings for me that I was paying attention to yesterday over in Group A, where the Soniqs, surprisingly, were able to take complete control of that group, leading by a pretty safe margin. We'll talk more about the actual points in just a second, but seeing them surge ahead after a pretty rough day one, or a little bit of an on and off day one, now to kind of take full charge of the group, and instead seeing M&M fall by the wayside, for they had a pretty successful start to things back on day number one as well. They are now tied with Black Dragons. In the meanwhile, like you said, we definitely have some groups where teams are leading and actually are very close to being able to lock things in with just one game today. Groups B, Group C are good exceptions to that for both W7M and Team Liquid. Once again, LATAM looking strong here at this major. Think they're going to be going all the way yet again here? Or?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I think the team that I really want to talk about the most from yesterday, a shocking victory here. If you didn't see it, you definitely have to go see the game, don't you? Direwolves versus FaZe on Skyscraper that you and I got to cast. A 7-3 victory by Direwolves. I don't want to go too deep into it. That should be enough shock for all of you at home right there. Again, make sure you go and view that later on. What a game that actually kept Direwolves in it for the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and really keeping APAC in it in a lot of ways as well here. We've been seeing a lot of the other APAC teams struggling to perform inside of this group stage, but it seems like there may have been a brief moment of light for the Direwolves, and we'll have to wait and see throughout the rest of their games today if they're going to be able to keep things together and still be able to potentially make it outside of this group, and of course move onwards to our playoff stage. As these replays come to a close in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we can now focus our attention on what exactly each of these groups does look like heading into the third and final day of this group stage. And I believe we'll start things off with Group A here in just a moment. Here we go now as we take a look at it. This is going to be the Group A standings as it starts off. We already talked a little bit about this earlier, but it is indeed the Soniqs currently leading this group by a healthy margin as well. Even if one of the second and third place teams, or fourth place teams, they're all three tied at the moment, are able to get an outright regulation win to start the day, it's still going to leave them 1 point behind the Soniqs at this point here due to the relative safety they have with those 3 outright wins in regulation.
Yeah, we're actually going to be starting on this stream with Soniqs versus Black Dragons here today, which if Soniqs win out in regulation, just fully done. They are in on the main stage, and going to be an exciting thing for the Soniqs. I'm sure Super will be happy about that. So let's see what's going on over with Group B, shall we? Some action here today that's been quite some fun, and well, I'll get it up on your screen right now. Group B results. Team Liquid, such a dominant showcase.
Liquid out and in front here now with 12 points to their name. Also a very healthy lead, much like we saw with the Soniqs in Group A. It is going to take quite a bit of an effort for Heroic or TSM to catch up to them. Liquid more than likely pretty much locked in already with just that one extra victory for themselves. But for Heroic and TSM, they need to find a way to surge ahead of each other to be able to secure that second place later on today. We'll then move forward past this as well. Take a look at the potential chances moving forward on this one into Group C, where we see, once again, a pretty dominant showing from the first place team, and W7M leading with 12 points, meaning 4 direct regulation wins, not a single one of these going to overtime, and an overall round differential of positive 14 compared to the next highest team here is Spacestation down in third place with only positive 3. They're also currently tied with BDS, I believe due to the head-to-head matchup, though, in the way that that resolves itself, BDS still holds the second place position. Fury, unfortunate once again here, as they have been struggling to get points onto the boards. We've seen just 4 direct losses there, pretty much already done and dusted for this event.
And you can say the same about SANDBOX from our previous group. They actually have the same round differential, -17, 11 rounds won, 28 rounds lost for both teams respectively. Let's throw on over to Group D, get our last group out of the way for the day so we can start talking about some Siege action and what's going to be going on for the rest of the day. It's going to be the Wolves topping this one out, 11 points, 3 wins, 1 OT win as well, and then FaZe FaZe Clan versus Direwolves yesterday. An amazing game, and it's made it to where things are tied up in the points, but not in the round differential. That's where FaZe is currently dominating here, and that's why they're in second. Unfortunately for our hometown boys, their first time at LAN, Mirage just couldn't get it done. They're going to be walking in with a very, very minuscule chance to go to the main stage today.
I believe we'll be able to look at some qualification chances here as well for each of those groups. We can get those up in just a moment. We can see where exactly each of these groups are looking like in terms of their chances to move forward. Here we go, back to Group A, where, as you can see, the Soniqs just simply need another win, whether it's in regulation or overtime. They will be able to lock in their playoff berth with their first game here today. And important to note as well, even in an overtime loss scenario, if we do see M&M win their game, the Soniqs will also get full confirmation on moving forward past that. Take a look at Group B, see how things are looking there in terms of the chances to qualify now. As once again, it's going to be very similar here. Team Liquid with a near guaranteed chance to qualify, even via regulation loss. Heroic as well with a regulation win on their first game of the day. They can bump those chances up to 83% and leave them in pretty good straits. It's definitely TSM that's going to do a little bit more work here in Group B to try to lock things in today. Moving over to Group C, I'll throw this over to Stokes now to break this group down.
Group C, let's get right into it. W7M, the team of the hour, the team of the LAN, it seems. Everybody so hyped about how Julio and the rest of the gang have been playing, but it's all been about KZ. And you can see that, well, practically everything is locked in. I mean, even a 97% chance to go to main stage with a regulation loss. If they lose in overtime, they even go. So this group are practically done when it comes to that top slot. Spacestation and BDS, very close, neck and neck. This day going to mean a lot to both of these teams, but you definitely can't say the same for Fury.
So now our final group in Group D. Let's take a look at how the chances are looking here. Should be pretty similar to the past three groups here, as the stats are looking pretty much the same as well here. Once again, Wolves pretty safe at the top at this point with a 100% chance to qualify. Guaranteed moving forward with a regulation win, overtime win, or an overtime loss in their first matchup. Chances even still looking good on a regulation loss. FaZe Clan is the team that needs to get out in front quickly here, as the Direwolves are going to be looking for another upset, of course. And if they are able to find that, their chances will increase as well. We'll have a little bit more of a contest between them and FaZe to be able to still move forward to Jönköping itself. With that out of the way, it's time to now take a look at the schedule for today's action. Bound to be a great day, just like the past 2 days, folks. We've got 16 games of Siege lined up for you today between this stream, of course, and our coordinated stream over on the Bravo channel. Here on this stream, you can look forward, of course, to things starting out with the Soniqs versus Black Dragons. Then we'll have the Direwolves going up against Mirage. Good chance for them to get some serious points indeed. Team Liquid will face on Heroic after that. Then we'll see BDS take on Fury. M&M will go up against Black Dragons. Then we'll have FaZe against Mirage to round out that group. SANDBOX will take on Heroic. And finally, to end the day here on the main stream, we'll have SSG up against Fury.
A lot of action to be had on both of our streams here today. So let's get Bravo up so you guys know what's going on over there. It's going to be CAG versus Marshmallows and Molotovs. I just cannot get enough of that name whenever we get the opportunity to say it. It's Wolves versus FaZe up next, followed by TSM versus SANDBOX. And we have W7M up against SSG. Kind of mad that we're casting over here during that because I'd really want to watch it. Then you have a CAG up against the Soniqs, followed by the Wolves on Wolves match. Then TSM versus Liquid. Make sure you do not miss that 6:30 time slot. W7M versus BDS. We'll wrap things up with a bow on our B stream here today.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it is time to get things started here at the Jönköping Major, as we are going to be moving into our first games of the day here. Stokes, any crazy expectations you have for today? Anything you're looking to see out of these games before we go to a break and get ready for our first match?
You know, Mirage looked a little disappointed on the couches last night when we were talking to them, and Mohesi got his name right this time. He made sure to correct me last night. He's like, Stokes, my name is Jesse. It's Mohesi, Jesse Mohesi. Come on, man. I was like, you know what's funny? I think our Jesse actually told me that at one moment in time, and I just completely forgot. So either way, I really think that Mirage can actually win some games here today and really throw a wrench into a lot of people's plans inside of their group. It could make things really messy if Mirage all of a sudden wakes up and starts winning some games here.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the matches coming outside of Group D. I think that that's going to be a very tight race potentially between FaZe and the Direwolves, especially when you consider as well the Direwolves have Mirage as their first matchup. Currently the weakest team in the group, obviously, with what you've been saying. Might be putting up a little bit more fight today, but the Direwolves as well fighting for survival, and they've got a good chance to knock down FaZe. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to go for that. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day is just around the corner. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the start of day 3 of the group stage here at the Jönköping Major.
Oh my God. Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Fire bolt. Look at that.
Smell it.
I'm not smelling it, bro.
Smell it,
I'm not
come
gonna
on.
want to eat. I'm not
It
smelling
kind of gives you like an anticipation. That doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one
Look.
that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. Oh, is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10.
2.
Really?
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to jump into our first match of the day here for the final day of groups at the Jönköping Major. Our first matchup of the day here on the main stream, of course, is going to be the Soniqs going up against the Black Dragons. We also have the other two teams in this group facing off against each other over on our Bravo stream. If you're watching us on Twitch, of course, that's just going to be over at twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo, or a very similar channel name on your respective platform of choice. Be sure to tune in if you're wanting to check out that game. Of course, going on between M&M and Cyclops. Stokes, let's start breaking this one down, though, between the Soniqs and Black Dragons. Both of these teams looking to lock themselves in, but obviously the Soniqs a little bit closer at this point.
Absolutely. The Soniqs have only dropped one game inside of this group so far, and it was actually to M&M. It was the very first game that they played in their group. It was a 7-3 loss on Chalet. They bounced back later that day up against Black Dragons, actually, for their match where they played Chalet again and won 7-5, and they haven't dropped a map since. Now, the thing about Black Dragons, though, is, John, is they haven't participated in a match here that wasn't close. In fact, I'm pretty sure the game that they won up against M&M was, in fact, the biggest margin of error that we've seen, a 7-4 win up against them. Past that, Black Dragons have been hotly contesting everything they can. Inside of that same day, actually, ended up losing 7-5 to CAG. So I expect this one to be pretty close.
Absolutely the case. In terms of keys to victory, of course, we saw some great performances in just the last matchup between these two teams, specifically coming out from Rexon, just more on a general consistent fragging basis. When it comes to the entry, though, you're looking more so towards Grixer as well as Geo to pick that up. But I will note, when we look at the stats between them and Black Dragons, it was actually a pretty mixed bag. So can expect a bit of a messy early round between both of these teams, that they really try to fight for control. That's going to depend, of course, in terms of where we go on the map as well here. As you saw that play out on the Chalet last time, that could be a pretty crazy map for the early game as well. So kind of explains why some of the entry power may have been thrown to and fro between both of the teams. We'll have to see based on the map this time if we go back to a more straightforward entry style towards either, of course, the defenders or the attackers.
Well, the thing about the Soniqs is they've only really shown 3 maps here so far. They've shown Chalet, they've shown Oregon.
Something for a while with the Soniqs.
Yeah, and they've also shown Clubhouse. So 2 of those maps, ones that we see literally all the time with the Soniqs, right? Or we've at least had a lot of history with them. So pretty interesting stuff in between these two, but I'm excited to see what Black Dragons can do up against one of NA's finest.
Yeah, going to be looking at some players to watch over on the Black Dragons side. Again, highlighting previously the matchup that these guys already played out against each other. Nade and Basetto were certainly the highlights for the squad in terms of contributions that we were seeing. Patoxy as well was one to look at, but there's another player on this roster, of course, with plenty of legacy behind it, obviously going to, or it's seriously going to be the one with the most history inside of Rainbow Six, and that would be, of course, Ion coming over from the FaZe rosters, where people are probably going to remember him the most, now joining up with Black Dragons and adding quite a bit of power to this team as well.
Yeah, quite a few fresh faces to Black Dragons over the years. We've had this organization in Siege for so very long. In fact, it's what used to house the Liquid roster before Liquid had a Rainbow Six Siege team. This is where Ness got one of his most famous aces, was with this org. And I mean, they've just been one throughout the history book. So it's nice to have them back on stage here, and we'll see what they can do up against the Soniqs. I've been really excited to see Ion play, but as you said, they're kind of a mixed bag. So it's a little interesting. Looking across their stats earlier here today, I mean, just looking at, if my pad would work here, that would be fantastic. Give me 2 seconds. There we go. Yeah, we look really over to Nade to do a lot of their fragging power, up with Paris as well. Their KPRs looking pretty solid, but as for the rest of the squad, they really haven't been able to get all on the same page. That's where things kind of fall off a cliff. Everybody really starts going into the negative Nancy territory.
As you can see, the Soniqs sitting back down now. Gaudish is finishing up the pregame prep for the Soniqs roster. Go ahead and take a look at the maps once we have those available and see where exactly we're going to end up on for this matchup and get you guys ready to jump into that first game of the day. Expect this one to be very close, but at the same time, the Soniqs are going to come very seriously into this matchup because they have a very easy chance to be able to qualify through this game. If they win it in any circumstances, whether it's an overtime or regulation, they'll be able to close it down. Even in an overtime loss, as long as M&M wins their game over on the other stream, they're also going through at this point. If that doesn't happen, though, we'll need to go a little bit deeper. You can see the maps, of course, on the right side of your screen now. For those who can't see it for whatever reason, we ended up coming down to Clubhouse for this one. So it's going to be quite that interesting affair. And again, falling back on those very same maps we've already been seeing the Soniqs play into previously. This is going to play much differently than the last time these two teams met, though, on Chalet.
Absolutely. And the big thing to highlight here is that both of these teams are going to have VOD on this from this LAN. Actually, yesterday, in the same time slot on A and B, they both played Clubhouse up against their other group representatives. And they both won. Soniqs 7-4 over CAG, Black Dragons 7-4 over Marshmallows and Molotovs. So Clubhouse, one that we've always expected the Soniqs to be really good at, and one that we would expect that man right there, Gio, to know quite a bit about with all of his history at LANs and everything else in between over the years. But Clubhouse has always been a fantastic map for the Brazilians as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely the case. I personally think, however, given the current situation in terms of regional playstyles between both Latin America as well as North America, I would personally believe that this map is going to give just a little bit of an edge over to the Soniqs, playing things back a little bit more, playing into those defaults, not necessarily jumping out and getting too aggressive at their opponents. I'm curious if you agree or not, though.
I think the big thing here, the big difference maker between the Soniqs and Black Dragons is really just two names, and it's Rexon and Grixer. Those two have been dynamic over these last couple of years playing together on this Soniqs roster. And I mean, the craziest thing about that is we still have the rest of that laundry list of talent on the Soniqs. It's been truly incredible what Super's been able to put together with this roster, including this man right here, Gunner. So we haven't gotten to see him too much at LAN before, but it's going to become a reoccurring thing, I can promise you, with this squad.
Absolutely the case. The Soniqs are looking to reoccur.
Oh, the PlayStation fidget spinner. That's fantastic.
Very cool. Black Dragons keeping themselves calm with their little desk figurines and whatnot they bring to the bear here. But I think the big focus now as we get ourselves into this matchup is the Soniqs trying to make that return to a playoff run. The biggest one they had in recent history, of course, was their play back when they still had Super on the roster, of course, at SI, where they were able to go all the way forward. I think they ended up like 6th place or something like that at SI this year, or something around those. So we're looking to try and repeat the same thing, if not make it better, here to round out the year for the 2022 season with a possible victory at Jönköping, of course. We're going to have to see if they can push it all the way, as Soniqs have shown themselves to be a regional powerhouse now inside of North America, and one that not everybody expected to see so consistently at the top here, but they've been able to do it regardless here, still having those troubles every once in a while landing themselves in international plays. We saw, of course, I believe back at the Berlin Major with Super's last berth there, but now rebounding, of course, with his retirement, moving into the organizational structure. We're seeing how they fare at this international stage without him for the first time.
Yeah, it was a wild year for the Soniqs, you know, Super stepping down and having Gio come in to see what he can do with this squad. And so far, it's been pretty fantastic. We've really enjoyed them in North America, and we're happy that they're here at the Major to show off their stuff, especially with their addition of Gunner. Again, they've just looked really dynamic with their play. They can really take any pace on any map, and especially with the staffing that they have behind them, especially in the likes of Goddess. I mean, there is no shortage of talent across the board here. So as they go up against Black Dragons for the second time at this Major and the last time here, will BDS be able to get things over on them? Well, actually, that is a little confusing, isn't it? Is Black Dragon Esports, but, you know, sports. But yeah, Black Dragons. So apologies for the BDS comment there.
I believe we have a fun fact about W7M and Black Dragons. I believe I was just told by production. I believe we're going to have that on a graphic here. And yeah, let's go ahead and read into that. Wolves and W7M, excuse me, not Black Dragons. Wolves and W7M are the only teams who qualified for all 3 of the 6 majors this year. They're the highest scoring teams in their regions as well, which, I mean, that makes sense. You get a lot of points just for making it here to the major as well. Assumably, that means you also topped out your regional divisions. So definitely making sense to see those 2 teams kind of at the top of their region in terms of SI points, are trying to lock in that very safe berth going into the 6 Invitational in just a few months' time.
Yeah, funny enough, they were also some of the first people to make it to SI this year. It's really weird how that works. As you were saying, if you make it to the majors, you're probably going to SI. So it's going to be a fun time next February, but we got a lot of time in between then and now, and that also means that we have to get through this game first. And Grixer getting ready and set for war here. Has the nice little armband on there. I don't know. Are you a sleeve gamer? Do you like the little?
Thinking about it.
You're thinking about it. What's holding you up?
Just
the looks?
finding one.
Oh, finding one.
I just haven't really bothered to go through with it yet, to be honest with you.
I'm sure Yeti from SSG could give you one of his several.
The anime ones?
He's got to have like 17 of those things.
So we can see Black Dragons getting themselves ready as they form up one final time for their final pep talk here, and then they sit down. We'll get them into the game in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. As we get ready to start out this first match, expect this one to play pretty close to the map expectations from defender and attacker-sided rounds as well. well. That is the way that the game tended to go when they played on Chalet, as we saw quite a few attacker-sided halves being played out between the two teams. So I don't see any reason why we would divert from that, going over to Clubhouse, where things will probably shift towards a little bit more of a defender-sided nature. There's the pop-off, of course, from the Black Dragons. We always see the Latin American squads do so close, always getting so hyped before these matches. So now we'll get them sat down in just a minute or two here, hopefully be jumping into the game.
It's about the energy, it's about the vibe, John. You got to keep that hype up. You don't want to lose it in game. It might spell demise for you and your squad, and Black Dragons are trying to stay in this one. They want to make it to our main stage in Jönköping. But going back to some statistics and stuff right before we jump into the game, actually a pretty interesting one. A fun fact here for the Soniqs. Grixer actually not the top-rated player for once at LAN when it comes to this squad. In fact, it's Rexen this time around, sitting at a 1.25. He's plus 15 on his KD spread right now. That's placing him at 7th currently at this LAN, a top 10 player. But as to be expected, Rexen has always been a gangster when it comes to getting those kills.
It also makes sense too when you consider the roles that we're looking at Rexen playing here, much more in front of the fight, much more fragging focused.
Yeah, Yana, Frost, you know, he's just playing a lot of interesting stuff.
Literally had an Ash Jaeger game as well when they played against the Black Dragons the last time on Chalet, so very much focusing on that fragging role and keeping himself in front. As we talked about with Grixer though, not too far behind ultimately at the end of the day, playing a little bit more of like a utility supportive role, but still able to keep up with things, and obviously that's what we expect out of him, and that's what we expect out of the Soniqs, just a whole team of gunners at the end of the day, especially with Geo being added in as well, really giving that X factor in terms of clutch ability as well, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that was the one thing that Super said. He was like, that's the one thing that I lacked, was that clutch factor, the mechanics to clutch and use those timings to my advantage, and that's something that Geo has in spades, and we'll see if he can muster that here on Clubhouse. We're done, folks. The preamble, the pre-show, it's done. It's time to get down to the nitty-gritty. It's Rainbow Six Siege time, folks. Black Dragons has the first ban here on Clubhouse. They're going to get rid of Habana. Let's see what Soniqs want to do before we actually get into this one.
While making perfect sense, is obviously the more straightforward operator, especially to knock out the top-down hatches, so it makes basement attacks a little bit more simplistic. Very much the same thing in Ying in terms of her usefulness for attacking areas like the basement, on top of some other claustrophobic areas on the map, like Cache upstairs as well. Everything making sense so far. We get over towards this one, however, and once again, things are going to be quite interesting, but it makes sense when you consider the map that we are on. Bandit getting knocked out. We've seen a massive increase to Bandit's play as of late. Tricking is back in session, so we don't want to deal with that on this map. He has been knocked out, and Azami as well. Still too universally useful for any player that is able to get her, so we're still oftentimes seeing her get banned out on the defensive side.
Indeed. Ban's making quite a bit of sense when it comes down to it, especially with this Bandit here. I know it looks a little awkward, but Bandit tricking has been a thing that's been bubbling up here at this event and making things a little bit more complex when it comes to getting these walls, which is hilarious because it's something that for a little while there kind of worked its way out of the meta, didn't it?
I think like every site except for Bar has a Bandit trickable wall at this point as well you could play into.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, the biggest one, the most difficult one really to pull off has got to be upstairs when it comes to our defensive garage and things like that.
You can do it.
Yeah, in the main wall when it comes to CCTV, right? But you can do it. The big thing is that there's soft destruction under you and there's a window directly behind you which can just eat grenades. So you really got to be worried about that. That's the wall that Perez is on right now. So we'll see what can be done by Black Dragons as they'll start actually down low. Just lots of reinforcements going upstairs as this is going to be a makeshift SSG roam.
Nothing too surprising in terms of the operator picks. Of course, Grixer over on the Nooks. People maybe gazing some eyes at that, but as we've seen over the past few months, Nook has worked her way into the meta quite proficiently, and we are seeing her used quite often for that kind of lone solo insertion. We're going to go away from the game real quick here, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have to rehost, unfortunately. We'll be... Okay, never mind. I lied. We're going back into the game. We'll be keeping
Why would you do that? Come on, man. I got a fun stat for you about Nook, actually, as well here. Nook and Azami are the most banned offender and defender here. Nook has been banned 13 times, and Azami has been banned 21 times so far.
Yep, absolutely the case. These are the two very powerful operators we've been seeing get played out here. Just a nice little sneak tap into the barricade to be able to get a quick insertion into Freezer. Do they expect it? No, they don't, but still, we're going to see a beautiful hold come out here from Nade to be able to knock out Rexen, and Black Dragons will get the first kill of the match.
I love the follow-up here from Grixer, though. Chance for him to try and work this one out, but it's all going to be on the timing. I don't know if the AK player will want to try and pick up this angle. The logic bomb, it works beautifully. Grixer, he snuck in, and he's going to keep it moving. They know that it's a roam, and they know they can try and push into Church. But Black Dragons, they dealt so much damage to Soniqs. It's down to the 2 members you see on your screen. It's a 2 versus 4. But Seto pushes up onto Kool-Aid, and he'll take down Grixer. Sends the rotation over. Trying to play off of Black Box will be Geo, but done and dusted. What a fast first round between these two.
Yeah, very quick from the Soniqs there, as they waste no time sending 2 of their players directly down main stairs. Never really got to see where the remaining 3 players were attempting to push from. My bet would be them trying to go for some form of blue control and then work their way down from there to really pinch out the site in a surprising fashion for the Black Dragons, but just never really saw the other side of that pinch come to fruition, unfortunately. While we saw the main stairs team have great success, though, in fact, nearly able to negotiate a plant for themselves, while the rest of their team unfortunately died trying to clear out the first floor.
Grixer getting a lot done there for the Soniqs, but they just simply didn't have the bodies to really back it up, did they? Tried to push a little bit deeper there for Grixer, but really nobody there to try and rotate down main stairs. A nice shot here from Nade early on to set things into motion, set the tone here in round 1.
They continue to be set. So we go deeper and deeper into it. The Soniqs, though, at least putting their best aggressive foot forward there to nearly negotiate a plant inside of the first round. As Stokes said, just didn't really have the bodies able to properly rotate to support that plant in time, so it fell to pieces. Once the Black Dragons realized what exactly was going on, they moved right along to their second site choice, of course, which was going to be upstairs here in Cache. No surprises as of yet in terms of those site selections, but we'll follow that along as we get deeper and deeper, see if anyone wants to go wild with a bar pick, as we are tending to see that more and more in other regions, especially outside of the North American teams. Once again, it's not going to be very surprising in terms of the operator selects here. We are going to see mainly, once again, utility mitigation alongside a pretty actually decent spread of forms of utility coming out from the Black Dragon. Soniqs as well, bringing a surprising few pieces there. The IQ for Grixer more than anything to try and spot things out as they get closer towards the site, alongside quite a bit of hard breach to be able to make sure they can work their way into the openings of this site.
A classic garage offense here from the Soniqs, and really for everybody when it comes to Clubhouse, am I right? You really have to focus on this portion of the map when it comes to taking CCTV. If you don't have garage, there's a big risk that when you go for that plant, you're going to die. So they're really going to have to worry about Paris and what he is doing with that warden inside of garage. It's going to be reinforced with discs from the Wamai, as well as the reinforcements down low that we saw getting popped by the Selma charges earlier. The Soniqs making an angle for that window that you see to the northern side of your screen, as well as a rotation, so they can try and work their way into the bottom of garage and try and run amok of Paris's position. Grixer is going to be on the opposite window here for CCTV. The west side, he's going to hold the rotation for this door here, actually the opposite door of Bisetso, into Cache, as Bisetto is going to be holding things down for the breach. Kansan will end up working things out with Paris, so that means that the Soniqs now have garage control, but what will they do with it?
Let's wait and find out here. Black Dragon's putting a bit of respect on it as we're actually being forced to rotate back out. Of course, Toxi now having control of the lower portion of garage, still having that aggressive angle to swing out towards, but really can't justify the actual play forward here. He ends up going down oil. He's going to be trying to rotate further away from this, probably going all the way back around towards main stairs. Ends up popping back up towards blue at the end of the day here. But not making much of a difference at the moment with all that positioning. Still seeing the Soniqs slowly but surely clear things out here as they inch closer to the site. Nice nade going back in. It is going to flush 2 more players from the Black Dragons out of coverage. And wow, what a shutdown there from the Soniqs to make up for the lost round back on round number 1.
Fantastic from Soniqs here, using their advantages to the fullest and recreating things once they do get them. Get those drones back in there, start to take portions of the map that Black Dragons have lost, all in time for the Soniqs. 1-1 here after that beautiful offense. It's going to be gym bedroom, and I'd feel the same way, Black Dragons, after Soniqs dismantled my defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, Black Dragons trying to back up, trying to give the Soniqs as much room as possible while still allowing them to play into it, but they were pushed up against the wall at the end of the day, gave up almost too much room away. And as a result of that, Soniqs were allowed to have their way with the execute against BD and shut them down. BD just long for a response inside of that round, never really seeing it come to fruition at any real point, despite their attempts to reposition even a few players, such as the one playing on the inside of Garage, but did not work at the end of the day. The Soniqs take a flawless round there. decisive one at that now as we shift over towards gym and bedroom, and we once again see a pretty dramatic operator shift showing up mainly for the Black Dragons here as they're going to bring the frost mats out, be playing into a little bit more of a claustrophobic part of the map, so these can hopefully slip up a few of the players on the Soniqs, while the Cade barricades or the Cade electric laws coming back out as well to try and slow down the clear from Jacuzzi side.
Yeah, this one's a certified hood classic, isn't it? Especially with that frost working its way in there. It's what we expect when you see a gym bedroom defense, and something that the Soniqs should suspect. Watch those ankles, boys, as you get in there. Might need some tape for him after round 3. Soniqs will be out the gates and already sending shots downrange. It's a good thing that Paris can handle that wall from downrange as well. So toss an Electro Claw and lock up Jacuzzi.
Slow start this time once again from the Soniqs. BD will be a little bit more well secured, a bit more of a bunker position to play from on the inside of the bedroom here. But unfortunately, it is just that, a bunker with no real way for them to get support from the outside of it here. So we'll have to make sure this cans in here is
Landhammer.
Yep, Landhammer, a little bit of problem there. Still getting used to it.
You can't say that about the NA reps. You can't do that. We have land. We have land.
We've been off for like a good month now, right? So
yeah, that's fair. But also, Kansan really trying to avoid a nitro cell there. That's the reality of the situation, to be fair. But yeah, Landhammer really is a thing. The Sledgehammers works a little bit differently.
If anyone's wondering what we're referring to there, it's just basically players getting used to zero ping. Some of the gadgets respond a little bit differently here on the LAN client. So the hammer is the kind of most obvious example of that, where you kind of want to lean into your swing there when you're opening up those hatches, like Stokes said, to avoid getting nitroed or getting your head popped off with some unfortunate positioning. So some players, we see just a little bit of a blunder every once in a while like that. Not going to cost the Soniqs and any huge departure here. Just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that while we're still in the lull of the action, waiting to see what Soniqs' first real move is going to be, and we're going to get it here. Kansan through the floorboards, knocking one out here. Should be able to bank the nade, no problem, and indeed get the finisher off onto Basetto.
Well, if there was one character in that entire lineup you could pick to take out John for free, it'd probably be the Smoke, wouldn't it? As he's got all that utility to try and slow down Soniqs' take, and they've done such a good job here. Look, Jacuzzi wall already open. They're working things from all separate angles, making sure to spread the defense thin, making them track so many different things. You can see through the silhouettes that some of the Black Dragons players, they're facing east because of that breach that we have over on construction side. You don't know where the Soniqs are going to be. There's 5 of them around the map.
Ion potentially ready to take the duel against the Repel back on Jacuzzi, but not finding the angle necessary for it. Just wants to try and scare that player away, slow down the state of play. Soniqs are starting to get a little bit low on time, but with the kills they're finding, still on pace in my opinion. 2 more showing up here for both Grixer and Kansan. Rexon adds one as well. Could be a second flawless in a row here. Patoxi is going to be able to find, so far, the only response that we've seen from Black Dragons. Not going to be able to stop this plant from going down, though. He's a little bit too worried about a potential wrap to come over towards the construction window and shut him down outright. He still wants to play this clutch out from the 1v5 and is waiting out into the corner now. Let's see if there's going to be any more aggression. Not going to get that, so he should be free in just a second here to make his play towards Logi. Also giving his team a little bit more time to give post-round comms there as well before he finally makes his play. But it is once again a near flawless round for the Soniqs.
Absolutely gorgeous stuff from the Soniqs in the last 2 rounds. Black Dragons pick up 1, and then back-to-back practically flawless rounds. Black Dragons only able to muster a singular frag when 10 are available. Quite the odds there for the Soniqs. Not going to have a timeout or anything from the Black Dragons just yet. They're only down 1 round, so still a lot of time in this one. So we'll see how they can try and right their wrongs from what we saw on these last couple of defenses. It's really been Black Dragons awaiting the Soniqs' arrival. We really haven't seen them try to do anything out of the box, unorthodox, something to catch the Soniqs off guard. Minus the first round where Nade ended up holding the hallway for Kitchen. These last 2 rounds, it's been really stuck to their guns on their defensive setup. They've been really close to sight, just trying to batter the Soniqs away. But we're seeing how that's going, John. The Soniqs are doing a very good job of working the outside of the building, working a lot of these windows and picking Black Dragons apart.
Soniqs more likely going to play things a lot slower on this round too. Doubt we'll see the straightforward, almost rush play we got from Soniqs out of round number 1 here. As, once again, the Jackal pick kind of reinforces my point on that as well, them wanting to maybe suss out some of the positioning from the Black Dragons before fully committing to the inside.
I respect the Soniqs for remembering the scar, right? They remembered what happened in the first round. They're bringing that into this round. They're going to bring the buck. They're going to bring the ace. They want to make sure these hatches get open. And then you also have Rexon coming in with the Jackal because there was such a roam game to their first round here. But this time, not the same case. Black Dragons are going to be holding mostly downstairs. In fact, we only really see one roamer over around the main stairs area. That's where we saw Nade the last time, and wouldn't you know it, he's at the middle ground of the building again.
So we are going to see Kansan make his first initial entry. Working himself over to the inside of Logi first and then clearing out the rest of the second floor. Not going to see any huge extension here from BD, so he's all clear to start. And it looks like that'll be the case for most of the first floor as well. No aggression roaming back out for the Black Dragons here. With Kansan opening up these hatches, just way too dangerous to maintain those positions, except for a little bit of a peek that we're getting from Nade once again over here. Kind of playing Guardian to that kitchen hall for the most part.
Also, the start to Kansan's best game here at LAN thus far, 6-1 at the current moment through 3 rounds. Bang up job from him. We'll see if he can continue on this ride. Gunner's going to be popping open things inside of kitchen, playing up on top of the cabinet tree. Got to play in the kitchen counter, folks. I know your parents told you to get off as a kid, but it's a good idea for Gunner here. It's either that or risk losing your life to an explosive device from underneath. They're going to open up things for Mud Tunnel here, Dirt Tunnel, whatever you want to call it. Seto will be on the receiving end of this, but again, that's just another annex for the Soniqs to abuse and spread the Black Dragons out. They want them to think that they can come from everywhere. They want them to see the enigma that the Soniqs can be at certain moments.
Black Dragons playing a very blue-sided defense right now here. They know the Soniqs are going to try to work that kitchen play, and they want to meet it directly from the other end of the site. Once more, though, we've already seen them kind of backing away, giving a little bit more of ranged respect to the Soniqs in a few previous rounds, and the Soniqs have been more than happy to take that little bit of an edge as it gives them, once again, that freedom to leap in, that freedom to potentially execute against the Black Dragons. Works a little bit differently on this side, of course, because they still need to make the actual drop down to the basement floor. But if they can establish those positions, they are going to be opening up a can of worms to potentially allow the Soniqs right in to start their own execute.
Kansan going in, a lot of aim labs recently apparently as he hits all of his dots. That's 100% accuracy if I've ever seen it. Rexon smacks Paris. Patoxy will get Rexon though. No blue control, and what a shot from Nade. Ion's gonna go down, Kansan a blast to the chest, but he eats it like chips as he walks into church. Hold on to this, and he's gonna start the plant. A one-man army, he can do it all himself. He's got the support from Moto. Nitro's sell out, but it's mistimed. Patoxy, he can't get it done. It's a 2 versus 3 now. Make it a 2 versus 1 as it's up to Bizzetto with his SMG-11 in hand. Has to try and use this at range, using the dots to his advantage. He knows someone's more than likely inside of Moto. He'll toss out a smoke. He's got Ion to his right, but he's also dead to rights as the Soniqs finally get it done on the basement.
Smoke on the final peak comes back to haunt him, unfortunately. I think it obscures his vision a little bit too much. He's not able to spot the player in the back of Moto because of the coverage. And as a result, the Soniqs once again shut down another attack. That's 3 in a row now from them after blundering a little bit with a straightforward push on the first round. And now that's going to force a Black Dragons timeout.
Yeah, Black Dragons timeout, and that's what I was curious about. Are you going to use your timeout now and try and fix your defenses, or are you going to wait and see what happens on offense? Personally, I think the Soniqs are getting away with way too much right now. The Black Dragons are, again, a stick in the mud. They're just not really moving around, not really trying to counter out what the Soniqs are doing. We're seeing a lot of active play from them. Kansan very confident right now, and he damn well should be, right?
Yeah, a bit of a panic mode, I think, being hit here for the Black Dragons. Maybe wanting to wait and see how that basement round will play out. It'll be like, okay, if we at least have this one site to fall back on, we can guarantee a 2-4 half. Maybe we can do what you were saying and just wait things out on the attacking side, see if we get a few bad rounds there, then call for the timeout. Things get really dire. But now allowing them to come back to it and seeing them once again win it in very one-sided fashion. They absolutely needed the call for the timeout here, as it's very, very possible the Soniqs are able to run a 5-1 with the way things are going at the moment.
Mr. Mullen, I have a question.
What?
What happens when you don't do anything that you did in the previous round that won you the round on the same site? You're probably not going to win it, are you?
Yeah.
They didn't commit anything upstairs, and it made it to where the Soniqs could clear things out and use that time into their advantage for the site. And that's the biggest thing. Black Dragons backed off the pressure from the Soniqs, and ever since then, ever since they let their foot off the gas, it has not been the same game.
Which is also like just from a regional perspective, very strange to see from a Latin American team, because usually it's the direct opposite. Usually it's a complete lack of respect, always getting in your faces, always trying to mess with the players on the other side. But we're actually seeing a pretty conservative Black Dragons being played out right now, as they do not want to challenge things, whether it's the nature of the map and kind of the way things play out there, where you generally can kind of peel back your defenders and play into the geometry around the site, or just a preferential playstyle of this team. At the moment, unfortunately, it is not working, so we have to see how they're going to try and change this now after the pause.
Very, very interesting here. No Oryx working its way in. I was interested to see if there was going to be with that hatch there, but no, it's just a drop out for construction. The big thing here is that hatch can be abused from the outside balcony. It faces that side, so always have to worry about that. But for Black Dragons, they're going to go back to what we saw previously. This is probably what they talked about on that timeout. We need to open up our playbook and start pulling out some of our own aces in the hole to try and take it to the Soniqs, deal some some damage to them, make them respect our game. And so far, so good. They've at least dealt some damage to Cans, and he's aware that the Black Dragons are around, but ooh, Heat Seeker from underneath, man. Hey, the Cubs need a pitcher, Kansan.
We're going to see the players of the Sonics continue to open things up here. The side construction wall, the back entrance to construction, if you will, being popped open right now. Perez as well here going to try and stop the opening of the garage panels. One more than likely just being breached a second ago regardless there. I think he's just a little bit too late to throw the electric claw down. We'll get a better picture of what those panels look like in a second. And more importantly, how the Sonics are going to actually try and use those. As yeah, we do actually see that full first Selma go down, of course, on the other garage panel, but he interrupts the second opening of the second panel.
Which is a little crappy. That's a favorable panel to try and rotate through, and obviously the other Selma too high there, so it does complicate things a little bit. Black Dragons doing a solid job of delaying here about halfway through this round, so really looking to try and get some extra time, especially for Paris here inside of Garage. If he can delay down under that minute timer and maybe get some help from Batoxy here, they could get some frags and really start to open things up for Black Dragons, but we've seen how lethal Kansan is. 9-1. This man cannot miss at the current moment, but it's going to be Grixer that strikes first. He's got one, potentially two, if they keep flirting with death here. It's going to be Ion that takes down Gunner, but Paceto's going to, oh my, Geo, off the rappel. What an insane round from the Sonics.
I appreciate the response we saw there from the Black Dragons coming off of the pause, but again, just nowhere near enough fragging prowess inside of these rounds. They're trying to play it even further back now, almost doubling down on the kind of passive defense they're trying to throw out, but trying to play even further into their utility, which did work to delay things we were seeing over there towards Garage. Not being able to get that second Selma open slowed down the Sonics a little bit, but that's all it did at the end of the day. The Sonics, when they were in position, ready to go, executed the large majority of the Black Dragons roster, as we've been seeing for the previous 3 rounds.
When the Sonics strike, they cut deep. That's the big issue. So Black Dragons have to respect it. You know, if you try and put somebody else up on the chopping block and they lose their life, you're even farther down in the hole than you already were. So it's just a really unfortunate circumstance here for Black Dragons, and an even more unfortunate one is they can't get the round after the timeout, and that is decimating to the mental.
Pandit Bet actually seems like it's sped up the Sonics' ability to get into these sites quite a bit as well, because obviously, even though we have the electric claws, Sonics are still able to open up the key areas that would normally be blocked off by a Bandit battery, such as that main balcony working its way into cache, the back entrance to construction as well, that's constantly forcing Black Dragons to really spread out and have to watch 7-8 different angles at once, not really knowing where exactly the Sonics are going to come from. They've had a bit of a predictable playstyle in terms of how they've been executing, but the Black Dragons can't necessarily rely on that because of how quickly they've been able to shut these rounds down. So it's creating a very, very tough scenario now for BD in this half.
All right, looks like Ion's going to be switching things over to the Mozzie, the Mute Mozzie here with Batoxy bringing that other part. Going to have a roam game. As we were talking about previously, this was the only round that the Black Dragons were able to muster. Gunner going to be popping things open up top. They have the Jackal this time around. They do. It's going to be on Rexen, actually. So we'll see if the Inox can assist them in clearing this top floor.
It's more of a slow start to things here, but we already are seeing damage echo through from the Sonics as at least one member of Black Dragons, Patoxy, ends up getting crossed out here. We'll lose about half of his HP as a result of that. A shot coming in from a top-down angle. Already seen Kitchen Hatch be opened there as well by the Sonics, I do believe, as they're beginning to work their way towards the inside of this one, and will set themselves up for another quick clear of the basement if they're allowed to work towards it. Second floor is the priority right now. As you can see, we do have a little bit of presence up here from the Black Dragons. One player roaming around in construction that they've just been able to suss out for themselves. Ion is going to realize that and try to back away, but man, you need team support in these scenarios here. Black Dragons cannot afford to play on their own. The Sonics' roam clear has been second to none in this game. A lone roamer is just not going to work in this situation here. So the Sonics excel yet again in the early round by knocking out 2 players.
I'm now firmly convinced that the Sonics aren't real and it's actually a hive mind. They're all controlled by one being, and his name is Super. He's currently sitting in America right now, laughing straight to the bank with this game. Halfway through this round, 2 people dead in the Black Dragons. The entirety of their roam game taken care of. Blue Ion out of the water right here inside of Master as well. Sonics, they're all on the same page, John. They're working every single angle possible, shutting down the exits of these roamers, and that's what you need. You need that hammer and anvil strategy when it comes to a roam clear like this.
Continuing to wait to see if we'll get a heroic moment out of anybody from the Black Dragons to try and save this round here. Patoxy.
Save this game.
Yeah, really. Paceto as well as Nate are all that remains. Currently looking at 9 kills total for the entirety of the Black Dragons roster here as well, meaning that, at least for Kansas, he's completely outpacing the enemy team here. Never a good stat line, but an important one to show just how dire this game is becoming here. As we now see Grixer make his way to the bottom of the main stairs, we'll meet a little bit more resistance here, so he'll hold up for just a few moments. Keep in mind, too, Soniqs did need to use quite a bit of their time clock to be able to clear things out on the upstairs portion of the map, but we have seen them, once again, work these low-timed executions before.
Oh, that was so close on the cooking phase there for that frag grenade. Moments away from death. The Soniqs, I think they're moments away from another flawless here. This half, it's been disgusting. 2 flawless rounds. One of those flawless rounds right next to a round that was almost again flawless as well, as they only dropped 1 death in the entirety of that one. So practically 3 if you really want to look at it that way. Soniqs, what a disgusting offense. Everybody on this roster doing the most right now. And I mean, you can just talk about the Soniqs offense ad nauseum here, especially from the fragging area. But what we really have to talk about is Geo. Geo is doing all the heavy lifting when it comes to utility, droning, everything else in between, and you really have to highlight plays like that because that's why things are getting done in places like that upstairs clear, is all thanks to Geo's efforts. Although it's not on the scoreboard, you know, 2-2-0, he is doing so much for this squad at the current moment.
Once again, here's our playoff qualifying probability. Black Dragons are still in the race at this point, but losing out this game is going to hurt their chances quite a bit. As far as the Soniqs are concerned, though, they are rocketing towards qualification at this point. 2 more rounds and they will lock in playoffs for themselves. No way they could be bumped out of first place if they win this game.
You like heavyweight bouts? Probably your favorite weight class when it comes to fighting.
I don't really have a weight class preference personally, but
I mean, mine's light heavyweight. I'm just saying. But the good news is we're about to have a heavyweight bout. It's because we have a Monty in play, and you know where that's going. It's going to go straight for Garage. They're going to try and take control of that and use Monty to bully their way up the stairwell. We saw this go back and forth quite a couple times throughout the last couple days here on Clubhouse, so we'll see how it works out this time around.
2 different players trying to establish pre-fired angles for the spawn run out there as well in the Soniqs. Not going to meet anyone on BD, though. They come in from the other side of the map, so no surprises early on for BD to have to deal with here. Will be a very slow approach, more than likely, from BD because of the way this game has been going. They cannot make really any mistakes in this half, where the game is essentially over, so they need to double, if not triple, check all of their potential pushes before they actually are willing to commit to them. Soniqs, of course, just kind of waiting this one out. No real reason for them to get hyper-aggressive, especially on a cash hold here. This is one of the sites you want to play directly into your extremities and never really need to extend beyond that. He's working their way out here, as well as the hard breach to quickly open things up on the main balcony.
Well, Black Dragons, the wall was quite easy, but that's because the Soniqs wanted it to be. You can see the setup inside, prepared for this CCTV push. Like what we were talking about earlier, the Monty going to be focused on this garage position. There's no traps available to the Soniqs, nothing like Legion or anything of the sort. To really put a spinner in the works for Black Dragons here. The Soniqs, doing a solid job, at least of right now, of staying alive. They haven't given up the goods just yet, but it could be coming soon, especially for Rexon's position. Gonna have some throwables coming in now, which will be eaten up by his magnets. As the Monty's gonna push forward, Rexon's really gotta respect this shield slide. That's a big thing here, and that's a timing that he's playing. You can see him working his way back and forth. As soon as he doesn't pay attention to Monty for long enough, Basetto will attempt this, or at least wait out for one of his teammates. That's really the smart strategy here, but as you can see, flirting with death, the impact's out. He's actually gonna get rid of one of the ADSs here. Some nice shots. Oh, the case also on Monty here. If this goes wrong, this could be the Soniqs round right here.
Vigorous being played out right now here. The swing is gonna miss, but he goes for some more body shots.
No!
Manages to knock him down, and he takes down the supporting player on the outside of Garage. We still have positioning just on the outside of the main balcony, but that doesn't really matter at this point. Full Garage control has been maintained by the Soniqs. Here's someone that could potentially save it. The Brez working his way in, but Rexon cannot be stopped. That's a 3rd kill now from him to shut out all of these attempts to reclaim case control. BD, what are you gonna do? That 2nd player that was down never did get fully confirmed, so Nade technically still in the fight, but at very low HP, and he's definitely not gonna be challenging the door again because he walks right into a quad from Rexon.
I'm like a kid in a candy store watching these mechanics, John. He's finally gonna be stopped, but what a stand in Garage. Black Dragons, you have nothing. It's 6-1 in favor member of NA's best.
The Catwalk Warriors showing up there to shut it all down and set the Soniqs up on the map and match point here. Time to lock in the playoffs with just one more round, and there's not really a whole lot that can stop them with the way we've been seeing BD play.
This has been truly disgusting stuff, and kind of a big announcement for the rest of the teams here and what could potentially go on at main stage. Do you want to take the Soniqs to Clubhouse? I don't know. Do you?
But after this,
hey, you know, it's gonna be a hard ask from a lot of teams, especially when you have Kansan playing like this, 11-1. And I mean, we can just look across the board and just highlight all of these key fraggers here. Grixer and Rexen both getting their own. Grixer, it's been on a round-to-round basis. Rexen, what a powerhouse there in rafters of Garage.
there's an average of 2 deaths on this team right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Overall.
I know. It's like I can't praise them enough. Like I literally can't. I really thought this game was going to be a lot closer, but the Soniqs have more than surpassed my expectations.
Certainly the case, and now just one lone round is all we need to see from the Black Dragons. Of course, already used their pause way back in the last half, so no relief will be showing up for them. They have to try and push this forward here. The pre-fire position set up in the early round yet again here, and we actually do see a few members of the Black Dragons align with it this time around here, but Rexen not going to be able to land those shots. The good news is no one from the Black Dragons lands theirs either.
Well, it looks like Black Dragons was really worried about some early peaks here, so already going to burn one of their EE1Ds. Working their way in towards Garage. They've got air jabs for Nade. I think he set it up on the balcony window up top. Lots of Soniqs presence on this mid floor over near bar at the time. Nade looking like he could potentially want to flirt with this. Does have the ARX, still a really solid rifle. Nowadays, doesn't have the 1.5 when it comes to Yana, but it does when it comes to Nomad, which, as we all know, pretty favorable sight of a lot of high-tier players and most definitely a lot of our pros.
Well, about a minute gone from the round, and we're seeing a much slower approach as usual here from the Black Dragons. With that said, though, Case Carrier has already worked their way through most of Dirt Tunnel, so he's going to establish a very forward position, one that I'm not necessarily certain if the Soniqs are going to be expecting here. Micro EMP out as well to allow Ion to just rush his way through Blue to get to the inside and score a headshot in the meanwhile. Response does come in from Geo. Patoxi almost taken out by Geo also here. He's over onto the secondary shotgun pistol, but Basetto is going to be able to win it out instead there, taking him down instead. Basetto, though, not long for this world, as now Grixer goes for 2 on the cross, takes them both down, grabs a 3rd as well. Grixer going huge these past 2 rounds, as he's picked up 7 already just between the last 2 plays. Everything now falls to Nade. It's winnable, though, inside of a 1v2, especially with time remaining in a minute and 20 seconds. Under normal circumstances, yes, but with the way the Soniqs have been playing, it is certainly going to be near impossible. For you folks at home is probably the way you're thinking about this one. Let's see, though, if Nade can get the job done. We even see that, I believe, him going onto a drone first and going to self-drone his way forward, as that's how much of a lack of intel the BD offense is playing with at this point.
Difficult position here for Nade. Kansan and Grixer, the best of the best when it comes to the Soniqs in this game. 10-1 for Grixer, 11-1-3 for Kansan. They're going to be playing this out quite handedly. Quiet all across Clubhouse until Nade starts taking some steps in Blue. He's going to work his way towards AK. He really needs case control to try and give himself a snowball's chance in hell here. Has full HP, 3 stuns as well. Are they going to let this plant go down? Some pre-fires. Nade is going to stick it. What a man. Going to move. He'll be able to... Oh,
and that's it.
My goodness gracious. Soniqs, Grixer. What? Like I was like, he's got it. He's gonna take a good chance here. Grixer the book was already open. He was like reading from this man's computer. Somebody check this man's moss is not normal. That was a disgusting game from the Soniqs. That is all I can say.
And so with 2 back-to-back quad kill rounds as well, Grixer absolutely slaps the Black Dragons back down into their place here, knocking them down to their position here in the groups and making it that much tougher for them to be able to potentially qualify on the outside of it. As far as the Soniqs are concerned, though, they are now locked for the playoffs, making their way forward. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a minute to break down this very quick game.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for our analysis segment of what was a very, very quick game between the Soniqs and Black Dragon. Soniqs putting out a statement on Clubhouse map. We've already seen them play in this tournament, but not that one-sidedly as they lock down this game versus the Black Dragons. And Rexon specifically locks out 2 quad kills in a row, back-to-back on the final 2 rounds here to end the game 7-1 in their favor.
Disgusting stuff from the Soniqs, just across the board. The big thing is here, whenever we do have a game like this and we have a lot of players popping off, everyone's big highlight is always the fraggers, right? Grixer, Rexon, and Kansan really, really taking it to the house there. Kansan setting pace, the rest of them coming in around him and really making this work. But we got to talk about Gunnar and Geo. The droning that game, how do I get my team to drone for me like this when I play Siege? I mean, just amazing from the Soniqs as they knew every move that the Black Dragons were going to make practically before they knew. Such a stellar game from the Soniqs. And as you said, really putting everybody else on notice. You might not want to take this squad to Clubhouse.
The Black Dragons tried multiple times to adjust for this, tried to give more and more respect over to the Soniqs, play things a little bit further back, try to trap them into their own setups all throughout the first half, but it just would not work. Again, going all back to that amazing drone and intel game that we were constantly seeing from the Soniqs to lead to these incredibly one-sided executes alongside these great clutch plays we were constantly getting out of the individual members from the Soniqs as well. This one right here from Rexon was second to none. Picks up 4 kills. Keep in mind, he has 0 support while he's making this play, by the way. No one is helping him here on this catwalk situation, and he still picks up the quad.
And this is one of the best rounds for Black Dragons, past the one they already caught, obviously, for them to try and get something on the board, get something done, and it's quickly shut down, thwarted by the Soniqs, by the site presence. Geo getting a little aquatic in there, and then Grixer to finish it all off with the quad. And that's all that was necessary. Apparently, you just need Grixer in the right position, and everybody will be decimated. They got it down to the 1 versus 2, and we saw how that went for the Black Dragons.
And once again, for final confirmation, that does actually mean the Soniqs, with that outright victory, they are moving forward now. They've locked in their first place finish in this group. No one can overtake them here, and I believe we're going to get those stats up on the screen in just a moment. Here's the match stats in the meanwhile here, folks. Once again, more impressive than anything was just the average deaths, I think, over on the Sonic side of things. Going into the final round, it may have got a little bit worse since that final round, but they were looking at an average of 2 deaths per player going into one of those games. We're sitting at like 10 into the final moments. I think it did go down a little bit, or rather up a little bit as the tail end of that round, but Black Dragon just could not get a frag to save their own life, it seemed, in a lot of these situations.
Craziest thing is that before this game, Kansan was the worst player on the Soniqs at this event. 0.85, 27 and 33, -6 when it comes to his KD spread. He was also 3 and 5 on entry, John. He got 4 entries in that game alone. Now, with with a positive entry stat and more than likely a positive rating as he's rebuffed his entire KD spread with an 11-1 game here.
Look at the cost as well. 4 players at 87.5% or better, 2 of them at 100% cost. Just showing you once again how one-sided, unfortunately for the Black Dragons fans at home, this match was. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the way the group here looks now with that matchup going in for the Soniqs. That locks in 12 points for them over 5 games, meaning that, unfortunately, they will not be able to be eclipsed at any point via the 2 remaining games for each of the other teams in this group. Black Dragons, I do believe, is still in the fight to actually make it out of this, but they're going to be very reliant on what I believe will be their last match now.
Yes, indeed. Yesterday we had a little bit of a Sesame Street moment, didn't we? So I asked you, what does A stand for? And I said apocalypse, obviously, because this group has been ridiculous. And you can see just by the point spread for 2, 3, and 4 as to why. But the Soniqs inside of that calamity have somehow been able to muster 12 points in some extremely impressive games along the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, we still have the other matchup rolling over on the Bravo streams. Let's go ahead and check in with them, watch the rest of this game. We'll be back in just a little bit for the next game here on the main stream.
And indeed he has. Still only a minute left to go. That's plenty of time for M&M if they want to make something work. They do have that redundancy in hard breach. That's Nello with those 2 exothermic challenges, and he's got to choose what he wants to get open first. That's the first breach now, going onto this big line of sight that's going to cut the side in half.
Gator. C4 in hand, ready to deal some damage to make a statement here and put CAG on overtime. But Solotov, he's so keen, so aware. He watches it, and look at this, pushing on deep from Nello. He's all the way in blue, but he's been taken down. Not without damage, though, from M&M, as Users is deep in the site and looking for another one. Anderson, triple kill, traded, all up to Suzu. Up on the hatch. Solotov's got no clue, and he forces down that diffuser. Suzu hears the telltale sound of the case open, and as he sprints up, it's going to have to be a post plan. Is Solotov going to live up to the name? He absolutely won't. Suzu C to clutch the 1v1 for CAG, and they will go to match point.
IGL coming up big for CAG right there in that final 1 versus 1. For Solotov, that position that he tried to go for the plant, they happened to have info on. He hadn't shot out the default cam, I believe it was, in the site. And so they had that yellow ping there, and it allowed Suzu to make the call. All right, he's definitely sticking that plant. It's time to go. So well played there from CAG, keeping their composure, even though M&M went for that rush execute onto the back.
My God. This is quite a lead now for CAG. They'll be feeling confident. They've taken their tactical timeout already. M&M electing not to take theirs. They just want to get back into it. They don't want to give Cyclops the chance to think about these defenses because, Mandy, let's be honest, it is defense that's been so difficult for both of these teams on Chalet. M&M was able to find 2 of their own. But now that Cyclops have done the same, they found this match point. I think taking that tactical pause was an excellent idea. They've had extra time to think about the strat, the play style that M&M's been playing into. However, now Cyclops do have to go back to a bomb site they've already lost in kitchen dining, and M&M will be ready for it.
I think for M&M, I imagine they're still keeping their composure in the game. Those last 2 rounds in particular, I feel like could have gone either way, especially that last round. It just felt like one of those games of Siege where sometimes the one-on-ones don't quite go your way, and sometimes the trades don't go your way. It happens, right? When you're going for that big, fast-paced push, you just get in a bit of a tussle there, and I think M&M are not going to be too rattled over it. Now we can see something pretty unique, though. Nello's actually bringing along the Amaro, and what that means is there's no more hard breach in this lineup. It's going to be a rush.
We've got the Amaro in through the solar window, and Tyrant has made his way in through bathroom alongside the sledge. And that's good top floor control very early, but Cyclops, will they contest this or will they forfeit it?
It actually seems like they are just holding on to the top floor control, and Cyclops aren't even going to think about contesting them because they have the info of Anderson down below. They're going to use it to try and leverage this 1 C4 they have in their pocket, try and fight off these vertical angles and try and sit in some blind spots, I suppose, from the vertical. They don't want to fall short to Solotov here.
Anderson, he's going to go for the C4 play, but the timing could not be better. Solotov walks straight back onto it. The buck has been gone down, but not before he was able to open up a lot of the floor. Nello's got information as well. Could enable a floor bang from users. He wants to go for that pre-fire, but Black Ray wins it, traded back immediately. But Cyclops retain that man advantage. Nello's going for broke into the site on the back of the information from that drone.
Nello is in a very cheeky position, but it's actually Gator on the other side with that Oryx that could climb up the hatch and backstab him if Nello's not careful. Gator was Gatorado instead on the site himself, traded back by users. Now a minute 20 seconds left and still a 3-on-2. Plenty of time for either team.
Users reveals his position shooting the Prisma. Tyrant, where is he? He's upstairs. He's got to have an impact here. Diffuser in pocket for users. And CAG just waiting patiently, and he's got info. Not much, but he knows where players aren't. And he's got that pulse. Tyrant starts to move his way forward. Ayagator still waiting near that hatch as Anderson can play this perfectly. Ayagator goes up the hatch, not heard as of yet, but Tyrant rotates back upstairs to double bluff on Suzu. Cyclops are so close to this regulation win, and they get it! Eminem cannot stand up to the Japanese as CAG find revenge. A dish best served on the snowy plains of Chile. A huge 3-point win, putting them in second place in their group.
That was such a mission-critical win for CAG to stay in this group. Once again, reiterating, CAG, Eminem, both tied on points currently inside of this group. That was so critical for them to win, especially off the back of 2 overtime losses earlier yesterday.
APAC fans and Japanese fans and Cyclops fans rejoice, but for Eminem, there's a lot of work to be done if they are to make their first playoffs. We'll be back after a short break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
What a match that was. That was a real treat. On the rematch, it was revenge for Cyclops. Everyone criticized them. Did you see the choking meme as well?
Yes.
I saw the choking meme.
G2 snuck into that choking meme somehow.
I know. They managed to get on the collar on the dog tag. But CAG, they're known for it. They're known for playing so well and then letting it slip right through their fingers. Eminem also, can I just say, they have copped their first L on Chile in, I believe, ever with this roster.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Cal the other day, and he was saying it was like 15-0.
Yeah.
Which is why it was such a big deal that they managed to come back and retain that streak against Cyclops. I think they took that personally.
Yes, they absolutely is. Cyclops, they went for that revenge tour back on Chalet. That is a move of confidence. That really is. You don't just go back to a map that you lost like a day before. That is crazy from Cyclops. But they made it work. Clearly, they'd VOD reviewed Eminem. I want to point to that round where Cyclops decided to bring out the, it was the Ossa play, and Eminem didn't have any impacts in their lineup, even though they had 3 operators that might have been able to do it. I think that just goes to show how deep the Cyclops prep went to go into that rematch, and it definitely paid off.
And what's more, you know, Monty was banned out. Anderson really leaned into that in the previous time that they played. This time Monty banned out. They play the Ying, they play the Ossa. Even on defense as well, the turning point for this game for me was when Cyclops won one defense round really, really close. Like, it was very, very fortunate for them. It was a very tight one. And then immediately after, they're not on match point yet. They take a tactical timeout. They take the extra time to discuss how they're going to play out this defense, and they win 2 rounds in a row. They bring that pulse, and oh man, it was so tight.
Yeah, I feel like even though the scoreline was pretty dominant in the end to CAG, I don't think that reflected just how close some of these rounds were. A lot of these rounds did come down to a 2-on-2 or a 1-on-2. I'm thinking back to that round where Solotov was in the 1-versus-1 with Suzu, and Suzu won it off the back of some info. It was actually this round here that Gator went for that aggressive peek, and then they tried to go for this sight rush that came out. It was exactly this one, Suzu getting that retake onto Solotov. A lot of rounds ended up like that in that 1-on-1. And it just feels like this game was way closer than what the scoreline tells us.
Well, yeah, this would have been overtime had Suzuki not won that 1-versus-1 on the Jaeger. It also would have ended even faster had we seen that earlier 1v3 attempt on Cyclops' attack on the basement. That was very, very early on. It was only round 4. And I think it was Gator almost got that ace with the 1v3 on Flores. And he was literally about 300 milliseconds off of winning that.
Yes.
So this game was
so many rounds in that game like that. That was crazy.
A real treat. And I got to say as well, it's really exciting for Cyclops because I think everyone was hoeing in on them. Did you see the really rough Reddit post that someone made?
No.
I'll show you later.
What?
Someone went in on Cyclops and it was actually hard to read. It was like a whole paragraph just like saying like, I used to be a Cyclops fan, but
Oh no.
I hope that person is watching now, and I hope that they are giving some respect to CAG.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because that was a bit scary. Oh no, poor Cyclops going in on the Reddit. But they played really well that game. The prep clearly went into that game. And yeah, I think they came out on top. That was a brave re-attempt that they did onto Eminem, but it proves pretty worthy. 7-3 scoreline. It's dominant.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, I mean, just huge performances across the board. Gator definitely the one at the top of my list, personally, for CAG. For Eminem, though, we often talk about Solotov when they played Soniqs. We talk about this a lot. One of the most impressive stats of the tournament so far, in my opinion, is Solotov got 10 kills before his first death in that game. He was a bit quieter here. He went negative. Uzis was really the main playmaker. Tyrant also had quite a few impact kills. But of course, for CAG, it was, I mean, to be honest, I think the load was shared. The kills largely on Gator, but think about it, right? Suzu had that really impactful clutch. Anderton had the pulse play in the final 2 rounds that really brought them across the line. And it goes to show that, look, these guys, they might have been together for a really long time, but they still keep it fresh.
I think what I want to point out here is the 2 entries of CAG. So Gator and Black Ray. I think what they did in that game that tipped Cyclops over the edge was being really good at shutting down Solotov. It's really scary playing the entry on Chalet, right? Especially against a player like Solotov, who's super proficient at moving around through the map. We saw it in their first match they played against each other. He was just lethal. Like you said, 10 kills before he died, right? This time around, the entries worked out really well for CAG. It felt like Gator and Black Ray were playing a lot closer together. They were there for the pinches and the refrags, and I just think it was constantly that Solotov was in a 2-on-1 situation wherever he was, and they did a really great job of shutting him down in the early rounds.
Yeah, there were a lot of traded opening kills on both sides, I will say. Let's have a look at how this shapes up the group, because, man, does it have implications. Right at the top of the group, Soniqs are still looking mighty fine. but CAG have gotten themselves back in the game. They put themselves on the map. Look at them, their second regulation win. And on top of the fact that they have two overtime losses, it means they are all the way up in second place. They've got a playoff spot, Mandy.
That's crazy. APAC miracle run, baby. That's insane. CAG, they still have one more game to play today. It's against the Soniqs, I believe. I believe we're going to be casting that one later, aren't we?
Let me double check the roster.
I could be completely wrong, but I believe that we are casting that 1v2 match later.
You know what we are, and that is very poggers.
Yes, we are. This is so exciting.
So you know what? Funnily enough, there is a chance that CAG can make it to playoffs without even getting any more points. Like, this is now on M&M and Black Dragons. What about that, right? That is ridiculous. 8 points for CAG, and if they can get more against Soniqs today, they can guarantee their spot in the playoffs. A full 3 points, and there's no looking back. We'll be seeing CAG in the playoffs if that happens. Oh man, this is so good. I'm so keen. Final day of groups, and Jönköping is just moments away. We'll be back in just a moment for the next game, which is a huge one. Wolves versus FaZe Clan, so stick around.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed two hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of three main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
It's very, very hot. It's fast, boy. I'm win. Yeah, let's go, let's go. LMG Fuse. I think the Zofia one. Oh. Okay, let's go. vai. Dá-lhe mesmo, dá. Aí. Botei. I'm gonna try to the... Which is this? The
Let's
recruit.
go.
Depois você fecha e bota ele. De boa?
It's good. Not very hot.
It's good, like a jelly. It's good. That one. Approve it. The first one's approved. Not done yet.
Napier furry. I'm win.
It's still not that much. Let's try.
Nossa, mano, eu vou ficar com essa aqui, certeza.
The first one. It's good. I like jalapeno, so it's jalapeno, you know? It's good. Nossa, cara, pior que
Pô,
eu
é
não
fácil,
sei,
é muito
eu não
fácil,
sei.
cara.
It's Villa?
Ah, isso é muito fácil, pô. Let's go. Vulcan. Goyo pepper.
Nice, nice.
The almondega.
The meatball.
Meatball is good.
Yeah, it's good.
Let's go. Oh, it's
Yeah, it's hot. It's a little hot than the others, but it's okay still.
yeah, not very hot. A little,
Yeah,
a little.
but we are not putting a lot, I think. Dale.
The first is Black Dragons in majors. Not?
Let me think. I think Direwolves for sure.
No.
Oh my god.
Direwolves in Charlotte, yes? Daquela.
Fire in the hole with the shotgun. Let's go. Fire in the hole. Nossa, toma.
Não, relaxa, eu vou só dar uma bitoquinha ali. Pode ir? Let's go.
Now it's okay, but it takes a while too.
Não sei se vem depois.
No.
Fala aí.
Till now it's okay, but the trick is...
É menos picante que essa.
Bibo? The second one, I don't know the second one. Second
Eu
one.
nunca vi isso, cara.
Bibo. Who is the second guy? Joystick.
Eu nunca nem vi isso, cara.
I just saw the Bibo one.
Oh, ok, let's go. Pode ser bom.
Let's go. Etc. Vai, dá ali já primeiro, vai.
Não, vai.
Go first,
Vamos
my
junto
friend.
aqui.
Go first.
Vamos ver a reação junto aqui.
Bora. Ah, eu conheço. I know this one.
It's very, very hot. Very hot. Eu vou chutar, como eu falo. 24.
18. 14, 14. É, pensa, dá uma porrada, saiu umas 3. I was thinking if I got correct and he didn't, I would help him. But now we are fucked anyways.
Let's go.
Let's go. Nossa. It's like blood red. Like, oh my god.
The good news is que
is the last. Yeah. Maybe not, or not. Oh.
The first impression, it's okay.
Yeah,
But
the punch from this one it's worse, but this one probably is, through time is worse. Probably the last one, I don't know. Orange, I don't know.
I think so. This, I don't know.
Nenhuma.
Nenhuma? Ah, okay.
My dog likes rot fish.
More milk.
Why should I smell it? Dumb.
Essa é de peixe podre, não?
Não, esse aqui não é.
É só um...
Ah, vamos... Caralho, aqui.
Peraí. Peraí que eu vou também, então. Pronto. A little.
Bora? Bora. Pode botar agora. The problem...
Não sei diferenciar porque tá queimando tudo de todas as outras.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Oh, can do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship.
Work and follow above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Colt's on the case.
Vai partir terceiro triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des. That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed him more.
Consegue levar um round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
Is connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy.
Hold the kick.
Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing. Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in stage 1. What a performance! Beat the death. Surprise! Oh, no! What has just happened, Des?
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Major. It is time to get ready for our second round of games, both here and on our Bravo stream as well. Moving into our next group, of course, we're going to see the other two teams outside of this one playing into our games on the B stream as well. Let's focus things up, though, as it is going to be the Direwolves going up against Mirage for our matchup here on the mainstream. Stokes, let's get your initial take on things going into this matchup.
Well, it's going to be a war in between these two, I think. Mirage haven't had the best of straights here at the Major thus far, have they? Haven't even gotten a win under their belt, and they're looking for it here today. Their odds are extremely low to make it to the main stage, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a chance, right? That's the big thing here. I talked to Jesse Mohesi last night a bit, and he seems pretty hyped up. He's ready to try and get a win here at this event. Let's see if they can do it up against Direwolves, who John just got off of beating a team on Skyscraper yesterday in a pretty convincing fashion. FaZe in a 7-3 fashion.
Yeah, surprise victory for the Direwolves. They're able to shut down FaZe in pretty convincing fashion. Indeed, 7-3 going out into their favor with a lot of prowess showing up specifically for one player in particular. Reaps having an absolutely fantastic game, shutting down those FaZe members. We were seeing the Soniqs do in the last matchup as well there. But gonna need to repeat this once again as the Direwolves and Mirage are at potential risk of outright elimination inside of this matchup. Obviously, Mirage are in a much worse position right now on everything except for a regulation time victory. They will be eliminated. Even if they win this game in overtime, that will still lock in their elimination. So they need to go for an outright win here to be able to stay in the tournament. And even then, if FaZe wins their game over on the other stream, they will still be eliminated even if they win this game in regulation.
And that is going to be Wolves versus FaZe once again over on the B
Euro Wolves.
Yes, the Euro Wolves. We have to make sure. Well, obviously the Direwolves are with us, so you know we have them split
confusing
up this time around. Yeah, it's so funny they actually ended up in the same group. But either way, yeah, I think going into this match, this is going to be quite an interesting one, especially from the Direwolves' perspective. If you look all the way back to the very beginning of this tournament when they first played Skyscraper up against FaZe, they lost 7-1, John, but they quickly hit the books, bounced back, win it 7-3 yesterday. They now have to try and get another victory off of our squad here, Mirage, as they had already taken a dub on them before. That one going the way of almost said damn one there. Direwolves in 7-5 fashion over on Theme Park of all places.
And to talk more about the Direwolves, you don't need to see them play in any massively explosive fashion in this game. I talked about before how they are potentially up for elimination here if they don't play this up. But hold on. We got a Hot 6 challenge fun fact. The hottest sauce to use while filming the episodes of Hot 6 apparently had a Scoville rating, which is apparently how hot things are, of 350,000 plus units. We know it's child's play, but we had to go easy on our players. We don't want any unnecessary bathroom breaks during the group stage there. So for anybody who was curious about how hot those sauces get, there's your Scoville rating for all you hot sauce aficionados out there.
For those that just know peppers, that's about 3 times hotter than a habanero. Those are about 100,000.
Well, look at you.
I know my sauce.
You're apparently an aficionado.
You never seen Hot Ones, huh? Come on, man.
Watch every once in a while.
Get on your stuff here.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pretty good show. Plus, I just really like hot sauces. Actually, Parker and I have actually tried the Last Dab before, and it was fun. It was about 15 minutes of hell, but it was fun. You know, like I had a pretty good time, and it actually doesn't taste that bad. You know, all in all, I'd probably say I'd do it again. Definitely wouldn't eat it on a meal, but
probably wouldn't do like a whole wing in it.
I'd eat the whole wing just to say I did.
Spicy, literally.
Yeah. I mean, hey, maybe I get to eat the meatballs next. I don't know. I might be talking too big of a game, and production will force me into something that I didn't really want.
Well, so talking more about the Direwolves here and their potential risk going into this matchup. For the most part, they just need to avoid a regulation time loss here, and they'll be in an okay position. It's important to note that even if they lose this game in regulation time, there's a couple other factors that will need to come into play first before they are confirmed for elimination. As everybody probably knows, they're probably a little confused, like, how are they at risk here? But there is a possibility of that in play. We'll talk more about that later if those conditions come
there
true.
Is no way that this is what's happening.
They really took the risk on that, didn't they, Mirage?
This is crazy, especially after what we saw at a Direwolves yesterday on Skyscraper. I mean, Mirage, Mohesi. This is, I have no words for this. We're going back to Skyscraper for a third time here from Direwolves. I think we really need to deep dive on what happened with this FaZe game yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, the good news here for Mirage is going to be the fact that, of course, there's plenty of VOD to look at for the Direwolves, and maybe that's the reason why they felt confident to go back to this one, really hitting their stride over the past day as well for Mirage, feeling a lot more confident about themselves. First day, of course, not the best, but now they're feeling maybe with the VOD they have on Direwolves from the previous days, they may be able to best them, but with the way they played against FaZe last night, I'm not sure. That's a big risk in my opinion.
Now here's the one caveat to this. They have played Skyscraper the most now out of any team here, Direwolves. Mirage, they haven't shown this map a single time, so if they were going to be going off of anything, they'd have to be going off of stuff that happened in the NAL, and I don't remember Mirage playing it all that often from memory. So Direwolves, more than likely a very minuscule amount of VOD to go off of when considering this match. Let's see what you all think at home. It's 77% going in favor of Direwolves. Expected after what we all saw yesterday on the Bravo stream, but that doesn't matter anymore, does it? Skyscraper is now, for the third time for the Direwolves, for the first time for Mirage, and no longer a Nook, the most banned offensive operator here in Jönköping.
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. See what the second ban is going to be. DW making their selection here now, as Mirage has already chosen to knock out Nook. Ying is going to follow that through. So I think these are echoing the same exact bans from Direwolves' game on this map last night so far from the attacker side. Defender side, I don't reckon it would be any different either. These have been pretty static for the most part here for these maps. But actually, no, we're going to shift a little bit. I believe we had Mira when Direwolves played onto this map yesterday. Now we're going to shift that over to K. This one, more than likely for Mirage, is going to end up being a zombie. But let's see if they want to take the risk of leaving in. They do have the defensive starts. They could risk it, but no, they're not going to take that chance. They will ban her out.
All right, you want a little Siege trivia while we're opening things up here for this game? All right, awesome, John. I'm happy that you're willing to play. Welcome to the game, my friend. We have two maps in the current map pool here at the Rainbow Six Major that are at a perfect 50-50 split for the defensive win rate. What maps do you think those are?
I'm going to say this map after the game yesterday.
Very nice. That is one of them. It is Skyscraper.
And then Clubhouse?
Ooh, you were very, very close. Would you like to try again?
No.
Okay, Clubhouse,
Tell me.
51%.
Okay.
So by a hair. Border, actually, of all maps.
Makes sense.
50% defensive win rate. So a little fun fact to start us off there for the day. Mirage is going to be starting things off on defense. Direwolves on offense. And as we were just talking about, 50-50 shot, Mirage. A coin flip is all it's going to take to see if you can win this one out. And some differentiating strategies from what we've seen in the past of Skyscraper. We're going to have a bandit here, and he's going to be holding up the karaoke wall. This is more like it, though, as they extend things out towards the east and try and hold this center terrace hallway sort of ordeal with Drum as well as Shrine on the other side. It's really, really potent for the defensive end. You can have a really big stand up against the offense here, delay a lot of time, drain a lot of utility if things play accordingly. But past that, Direwolves now out and on to the field. Pika, as I learned yesterday, his name was actually Pikachu at one moment in time. So it's not Peekin, as you and I have thought for years at this moment. But yeah, so you learn something new every day, and so are Mirage. So there's going to be a glass on the board here.
So go back to Stokes' question about the 50-50 split in terms of map win ratio as well. The reason why I was able to guess Skyscraper because when Direwolves played this map yesterday, we generally expect this map to be quite... Hold on. We got the first frag coming in, and it's going to go directly towards Reaps because of the fact that we were seeing him bring this prowess to the table yesterday. Generally, this is an attacker-sided map, but because of his play, as he scores a second kill alongside all of the other efforts Direwolves were able to put on the defensive side, they subverted that expectation for this map to be attacker-sided. It's a shutdown so far here from DW inside of the first round. It's already Mirage are down to just 2 players.
All right, Mirage, no takesies, backsies. We're playing it out now. We can't switch up the map. Direwolves already on a burner. Brenji, he's going to be able to take down Pika. Direwolves at least suffer 1 loss inside of this opening round, but looks like that's going to be it as Reaps. My God, it looks like we're doing it again. Little dance, a little jig for the man, a little jive in his step through Skyscraper, as it was a nice double to start things off. I love that transition to the angle on Black Stairs, but he finishes it off with a quad.
Like a moment of celebration, like, yes, the entry power is just as good as it was yesterday. We're going to close.
I'm still good at video games. Yes. Me at 2 a.m. after I've lost like 8 in a row and I finally get my dub.
Obviously, again, Reaps, we talked about a little bit about this in the pregame there. Reaps was very much the X factor for me, at least for Direwolves in their game versus FaZe yesterday. And seeing him perform like that in the very first round, already picking up a quad in round 1 is a very, very good sign for the Direwolves and APAC fans at home, in my opinion.
Don't forget about Pika and Jackie Wu as well. They were some some big components of that victory when Reaps couldn't be there at certain moments. The map's pretty big, right? You can't be everywhere at once, so you have to have some other people picking up those pieces, and he's definitely got that supporting unit. The others obviously on a little bit of a drone duty, especially for ED's sake. Souffle throwing his hat in the ring every once in a while yesterday, but not lighting the world on fire, just getting things done when necessary.
We are on for a retry upstairs, of course. The Mirage going to be going for this one yet again, calling that last round a bit of a fluke because of the entry power coming in from Reaps. Might not want to rely too heavily on that thought pattern, however, as Reaps was consistent as ever in yesterday's matchup, and there's no reason to believe he would depart from that, especially with the result from the first round here. Who for Mirage will now step up the challenge? Will it once again be the new pickup in Dexter, as we saw him do so during the regular season of the NAL? Will someone else, as we saw in their more recent matchup, Melted potentially coming in here with some big impact as well? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Mirage with the ego check here. As you said, they're going to head back to the same site and see if they can finally find some success. Benji's going to be back on the Bandit, and they're trying to slow up this offensive early here. You can see how they're playing the pressure all the way over to the east side. They want to hold up the single panel here for the office area. Make sure that they can't start their aggression from this point. So they'll have to try and search on their avenues. So they're going to be working in down on the base level, also transitioning across the roof, trying to get on some of these balconies. They sorely need some EMPs on this end. Actually, they really need the thermite rather. Zdokabi's already here, but ED's a little late to the party as he was trying to assist with that single panel over towards the eastern front.
Swing coming in, though, as we're going to see the micro EMP work its way out. ED will be able to pop open the first wall. They need to access the interior here. Not going to see any interruption go down in that, so Geisha will be lost in just a moment here, as Benji more than likely not going to be able to maintain this position for too much longer here. Once the drones start flooding in, it does not look like he has any immediate support from his teammates. Could be someone sort of lurking out behind him here who's going to try to hold on to this for as long as possible, but yeah, no one else in a supporting role at this point. So when the flood comes in from DW, he will have to depart here. Nade's coming out as well, but going to miss the mark. No damage done to anyone on Mirage. Just a little bit of HP chunked off of Benji there, it looks like.
The Lion-Dokkaebi duo, one that has stood the testament of time, is one of the most annoying lineups you can bring to the table. Really puts a spanner in the works for the defense. Really difficult for them to try and get anything done. As the offense is going to continue to power up. Oh, Reaps, he's going to want that one back. Milliseconds separated him from his first kill in round 2. Mirage, a bang-up job of delaying this time around. It started from the east. It's worked west for Direwolves as they're finally trying to get a foothold here on the top of Black Stairs. Reaps will continue to hold this down. Jackie Wu looking for one when it comes to the temple window, but it'll be Pika that strikes first onto Mohesi. Looks like Direwolves still firing on all cylinders from yesterday. Mirage, they can't hold a candle to this flame. Dexter, he'll shut down one, but we're going to need a lot more out of our powerhouse player. Going to need more than likely a triple out of him to really bring this back under wraps. Melted, he's got a chance. Dexter with 2 here, but now it's all up to Melted in this 1 versus 3.
Jackie able to bait out his teammate a little bit there in order to get the exchange going against Dexter. Melted, now the lone player here. Not going to be able to stop the plant from going down. The timer now ticks in the other direction. He nearly takes out the planter on the way across with that spray. Ultimately, though, to be cut off by another member of Direwolves coming in from the top of the stairs. They end out the round and lock in a 2-0 lead here with 2 consecutive victories on Teen Karaoke.
I hope this isn't too shocking to some of your ears that this is what we're about to discuss, but when do you want to use this timeout here for Mirage?
I mean, give it, I'd say just complete the rotation and call it at this point.
Yeah, I'm saying either that or step. I mean, you have access to your full rotation. You know what I mean? Yeah. So they doubled down on that site. So I don't know if you go for the full site rotation, because if you do, then you're going to be down 4 rounds potentially, right? So
if they had just gone directly to the second site, I would say let it play out to round 3 and then be able to deploy towards it that way after this round, potentially call for a pause. But yeah, kind of agreeing with you more now on the fact that they went for the double play on Teen Karaoke and it pretty much had the exact same result. They can play maybe this one extra site, but I don't realistically think they should go for a third here. Probably a good idea to call for a pause now if things continue to go rough on this other site.
Wholeheartedly agree with you. This has really made things pretty weird for Mirage. I like and respect the ego check, especially with how they played things over towards that east side. Once again, fantastic delay tactics, but when it came to the frag department, there's one team standing alone here.
All right, let's see if Direwolves will be just as proficient on these other sites. It's just going to be the other second floor hold for Mirage as they move across the way towards the office instead. For the players at Mirage, there's also going to be a pretty dramatic shift in their operator selection as well. Kind of expected, of course, with the new site, but still, every single member of this team, I believe, going on to new pastures here. Is Mahese going to be working his way over onto the Bandit. We'll also have the Frost Mats coming out from Kento. The Mira shields will also be in play here for Benji, and even the Goo Mines out from Dexter as well. A lot of utility that Direwolves will have to pay mind to now. So it's an attempt, I believe, from Mirage to try and slow down the entry pacing a bit as they get closer to the site.
Yeah, Reap's on pace to match what he had yesterday already. 5-1-0 on the Yana. That's what he was playing during Skyscraper up against FaZe, where he finished with a 1.64 and a 14-6 KD spread. 4-0 on entry as well, with a 1.4 KPR and 80% cost overall in that game. And that is pretty incredible, especially when you're really trying to light the world on fire, you know, in the frag area. So really solid play from Reap so far. We'll see if it can continue on here. Damwon looking to start things off on this east side yet again, but obviously the site over here this time around, so going to be a lot more of a Mirage assault to deal with once they get these windows open.
No actual immediate action going on between either of the members of this team at this point here, as Mirage continue to wait things out much more passively, much more closely leaned into the site. And Direwolves as well playing into their intel game pretty heavily this time around, definitely wanting to make sure they have the full spectrum of information before they begin committing themselves to it. You can see as well this Twitch drone working its way in, sniping out a few defaults every once in a while. If they can get one of the mirror shields, that would be great, but it could be wishful thinking, because more than likely there is someone standing directly next to those, unless you get a sneaky drone insertion from the back of the room or something and get that long-range shot off. We'll still follow those drones along pretty closely, though, to see if they get lucky and manage to snag on any useful pieces of util.
Solid drone works here from Direwolves. They do not want to overstep their bounds and drop around here to Mirage. Got Souffle on the Twitch now as well. Should be able to get rid of some of these hard-to-reach pieces of utility, like these bandit batteries or potentially these mute jammers, if he can position himself correctly. It's going to be Reaps yet again here, going for 2 after he takes down Mohesi. Hasn't had the greatest start to the day here for himself, as Reaps has constantly been dominant, but Dexter will finally shut him down and give Mirage a chance at a round. Kento will add to this problem for Direwolves.
Peek out for Pika now. He's been able to take down that Nitro Cell, but not expecting the secondary player. Kento playing from behind that mini desk there. Takes him down, leaving only 2 up and running for the Direwolves, but they're certainly not out of it just yet. Souffle with the first pickup for him personally as he eliminates Kento. Brings it down to a much more workable 2v3. Time is starting to get a little bit low here. And Mirage as well playing this very smart, not giving over any potential peaks unless they absolutely have to, or have it assured that their teammate can trade it off if things go awry. So playing this very, very cautiously, and it's leading to a very, very definitive round for them right now. Souffle moving forward here, not going to be able to catch the player to his left, and as such, we're able to see a quick shutdown from Dexter to take down Jackie Wu when he hops back into the window. Souffle with another quick pickup, tries to go for an additional one against the man himself that just took down his teammate, but time is ultimately going to run out, and we'll see Mirage claim that final kill just before the timer runs to 0 anyway.
Well, Mirage had the bark in the last round. They finally have the bite with this one as they light up the kill board. Able to get this round under wraps. Thank God for Dexter there, as he's able to shut down Reaps, who looked to run amok at things there from the Dragon statue area, but Direwolves never really able to make it past that space. Is no real chance to try and put the case down there. They tried to transition back outside after they lost the initial gun battles there, getting it down into that 2 versus 3. But past that, Direwolves just having to give things up. Really no way for them to get any extra insight on the situation. They have to try and propel themselves forward, and they end up losing out the round. Fantastic stuff from Mirage to bounce back after those 2 dominant ones from DW.
Obviously allows them to avoid the pause for the time being and complete their full site rotation as well. Everything's going a little bit more swimmingly on these other sites, so feeling a bit more confident about themselves. They do, of course, shift now into the barbecue site, which is more than likely the 3rd and final rotation they will make. If they want to play in a bedroom, they certainly can. We'll follow that up on the next round. Big repicks coming in for the Direwolves, however, as they are going to need to adjust their strategy. And an interesting one is showing up specifically for Jackie Wu, as the Montane is going to come out. Traditionally, I've only seen this one used for the tea and karaoke take. We'll have to see, as it certainly could work for this type of push into the barbecue area as well, given the claustrophobic nature of how those halls in that area work around each other.
Absolutely, and we've been able to see how Direwolves has been able to put together some more sporadic lineups and use it to its absolute fullest. We saw them using Sense yesterday in a lot of creative ways, and specifically this hallway, actually, so fairly well timed. Yeah, bouncing that projector up that hallway creates like this zigzag formation that's really difficult to deal with. You really got to play it off of audio, and hopefully you can pre-fire somebody attempting to push through. Sense also about to be a 3-speed as well, so better get your practice in with that gun before that ends up changing for them. Reaps is looking for his first kill through the verticality here. We saw this a decent amount yesterday with a couple of the angles that were built up by FaZe and counteracted by Direwolves in a very similar fashion. Mirage finally hitting their stride, it seems, as Benji will pick one up onto Souffle.
Montaigne's starting to cause some problems, and so is Pika as he knocks out Benji, trading out for the earlier loss of Souffle and the removal, of course, of the Gara hook from this team's utility kit. Away from that, things are going to go a little bit more quieter. Dexter took some heat on those exchanges as well, so he needs to back away from the situation, find himself a position to rotate towards to get back downstairs into a better spot to play this out. Melted as well, contending directly against the Monty here. Gonna have a slight peek onto him a second ago, but not going to be taking those shots. He'll fall back. Kento ultimately, though, able to line up another kill, this time against ED, as Melted also takes down Jackie Wu, manages to eclipse over on top of the Montaigne, shut him down outright, and that's the case down on the ground now as well. Reaps and Pika are all that remain here.
Direwolves was contesting Black Stairs so hard, but Melted able to get away with a lot there. Takes down the Monty, and this round is basically done unless this nade can say something about it. Well, Reaps will open the door again just like that. A 2 versus 3, definitely palatable, especially with how Reaps has been playing. Pika also adding fuel to the flames for Direwolves, as he has been able to get some nice, my Jesus Christ, that was disgusting from Reaps. Just simply leans into the angle, John, and rips this guy's head off through the verticality. Just exactly what you would expect out of him after what we saw yesterday. Into the 2v2 we go, as Direwolves once again looking to claim a round that they have no business in getting.
Pika going to be found out here, but not outright eliminated as of yet. More so than anything, just kind of evens out the health pools between both teams. So still a very, very close fight, but one that Mirage is starting to lean into winning more and more here as the timer gets lower. Direwolves trying to line up their final play, trying to see what they need to do here. The nade going out there is going to land directly on top of Melted and knocking him out. Reaps seemingly just cannot be stopped once again as he finds his 3rd kill on this round. Mohesi is all that is left here inside of the 1v2, but he only needs to delay for 10 more seconds, and with a headshot like that, he might just win it, but there's hesitation. He doesn't want to go for it outright. Gets close enough to get him off the case, but the shotgun shell has not made it. He just needs to delay, though. He needs to stop this fight from being a success, and indeed he does. Another round for Mirage up on the board as we're now tied 2-2.
Jesse Mohesi finally stands up to what he was saying last night. He gets some kills on the board. He said he was ready for today. Disappointed with how the first 2 days went. And, I mean, obviously, after what we've seen, Mirage has definitely wanted to do better for their first time visiting an international event. And they've been able to at least muster 2 rounds here up against Direwolves. They've almost tied what FaZe got yesterday against them.
So Mirage with a bit of a fateful decision here is, of course, they're out of sights to play into. So they have no choice, really, unless they want to play over into the bedroom side, and we have to assume they have a strat prep for that as well. They'll have to go back over to Karaoke Interior, where we saw 2 very one-sided rounds back-to-back for Direwolves to start this game off. Mirage, of course, has now rebounded since then with their plays, of course, on the other second-floor site on the other side of the map towards the office, and that play we just saw on the last round towards Barbecue. But this is the site that has really vexed them so far and could lead into another exchange of the lead right back into Direwolves' hands.
Yes, indeed. See what Direwolves wants to do here. Jackie Wu has been going through a carousel of operators during this prep phase, and he's finally going to land on Monty. He's handing Thermite over to ED, and Souffle's going to be back on the Twitch. The G36C sisters, well, that's not changing. It's been working too well, especially for Reap's case. Hopefully Pika can continue to pick up some frags around and make things a little bit easier for the rest of the unit, as it really has only been Reaps hitting his stride early here.
Pika will begin the rappel upwards here just to try and establish some crosses into Karaoke, is where he'll be playing on the outside of right now. We did get quite a bit of aggression from Mirage from the inside of Karaoke last time. I think actually ended up besting this player on rappel. Not sure if it was Pika or someone else playing it into the last round, but either way, it was a bit of a challenge here for the Direwolves players in what was otherwise a successful round. So going to be paying a little bit more closer attention that this time. We also have the Breacher here, ED primed and ready to open up the first wall. Pika with an opportunity to try and catch the player that I believe was on the inside of Gage just a second ago, but the timing is not in place for Pika. Let's open up an opportunity here for ED just to blast the wall open, though, and give the first point of control on the inside of the building over towards DW.
With this being T and Karaoke, this is going to be a pivotal position if Direwolves can gather control of it. It has a nice overwatch for the main hallway that separates the two sites, as well as a transitional spot if you'd like to get towards Drum, but that might be reinforced from Mirage. We haven't really been able to get too much of a look at that panel just yet. We'll see if that actually does come to fruition later on if it's used. Frag grenades from underneath from Reaps again. Nobody home up top. It's going to land on deaf ears. Mirage doing a much better job of staying moving. Being a moving target for Direwolves means quite a bit, as a lot of the stagnation is what's been getting them in trouble. Although it also has seemed like Reaps has had a sixth sense. That timing, incredible. Melted goes down to a frag grenade from Reaps.
Already double digits for Reaps here as well with that frag he just picked up there. That was his 10th, so sitting on an average of at least 2 kills per round if we include this one as well. And we're only just getting started here on round number 5. Still plenty of chances for him to find further impact, much like this player peeking around the corner here right now. Jackie Wu gonna run into some problems. He tries to make his initial entry from the balcony. Just a few ticks, however, being thrown against him from the smoke grenade. Reaps will be bested, however, downstairs as Benji takes the direct duel against him, wins it out, and we see another one picked up here by Dexter now as well, taking the fight head on against this clear by the barbecue side of things, and it's working out to put a huge stop on a Direwolves momentum.
You want a Mirage round? Have Benji Money started off. It seems like any time that he gets a big kill, the rest of the unit is able to stack up behind him, at least when it comes to this version of Mirage. 2-2, but this round is not looking the same as the prior. Mirage about to string 3 along, not unless Jackie Wu has something to say about it. They have a decent read on where the majority of these players are. Jackie Wu going for an aggressive peek with the pistol of Monty, not able to land his shots though. Where's this case gonna go? They need to find it a home, and it's gonna start now. Impacts on Dexter. This could be the preventive measure, but no, they just have a Pika instead. 2 down players. Kento, you have to save their lives. Direwolves gets the case down, but with Monty here, this could be such an issue. Yes, indeed, you do need to get a friend up, Kento. He's going to be able to transition back before Monty gets here, but here's another problem. Monty can get past him this door, and he makes it past. Kento, oh my, he's opened it up. Pika, he's been able to get some damage onto Dexter, but now it's a 2v1 for Mirage. They're looking for this 3rd round, and impact out. It downs him. He's dusted. Mirage collects the round.
Pika goes into the Pokeball, and with that, we're going to see Mirage close out with the comeback there, just barely closing in on that one as well. Had to work past the Monte. I asked the question, how are you going to get past him? And apparently it's dash right next to him and be able to take him down. Beautifully done by Mirage as they rebound from their earlier losses on this site and have now gone 3 straight back-to-back.
Gotta catch them all, baby. Gotta catch them all, and they have for the last 3 rounds. Mirage. You said it. You said it yourself. If things don't go right this next round after the 2-0 lead from Direwolves on the back-to-back defenses on the T-Karaoke site from Mirage, then maybe they should take their tactical timeout and try and discuss some things. But it wasn't necessary. 3 rounds rattled off in a pretty convincing way. That was a huge clutch there for Mirage.
At this point, it's just a rerun now from them, of course, going back to the originally won site. Over on the office side upstairs here, gonna need to be some big changes to Direwolves. Need to find a way to keep these late rounds under control. They weren't having a problem of it with the earlier clears on Team Karaoke, but ever since we switched things up and Mirage found how to abuse their positioning, it's gotten a lot more one-sided here for the North American squadron. Monty still staying in play, by the way, from the looks of it. Okay, never mind, it's gonna be swapped out as we did have a last-second change coming back in here, and another one. A lot of uncertainty on these attacker repicks from DW right now. That's not necessarily a good sign, and we end up with a very strange composition as well. Pika on a Glaz. We're going to have the Gara hook for Reaps. The Monty still in play for EW, a Sense on Jackie, and a Buck for Souffle. This is definitely a comp I've never seen before. So we're going to see them continue to move up onto Repel, though already some of the outside soft breach haven't been taken care of by the defenders, so it's easy work for Souffle here. They're able to knock these out and get easy access to the outside. But this is somewhat by design from Mirage. They want to contest this and be able to split up Direwolves' initial setup here, stop them from getting comfortable and allow them to get really set up to be able to make this play towards the inside of the immediate area next to the site.
Slow opening here from Direwolves, but I highly doubt it stays that way. As you were saying, this lineup has changed up quite a bit across the board. Pika as well as Reaps, they're ditching the G36Cs, no longer using the Yana. We've got the Gara hook wielding Amaru as well as Glaz back in from the early iteration of this game. Jackie Wu will adopt Sense for the very first time here. This is a op that we saw a decent bit from yesterday for them. We commented on it earlier. It was used over well, actually directly beneath us on the west side as they tried to transition down that black stairway hall. For Direwolves, they're going to be starting things over on the T side. Some barricades set up here for Mirage. Also quite a few traps around to try and thwart ED's plans.
He's moving very, very slowly, however, for both teams. The Direwolves still looking to try and take some of that initial control, and they have certainly done so over on Karaoke side, but did not really have to fight too difficultly for it in the first place. Mirage still waiting on the closer proximity to the site positions here. As you can see, over towards Drum is where they're really going to start to contest this actual push from Direwolves. So it's all been free up until this point. Only just now will they have to begin actually taking some fights against the members of Mirage here to keep moving forward and get themselves into the actual area where we've got the bomb planted. Away from that, though, a little bit of regression coming out now from the Mirage roster, deeper on the inside of Dragon. They're potentially setting this up for a pinch as well. The spam coming in from Reaps. He's got a lot of ammo to chuck out there, but it's not infinite. Goes back for the reload. The Nitro in position, and it's going to do a serious amount of damage to ED as well, on top of Kento. Finally getting that headshot out against Reaps and preventing him from causing some problems later in the round.
Pika with the Glaz. First smoke down. No drones to his name, but it doesn't matter when he's taking the gunfights, does it? Not able to find anybody. Oh, his Legion is placed perfectly. Dexter, the highlight player for Mirage. Been loving him inside of NA thus far this last stage as we finally got him in Pro League. It's been such a good time ever since. With 15 seconds remaining, though, it looks like Direwolves might be the one that's out of the fire and into the frying pan. Only a couple of seconds remain as Mirage look to take 4 in a row. What a dominant defensive half. Percentages be damned. They bring it back in such a convincing way.
All right, now, Direwolves, when are you going to take your pause? That's the question.
That's the next one, right?
Obviously, I believe we're about to change half here, so not in the next few rounds, I would assume, as they probably want to let this next half play out just a little bit here before they potentially break themselves from that. And indeed, we move on to round 7 now, so the sides will flip. Direwolves move on to the defensive end of this. You can bet, though, that if this first round does not go well, maybe the second one as well, we will more than likely see that pause come out from the Apex squad here to try and rebound, figure out what is going wrong. Why are they not able to make these entries work as prominently as they were yesterday against FaZe, and what as well may be going wrong on the inside of these defensive rounds if we are to assume they will struggle here as well. Here's once again your playoff qualifying probability. Mirage are actually on a great path right now to potentially save themselves. If they win this game in regulation, they will still potentially be in play to be able to make it out. But you'll notice there is a 9% chance, and even right now with that regulation win, they would not be necessarily safe, because if FaZe is able to close out their game going on in the other stream, that still seals their elimination at the end of the day.
Well, when you're backed into a corner, you have two options. It's fight or flight, right? So Mirage, well, they chose to fight, and it's been working out really well for them at the current moment. The first 2 rounds, it looked like a couple of jitters there, really. You know, just trying to get some things figured out, trying to get the day started for themselves. It's been a tough couple of days for them. You know, very happy that they ended up making it here, but when your results just don't back up the hype, then, oh, what really is it worth? They'd much rather have all those games back and try and give another shot at this event, but they still have an opportunity, just like we just presented. 9% chance, so you're saying there is one, right? Damn one, they're looking to get aggressive and snuff those out. Trying to play this right off of the double wall here. Souffle will be able to get a drone, but not too much past that. As Mirage, they're going to take their time, try and use this drone game to its fullest advantage. They're already down to 7 drones for the overall squad before the first minute is up, so might want to try and play these a little bit closer to the chest, otherwise they risk running out of these at a certain moment.
Direwolves continuing to play a very passive opener here, not wanting to take anything against Mirage, but in part, this is Mirage also playing things back by quite a bit too. Reaps back in charge of things, it seems, as he locks out Dexter to start out the second half here, taking him down and taking no damage in response to that. Souffle also ready for a direct challenge to come in. They never even checked him, apparently, or at least missed him on the drone phase there. So Kento falls now as well. A much more definitive start here for the Direwolves. Maybe they've got a bit of fight left in them still.
They tried to get some drones going here. Nothing really happening, nothing doing. Don't really like that we didn't have the combination of the logic bomb there either on that entry. That would have immediately given up the man immediately to the right, Soufflé, of that rotation hole that Mirage tried to abuse on the office side. But instead, they're going to head over to the balcony and try and get Geisha open. Transitioning over to the window now is the Thermite. As they'll pop that, Jackie Wu will be on the receiving end. He'll eat a stun grenade, but he's already gotten the heck out of dodge, but not for Benji. He's going to eat some bullets from ED. The Thermite now trying to pick up the pieces. Mohesi has 2. He'll get the first. Hasn't been able to confirm. Won't be able to get the frag. Pistol out here. Dancing back and forth. Nitro Cell out, and he'll be able to at least escape that. Tags him up. We'll do at least confirm the down as well on top of that. It's been some awkward moments inside of these last couple of seconds. Mohesi will finally go down Melted. We'll be able to at least transition that into a kill, but with that confirm onto Mohesi, it's now a 1 versus 2 for Melted.
I see Melted working alone here now. He has to try to take down both Reaps and Soufflé to be able to still win this round. Otherwise, Direwolves will close the gap and come within 1 round's reach of Mirage's overall scoreline here. Things continuing to tick down on the timer as well. Melted pretty much out of time here. With only 15 seconds left to play this one out. Just trying to see if he can potentially get any one of the Direwolves to get aggressive and challenge him. He'll challenge them instead and ultimately will walk himself into his death as the Direwolves put their right foot down here to start at the second half and quickly bounce back here. Only 1 round behind their opponents now.
Right around the cap of Malusi. Melted so very close to claiming that frag, but can't get it done. Direwolves finally get around after 4 consecutive losses, but they're only 1 round away from tying things up. We saw how dominant they were yesterday when it came to their rounds on defense here on Skyscraper, and really I think that this is where the rubber hits the road for this map overall. They actually ended up winning out against FaZe after a 3-3 split on their offensive side, all because of their defense taking it 7-3. So 4 defenses in a row. Do we see that here again today?
We'll have to find out. It's Mirage again, got quite a few repicks coming into this one here. Spotting something in the Direwolves defense they need to shift their own lineup for, so it's going to be Kento changing up the soft breach operator just over to a Bucks. No dramatic changes there. Benji as well, adding the better execute utility in Osa to the play so that they can walk into the site and potentially set up a plant for themselves. Dexter as well will make sure they can get that wall open in the first place by bringing a Thatcher to the fold now.
Well, there's not a lot of guarantees in life, but Thatcher having EMPs and a Thermite on your team usually guarantees one thing, doesn't it? A wall is getting opened unless somebody really wants to risk it for the biscuit. Get that bandit trick going in there and trying to be active. But that's obviously not going to be the case. We don't even have him on the field here. It's going to be Reaps. It's going to be all of the denial, so it should be fairly straightforward for Mirage to work their way around that. They've got the master key to the building. Just got to use it.
He's working its way out, so we are going to begin to see those walls get breached in just a moment here. Plenty of hard breach as well between both the Thermite and the Ace, sitting up on Mohesi, as well as Melted. So plenty of opportunities for this team to be able to work their way forward and open up hopefully all of the avenues necessary to get control over the site. Direwolves, the play is now in your court. How do you get aggressive to potentially challenge against this clear, or do you respect it, play it back, and try to take them down on the execute?
It's a very good question. Mirage is trying to be measured with their approach. Keeping the drones much closer to the chest this time around. I'm very happy about that. The last round, they were constantly getting eaten up, especially inside of the first minute. Had less than 6 drones after that minute 45 mark as well. So just we're not doing too solid of a job with those. Not really able to capitalize off the info either. Pika trying to maintain activity over here next to the dry bar. Not too much going on for Mirage. They've been able to get this wall open, but it's really just been angle work from them. They're going to open up the window and try and make things a little bit more congested inside of Direwolves' site.
So it comes to a little bit of a slow walk here now for Mirage, having opened up that angle. Wanting to try and position themselves downstairs as well here so they can crunch onto a little bit more. But here we go. 3 members now getting ready to move in from the upstairs portion of the map, swinging themselves around, ready to potentially hop in through the window by Samurai here now. Members of the other team, are they ready for it? Jackie Wu getting involved in some sprays on the bottom to top here. Benji as well, striking true, taking down one. The flash going in. Jackie tries to follow the spray through, can't do so. Now he's been blinded out. Is he ready for the window hop? The first one, yes, but there's multiple players trying to work their way in through there. Soufflé as well, catching one via utility as he manages to knock out Melted with a Thorn Nade. That's going to eliminate him and leave only 3 up now on Mirage's run.
All quiet after that Razor Bloom claims a life. Reaps, though, will quickly change that. Mohesi gets gunned down. What a shot from Reaps once again. The master of the house stairs. Benji, nothing doing, nothing going. The PDW, it's got a lot of ammo, but he's down to 9 rounds. He's got to trade out this drum, and we have similar feelings about this one, Benji. He's locked outside, and there's not really a snowball's chance in hell that he gets out of this one alive. Damwon tie things up. Damwon. Direwolves tie things up from the defensive end. We need to change this DW thing, I'm telling you.
Same acronym. But we will see, of course, the Direwolves work their way
every year.
Direwolves work their way back into it now. Tie us back up after falling behind at halftime, down 2-4. Now resuming the 4-all game here. Looking promising on their defensive half so far, but needing to move all the way over to their tertiary site now, which is still going to be Barbecue. Not the worst site to play into as well for your third. Direwolves with a good chance now to take the lead away, so let's see how Mirage will try to best this site, as they're changing their lineup up quite a bit as well, focusing a lot more on maintaining positioning and finding out intel from their opponents, especially with the Nomad and Lion picks there at the bottom.
Really like the line pick coming in here from Benji, making it toward Direwolves can't be as active while Mirage are attempting to enter onto the building or claim some entry kills once they get in towards site. That's where Direwolves have really stood tall in these defenses, especially for Reap's sake. He's been managing that SMG-11 so well, which is not a slouch of a weapon when it comes to the recoil patterns. You really have to be knowing your stuff, hitting your stride, and making sure that you have those nice little bursts when it comes to some of those longer range gunfights, and he's been knocking it out of the park so far. Souffle going for an early one here as he is standing in VIP. This is the single panel we've seen contested time and time again. He's going to bailiff this, so more than likely somebody's staring at this now, as that noise is usually pretty obvious, so I would be a little worried if I were Souffle. There's absolutely no chance he's going to try and dash out here and take this, right? We'll see if the ace has a sixth sense for this moment. That's going to be melted. Haven't had anybody else rappel up, minus Kento, but he came up from the other end, so won't be as aggressive as, yep, Souffle actually is going to go for that eventual run out, but obviously since he is Oryx, a little bit easier for him to get back inside with that dash, as the soft paneling won't even hold him up.
Breach has been made to the inside of Geisha in the meanwhile, allowing for Mirage to begin clearing out the T and Karaoke extended hold from DW. DW already kind of in the process of peeling this back though, so Mirage not going to have to work too hard for that. The first minute of the round has already gone away. It doesn't really seem like Direwolves are going to be too committed to these types of extended plays. Want to use the geometry in the site and the surrounding areas as well. You can play this site horizontally quite proficiently. I think that is going to be the game plan from Direwolves. Once the remaining portion of these upstairs players get challenged, they will acquiesce the aggression from Mirage and start to fall back pretty quickly.
This is something that we saw work so very well for Direwolves yesterday, the Valkyrie cams from ED, and now it's starting to make a lot more sense as well, isn't it, John? ED actually manages these from inside of T for the entire unit, so Direwolves know what are going on all the time around their site. It makes the gunfights really easy for them because they're constantly getting pinged out, although more than likely unbeknownst to them. It's just those yellow pings or Z pings coming through for the defensive units. So Direwolves with a nice defensive matrix set up here on this end of the building, and Mirage, nothing doing when it comes to this timer. They're down to the last minute. They haven't even approached that central hallway that we were talking about earlier, and they're already taking considerable damage.
Already things looking rough here, really, for both teams. They try to work their way in, but much worse at the moment, of course, for the DW roster, with Jackie Wu having been down as of a few seconds prior. Reaps kind of stuck in position here now as well, but behind a soft wall, making it all too easy for Kento to eliminate him once the angle is figured back out. That's basically 2 down now if we are to assume that Jackie is off on an island, which certainly looks like it's the case down there at the moment. No one going to be able to realistically get towards him and revive him, and there we go. There's the confirmation now with Kento, I believe, entering into that room. Souffle beginning the makings of a rotate and a potential pinch on flank here, but it is something that Mirage should be ready to catch here with the way that they as well are executing. Okay, or not, as, oh man, that punch right there comes just a little bit too late, allows for Souffle to get the kill off on the Dexter just in the nick of time, but it's not going to change the scope of this round in a huge way. We still have Mirage with far too much control surrounding the site, and as such, they will shut it down.
A serious build-up in that round, but it pays off for Mirage. It was getting a little tired there for them as well until they finally landed that grenade. But really what sent it home was the pre-fire through the wall from, I believe, Kento or Benji was one of the two. But either way, a very nice kill coming through the pantry at a time they needed it the most. They missed the secondary frag to try and clean up that player in there, and they really needed to try and open up that door just a little bit more, making it a lot safer for them to push forward and claim what was rightfully theirs.
Flexibly, we're going on to, I'm going to assume this is a tack pause coming in from the Direwolves side of things, so a confirmation of that and see.
Maybe that or a tech pause, we'll find out.
Yeah, it could actually be tech with the way things are looking. I'm not seeing a lot of talking going on, especially over on the, but they are talking, so pretty sure it is going to be just a tack pause.
I hear the timer.
Yep, so I think we're good. Just tack pause for DW pretty short, as once again, they have been pushed up against a wall a little bit here, especially with that round being lost, bringing it back to a tie point, having the deficit thrown back against them once again. 2 rounds to go for Mirage as well here, and keep in mind, of course, Mirage will be confirmed out. Direwolves can knock one of their 3 potential opponents out of the running here, just if they can take this game to overtime. So that is more than likely the goal at this point for DW. Let's at least attrition this to a 6-6, and then worry about it after the fact.
All right, well, we're back in for round 10. Mirage currently up 5-4. And looking across the board for Mirage right now, one thing stands out that really we don't get all that much of. Kento, 12-6. I'm loving seeing this. I'm usually looking at Dexter when it comes to Mirage for carrying a lot of that frag potential, but Kento is no slouch, and he is really taking it to Direwolves here today.
Indeed he is, and with good reason too, as Mirage need to fight with everything they have in this game to be able to try and survive the gauntlet that has been thrown at them in this group. But even with that potential victory, it may all be a moot point, because remember, in order for Mirage to survive with a regulation victory in this matchup, FaZe also needs to lose their game that is currently going on against the European Wolves on the other stream.
So Kento actually is currently the worst rated player on all of Mirage with a .81. He's -12 for his KD spread and +1 on his entry. I do believe that he actually has the 2nd worst survival rate out of all of them. Melted actually has the worst at 15%. His is 19%, and it's looking like it might get a little worse for him here on this round, as Kento's life essence has almost been nearly depleted, but he has been having a banger of a game so far. In fact, he's really close to really raising this rating for himself, so we'll see if he can continue on this tirade. Still has 2 frag grenades to his name. Really want to see him try and get these out of pocket before something crazy happens to him or just dies a little bit too early from a pre-fire or something like that from Direwolves.
Well, we continue to wait for the opening action from Mirage. Direwolves as well continue to patiently wait this out. Seems like they've gone into a much more passive position in most respects here. I say that, but Souffle getting right up against the window, and as well in a different position across the map. Pika takes the opening duel versus Benji. Kento also being lit up down to about 5 HP. So not the most promising start for Mirage here.
No, not at all. And Direwolves, with that opening kill, have been able to rotate everyone back to site. This is looking so good for them. This is looking like a tied game, if I had to call it at this moment in time, especially with Kento and his HP. Nobody else has been able to really assist him when it comes to these kills. Dexter was getting it done early on, but since then, the moment's passed, and we really need to see him be activated once again. A Nitro Cell outside, nothing really happening. A GG call from Reaps here, as I don't really know what happened with that, and I don't know if he really knows what happened with that. I don't know if he meant to type it in his.
I think he's talking about that Nitro he just threw.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Either way, Mirage still trying to work their way in from this side. Not really been able to make much progress past that central hallway when it comes to this top floor. Direwolves still have so many units off of site as well, so they're gonna have to check every corner or risk dying to somebody named Reaps, who's been doing a lot of work, and that's gonna be a double for him, and Melted will pick that up. And obviously that's just shoved Mirage even deeper in this one.
And Reaps unfortunately out of ammo on the SMG-11 as well. Their Pika gonna be able to pretty much finish things off here with that pickup against Melted. Leaves Mohesi in a pretty much unwinnable position here. Has to try and go for a a direct entry, and he's only got about 10 seconds left to be able to make this work too. So a tough ask here for the last player alive on Mirage. At least is able to bait the kill out from Pika. That one pads the stats a little bit here, but yeah, as soon as he walks in from the balcony door, it's the expected result as he is called down by the 3 remaining members on DW.
5-5. And this round means a lot more than just, oh, hey, we've guaranteed overtime, doesn't it?
Yep, absolutely the case. And it's important to note, too, that the Direwolves are fighting for their survival as well. There is a real possibility that technically both of these teams were going to end up getting knocked down. I'm pretty sure that with the scores we have over on the other stream and this stream, the Direwolves should be safe for this round. Important to note that they can still very easily be eliminated on the next round of games. But for this round of games, I believe they are still in a safe position, especially if they take it to OT.
Yeah, remember, Wolves and FaZe are playing.
And that is confirmed, by the way. Direwolves are safe as of this match.
As of this match, Direwolves are safe. Very nice. Do we already finish FaZe and Wolves?
Still ongoing.
Okay.
I don't want to spoil. I don't want to give any specific details. I don't want to spoil it. Don't have the multiple streams open. We'll worry about that when that game's over. But
you don't have to do that for me. I'll just ask Mandy and Dev what's going on. That's much easier. Plus, I love Dev just telling me anything because of his Australian accent. He's such a beautiful man. We have the same last name too, so I'm a little biased.
All right, well, let's focus up on this very important round. Who is going to get up to map point first? It's important to note this round will very much potentially decide if Mirage goes home or not. If Direwolves wins this round, that's guaranteed overtime, even if Mirage wins the next round, and that unfortunately means that Mirage are going home.
Man, a lot to do here, and fortunately enough for Mirage, they're keeping their wits about them. Souffle will actually be the first one dead. It won't be, I believe, Benji that was approaching from the gates here on the roof of this skyscraper. That Nitro Cell gone from ED, and also Souffle, which is one of the most prominent players currently on Direwolves.
Let's see here now as Souffle goes down. Mirage feeling a bit safer about themselves, of course. Keep in mind the consistency that needs to be found by them, not only through this round, but the next one. Going to be able to open things up. It'll force the reposition away from the top stairs over by the office here. Now, Reaps will still stick around in the area, but not in direct contention to the wall opening, as that will still be accessible here by Mirage as they continue to look for ways to move forward. Direwolves, though, continuing to shuffle their own player base. ED downstairs, for example, now having to shift back up, playing into that staircase position in the event that Mirage pushed the angle they just breached out a few seconds ago.
Well, Dexter, he's the one who got the opener, but he won't get the follow-up. That'll be Reaps. He equalizes here. Remember how much this means. Every kill has serious weight behind it at this moment in time, and Reaps has 16 of them. He continues to lay out bodies around this map. Blood spurts from his opponents every single time he lays eyes on them. Be able to readjust here and keep himself alive inside of Dragon. We're going to jump on board with ED as he approaches from the rear. Black side stairs here. So he hasn't been able to get too much done. The drone will immediately suss him out. He's going to try and rotate away now, keeping himself alive.
Very, very cautious approach still from both teams here. Mirage with that control over towards Karaoke and T, but they're very desperately looking for this player downstairs, and they're going to catch him as well. Not only ED is caught, but Pika as well. Going to be tripped up upstairs here. Down to 2 now for the Direwolves roster. Reaps hiding over by Dragon. He's been revealed multiple times now. Shoots out that drone, so does give it away, but he's going to move his position as well. However, Dexter more than ready for the challenge as Reaps drifts just a little bit too close over by Rooving. It's just going to leave Jackie in the fight here now, trying to survive in the 1v4, trying to lock in this elimination. They won't be able to do it on this round with the way things are looking here. Jackie gets 1, but loses about 80% of his HP in the process. Now trying to fight it out. He's got some intel onto the 2-stack deeper into the building. Can he take them out though? No, Dexter closes it down once again, and Mirage still stay in the fight for one more round.
That was impressive from Dexter there, but the thing we have to highlight is that read on Reaps. That was truly disgusting. The fact that he knew that there was a chance that he approaches from that angle and he's able to just slice him in half the first pixel he sees of him. That was really the round difference there. We've seen how crazy Reaps can keep these rounds. It's a good thing they shut him down when they had the opportunity. Mirage now guarantee overtime, but they need the regulation win, don't they, John?
Overtime does not make them safe. In fact, it eliminates them in this situation, even if they win it. So they need to win this round here. And again, still important to note that FaZe do need to lose their game over on the other stream. Focusing up, though, on the specifics of this round, that Oryx going to come back out again from Pika. He wants to get aggressive. He wants to get in the face of these players. Mirage want to play this one a little bit more safely, it seems. Going into even the intel operators here. Melted will go over towards the IQ, and Benji is going to bring out the Montaigne.
My friend, this is one of those moments. Every player that has ever played a video game competitively has always wanted a moment like this, a moment to prove yourself, a moment to separate the men from the boys, and it's right here. Mirage, can you get it done? You fought so hard throughout this entire game, but it stands right in front of your eyes. It's one round away. Mirage have their chances. It's only 9%, but it's right here, and it's right now. Direwolves have set up their defense, and it's quite the active one across the board. No 3 armors inside of this, and in fact, Pika will be bringing the exact opposite. A muscly man, but one that's quite quick with his dashes.
Let's see here how Mirage looks to close down. They're going to go once again into those expected positions to start things out, not stealing any immediate control away from the DW roster, as DW as well probably going to give a lot of respect over to this one. They know that Mirage is going to look to lock this one down as quickly as possible, but also needs to be somewhat cautious in terms of how they approach it there. Micro EMP works its way out. The push coming in from Benji has not noticed this player from Direwolves to his left, I do believe. And as well, this is a dangerous setup here for these players to try to breach past because of those top-down angles. Direwolves are more than set up to shut this one down, and Jackie with a beautiful pre-fire absolutely decks Kento, giving them the first kill of this round.
That's the last thing that you want to hear Blue say if you're an NA fan right now. Kento has been the saving grace for Mirage, but they no longer have him. Mohesi now hops in, looking for a kill, looking for a home for this plant. Can he get it done? There's so many Direwolves members rotating around this map. I am scared for North America right now, John. Jackie Wu, he has the angle, and he has the glasses on. He can see through this smoke. He can prevent this plant. Mohesi, he stops Jackie Wu, but Reaps, he kills Mohesi. We need to get the case back in our control. Dexter will help with that. ED fires back. Direwolves ahead in the 3 versus 2. Souffle, eyes on one of our remaining players. It's really up to Melted here. Monty inside of a 1vX is one of the worst ops that you could potentially have, but he's fantastic in a post plant, let me tell you, and that's exactly what we're going to get. No logic bombs here for Melted. An EMP in the pocket of Benji, a smoke for Melted, and 39 seconds separate them from potential victory.
Melted with a beautiful shot against Souffle. Pika and ED, all that remains here now for the Direwolves. ED trying to work his way back into this one. Pika takes the fight outright, but it's a bait to try and get him out into the open. No, Benji survived it now. This is it. It should be unwinnable for ED now as he tries to move his way forward. Mirage may have been able to save themselves, but keep in mind they're at the mercy of FaZe going on to the other stream right now. This is just not going to happen for ED. No way he can work around this. Mirage, they're going to be closing this one down inside of regulation. 7-5 in their favor. Unfortunately though, ladies and gentlemen, I just got an update. This is a massive win for Mirage, but spoiler alert, give you a few seconds.
No way.
FaZe did close out their game in regulation versus the European Wolves on the other stream, which means regardless of this very nice victory from Mirage, they are sealed to be eliminated from this group.
Well, Jesse Mohesi, you did it. You got your win on LAN. I know it's not everything that you wanted, but I will say this, you guys played a fantastic skyscraper. John, one for the history books, I would say. A very enjoyable game, especially given the circumstances of Direwolves winning the 7-3 up against FaZe yesterday.
Absolutely the case. It looks like the game on the other stream is coming to a close right now for you guys at home, so that's going to be about a 7-4 victory, I do believe, for FaZe against the European Wolves, and that makes it, although of course it does improve the odds for Mirage, it is now statistically impossible for them to catch up to second place and keep themselves in the running. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that does close out this game for now. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back in a bit to break this one down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. The second round of games for the third day of the groups here at the Jönköping Major has closed down. And although it is a successful match for Mirage, it is still an end to their run here due to the victory from FaZe over on the other stream against Wolves here. Mirage, it is now statistically impossible for them to eclipse the top two teams in the group. And as such, they have been eliminated. But still, let's talk a bit about this matchup. They were able to bring a big victory to the table where FaZe failed yesterday to do so against the Direwolves.
Yeah, for the most part of it was a Kento-powered team, as at one moment in time he was 12-6, but that's when the rest of the squad really started to step up to the plate, especially for Dexter, who has been absolutely killing it. He started off strong, kind of slowed down a bit, but once they got their back up against the wall, and it really mattered, once Direwolves hit that round 5, he was activated and started playing so lights out. Amazing siege, and then obviously that last round with B-Money on the Monty, able to get things done, followed up with that Dokkaebi. It was really, really risky, but it paid off for Mirage.
And from the Direwolves, it was, for me at least, the usual suspects showing up to the table. Reaps, as usual, popping off in quite a few of these rounds, but actually being disrupted a lot more often due to the proficiency from Mirage. Like I was talking about in the pregame there, they had an opportunity to spec out these VODs from the Direwolves earlier on. They were probably noting how proficient this player was. We were noting Reaps getting locked out quite often there, definitely contributing to Mirage having a lot more accessible playability deeper into those rounds. They didn't have to worry about that X-Factor clutch coming out from Reaps.
And what a highlight reel for this game. For both of these teams, so many magical moments like what you just saw there with that little death dance with Monty. Back and forth we went in this game, eventually getting things tied up at 5-5, and that's really where things started to become a problem for Direwolves.
Yeah, started to become an issue, and once again as well, really just could not stem the tide against Mirage, despite their best efforts to do so here. Once they shifted over to the defensive side, did kind of lose their aggressive edge, so to speak here, and the ability to control the pacing of these rounds. Led to quite a few situations where Mirage got the jump onto Direwolves and made it unwinnable for them to come back later on in the round.
Absolutely. The big thing that worked out for Direwolves on their defenses was keeping those teeth, keeping that bite, and I will say they kept that out in all of their defensive rounds. It was really Mirage just being able to stand tall amongst this squad and be able to take these fights confidently. They won out quite a few of them, and we even highlighted Dexter especially taking it to Reaps in the last couple of those rounds when it was needed most. We saw him, you know, kind of tuck away inside of Dragon Statue and almost make a play up against Mirage that really could have decimated their chances, although obviously FaZe already did that, but Direwolves could have been the one to put them to bed. It just didn't happen.
There's the scores once again, ladies and gentlemen, in case you need to see the stats at home, where once again, we saw Dexter and quite a few of the other members of Mirage able to pop off inside of this matchup. Kento, of course, included that at 12-9. Alongside the players from the Direwolves there, seeing Reaps going absolutely mental on his own regard, but I didn't realize how far ahead Reaps was still, even with the loss at 17-9. And Souffle, the second best in terms of frag capability, of course, at 10-6.
Really happy we got to see some stuff out of Souffle here today. Really enjoyed watching him play. Loved the Thorn pick as well. I think it worked out really well for them. Not only a great gun, but also a pretty interesting utility to throw in every once in a while.
We'll take a look at the group standings here in just a second as well. Important to note, while we mentioned there was an opportunity for the Direwolves to be eliminated in this matchup, it did rely on a few scores coming to fold, and that did not end up happening. So the Direwolves are still in play, still has an opportunity to eclipse out FaZe and potentially survive this group stage, as we'll have to wait for the final round of games in Group D to settle that and lock in our two teams for this play.
Man, you cannot ask for a better day of Rainbow Six Siege. Every match has weight to it on day 3 of groups. What a magical time of year.
Yeah, absolutely. The case has been very, very close to see, but we are starting to get to the tail end of it now, starting to get a little bit clearer in terms of who is at the top of the leaderboard. It's looking like Wolves may very well end up in that position. Depends on how FaZe does, I believe, in their final matchup, and Wolves as well, of course, if they can re-solidify things with those few extra points. But anyway, Wolves currently holds first place in this one. Direwolves still in the chase, but they're going to need to make sure that their next matchup is a solid one. Otherwise, they too will be finding themselves in an elimination position.
Well, you want the fun part of that conversation?
What's up?
Guess who plays who?
Who?
Well, it's going to be FaZe versus Mirage, who can be the gatekeepers if Direwolves can beat Wolves, or the EU Wolves, or whatever Wolves you want to call them. Just know that they're Wolves, they're from Europe, and they're pretty damn good at Rainbow Six Siege. They're the #1 team out of Europe. It's going to be a tall ask for Direwolves, but, I mean, hey, man, when you look up like this last game here, right? There's always a chance, and that's really what matters. If you can try and imbue your gameplay with something like Mirage did, just utter confidence, just throw everything else out the window, that anxiety, all that kind of stuff, it really doesn't do anything for you. Play your game and play for the win. That's what Mirage got here, and that's what we could have later on today in this group. It's been a fun one here, folks. Thank you for coming along for this ride. Congratulations to Mirage for getting their first victory on land outside of North America. We're going to send it to a quick break, and we'll be back later with some more Siege action.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these two communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for cross-play. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
That on me.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara. Nossa. É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí.
Que?
Bora.
The recruit. Easy one.
This is...
No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but it's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, zarado.
Não tá lá. É bom?
Yeah, getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper?
Vamos, marcha.
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí.
Maybe Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah.
Oh.
A hard one.
Mostra aí pra cá.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa, arrastou.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Nada de bom.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and Rampy?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Find the hole. Let's try. Nossa, esse aqui parece ser zaralhado, hein, mano.
Nossa,
zaralhei, velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, they are good. Just like
they're really good.
I think the Jordan was a little harder for me. No, we just try to guess, not anything else. Like he's always messing around with it. Kinda, no.
Should I say something beautiful to him?
No. Yeah. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, véio, até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é a coisa mais boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Wait. How good?
Mirage?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's Intero, really?
Pô, tu pensei em falar, mas
It's too obvious, like it was.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like
Mano,
the Lord.
Essa aqui.
The final boss.
Pô, eu zaralhei na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que é, minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa! Zaralhei.
Let's go, final boss.
Meio atrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Você fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
Vou chutar a segunda.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
Não, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. O gosto é ruim, velho.
E aí, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Nossa, relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember. Remember me.
Hello everyone and welcome back here to a stream as we start to have some of our teams confirmed. Here's another game where we might just get just that. Heroic versus Liquid. I'm Fluke.
And I'm still Hap. That hasn't changed. So we get going into this game. And as you mentioned, the stakes are going to be on point. If Liquid manage to win or even get 6 rounds, they will confirm themselves for playoffs and the 6th Invitational. For Heroic, it's a bit of a different story. They will need to win, and they will need SANDBOX to, well, win against TSM as well in regulation to confirm them for the playoffs. And with that as well, 6 Invitationals. So both these teams have plenty to play for here. One of them has it completely in their own hands. The other needs to wait for some of the other results to go their way. And that raises the stakes for this final day of groups.
Liquid have been solid. Obviously, they've been able to bring themselves up to a new sort of swing around. Lagonas bringing in that energy on a team that kind of needed it throughout the year. And here's their chance to push themselves as a Latin American team through when we've seen others fall earlier today. Heroic had a heroic second day, but the first is one probably quickly forgotten. So now is this moment for them to see if they can try and keep some of that energy they had in the second, because against this team Liquid, you have to bring it.
They have to, and whilst you mentioned Liquid has been able to put up quite some good results on the board, if you look at it, except for the 7-1 opening game they played against SANDBOX, the rest has all been close 7-5 victories, which means that they are quite close to reaching an overtime situation, and that will not be ideal for them. Heroic, they prefer a win, but any points taken away against Liquid here is going to be helping them down the line.
And obviously, it's 1 of 2 remaining. They do have a matchup later on in the day, and there's always, as you said, the SANDBOX TSM game that's going on the Bravo stream that could determine fates as well. So, where are we going to be finding ourselves here? Border for this bloodbath. Liquid starting on the defense, and how do you think this bodes?
I mean, Border, we mentioned it before, different groups. You're bringing a Latam team to Border, you gotta be really certain of the fact that you can match their aggression, you can match their accuracy, because they don't mess around on Border. Latam teams are really strong in it. You have to remember on the other side as well, though, Heroic has played SANDBOX on Border. They have won that one 7-1, so they definitely have something up their sleeves. That's something that might be Ju, who managed to go, I believe it was 10 kills before someone on his team managed to finally put a kill onto the board. 12, actually.
It was 12 kills. He went 12 before he also died as well. It was a big sort of showing, and it's very different to the map that these two teams hit on last time. They were on Theme Park. It was, as you said, a 5-7. Depending on which way around you look at it. It was a good lead-in from defense across the board. Border plays different. Border handles different. And since then, obviously, we've seen some of the big guns of Heroic handle different as well. Is it going to be the difference maker to put them into OT? I don't know. Is it going to be the difference maker to put them even further? Who knows? I think that might also be on the question of Liquid now when they're on the precipice of being able to get to playoffs. Will they make it?
That's it, right? Liquid, they are currently 6 points ahead of both Heroic and TSM. So any point they gain, any point one of their opponent loses is going to be confirmation for them. They have the least amount of pressure upon themselves here. Whereas Heroic, well, if they lose now and at the same time TSM wins against SANDBOX, their fate will be put into Team Liquid's hands as they go for the return match later on. So either way, let's just get going. It is going to be Border. The social vote heavily favors Team Liquid with 74%, even though Liquid has played a lot of close games, even against Heroic.
I think it's because it's the first game of Heroic's day, and we do not know what Heroic we have. You get a real taste of this in a UL, where you'll have them on one play day will be all, and one play day will be nothing. It's not really a known thing until you get into a server with Heroic. Until you get into the lobby, what Heroic do we have? We do not have Ossa, a very fair ban on Border. She does see a fair bit of play, especially in sort of taking some of the longer angles. Border is paper thin, that's how we found best to describe it. Think of it if you are fresh and back from not being in Siege Comp for a while to watching it, that it plays a little bit like Coastline. You'll go from setting up outside, trying to find the angles, piecing things together, and putting an execute together right towards the site within about 10 feet in 10 seconds.
All right, so Liquid starting off on that defense is going to be ending up that ban phase as well. Thatcher and Mira were removed by them. pretty decent and standard bends coming through. Nothing really out of the ordinary from that. Also, you mentioned it, good operator to remove Azami and Architect. So overall, nothing funky coming through here from these two teams. We're starting off on Bathroom Tellers as the very first site to head to. Team Liquid wanting to throw an odd one here, maybe see if they can instantly lead on with a defense win like this.
I mean, I think that's the thing about the Bathroom Teller site, is you'll often see it as a second choice for a huge amount of teams. You've sort of seen it grow in, obviously, presence. It used to be Armory down to Vents, and then wherever you thought the Gambit could be. Here, with how you get a little bit more structure that you can sort of set yourself above, there's a little bit more solid, and there's some angles you can build on that back line of the bathroom. It becomes quite important as a section of territory to hold.
It is, and it is quite difficult to take under control. Now, we do see the K-Class on the board as well, being brought out by Resets. It's going to be making sure that the hatch stays closed into Tellers. Due to the lack of a Thatcher, they need to bring different utility to deal with it. Now, there is impact EMPs, but they're not being brought out by Heroic as we speak, and that means that the grenades will most likely have to do the job if they do want to open up that hatch. So maybe we just get a completely different kind of take from Heroic where, you know, they'll just focus mostly onto the ventilation and workshop area and then try and push in forward like that.
Joom. What's the start? Well, it might not be one that you're the first point of conflict. Look at this, all the way through, right towards the back line of the bathroom. I talked about its importance, and here Mello wants the same thing. He's trying to isolate the single player that's just got to rotate out of there. The softs mean they cannot quite get the direct route through. They do not have a corner to hide, so he's had to pull himself just round to the Beeper's corner. Here, Benja, he's going for the grenades underneath. Nesk suffers and gets caught out by Ju. Maybe he was the first strike. The Nook on the far end of the stair set has dropped themselves right round to the top here. There is, obviously, one player, Grizzly, on the far end, the Pulse. He should just go for that. The C4 does not quite find its way through. The Buck can't find it either. They're either side of a fight. They know each other's there, and it's Ask that comes around the corner, offers the support as Uno suffers with the kit instead. Nook slow creeping over the top, and you've still got the IQ rotated out round towards detention. They're going for the pinch on that player, Heroic. They tried to get a really quick strike onto the players across the board, but you can see Liquid just pulled themselves out of arm's reach.
It's the issue here, if you take that workshop under control first, you are basically prone to every single other, well, ground floor site onto the map, because everything will be able to look into it, and that is how we lost the life of Mello. So Heroic, they need to make sure that they are taking in some top floor control now. You see everybody has regrouped to do exactly that. A minute 15 on the clock, looking to see if they can put up any pressure on the hatches. Now, the first one will succeed, but there is an Electroclaw on the second, as we mentioned before during the prep phase. They don't really have anything currently in pocket to get rid of that. So Heroic, they need to adapt here.
You can see they're going to start closing down the space of the player inside. Lagonis is that one inside, and he suffers quite a lot. Tucks into maybe one of the few corners he can, but it is being watched. Doom on the back end is able to get a freebie there, just catches Resets on the rotate. There's a quick trade out. Benja and Lagonis find each other's head from 2 stories, and Parlu and Ask both going around on the back end. They're going for a retake. They know at this point they cannot strike the site itself. It's still open. There is one player in CCTV. Do they know? Ooh, they just got a taste, but unfortunately the full bite was for Team Liquid. The spray of Doom just outside the window. The retake's coming across the board. They're there on the rotate. It's Parlu to get it, leaving just Uno, the old vet, with 2 players, 15 seconds, and a split push here. They have his number, and Liquid have the round.
They had the right idea, right? They managed to get that control. They managed to get the frags onto the actual site, but not the knowledge that the site was clear. Heroic took a little bit too long. Did not know what those last 2 players were on Liquid's side. Unable to find themselves at a position where they could have gone for the plant and maybe go for a different round outcome. So well clutched out there by Team Liquid, still able to turn it around even though everything started to shift against them. That puts them 1-0 up. Heroic though, deadly, they're sharp. Doom especially able to put some good kills on the board early on. That is something you'd like to see as a Heroic fan, that he continues that, well, not quite almost back-to-back ace he had against SANDBOX, but at least still finds the kills necessary to open up the site.
Liquid hold on though. I think that was chaos. That was border. That was it in a sort of nutshell there. It went from 0 to 100 very quickly, and then it never really slowed down. There was always a bit of movement, maybe about a 10-second period in and amongst all of that from when the first action started towards a little bit of a breathe, and then it started up again. But even then, it's just this consistency of trying to find each other. There's the rotates coming around on the back end, on the sort of central metal stairs. You've got the movements of the pulse inside being hunted from 2 different angles, and someone just suffering because of angles opened up. That's border.
And there's that danger. Everything can almost see everything. And you mentioned it before many times on different casts as well. It is so paper thin. You can be inside and suddenly can look all the way to the end of the map. If you find yourself with the right walls opened up. And you have any opportunity to do so. Carrying around that big Cabers, taking out some black eyes early on just to make sure that there is going to be no information game he can, well, be victimized by. I like this castle barricade, by the way. And he's pushing tellers into the lobby area, allowing him to go for a bit of an extension, a bit of freedom of movement as well.
Heroic. They're holding themselves outside the building a little bit longer, apart from Ju, who's inside, gets one. There's a C4 instantly back, and well, here we go once again. Doom, he's creeping around the corner, sees the side of a Malusi and gets the drop inside Fountain. He's cut the defense in half. Does he know there's players to his right-hand side, or does he even care? He's looking towards the side. They come around the back, and he should care now. A 3 versus 3. Resets. He's able to bite his way back in, but without the support structure, there's nobody else to get an instant response to that Fountain player. They're tucked on the corner, but they are long gone. And they're even further gone. The drop down, the rotate round to where these castles were before. Lagonas now has a bit more of room to stretch his feet and see if he can prowl underneath.
Bit of a dangerous move there from Joom. I mean, he managed to pick up the 2 kills, but maybe went a bit too aggressive there, right? Trying to find even more fights. I get it, you want to live on that momentum, not give them an opportunity to reposition. As Palu finds one more, it's Benjamessa with a double kill himself, leaving it only up to Palu now. One of the most deadly players in the league, he will find one. Only up to Benja now. It's a 1v1 situation. Benja has been in many of these before. He's clutched out many as well, but he's getting spotted out. Takes a little bit amount of damage, but he still lives. Palu's going for a bit more of a passive approach right now. He does not want to go for another peek.
You say that as he swings past, rotates and moves. The grenade underneath. Just misplayed there. Almost caught the player out on the rotate. The second. Oh, it's a bit too short as well. Palu, he's an old hand. He knows where to be. The pre-fire onto an angle. He doesn't quite know that he slipped his way past. Old intel. Palu gives the game away. 30 seconds. Benja's going for the rotate. He's instead going to hit a bit of a wider fight here. Go for a slightly different angle. This was always an option. Just missed the edge of a player. Palu gets the breath. And that is a big blow here. Benja knows he's got to try and hunt this fight. He cannot get that kit placed. Palu is too close, too eager, and too aware of this engagement. And Benja's got to force it again. Sees the man. He's made the decision. The pings are hot. He's going to hold it off for now. There's the pop-up. There's the pop-down. The swing round. Palu wins it out.
Again, Palu, one of those old guns in the game, but one of the most deadly ones as well, ever since he started playing Siege. And it is just so difficult to beat a man like that in that 1v1. He is so experienced. He knows exactly what to do. But now to come back to the point, Joom getting those 2 early openers, it's great. And he wants to lean on the back of that momentum that he's just built up for the rest of his team. But he finds himself stuck between 3 liquid players at that moment in time. There's no coming back out of that alive. And if there's no support coming in from the rest of your team, you will just find yourself shut down. And the advantage you just built up, just thrown away again. So maybe they need to put him back on the leash a little bit, right? You get those opening kills, but then you start playing with the team again because we need you to force and keep control of our man advantage.
Benja and Joom showing up, but unfortunately on slightly different rounds, slightly different moments of the same round. It becomes something where you are still missing a little bit of that connectivity. At the same time, Palu and Ask having a big opener here. They've just had that extra little bit of help from 2 other players, and the structure of being on defense. The pressure of having to push is on the attackers. If it turns into a bit of a bloodbath game, as we saw expertly demonstrated there by Palu, a great defender can play a great game of cat and mouse over a small bit of territory. He just played the time perfectly. Add to that, I mean, it's Palu with the gun skill of Palu. It was a hell of a clutch, but here, Heroic as you said, if they can try and get a little bit more leashed here as well, if they can sort of rein in the structure and rein in those gunners, just to have somebody behind them from a support structure that hasn't quite been able to connect the dots yet.
Jim again going in, hunting down these black eyes, making sure that the information is instantly being cut through or cut down from Liquid. Because that is something they did definitely suffer from. Making sure you take them down as early as possible, which they are doing currently with the help of Grizzly on the IQ. Is going to be giving them some help, but Benji dies first. That's the opening kill now for Liquid. Previous 2 rounds, it was actually going to be Heroic that managed to catch them, but what you also see in the meantime is all those blue outlines, they all went downstairs, going back towards the side. Liquid does not want to stick around.
Fair enough. We've already seen how they can demonstrate a good rotate on this map. We've already seen how they can do it in the dying throws or at the start of a game. This is them playing the space. This is them with the caution and wherewithal to know this is border. The fight is everywhere at all times. It's not just a matter of sitting on the site and trying to lock it down. It's nigh impossible to have anything close to anything described as a turtle. Do they have the read on anyone here on the top? It's forcing a game. There's the open hatch, and Doom still a bit lost. He wants to hunt, but he needs someone else for support.
That's basically what he is, right? He's that hunter, he's that lurker. He finds these small openings and turns them into massive ones. Need to find a bit more success, though. C4's coming through, not finding Uno, instantly going to be opening up that hatch just so that is over and done with. Doesn't need to worry about it anymore. That workshop now becomes a bit more, well, difficult to play in as a defender. Don't have to worry too much as Resets gets taken out by Melu and C4s are being tossed up.
Yeah, Uno suffered massively from a C4, but at the same time, Resets get caught out. Look at the holder Lagonis there with the shotgun locked, ready to pop. At the top of a staircase, he is smoking out. He's forcing them to have to take a little bit more time, or forcing them to either rotate a bit wider or take an aggressive hatch drop. There it is. Another smoke canister and another 15 seconds wasted. There's also the follow-up of some other utility. Who's that on the back end? Do they know? Yes, they do, but it doesn't matter as Ask is able to find out Doom. Grizzly, this is a big moment for him to maybe take a fight with Nesk, and Nesk, I think, realizes it. He doesn't want to overstress and overpressure. The pings are coming through. Melo's got the call, the player's pulled off. They've only got 20 seconds now to try and breach and break onto the site itself. There's a bit of an engagement on the other side. There's still pings, but without the caution being paid by Liquid, there's nothing they can do. Lagonis swings up, gets one, goes for the chase on the player that's got the kid inside. Uno gets caught out by Ask, and Melo with 4 to find. They're all over it. It's Liquid with 3.
Liquid played this game, or this round, absolutely like a genius. They got the, no, honestly, they get the opening kill, they fall back, right? Okay, we have the man advantage. We'll play it on side happily, let them do their work, you know, let them clear out the roamers first. Then they need to go open up vertically. We can put up some pressure. We have some C4s. They do that, deal a lot of damage. Okay, they lose one person. What do they do when they lose one person? They send someone back up to the top floor, see if they can force another man advantage. It happens elsewhere. Nesk instantly falls back. He's like, okay, I don't need to go here anymore. I don't need to take a 1v3 fight. Falls back. And that way, they just keep going and pushing aggressively. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. They need to start dropping down these hatches. What do? You send someone back up to the top floor, retake that top floor control. It is such a dynamic game that Liquid is playing right here. And Heroic, they're just falling for it. They just cannot reply to whatever Liquid is doing currently. Yes, they find these kills. Yes, they bring it quite close. But the dynamic gameplay from Liquid is just a little bit too strong right now.
It's entirely right. It was perfect. It was the calls of a coordinated unit. It was the movement that was necessary. You could see the sort of deliberation coming through in just where they were. You could see the decision-making physically and how they were playing. As you put it so perfectly, they knew what they needed to do. They knew when they needed to do it, and they also knew not to overstretch that. Heroic can get in fights. It's a 3-0, sure, but in the first round, Heroic had the body advantage with about 30 seconds left. In the second, it was a 1 versus 1 30-second showdown, which started as a 2 versus 1 showdown. They're not that far away. Liquid's keeping their cool, and Heroic is losing it a little, which is why they've called the tag timeout. That third round was easily the most in control Liquid have looked. But even then, the pace of this game from them has been perfect. Heroic, the timeout has been taken. What's changed?
There's always that big question, right? Like, what they're going to be able to change with a timeout like that, because coaches have different styles. Some of them will give you motivational speech, and sometimes you need a reminder of the basics. Which of it was it here? The thing is, Liquid has been playing so dynamically, Heroic hasn't been able to find an answer to it. Is that motivation, or is that maybe changing the playstyle? I mean, we do see the line coming out right now. If there is something that stops the dynamic amount of movement, it is going to be that E1D that basically stops you from moving, or you will be spotted out. So if you use that at the right moment in time, you might actually be able to punish Liquid with it.
Slightly different, more direct approach here onto the top. They're going to maybe see if they can pinch out the Valk on the far end. The Pulse is offering support, and you got a couple of pockets of C4s, which is always going to cause a bit of danger there. They're going to see if maybe they can limit some of the space. Look at this swing out, though, Ask. He went for an adventure, and June was the one that he found. Whether that was audio or a great read, either way, June did not expect it. Parlu, he's in a bit of an engagement here on CC, just slips away as Uno finds Nesk in the meantime, and Grizzly does find Ask. So once again on this site, the body advantage has fallen to Heroic, but they weren't able to lock it out last time. They got to come up with something different, and well, the pop through this window could turn out to be problematic.
It's not being used for now. However, there might be another player jumping right through. Lagonis has that cardiac sensor, is going to be able to give some information out to resets. But a minute 35 are left on the clock. Liquid, they need to tidy up a little bit here. Try and get themselves close. Okay, that did land. I was going to say
ping, just like in a different place.
But no, it came down on the right plays. Now they just need to play on the information game. There is going to be those black eyes, I believe, that will be guiding that Nitro cell to pop off. But they might have just heard some audio cue with the fact they opened up below. Oh, the IQ sees it as well.
I think that's the thing. The IQ saw that. They had the C4, and the Pulse actually made their presence known. But, well, there's the...
Oh, no, what? How?
I don't know.
We're literally next to each other. There's not a player there. One passes the other. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's a 3-on-3 now. It's a free kill for Liquid. This is not something that is going to be helping you Heroic, but you need to salvage this whatever the cost. The remaining Liquid players are all over the map as well, Emmy. It's just one person onto the site. You can try and overwhelm it, but you'll be having to fight all the way through these long angles that have been created by Liquid.
Okay, we move, boys, and we see if we can try and do this. The final close down, 30 seconds, and it's still an even body balance. Benja, you got to try and take some of the opponents to make up for a little bit of a slip of the left click, and it's Parlu. Oh, a great take, though, from Grizzly across the board. The smash on the wall. It's being watched, and it's watched. Lagonis has to swing around, has to drop. Resets is on the opposite corner. The C4's popped a bit early, 19 seconds, and Mello around on the back end. They're going to have to swing into the fight. Grizzly goes to try and take it and force the engagement. Mello's got to make a move. There's one. They're going to see if they can stick the kid in the meantime. They do not know. It's Grizzly pops up, though. A little bit of a loss as to what Mello was looking at the end, but Grizzly, ever reliable, needed to be there.
They needed that round right after the tactical timeout, especially after that team kill as well. You had the body advantage and you just throw it away. Maybe it was a sacrifice to the Nordic gods, I'm not quite sure, but it worked out. They got the kill, they got the round, and now Liquid is forced to make a decision because they can no longer just continue the rotation. They now have an opportunity because they lost Tellers. They will still go back, though, to Omri. They are still going to continue that rotation. I don't think they will feel too worried as of yet either because 3-1 scoreline. Overall, they have been quite dominant and able to play into Heroic's hand. Or out of it, rather. So I think they'll just continue. There's no need to panic yet. Omri, next site, top floor. Let's see what happens this time. Is June going to be cutting right into the side again, hoping to find a double kill? The last two rounds, he has been shut down quite early.
Yeah, I think they sort of started to pick up, but what is different now from Heroic is that round was the first time we saw some players get their first kill. That round is the first time that we've seen at least, I think, 2 of their team get themselves onto the kill board. They finally all have a contribution. It's more of a team dynamic. Slight slip aside. I'm still puzzled entirely by what happened there. It's just a mistake. Don't get me wrong. It's just a...
It is a mistake.
But it's like...
I don't even know what they're trying to do, but...
If anything, it's like, you know that gif of the Dokobe's hands shaking in the 5 vs 1? It's just the stress of that. Look at this, though. Stress of this. June, he's over the back of seat, and the impact and the pickup from Ask. From the top rope, that's twice in a row. He's been able to get that early. There's one more. Benja gets dropped as well. The Valkyrie causing problems here for Heroic on the top rope. Is he going to get a third? He takes a bit of a scrape from him and he pulls himself back. He's not going to overextend entirely into Grizzly. They're trying to find the fight. They know that there's probably going to be a Liquid player coming on them soon.
Quick push attempt here, quickly shut down by Liquid, able to find that 2-body advantage as well. And this is exactly what Liquid is hoping for. They can now start falling back, play a bit more passively, try and figure out where the rest of Heroic is going to be coming from without really having to throw themselves into the mix. There's still going to be a Black Eyes up, there's still going to be a Bulletproof and default cams all around, so plenty of information to be gained. And Melo does have a vision onto the Oryx here, but what are they going to do about it? Right? They need to be synchronizing the push if they want to be taking him down. There's no one up above, I believe, to toss a grenade in. So there needs to be a different way they're going to be clearing out that player. And I think the way they have to do it is by just pushing it from 2 different sides at once. But that is going to be almost setting you up for a guaranteed loss of life.
Well, can they try and work a bit of magic here? They're looking at a pretty locked wall and a locked appearance, Uno, with the kit and the rotation round underneath, and this still underneath played well by Lagonas, watching and waiting. There was traps that were like this set on the previous round that weren't caught, but the panic is you've got 2 less bodies and a lot less time than you did. The spray, the pre-fire, the blinds through. Melo's inside as well. They're tucked on the corner, but it's Palu that gets the C4 over the top. Looks for the next on the rotation. They slip on by. They're pushing down the corridor. Ask's trying to meet him. Nesk's the one that's there. And here we're eyeing up maybe the first flawless rounds of the game.
Again, not really too worried here on the Liquid side, but the flawless is going to be denied. Uno finds one before he gets shut down by Resets, who jumps out of the window. But Liquid kind of had Heroic into a checkmate here. As soon as you make one move, there is going to be someone ready for it. You saw it like they pinged out the player on Sandwich. Okay, how are we going to deal with this? We can jump in the window. But there is a hole being watched from underneath. You might be able to pass that, but then a C4 will follow and you'll be picked up as a result. So Heroic, they had an idea of what they wanted to go for. They had a player they wanted to isolate, but they did not know how heavily those were protected by the other play pieces that were in the pockets of Team Liquid. So they now lead that 4-1. Again, very confident, very convincing in that 1 round, so nothing to worry about on that 1 round loss as of yet. And as we move on to the next site, which is going to be the Workshop again, Liquid looking to close this off with a 5-1 scoreline. And then to lead back towards what we said during the pre-show, Emmy, if Liquid wins 6 rounds, they don't even need to win, right? Just 6 rounds. They need a point. A point, all they need. They are confirmed for the major playoffs and for the 6th Invitational. So that is at stake for them, and they are getting closer and closer and closer, whereas Heroic might see their opportunity slip away based on how the other stream is handling itself as well.
Heroic, can they try and get one more before the turn of the half? I think at this point they need it. We're starting to see this struggle. As I said, Liquid, sure, one of the rounds that they lost has been in and amongst the last 3, but I think either side of that has been the best performances we've seen from their defense. They've had a lot more control. Heroic, the pressure of breaking that's on them. They're looking for the entry once again. It's been a bit back and forth, and Doom finally finds more of a positive side in the fight, but does not get the kill. He's been missing them for a few rounds. Benja on the Nook, however, is more than happy to pick up that mental. Sneaks through, takes out Nesk, and Bencher is eyeing up the second, looks away at the worst possible time. No! What? He finds Palu instead. I thought that was an easy pickup for Resets. Lagonas at least is the back end of that. But what a bit of work. Melo has the cross angle from 90. And Lagonas, he's got to tuck himself a little bit closer back to sight.
Changing on the rolls here allowed them to retake the entry after not having had it in 3 rounds. So that means they do have that body advantage again. It is going to be too Heroic. They just need to be slowing this down now. There's still 100 seconds left on that clock. Nothing to rush for here. You need to isolate these players. Drones are currently in the site. You see them drive around there slowly but steadily around the server Rex. And once they do find out where these players are, that is when Heroic can make their next move. Potentially by using some verticality out here, which Ask tries to retake. Due to that, drone will have to fall back. So Liquid is really limited in what they can do out now.
Starts the process of trying to steady on down. There's obviously still the chance at a shotgun, putting some damage from above. Lagonas doesn't really want to risk it, though. He wants to try and have the longer firefights. Ask was flirting with danger, I think it's fair to say. He hops off there and rotates down. Lagonas picks up one. The cover at Grizzly's gone. They're able to find another body. Doom caught as well. Suddenly, will turn into a very big gambit, massively paid off. A 2 versus 2. Time still ticking away. The slight change. The cover of the flash is on the door itself. They're looking for the fight. The pings of the player. They're underneath him. He sees the barrel of a gun. Ask. He's just scratched and scraped a little bit from the door. Hops somewhere slightly different. Is caught by Uno above. 25 seconds. Lagonas, we talked about the impact and effect he's had on the roster. Can he have the biggest of all and find the 5th round here for Liquid? The drop comes down the hatch. Lagonas tucked around the corner, not blinded. They might be blindsided. He's going further and wider, and there's the kit cold. 8 seconds. Lagonas picks up sticks and heads out of there. Mello has to deep dive all the way to the back of the room. But at this point, it's all Lagonas' play space.
He played that perfectly out there. He realized the cover might not be there. The plant is going down. I just have to go for it now. And Liquid, they bring back the 2v4 into a victory for them. And that is going to be putting them 5-1 in that lead over towards the attack, where all they need for the playoffs, Emmy, is 1 out of the next 6 rounds. And that is very doable with how Liquid has been playing so far. So, what do you do as Heroic? You've used your tactical timeout. You do not have an opportunity anymore to call another. As you see right now in the play of qualifying probability, is that even if they would lose regulation, Liquid could still be confirmed based on the other results. But just a single point is enough to just finish it all off. And Heroic's probability will be going down massively to about 39%. Worst case scenario.
I see a lot of 100s on the left-hand side of my screen. Yeah, I do as well.
It's quite scary if you're playing against that and you want that spot.
I mean, they need 1 round. They have a lot of attempts, and this one might have a little bit of spice to it as an opener. The Monty in the pocket to Lagonas, the swap there with, obviously, an Aruni. The quick zip up, not with the kit there, but the Candelas might cause that problem, assuming this is going to be a fight and a sandwich. Talk about a fight. There's pings on an open front door. The players just pulled away. They wanted to see if they could get a bit of a lucky strike, but Ben just suffers first and realizes it's not worth the life.
Now, the thing is with Liquid, you just mentioned it, they have the opportunity to go quick here. They also have the Monty, so they can go either methodical, they can go very quickly. They have an opportunity and range of which they can go for at this point. If there is any team in this group that can afford to throw in an alt round out every now and then, just go for a push, go for a bit of a rush, it is going to be Liquid, because all they need is 1 more round. That is what they're aiming for here. And as Paulo is finding himself down into that ground floor, he's seeing what he can do, maybe even eyeing up to use some of those grenades vertically. See if they can isolate one of those players, spot them out, get a ping through, and then let Paulo send that depth charge, make sure they find that kill. But for now, the A-bomb site completely clear. Ask just droned it out, doesn't see anybody, just someone around the half wall. If he goes for a jumping, you shouldn't even be surprised. They're going to go for a plant reverse.
I mean, yeah, Lagonas is going to see if he can stick it. They caught out. They want to zip their way up there. I think he was just stunned off. There it is, the second follow-up. It's resets up the hatch. He's looking for the fight onto Beepers. They can't get the plant the second time. The third might be the connection, but it's Grizzly. He gets one, gets dropped by Palu underneath the post-plant situation. The cover comes through. They just get the Monty, but they also just get the kit. Nesk and Palu, if you wanted 2 players in a clutch situation, they're the ones. And they're the ones left here, the 3 versus 2. Can he long arm it? He has an angle, Doom. They've got the pings. The grenade has to be perfect. It is. The diffuser goes 1 more time, but so does Benja. The single player left, it's Palu for his 3rd of the round. He tucks on the corner. And he's going to go for the defuse outside the door. They can't get the angle. They're going for the fight. 11 seconds. He thought about locking the door. He has no other choice at this point. He is out of time. Team Liquid leave the playoffs group. Team Liquid are going to SI.
They have done what they needed to do, and now they have 5 rounds to lock it off. They could still go flawless in this group, win every single game. That would be a great great way to head into the playoffs. A bunch of confidence heading into the team. Again, we used to call them, you know, the kings without the crown. We still do. Nesk and Palu, for example. If they are coming in so dominant into the playoffs, they might have a really good opportunity of winning it. But first, let's finish that with flawless is what they'll think. As they're up against Heroic, who needs points, whatever the cost.
Heroic. The game's not done. Day's not over. There's still obviously a game potentially going on the other screen. And there's still 5 rounds of this one potentially to play. And then some more if you make it. It's a long distance. But from what happened on the previous playday, what happened in the last of yesterday, we don't have in the start of today.
No, for sure. And Liquid really seeming to be a step above Heroic so far. Last time was 7-5, it was close. And I mentioned it, I said it, like Heroic, you might have won 7-1 against SANDBOX on this map, but you're playing against Team Liquid, you're playing against the Latin American team. They know how to play this map, they love it. They'll literally tear you apart on it. And that's exactly what Liquid is doing. They're not leaving any room for error here for Heroic. Uno gets the first kill though, that's a great start. Nesk takes tons amount of damage as well, but he manages to find his way back up to that top floor. It's not going to be the side, but it is safety.
Nesk, he's slightly battered, but not quite bruised. I mean, Palu, fair enough. I think you've earned a sit out. 10-3 has been an absolutely meteoric performance, especially with how close some of those early rounds felt. Nesk gets picked up too. Uno, bit of a grudge round, bit of a grudge match right now. They're seeing if they can still try and fish some more players out. Is he going to get a third and a fourth? It's June with the cover cross. There's the call. There's just the tail of a fourth that pulls themselves away. Lagonis driving deeper and deeper into the site itself or across the bow of it. Reset suffers next. He tried to hop in the window, caught out. 2 versus 5, 2 versus 4. Lagonis, he is between a rock and a hard place, and both of them seemed armed to the teeth, so instead takes the rotate round.
2v4, we've seen him clutch these out before, but on the defense. He sets in Lagonis, hears them up on the top floor. They know they need to be careful for the verticality. That grenade could be massive, but Uno gets his triple kill. There's only one left on the clock, and it's going to be Benja that takes him down. That is going to be another round for Heroic, bringing it up to 6-2. And talking about it, every single bit of pressure is now for Liquid. They're even confirmed first in the group. That's how far they've come.
Oh, I mean...
It's like, you know, they probably still play the game to win this one, right? But it's that pressure is gone. Now Heroic is the ones that have everything to play for here. But Liquid, they can afford to go for a bit more of an experimental push here and there now, right? See how it works. See if that might be something you can pull back on for a playoffs run.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
4 more rounds, Heroic, to try and get yourself into OT and pull some points out. Liquid, I mean, you still assume that they have the ability to just push this over the line. They've played such a solid team game. Yeah. Obviously, we only had, you know, 2 tastes of their attacks. And the first one, it was a huge Palu clutch. It's, as I said at the time...
It was not a 1v3, but it was kind of a 1v3.
Yeah, but like the rehearsed routes that man has run from playing this game at this level for that long, the grenade over the top, the pickup on the player on the plant, the pullback and the movement, it's something that we have complimented him on time and time again, tournament and tournament and tournament again. Even earlier on in this game where he wins out the 1 versus 2 clutch based on his movement, his premonition of the game.
Yeah. Now, Palu, he's definitely one of the gods of Siege, you can almost call him. Knows exactly what to do in almost every single given situation. And yes, it doesn't always work out, but most of the times it does for him. That's kind of the scary part. It's rare that you see him screw up a kind of play that he's trying to make. And that is that scary part. He's just such a consistent player. Together with Nesk, they have been like ruling the LATAM scene for such a long time.
Wow. Here's the pressure, here's the quick burst, and there's Uno to bite back, gets one, gets the second covered by Grizzly there, right on the window. They're trying to find at least one back on the top, and Ask does take care of Benja. a bit of a two-story attack and presence there. The problem is the kit's inside and no other players really are at this point. Palu and resets. Palu it's just left Grizzly with a triple kill, buried inside the back. Now they're going to see if they can try and swing the fight round Palu. He's got some Candelas left. They went for another risk, and they do get one out the end of it. Uno, he got a little bit cute, a little bit eager with the chance at the fight on the window, but a minute 40, and, well, we still have a lot left to do, technically.
Now, Palu does have an LMG still in hand. Yes, they received a bit of a nerf, but I don't think that the LMG of Ying has taken big of a hit. The thing is, though, he doesn't have any other utility except for 2 smokes. That bit of information might have been what prevented him from jumping in that window, trying to let him find an alternate route in. Using these drones now as well, trying to isolate these players. That's one spot. That's going to be a wallbang to come through. Misses it just barely. Ping not completely on point. He's still going for it, still finds it. Brings it back to a 1v2. And I know we just talked about it. If the man goes for a clutch, he knows exactly what to do. And this one is Heroics to screw up. Again, a bit of information coming through. He might be aware that the last person is up on that top floor. Checks for Capcan traps. You never know. Hume gives away his position now, so this is definitely telling Palu, hey, last one is top floor. One is going to be on side. If you win at that good fight, which he does, he might clutch out the game for them. But Joom from above has an angle towards the diffuser. Is Palu aware?
It's almost stunned silence now. He has the awareness. He has the fight. Some scratch damage done. The kit's his. He wants to find Palu! Unquestionably, undeniably one of the best players of this game in the world. And what a man to throw the 2 rounds needed to get them there, and why not take the game as well. Team Liquid are your victors. And it's just an outstanding team to watch.
How often do we need to say it? Palu in a clutch situation, just Palu in any situation, he knows what to do, and he makes it stick, he makes it work, and he locks it off 7-2. Liquid, confirmed for playoffs, confirmed first seed, confirmed for the 6th Invitational. Heroic, well, you still have a road ahead of you, which will be quite difficult.
A rocky start. A rocky start to the day, and obviously there's still games to be played. We do not at this point on this stream know in our heads it's at least what the score on the other game is. We'll likely find out very soon, depending if it's ended or still ongoing, and there's probably something that Heroic want to find out as soon as possible. But we'll go to a quick break before we're back with all that intel.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello and welcome back here to, I guess, a celebration or a commiseration, depending on who you support. Team Liquid. A huge win with a cool collected performance from the get-go, 7-2, and maybe statistically the best performance we've seen from a player throughout this whole tournament. We'll have to double-check that in a moment, but definitely one of the best performances we've seen.
It is, and just because you just highlighted Palu there, of course, you didn't name him, I will. Clutch, round 2, 1v2. Clutch, round 7, 1v3. Clutch, round 9, 1v4. And I'm pretty sure he was part of the Clutch, 2v4 Clutch in round 6 as well. So the man doesn't lose. He doesn't want to lose rounds. If he's alive, you will lose the round. You need to take care of him. That's truly it.
It was just phenomenal. And I think that's the sort of shame here with Heroic. They were in their heads a little bit with their play, their movements. The first few rounds were close. There was a couple of man disadvantages they threw away incidentally. There was a couple of moments where you think they could have maybe locked things out, and just little mistakes that were punished by what was, as you put it at the time, a very fluid game from Team Liquid. The movement was on point, the rotations and collapse, all of the space of border from their defenses was under pressure. All of the space on attack was a couple of quick swipes pushed aside, but otherwise easy to lock out.
That's Clutch 1 we just saw from Palu going through in round number 2. There's still a couple of them that you will see coming by here. An absolute amazing player. But as you mentioned, there's some mistakes coming down from Heroic. I mean, they did get the opening kill in those first 2 rounds. Jimmy even found himself right next to the site, but then got surrounded by remaining Liquid players. No one was there to support him. They even swapped him and Benja around at some point on that roll, off that Nuck and Sledge, just to see what they could do. This is that 4v2 Clutch I just talked about, bringing it back towards the next round. And again, that plant going through, the grenade flying through, taking care of the diffuser. It was almost done as well. It was like half a second left. Palu just moving through, not losing out those rounds. Amazing performance from Liquid, amazing performance from Palu. And Liquid, with that, we mentioned it before, first seed confirmed, playoffs confirmed, 6 invitational also confirmed.
GOAT confirmed.
Yes, GOAT confirmed as well as last skill. He knew here, this was the important one. He knew that hatch was open. He didn't see that himself beforehand, but he knew someone died from there at the start of the round. And that little bit of information is what allowed him to complete that last bit of a clutch.
It's one of those players that you'll talk about just having the joy of the time of being able to watch them play. Seeing them at a peak that you don't even know if they've hit it yet, but they've been and surpassed a lot of other people's, and they just keep getting better and better and better. They've obviously still got another game later on today, so does Heroic. I think the only thing that is entirely decided at this current moment, based on the fact that there's another game, is that Liquid are through. They just needed the 6 rounds. They just needed a single point. It also gets them locked in, but how did they play in the game? Well, as I said, it might have been statistically the best performance of any player throughout the tournament so far. 14-3. I'm sure there'll be some fun numbers later.
There's definitely some fun numbers. The cost is only 66.67%, apparently. That means that in 2 rounds, he hasn't been able to get any impact on the board. But the others, he basically, well, not single-handedly won, but was a big factor in it. So Palu, definitely one to watch for those players. If you are new to Rainbow Six Siege, this man has been on the top level together with Nask for ages. But they've never won it yet. So that is what they're aiming to do here. But with performances like this, that might become reality.
You also have to give credit, obviously, to the rest of the Liquid roster.
You have to, yes.
Lagonis sort of coming in. Lagoatness as well, if we're just going to throw the goats in there. He's finding himself as maybe one of the most accredited and prolific team members, IGLs, voices to join a roster and bring a new sense of self to them. We can talk about massive performances from big gunners, but you always have to note the people that allow that, the people that bring the space, and the team has just been revolutionized. How does that revolutionize our group? Well, as we said at the top, Team Liquid. They've got that locked sandbox at the bottom. The only thing in the middle right now is in the middle right now. TSM are technically 3 points ahead. They just need 1 point to 100% it, and they play Liquid later on.
Now, basically, if you look at it like this, 3 points of a difference between Heroic and them. TSM plays Team Liquid. Their round differential is already going to be on 2. Heroic round differential is going to be on 3. Heroic, they need a regulation win. There's nothing at that. They need those 3 points to equalize the score. It doesn't matter how they do it. If it's 7-5 or 7-0, that will not be of impact because they already have the 1 extra round ahead of them. That will only be extended because they will win if they win. TSM, they need to lose, which means their round differential will go down if they lose anyway. So if Heroic win, TSM loses in regulation, that's the only way Heroic can qualify. SANDBOX is out. That's done. So all TSM needs is 6 rounds, or they need SANDBOX to win 6 rounds. And then they're gone. They're done. Like, qualified themselves.
So TSM's fate is in their own hands.
It is.
They're up against the Liquid now that is locked in and certified, but it's a Liquid that will not go easy. TSM know this, and Liquid are aware of this as well. They're going to be playing a heck of a game against each other. That'll happen later on in the day. Heroic versus SANDBOX. SANDBOX, for them, there's nothing else to play. But at those points, sometimes a team is at their most dangerous. They find a new level of relaxed, and we've seen SANDBOX gatekeep and punish people before. Maybe it'll be another time.
We usually see SANDBOX do that as soon as they are out of the running, like as soon as there is no statistical chance anymore for them qualifying. Suddenly, they turn up the engines to like full power and are going to be able to beat whatever team is in their path. So Heroic will have to be careful and respectful to SANDBOX to make sure they at least get those 3 points out.
I mean, the last game they had yesterday, they were 5 rounds up against Liquid before things started to, unfortunately, fall through their fingers and Liquid pulled it back. They have the capabilities. It is far from a locked-in thing that Heroic get this win. They know that just as well as anybody else does. It's going to be a very exciting pair of games for us slightly later on in the day. We are starting to get the shape of teams, but we still have more. So, a quick break before we're back with our next and final set of the first day of groups.
Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
Yeah. That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in Stage 1. What a performance. Beat the Death. Surprise! Oh no! What has just happened, Death?
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server. But we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least 1 team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are very glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at a teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
가라これ本当に行けばいいんだよはけお前これAre you guys ready? Yeah, okay. Let's go. Sacha. カピタオ食わなきゃいけない2人とも2人ともそれねこれゼロあおじいちゃんそうなのあ少しだけでもめっちゃ減ってるよお前ビビりすぎだってオッケー多い大丈夫いただきます。いただきます。キムかちょっと。あ、美味しい。ナイス。いとこ。はい。なんだっけ。ホット&コールド。おお。罰ゲーム。罰ゲーム？うん。レベル2。これ？ちょっと。もうちょい。いけんの？いや。匂いはやばかったけど。もうパパッといこうパパッと。いただきます。余裕だね。は？はい。高層ビル。スカイスクレーパー。何が？わからんくね？いやでもスカイスクレーパーっぽいもん。はい。お前テーマパーク。おい。テーマパークじゃないやん。バンクやん。お前間違いやん。テーマパークって言ったよ。オッケー。俺間違えたか俺なんだこれ。そうなの？大丈夫。うまい。全然いける？まあでも食えるレベルだね。美味しい。グッド。次行きましょう。カントラケッティブー俺と誰？ヨーロッパの選手ね。多い。わかんね。これいきます。ちょっ とお前絶対食えないからやめておいなんか結構雰囲気的になんかこれ本当にやばいよみたいな。ちょっと痛い舌が。ごめん、なんかちょっと辛いの強くてごめん。辛くないな。ごめんね。攻め？でもなんかはいパルス？オペレ？じゃあ違う。ヒント。あ、オッケー。ビジル？何？知らないんだけどそんなあったっけ？これですね。これなんだ？うわ辛そう。うわもうなんかインテロがどうたらみたいな書いてある。ゆっくりできる。いやそれやばいよ。ちょっとにしよう。でも答えだもん。いただきます。うわ頑張れ。甘い。甘い？甘い。ペング海外の実況の人、俺インテロしか知らん。I don't know Flash お前俺やばいな。ちょっとね結構つけてみようかな。かけすぎいいね。ちょうどいいぐらいいけるって。あれじゃん、なんかタバスコじゃんね。いただきます。辛これ。ペッカくる？今ペッカくる？はけお前これに。いやもう横に。いいって。絶対これやりたかっただけだもん。辛いな。辛いわこれ。はい。ナンバー2。はい。これ。違うんかい。どれ？
Actually, it's none of those. It's a prank.
それは冗談。
そういうことね。やってくれるね。やってみる。やめた方がいいよ。俺はやめよう。こいつはやめとくって。なんか大してこの辺と変わんない気がするな。本当に少しだけ。一滴。いただきます。ちょっと用意しとこう。ちょっと怖いから用意しとくわ。でもさ、なんかもうずっと食ってるやん、辛いの。この辺から。だからなんかずっとなんていうの変わらんのよ。ずっと痛いまんまみたいな。わかんない。これいっちゃん辛いわ。これ多分やばい。
매워 지금? 더? 와우. (55명)
57? 65요?
65요? 뭐라고?
이거 어떡하지?
좋아, 내가 할게.
그래서 저 쳐야지. 너무 많은데? 나도 해볼까?
오케이.
Not spicy. Good.
딱히 그냥 밖에서 파는 그냥 솔직히 피자에 파는 핫소스보다 약한.
맛있는데?
독일, Germany.
홀란드? 또 먹네. 외계인 코딱지처럼 생겼는데?
이거는 1단계보다 약해. 이거는 이제 이게 바뀌어야 돼 이렇게. 이렇게 바뀌어야 돼 잘. 그러면 easy.
easy.
Tide.
뭐야? 저요, MB 테일러. 야.
아니 나는 오퍼레이터 하길래 나는 진짜 오퍼레이터인 줄 알았어. 아, 나 혼자 먹어? 아, 나 계속 먹네. 노인 건강 해야지. 조금 해줘.
오케이.
색깔이 좀 진한데 어려울 것 같은데.
맛있나요?
아직 약해.
아직 약해?
네.
Easy. 볼더.
포트리스. 클럽하우스.
클럽하우스야? 저기 where?
화장실.
아.
토일렛.
불칸.
아, 이건 내가 줄게 이거.
그래.
동생 내가 하나 따라줘야지. 그래. 잘 맞고. 아, 이거.
진짜 미안한데 진짜 하나도 안 매워요. I'm sorry. No spicy.
진짜야?
So, this is sweet.
한 번만.
안 맵지 하나도.
아직도 안 매워.
Shire? 어? 아 네일 유형. 아.
넬로. 아, 코스트라인. 먹어야겠지?
오케이. This. 한번 먹어볼까? 안 나오는데? 내가 뿌려줄게.
같이 먹을까?
그래. Cheers 아까 cheers.
오케이.
Cheers. 진짜 안 매운데? 뭐지?
단순히 그냥 조금 먹을만하다 아직까지는.
누구야?
에이스?
I'm sorry, I'm idiot. I don't know. 아, 플루크.
난 몰랐어.
영화 그거였어? 오케이, 타창카. 야, 이건 좀 약간 매워 보인다?
힘들지도.
오, 쉣.
너무 무리하지 마.
하나도 안 매워 나는. 오케이. Cheers. 이거 그건데 개 짜다.
이거는 짜고 매운 건 차라리 이게 더 매워. 아,
나도 근데 약간 이거 다 먹으니까 약간 매운 것 같기도 하고.
근데 이거를 계속 먹는다 하면 나는 못 먹을 것 같아. 그냥 한 번씩 먹으니까. 아, 그래? 나 힘들어.
This is slowing starter. Oh my god.
슬로우 스타터?
Yeah.
오케이.
But it's okay. This. No?
Maybe this? Oh my god. Stop.
What the? 약간 매운데 지금? 오, fuck. Okay, let's go.
난 더워. 그래서 매운 거 먹으면 땀나.
오케이.
그래 먹고 죽자 그래.
그래, cheers.
그래. 오. 근데 이게 7번보단 덜 매워.
그래?
이게 여기 이렇게 있어야 돼. 이렇게.
난 근데 약간 지금 매운 거를 계속 누적돼서 먹었다. 누적돼서 먹었다 보니까
프렌드 파이어? 오케이. 근데 이게 나 7번이 더 매웠던 게 더 찐득하고 짜서 더 매웠던 것 같아. 매워 지금? 더?
아 씨발. 약간 아씨 잠깐 또 갑자기 매운데요? 잠깐만. 와우. 와우.
Hello and welcome back to Jönköping Major here. As we start to get our teams confirmed, we maybe have one more ahead of us. On the left is Fury, on the right is BDS, on the right is me, on the left is you, Happen Fluke.
It doesn't change. We just keep... Okay, so it changed once in Berlin.
Yep.
Fun fact.
Because you were scared of heights.
Scared of heights, and I was afraid I would fall over the balcony at some point. So that's why we were swapped around at that point. We're back in the normal way of things. But yes, it is going to be BDS going up against Fury. BDS, one of the actual European teams now where our hope relies upon, because Eminem. Heroic did a bit of an just now. So Wolves is qualified. We got that going for us. Let's see if BDS can as well.
But it's also the same story here for APAC, where obviously SANDBOX, their run is over. Yeah. Cyclops, their run is still going. There's been some fight. Direwolves as well. But Fury, I guess, okay. Well, we find ourselves in this tricky situation. They were not going to entirely come in, you know, as a sort of hot favorite. It's fresh international experience. You obviously have some fresh play here and some fresh setup. I9, you may know him as Napier from previous setups, but still, the rest here on the boards. Can they try and put some damage down to BDS?
Now, BDS is finding themselves in that tricky situation where they currently are third in their group. Spacestation is just above them, not on points, but in terms of round differential. 3 extra rounds. So BDS, they basically need to make sure that they win their games today, whilst getting as many rounds as they possibly can without losing as many as possible. So they need to overtake Spacestation around differential, and they need to get those rounds in. That is going to be a tough ask. BDS, they need to make sure that they pull that off. They're not playing each other for set spot, because the next game BDS will be having after it is going to be W7M, who are basically all a point away from confirming themselves first seed.
W7M, I mean, they've played fantastically. They've had moments. They know it's going to be a fight right now. So this, for the team that can't quite make it in Fury, what do BDS have to set themselves up for? Where does this fight become? Because the distance now between BDS and where they want to be is arguably for them still set in that game later on today.
Yeah.
If this starts to get out of hand, it could entirely shape how this group ends up.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, W7M is going to be playing Spacestation Gaming right now, which means that if W7M takes a full victory against Spacestation, and BDS will win that one as well, it is going to be coming down to that last very matchup. So that is something to keep track of. So BDS is expected to win here against Fury. This is a game they need to win. Spacestation is going up against Fury after this as well. So if you leave those points behind now, you truly leave it in the pockets of Spacestation to qualify themselves. So a lot of stakes here. I believe there is even a world where Fury can still make it.
I mean, we'll get it. Like, it's possible.
It's possible, but it's going to be we're not going to be going into that too much now, but it requires some 7-0s to come through.
You actually had a wonderful sheet.
Yeah, I had a wonderful sheet.
All of this broken down that was handed to you.
It.
Specifically, it was handed to you by Sprabuni.
See,
I'm not going to throw Wrath into this because he could have offered it.
I was going to say...
Sprabuni, I know you're up there listening.
As well, so...
Yes, Sprabuni, I know you're up there listening. Oregon, their Fury removed Cafe, which is where these two teams met in the first showdown. It was 7-4 to BDS. Oregon instead of Skyscraper. I mean, both can be sort of played by BDS. I think Skyscraper is probably a little bit more of a risk for them of the two. They want to hit Oregon. Oregon probably, you know, Fury's got themselves set up.
Fury has played Oregon against W7M in the first day, which was their opening game for the tournament as well. At that point, they started off on the attack, only had the opportunity to take 2 attacking rounds and a single defensive round away from the Brazilian team, which of course put them down on a 7-3 loss. So that is something that they hope to improve on here against BDS. Again said, their hopes are not done yet. It is looking very dire, but there is an opportunity, and they will fight for it. But the same goes for BDS. They know what they have to do. They are here back at the international stage after missing out on Berlin with a renewed roster. Lakevac coming to the lineup here. So hoping that works.
We've just... Fun facts about Hap. That's a new segment in the top right. Let's have the fun fact.
No, so I joked to Bartosz, which is why it's empty. There's no fun facts about me. Okay, so what I sent to Bartosz is like, fun facts about me. And I said, that's it. There's nothing more than that.
No fun fact about you?
Oh, there is. I've actually sent them afterwards.
Okay, the first fun fact about you is that there's no
fun facts about
fun fact about you. Maybe that's why Sprabuni handed you the note and not me. Sprabuni, I still haven't forgotten, unlike Hap did with the note, which has all of the wonderful breakdowns that they've done of what exact round point percentage will mean what. And you don't remember any of it.
Well, the percentages I don't. I'm not remembering from the top of my head, but I can, like I just said, what needs to be happening for BDS to qualify. Just mention what needs to happen for Spacestation to qualify. There is a world where it can be done after this game. That the Spacestation gets 7-0, well, 7-1, 7-0. BDS gets a 7-0, 7-1 loss. That way, the round differential will be too big to bridge, and the Spacestation could be qualified, not the other way around, due to the extra round differential.
Well, I now have it
again
sent to me.
Okay, have I got it sent to me as well? I did, yes.
Fury is eliminated. If they lose 6 rounds, they are also eliminated if SSG and BDS win 8 or more rounds combined. So if BDS take 4 here and SSG take 4 in the other game, regardless of the result, that is it. Because it becomes round difference. BDS is eliminated if they and W7M win less than 4 rounds combined.
There you have it. There's many like 7-1s, 7-2s even coming in. So, yeah. So BDS, they need to make sure that they take a victory here. Capitao, the first one to be removed off the board, will be by Fury.
Yep, Capitao's gone. Ying has the quick follow-up, and Oregon. Okay, as you said, we've seen it a little bit. We get a true taste of it, and we get to see how things come together in the breakdown. I'm super curious to see what kind of BDS play we get. They were a team that was more than happy to sort of blow for blow with W7M yesterday. They were throwing themselves into these kind of aggressive engagements. There was a pace that was applied. I'm curious to see if we get a little bit more of that here against a Fury team that, you know, it's not that they've been entirely missed. It's had some hit moments. They've pushed some teams closer and closer to the brink.
Let's see if they can do that here as well. Now, bans are different compared to the last time Fury played here on Oregon. Capitao and Mai both weren't banned before. Mai, of course, an operator that BDS likes to remove themselves from time to time as well, but clearly shows that Fury is willing to play the nade game as well, only having to worry about that Jaeger. Potentially Syria laser gates. I mean, they do catch projectiles as well. Sometimes nades have to be sacrificed. In terms of the HP, that is worth just a little bit more for these players. And we're starting off in a laundry. Extensions are being set up. We have Lycolis playing on that mirror. what we sometimes see is that one is being kept in pocket just to try and figure out, okay, where are they coming from? Is there going to be an early push from the barrels? If so, we put it up on the E-box. If that doesn't happen, we'll make sure we have one watching towards laundry and one watching towards the freezer. So maybe Lycolis is going to keep them in pocket. Not quite sure yet. At least the prep phase is going to be ending, so we'll find that soon.
So one of the things that it's sort of worth bringing up just before we get into this on their previous game was that the Fury defense was easily their worst half. It was a 3-3 on the opener when they were on their attack on Cafe, and then they got to the opposite side. Suddenly things started to fall off. They were only able to pull one defense before BDS sort of rocked them with the 4 attack wins and took the map itself. So I guess we'll see if we get a bit of growth here. There's a quick bit of drone pressure. As I said, I'm curious to see what kind of BDS we get. Sometimes we've seen them be a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. They are more than happy to play the game in front of them, though. They'll change, they'll adapt, they'll bring the heat when they need to, or step into a little bit of control. And here, with how the Fury players are slightly set up, the loose play towards the top of tower, the spread and the run around freezer stairs. Oh, they're looking for the fight, and they find it. Lycolis, he's able to take care of Likifak.
I saw it being tossed up by Lycolis as it quickly headed back towards his mirror window. The buck coming through, that's basically just giving them the cue, blow it up now, because otherwise it's going to be destroyed. Right now there is someone quite close. It's as good as it's going to get. And it was just that. Likifak taken out early, that's a buck gone. Luckily not a lot of verticality that needs to be done for this site for BDS. Still an early loss of a gunner, though. The backstairs are being pushed by Elems, though. He's quickly going to see if he can find an aggressive angle towards the pillar. There's no one out there from Fury as of yet, though, which does provide a bit of security to Elems. He has the opportunity to play a bit more aggressive now.
Brede is just going to slowly work the Maverick, the lesser seen operator now, and again with possibility of Kaid on the board, though. You've got to try and do something that assures you breaking through these hatches. Whether it was the repick, he's still going to happily burn and burrow his way through the top of the hatch and start to try and apply the pressure down. A minute 14, and without Likifak, the puck's not going to have the biggest impact in terms of the rush towards the site itself. However, Likifak often does have the biggest impact of a round.
Mute Jammer on the corner there is going to stop any of the RC Retiros actually reaching the shield that has been placed down in elbow. That's another piece of utility just taken down there. BDS is struggling a bit. It's actually going to be I9 pushing up with the pistol, but gets punished down by Brede. Man advantage stays for Fury.
Well, here comes the drop. Renshiro gets one on the back of 3 versus 2 versus 2. Lycolis does find one down the long corridor. Elems is tucked onto pillar. It's around the swing, and Brede is going to see if he can try and stick the plant. Hajime, he's ready for the fight onto pillar. Loses it out. Just leaves nobody. Elems with the end to that round. A bit of a stretch and a bit of a warning and a waking for BDS in the first round.
It started off well for Fury there. I mean, they found themselves with a 2-minute advantage at some point in the round, but BDS again have that opportunity to just pull that trigger, to just push through. And they thrive in that chaos every now and then. Really make sure they caught off their Fury players off guard and had the opportunity to go for the plant. Sound cue probably not coming through, otherwise you would not have swung around on the actual pillar side of things. You'd move back, see if you could take the fight from the actual door in that freezer hallway. This is that C4 we talked about, just tossed up. The skeleton key starts blasting it. There's no other option than to blow it up at that point. And he found success for it, so we'll be more than happy with it. Unfortunately, not the round. Fury needing to go back and they're going up towards the top floor now. See if they can get it here.
Forgetting the opening 2 bodies to BDS having a bit of a shutdown. That's that control game I talk about. They know how to play what is ahead of them. They know when to sort of put the pressure on, when to pull it back. And you could see instantly as soon as the fight started on the stairs, the pressure wanted to come down from Brede. He knew he had to try and move in the wake of what was being made around him, whether it was the pillar fight, whether it was the one down on the swing on blue from Renshiro, which was actually where the body dropped. Well, it's something they've got to react to. They've got to act to it. And that's, you know, a game you sort of pick apart here steadily. Sometimes if you think you've got an advantage, BDS will choose to pull that back. That was an entirely locked wall with a mirror window.
Yeah, I was going to point that out.
Yeah.
There's no way you're going to be able to use that mirror window and actually challenging that big window.
Unless you pop it.
Unless you pop it. But what you could do is provide some information. I9 starts it off, takes down Likifak early on with that one, Mike. Again, Likifak to drop. He's playing on that knock. Didn't check his corner onto the laundry stairs and loses his life as a result. And then going back towards the Mirage, the other one has been placed in attic, in pit, watching towards that trophy room. So they really want to be, well, putting some pressure onto BDS, giving a bit of anxiety as they want to jump in at some parts of the map, knowing they are in full view of their opponents.
Now this sort of hold probably has a lot of pressure onto Hajime, and a lot of pressure's coming onto him. He's going to see if he can try and lock down underneath the window and underneath the side itself, but he is isolated. There's Shaiko, steadily making his way up, just checking there's nothing tucked onto the top corner. He's looking for anyone onto security corridor. There's always the risk someone rotates up from underneath. There's always the chance he can hit that hatch if it's open and rotate down. But Shaiko likely to toss a grenade in, just bounced off the precipice of the door itself. He's concerned about the swing, but if they get this player, suddenly they have a very good road through onto the site. Alems is tucked watching the shower corridor. There's that rotate from I9 I talked about. He's heading up Freezer stairs. Dark suffers the grenade. Bounce around. Shaiko locks off Dark. Not sure if that was on the top of White. Yeah, there it was.
Shaiko trying to go towards the next now, but I9 has came in to support Hajime. Want to be making sure security stays under control. Alems falls again. Body count still in favor of Fury. Chiro seeing if he can find at least a response grenade to be sent in deep towards the rotation that is taking place. But Laconis from above shuts down Brede. That's a diffuser dropped, and you hear the mirror window pop. So now they have an opportunity to challenge that big window, I believe.
Hajime is slowly losing space, but look at the time that's ticked away. Some great bodies taken away, and all the focus onto that single player with the support structure I talked about. It can still strike. Hajime's tucked. Puts Ranchero to bed, and Shaiko, he finally wins out at least a bit of ground there, but without the kit, without the time, he doesn't have a huge amount he can do. Here's a bit of running underneath, hopes to get a lucky swing round, but nobody's offering anything as of yet. Looks away at the worst possible time, and the crossfire has a quick cleanup. Fury bounce back with a round for a round.
As keeping up the pressure onto BDS here. Again, we mentioned it before, BDS, they basically need a victory here, knowing that Spacestation is going up against W7M now, but also Fury later. That means that they do not have the opportunity to go head-to-head against Spacestation to lock it off for a spot in the playoffs. And that means they need to do it here and then see what they can do against W7M later, which will be equaling and basically bettering the result that was put up by Spacestation. And as we go on, it is that 1-1 scoreline. BDS basically getting stuck into the setup of Fury there. We saw those mirror windows being set up. We didn't see them fully come into play, especially not the one that was aimed towards Trophy, because no one was coming from Trophy. And also the one that was set up from the big window, because also not real any pressure coming down from there. But it forced BDS to try and take control of security, knowing there's a shotgun playing underneath. And that was that pivotal point. Like, the entire setup played around Hajime in security there, finding those kills successfully. That's what got them that round. It's not something you can continue to rely on. So they need to continue innovating here against BDS. That is being spotted out by the drone. Luckily for Fury, no Amaru on the board.
Yeah, no one quite quick enough to get the swing round there. They are going to see if they can get some instant response pressure across it, get control of tower, and that's generally the step up here. When you have Ossa on the board, you know what take's going to happen. First step, pop open attic, have an Ossa shield set up watching it so you can clear the second step, the stage itself, and the same back door, try and get a plant on it after baiting out and wasting some utility. The 3 smokes and a C4 are what's on the board in front of you, but still, it's a quick, isolated process.
Think that someone will be shut out at some point. I mean, they're waiting for an EMP impact to come through now, but BDS is falling off. They're not wanting to stick around. They're just putting it down as a bit of a, you know, we can still use this if we do have an EMP impact available later on, but just not pushing for it now. Attic, somewhat taken under control. At least it has been opened up. They have the talent shield as well to look over it, but the hatch is still going to be closed, so there's no verticality really coming down from that way. That is something they might want to actually try and aim for. Talent shields are being redeployed. Fury is realizing what the plant is most likely going to be, so they need to be repositioning themselves as well.
The Flores going to start doing some busy work here from the pockets of Alems. There's
Mute Jammer again.
A well-played Mute Jammer. They sort of know and expect this game, and look at that, caught out on the other side. Missed. The impact DMP a bit too short. That one caught on ADS. There's the roll, and there it is popping. Will it get off in time before the jammer comes back to life? Yes, that Might free up the second, but the fight is Shaiko's on the stage itself. I9 went adventurous, and look at the adventure happening over the top. They're even eyeing up maybe a fight over Attic. There's that Ossa I talked about before. They have some cover, there's smoke canisters, but that won't break the shield, and Liquefact finally finds his first. He gets the kill over the trade on the back. He's watching deep. Not for very long though. Dark with the response out of kitchen. Focuses all the fire background. There's almost a rotate underneath, but I think Hajime sniffed out the danger and instead pulls back. One more in the pockets here of Lysolis to buy himself a little bit more time. He gets a great take onto the side of Alems, and he moves up, gets into a new position. Unexpected, he hopes. As long as that mute jammer stays sturdy, that Flores drone will not pop off.
Now the fact that the hatch in Attic has not been opened up is going to be hurting BDS. They do not have a way to take him out except for swinging close onto the shotgun. It's like Carlos said, that takes out another and another. Shaiko drops by the shotgun. It's only up to Renshiro now in a 1v3 situation. Diffuser has been dropped. BDS, they set themselves up, but they could not get the kills. With 10 seconds left on the clock, that's probably not going to be happening either. There should be a second Fury round to be coming into play as Hajime locks it off with a good hold from Fury. And again, Attic opened up, no hatch control though. That means they can dig in. That means they can just keep tossing in these pieces of utility, and you lose it out on the back of it.
I mean, I said it before, the thing that you got to try and bait out there is the smoke. Apparently, you got to do it with the man as well. Fantastically played drive there. Able to get himself a huge triple kill on the back of knowing that he cannot just hand this territory over, because as soon as he do, they're going for the plant, and then you're just trying to fire through a shield that does not take bullets. The pressure was kept on. BDS were not allowed the ability to move back behind that shield. They weren't allowed the chance to try and get that plant stuck on the far end of it, and they had nothing to try and dismount the far edge. Even though the Flores took care of all the ADSs that were tucked on the corner, they couldn't find the swing with the grenade potential towards that back line and end.
See, this was what I was going to be pointing out. The utility usage of BDS currently is very sloppy. The Flores drones keep on being caught up by mute jammers. It's not the first one we saw just now. Every single round it happens with one or two. EMP Impact gets used to see if they can maybe get around it, but then a third ADS in the same corner is going to be catching off the utility coming through. That's because the EMP Impact slightly misplaced, not quite hitting the mark. BDS is kind of struggling, and you know, the beautiful thing is, Emmy, Thatcher is open, right? If you're struggling that much with clearing out utility like mute jammers, like ADSs, you could go for Thatcher. And yes, you need to be sacrificing another operator for it, but at the same time, you wouldn't need to have Brede playing onto the Maverick, because you can double EMP, you can then use the X-Kairos. There's no way a Cade could even keep those hatches closed on Laundry. So I'm just, you know, offering an alternate solution here for BDS, because the current utility play seems to be a bit sloppy, and if they don't improve on that, well, maybe Thatcher is going to be the solution.
All right, BDS. All right, BDS. All right, I know. Okay, that was a little bit of a moment. We'll take it back. A step, Alem's caught out. Liquefact finds Dark. I9, I think, missed through the C4. Picked it back up, and Renshiro finds I9 in the rotate round. For what started as a sudden fight outside the building turned into a bite back right inside. BDS did not want to have a sort of placid response here, and they're going to keep swinging and pushing and hoping they can catch somebody else on the end of it. They lost one. We will take two of yours, and we're going to make sure we do it in a bit of pressure on the site. Hajime, he's a man who knows this too well. He was the pressure that was applied before, and he's got backup this time around. They're going to see if they can push the advantage, and PJ Man is the one that has the lockdown onside the Laundry approach. Liquefact still unable to truly get the momentum in the train rolling as long as they keep him subdued. Fury are in a good position, but 3 versus 3.
Again, the mirror window's coming into play now. One watching Freezer is basically going to be neutralizing Renshiro from truly moving up safely. The other one is going to be watching the Laundry side of things. The 3 remaining players of BDS only have one real option. That is to go from the E-box. That is to go from barrels. There's currently no real utility watching that except for maybe a shield that they need to deal with. A shield still easier to deal with than that mirror window though. So that is seemingly what they will opt to go for here. But they need to be on point, they need to be synchronized, they cannot afford to give them these 1v1s because Fury has proven in this matchup so far they can take these fights head on against the top fraggers of BDS.
Well, they're getting a lot of intel here on the fact that the hold has pulled itself back, but that's the giveaway that they're trying to lean themselves in. Shaiko missing one grenade. It would be perfect timing here, and unfortunately no one else is there, but Renshiro has the gun to swing round. They've got themselves the default plant spot. Do they know about the one in Freezer? They know about that man, though. Caught the head off. Bride's going to see if he can stick the kit. Lysolis has a huge moment. Unfortunately shut down. Renshiro brings the balance back 2-2. And we see now BDS starting to step into the heat that Fury want to bring.
Good coordination in the end there. Shaiko spotting out the player, saying there is one stuck in this corner. He's not crouched, he's not prone. How do you know that? Well, if you're crouched, your body like widens up a little bit. He would have been able to see that knee. If he was prone, well, maybe the same way, or at least he would have heard that sound coming through. So he was standing up, gave the ping, teammates come through, sweep him up. And as he moves into the objective, he saw like a slither of the head. Pre-fires it, gets that kill. Suddenly the round seemingly locked out for BDS, and they find themselves at 2-2. Fury, still 2 rounds on the defense though. They're still in the good mix of things. It's just starting to get dangerous when they get over towards the attack. That's when everything needs to connect against BDS as well. So they need to make sure to pick up as many rounds as they possibly can out of these next 2.
You kinda, you know, I guess it really depends where your heart is on this. I'm not going to say everybody kind of wants it back and forth here when 6-0's are the results that are after it, and it's obviously a game that also matters on the other stream. But still, as an observer of just wanting these regions to be competitive, Fury, a team that is here on their first sort of international experience, a team that people, you know, didn't expect to do in terms of getting out of the groups, just to get here, get experience, even from the words of the beloved Apex Southcasters, that are very full of them and very full of the region, as they should be. But here, putting pressure onto BDS, who, if anything, are the opposite of that conversation. A team that were once heralded as favorites, dropped out of favoritism by quite a margin, and are trying to reassert themselves. There was huge expectation.
So Leak Effect joined that roster. I want to mention, by the way, again, the mirror windows have been set up the exact same as they were before. That means one is going to be active inside of the attic pit, watching them if they want to push a trophy. There's also that shield watching that master bedroom, so it's going to be quite difficult for BDS to truly take control of the current take they want to go for. And the solution to that, of course, would be get attic under control. Find yourself an angle where you can take out the mirror player or the mirror window itself, so they do not have that bit of security, that bit of safety that they can use to then stop the players on the master bedroom side. So you want to be attacking from 2 sides, and that's what BDS is trying to set up here.
Likefak doing some well-rehearsed work here, and LMs takes their head off through it. There is the player underneath. If they try and push, they might get caught out. Shaiko does inside Trophy on the opposite end, and that's actually the key for I9 to pull back. The door isn't being directly watched. There's someone flicking on a drone, though, and it's Renshiro that's actually going to take that moment to try a rotate. I9 might be able to punish him depending on how this goes, but instead pulls himself back. He's watching from underneath. If this goes uncontested and unchecked, he might be able to pick up something surprising onto the back line. Alems had to retake the position Shaiko lost to try and apply some flat pressure here, and the French pressure's coming across. Likefak hesitates by the top of the open hatch. There is nothing in terms of explosives underneath, but there's always the chance that a player might get explosive up on the back end. They're holding for now, but there's 45 seconds. Someone has to break this deadlock. Who's going to be the one that takes the first movement?
Actually quite intrigued to see where that second mirror window is, because that other wall was reinforced opposite where it's supposed to be. Lacolos drops though, and that is going to be an entry that BDS need to try and push through. But there's still Fury members all around the site that need to be picked up. Hajime drops, and now one is off site, one is on site. They could try and push for a plant here.
Bride is looking where it's safe to go. He tucks in, so they just have to watch the swing onto white stairs. They have the window, they have the top of the stairs. BDS once again have the lead. It's been back and forth, but that is technically the only one they've won outside of Laundry. So there's still a chance if Fury to bounce back.
There is that opportunity, of course, meeting potentially up next or Laundry. One of those two is going to be decided upon during the tactical timeout they have just called. They think they need those 45 seconds. As mentioned before, things start to get scary when they get on their attack, because that is when it all needs to be 100% accurate against BDS. Now they have the opportunity to at least get that extra round on their defense, buy themselves a bit of a buffer as they look to find some points themselves. And if we're going back quickly towards the sheet that was given, was it 8 rounds in a row? Not 8 rounds in total that needed to be gained over these 2 matches for Fury to be eliminated?
Yes, so
2 already have been gained here by BDS. So depending on how the other game is going, they might find themselves knocked out at the end of it anyway. 3, I mean, sorry. So 5 more over this in the other game.
Maths is confusing.
Maths is confusing, yes. Choice been made is going to be Laundry back towards the bottom floor. It has been won by BDS before, so
both times.
Both times.
Both times.
It's fucking scary.
I mean, that's the thing right now is what do Fury think was missing? Because okay, the first round, the first swing was a good sort of execute from the side of BDS. They got in, get aggressive. The second one, they were off to the first disadvantage, and then BDS bit back. So, okay, it goes to BDS by the end of it. And you're thinking, okay, Fury, what is the missing trick from your guys' perspective? Your guys booked to not go to dorms. Do you think your dorms hold was sussed, and you weren't quite able to sort of crack together a new idea? Do you think this one still has some legs, or there might be some changes potentially to come out?
The thing is, right, they found themselves in a 3v3 situation at the end of it, but the smoke player got too close to the corner. They knew where he was. They were able to quickly isolate him. And after that, you just open up the entire bomb site. Like, you can just walk in, waltz over them. Was that player from BDS already in elbow? No, I was going to say, I thought for a second I saw some blue going on right there. But
It's a little quick, but they are stacked for something a little quick. Look at this. All of them are prepped for a fresh new take. All the players of Fury are fresh new hold. If I'm going to talk about what's changed, it seems like all of them inside this ground floor. Whether BDS trust this or not, either way, they wanted to go for something a bit direct. The grenade over the top of barrels right towards Shaiko is able to do some spray damage on the back end of Hajime, who slips his way out just tucked underneath the stairs itself. Shaiko's bought some ground at the cost of 2 grenades and some damage done to Hajime, but Alems is the sneak round with Likifat going for the pinch. They seem to have an idea, Nook. Oh, but you almost had to scratch back onto them. It's a bit back and forth there. You pull back. Nobody's quite been dropped as of yet. Obviously, this was after the Fury tack timeout. So they have a bit of a conversation, but still, BDS are prodding and poking this defense.
It's definitely pushing Lycola's back a little bit. He wanted to go aggressive up those laundry stairs, but wasn't able to find a success. The step found him not quite far down the stairs. But if you look at Likifat, he's already completely rotated off. He's coming back down the back staircase now, hoping to put up some pressure onto Hajime. There's no ADS close to him either, so if a grenade comes around the corner like he did for I9, they might be able to just lock them off as we go.
BJ Man has the cover onto 1 and onto 2. Shaiko goes down 2, but Pride has Dark on the corner and is going to try and put the pressure around. It also came down on the stairs. Hajime was caught out by Likifak, and Alems sits and waits inside Laundry in a 1 versus 1 showdown. Who is the catch? It is Alems, just hits the DMR. It's BJ Man gone too. I9, he's been dropped once this round. He's got to see if he can kind of keep himself up with a minute left. Alems goes for a big rotate. They have all the time in the world, and he does exactly the same thing. We talked about being the old experienced hand brought onto the international stage here. He's against 3 that, well, their experience is sort of a bit mixed, but in the pockets of Alems, he is one of the 2 people that has been to the most majors alongside Rise from Wolves. You can't really get more experienced than that. Bride's going to see if he can stick it. He's going to just get himself down onto the default. The pings are there and continual. The fight down long isn't the one we see.
I marked it down as the first plant to go down, but it was about 0.2 seconds short. So that's not happening, but a 2-4 lead is going to be there for BDS. The tactical timeout they called on Fury, not going to be successful in the end there. Not able to translate Laundry into a round victory due to the fact that they basically locked themselves out. They gave BDS so much space to just go for it. And I'm not quite sure if it's due to the fact that they were maybe a bit too aggressive here and there. I mean, the first kill came down onto Hajime, who wasn't Harry Potter. If he could have stuck there, grenade would have followed. There was no ADSs near, so he had to do something. And unfortunately, no success. BDS, though, they will start it off on Laundry themselves. They were able to win it 3 times on their attack. They think they can instantly start this off strong on their defense as well.
They have That round boost, they have that slight advantage now that they can try and put the pressure onto here. They are known for defending this map very well. When you have a player who's named after a spot, you would assume that. You would assume they've got a couple of plays they can do.
Yes, right. I mean, Shaiko does have quite a lot of spots named after him, of course, but it's... this one's in particular. He often plays around it, uses that door to stop anybody from coming in barrels. At the same time, likes to be challenging the E-box hatch, and at the same time, the back stairs as well. The more angles you give him to play with around a central bit of cover, the happier he is.
They've got themselves otherwise a pretty standard hold here. The slide extension up tower stairs is going to pull back. The pressure that might come through from the Lion here and the Blitz is what I'm most curious to see. It's a quick rush. I9's the first through the door and Dark's the first off the board. The Blitz goes too. Liquefact was not going to be surprised by that. It was an all-in rush and they're almost all out. Lasolis is the only one to find a soul on the back end there, and Shiro is caught out. And with a slow rotation up, he thought there might be someone rotating down. Hajime's there to offer some support. They have the pocket breach to be able to pop open. Nothing. There's a Kaid Claw there. It's going to stop any of that route through. They do not have the pocket EMPs. Everything was put into that short change run, and unfortunately they came out short changed.
The K being brought by BDS is going to be stopping that, as you just mentioned. It's actually quite funny because Fury didn't bring that at any of their given defenses. Even though BDS did not run the Hibana but kept using that Maverick. Either way, plenty of time here for Lacolas and Hajime to work together, see if they can force open this site, get a kill. Certainly it's a lot more doable. Find a second, and you have an opportunity of winning that round. Shield's being spotted out. It's not going to be helping them too much, but it's a potential position where a player might be. See a lot of communication going on right now from Fury. Just holding off on some of these angles. Maybe someone will come for a bit of an aggressive push, but BDS is holding tight. This is the experience as well. They don't want to go like frag hunting right now. They respect Fury. As I mentioned, they have to if they want to make sure that they get this victory. When they start getting overconfident against Fury, Fury might be able to punish them for it. So them just holding their angles, staying put, that is exactly what they need to do. Like Collis gets picked up. He hoped to go for a very aggressive and snappy shot, but isn't able to land it. And that's only up to Hajime. Complete entrance smoked off. 50 seconds left on the clock. Using that spear, hoping to go for pre-fires, but again, BDS just staying patient.
They know where he is. They know where he is. They know what he's trying to do, and that's the bad thing about a rush. If you take a gamble and it does not pay off, then you find yourselves with a lot of time left to kill, and actually not a lot of bullets. He's only really got about 3 clips left.
There's 4 people watching him.
Yeah, there's only so many angles you can pre-fire here. 30 seconds. He's hoping he can get gifted one out the door. You assume the team has taken this moment to talk. Another smoke canister just to make things even tougher. But this is, without some sort of incident, a 5-2 here for BDS. They put the difference down. They put themselves 2 rounds away from securing the points. They put themselves 2 rounds away from ending Fury's run.
C4 came in the end. That actually lasted quite long before they decided to toss that piece of utility. And that's going to be the end of that round. Not based on time, but based on kills. You see the smiles there on the Lems. They also know that, okay, that has gone quite well. That is rush 1 averted. And that is finding yourselves 2 rounds away from the full points. And again, depending on how the other game is going, might be decisive on how eventually it ends. If Spacestation wins that, it is going to be very difficult for BDS to still be able to catch up, because their round differential and them winning against W7M is going to be crucial. And as we get going, we are headed towards the top floor, towards the bedrooms. Frost is being brought out, shields are being set up. They want to be holding around Armory and the master bedroom. Stop them from truly pushing in. That rotation you see in the walk-in closet towards games is also going to be crucial to it. You might even have a shotgun playing quite close there, that as soon as they do get in, they get blasted off the back of the map and, you know, not really giving them the opportunity to push in. That is going to be putting Fury under a lot of pressure, trying to find that entrance that will work for them.
5 seconds to insertion.
There's this point now for BDS where they can just ride this game out. Obviously, the bigger the round difference, the better it works for them in the grand scheme of things. There's always still the chance of another game played later on today, but it can start to dictate things if it is as wide as it could possibly end at this moment in time. Fury, similar story, trickier pill to swallow here. They've got to now not drop, I believe, a single round if they want to keep the fight on. So it's got to be pitch perfect from the team from APAC South.
And they might already be basically out based on how the other game is going, right?
It might. We do not know.
We do not know at this
moment in time. You all at home who can watch.
Neither does Fury, so we all know the same thing.
Yeah. In this lobby right now, we're all.
There's everything still to play for.
Renshiro, he's got a lot to play for here. There's 3 people stacked up outside this door. There's one not too far away, and the other's putting pressure onto Armory. They know what they want to take first, and he knows that he's not going to try and risk it. Pulls himself back and gets themselves at least some territory there. It was a good drive from the utility here from Fury. They knew what they wanted to take, and they made sure they took it pretty powerfully. They're watching and waiting for somebody to maybe rotate their way back up the bottom. Dark's just going to hold off here and keep some awareness. I think there was somebody watching the double door, so the other 3 players are going to see if they can try and put some pressure elsewhere.
Big tower player has just been spotted out. That window is open. Hajime is going to be holding it in a very tight angle, hoping to shut down Alems, who of course has the opportunity to put some pressure down onto the Armory staircase from these windows if he wants to. So Hajime is in a good position here to stop that from happening. Likafak on a very tight angle is going to be trying to make sure he finds I9 if they push through, but he's receiving some pressure from the actual game's window to come through. But he's not sure if it was from above or from the actual rappel. But he also doesn't want to move at this point, so he's basically just stuck.
Well, there's BG Man, still finding body. He's been consistent across the game so far. He's now going to see if there is any other pressure coming out as the hop-in as I9 goes for the slow and steady creep. He's not quite been caught out yet. Pre-fires one side, gives a bit of the position away. The fight comes back towards him from 2 different angles, but it's a very narrow one. Dark, he gets one. Alems gets one back, but it's picked up on the rotate. Suddenly, Likafak and Alems, all that's left. The fight on the window, but look at where the kid is. They have time, but they've got to still recollect it. Alems pulls himself back, goes for the fight out the window, but it's pre-fired and angled. He just keeps going in with scrapes and scratches against each other. It will reveal there's only one player currently on site. Alems has to fight his way back round. He finally wins it out, but Lysolus is going to see if he can get the plant put down. There is some cover coming through. They know they have an angle though, and Likafak's able to punish them via it. 20 seconds, a 2 versus 2. The fight scrappy over the side of dorms. That's the concern of the rotate that we talked about not being open before. It's a fight now, and it's one that Likafak wins out. BG Man, he's able to get one more off the back of it. A final fight tucked around the corner. He cannot quite find it. We asked why he had a slow start to the game. He's more than happy to have a big end. Likafak gets a huge round.
A 2v4 clutch coming down there from the side of BDS. They lost most of their ground, they lost most of their players, but they stayed put. They skirmished themselves around. They did not wait for the rest of Fury to come in. You saw them move around, and that's important in those situations. You take these small fights, but you do not fully commit to it. You try and, you know, take up as much as the HP as possible, and at some point you saw every single player in the map was just a single bullet away. At that point, it is just who pulls that trigger faster, who gets that first initial hit in, that is going to be getting away with it. 6-2 BDS. One more round and they find themselves with those 3, but more importantly, what it eventually will come down to almost certainly in this map and in this group is the round differential. If BDS lock it off now, it is going to be +5. That will elevate them above Spacestation Gaming based on the results before these matches started.
BDS. I mean, there was a moment there where it was the 2 versus 4 disadvantage and you pulled out a clutch. As I said, for what was a slow start for Likafak, he now finds himself 12-4. It's not been as big as the round we just had there with the kills he got, but still, he was the terrifying factor. If you're Fury, you did not want to pop off, and probably the same if you're SSG on the other stream as well. So, can he find that last little fight? They find themselves in meeting. We talked about this, the pressure and the pocket EMPs to get this wall opened, and there it is. It means that the hold on the back end, if you go for the stage plant, is tougher to hold.
So they want to go for a dark push here, right? So they want to make sure that they get that under control. They will put down the Talon Shield right next to Split. If you do that and if you keep that lobby under control, there is a good opportunity to go for the plant because of the lack of other angles that could be used by those defenders, especially if you also have pressure coming down from that stage. The entirety of meeting will basically become unplayable. The thing is, though, LMs is still playing close rank range. Shaiko is in the back of that meeting room, so for now it's only going to be a breach, potentially to be used as a support tool for the Fury attack that seems to be coming down onto the stage. So Attic gets opened up. Let's see if Fury is actually going to be trying to make sure... Okay, they do get it. I think they wanted to save the impact TMP for later on, because now you can have the Electro Claw.
Will this catch that third?
Yes!
Yes! Oh, and that is devastating. We saw the claw play. They thought the wall was safe, but Bride... Oh, he has put more than a stick between the spokes of this plan. They've now got to see if they can strong-arm their way around. They have, obviously, more pocket hard breach, but what they don't have is the pocket EMPs to stop it. Alems, he steps in. They're trying to lean behind Ossa. They're just firing the fight. They see the gunfire come. It's a push down towards Kitchen. Dark, he said, well, we've got to come up with a plan B fast, and he's been a player that's kind of been fast on the draw here, but it's Bride tucked behind the fridge, takes the first body out of the approaching team. BJ Man is still waiting for them to find the claw. They get it locked off, and Hajime is able to get Alems on the back end of it. The breach can come through. They had to get aggressive, and luckily for them, they still had the quick pull to get that shield done without BDS biting back.
Now the hatch can actually be used by Fury here, and Shaiko still in a position that they need to deal with them. Using that hatch should be another solution for it. There you have the talent shield. That is going to be necessary to try and get this plan down. No impact onto Shaiko to try and use. Likafak is the only one with an explosive, but where is he going to be when Shiro is trying to provide some support? That's going to be the Nitro Cell used. They cannot use that now. They need to go for the gunfights onto I-9. That Attic is being retaken, but the plant is going down.
Traded either side, and they've got themselves on the back end, but they just haven't let the kit go down yet. Where's the watch? It's behind you. Likafak cannot quite find the full fight, and we find ourselves in a post-plant. There it is, though. Fury quickly find the end to that problem, and they fix the problem halfway through the round. Almost suffered by a play and a bit of a bait on utility, but one has been bought. The road is still far from over, though. They've got to try and find another 3.
A lot of time wasted by that one Electro Claw coming through from Fury, because it forced BG Men to come over with the ace to use the Selmas. It was basically in a similar role that Likafak was when they were attacking the same side. Just being on the back, trying to see if he could find a kill or two to at least keep the pressure up onto the backside. Keep them guessing, like where are they actually going to be fully committing to? But he had to come back because of the last exothermic to be caught off. That's what happens when you do not have that full control of the attic yet. Likafak just allowed to toss in, or Bride just allowed to toss in the K-Claw. Impact EMP is being tossed through, but just too late, not able to save it. And again, Thatcher, for example, could have been the alternative. You do that double EMP, there's nothing that will stop you at that moment in time.
Last time we were on this site, it was a very different play and a very different ploy and a pocket attempt. It's not the most out there. Everyone can sort of see when there's a blitz and a gun 6 ready what the rush is going to be. But here, this is a different approach from Fury. Something with a little bit more Misa in it. Something that will probably be a little bit more Misa'd. And they try and find the rhythm. You can see that BDS, they've got themselves the chance of a spread here. They do often have the hold down with some flirts of danger leaning in. But they otherwise are happy to hand over big portions of the map that other players like to often play in.
So now, again, it is going to be that bottom floor which they need to find the entry for. Didn't find it the first time they were here. It was BDS that actually managed to draw the first blood. So it's up to Fury to find a change in that. And that will start with taking control of that top floor and the middle floor as well. They have to drone that out. They have to see if it's going to be all safe to pass through. As the drones come in, you saw the Electro Claw already being placed on the meeting hatch. There is not going to be a Thatcher. There's not going to be impact EMPs. The Maverick of Lycolis will have to send, well, himself in to start using that blowtorch to open up that hatch. But with a leak effect playing right below it, he might actually be trying to aim for a head with the TCSG, or just send in a Nitro Cell and blow him up as he goes. And if that happens, those hatches will stay closed, and Fury will have to go down the staircases to try, you know, and get those sites under control.
Flores drone rolls right past, does get rid of the Banshee, doesn't quite get The ADS that was tucked in a close wall there was almost within the range, but there's always more of an opportunity for that. It's a quick drive. Shaiko in the Shaiko spot. It's waiting for the approach. Hajime is droning out the far end, and here comes Maverick. As we said, since he lost the grenades, his pick rate has dropped off massively. He has to play himself in much different positions, and that's the change of the claw. They're going to get that hatch open, so let's reinforce the wall that they otherwise won't be able to. It makes the Shaiko spot much more solid. Means it's trickier to get him out of there if you have any ranged hard breach.
Which they don't, but of course BDS doesn't know that at this point. So the hatch has been opened up. They're instantly putting down some rounds to see and make sure that BDS stays away, doesn't instantly lean back into that fight. Hajime rotating around, he's going to be trying to put some pressure down from barrels. It's what you need. You need to have that door open up, especially to keep Shaiko in place, who's looking to go aggressive towards the back stairs here to get out of Renshiro.
Well, here comes the first burst, the utility pressure across the back of the site. Liquefact wants to step in and see if he can catch the player, and there's one. There's not the response, but Shaiko gets it, and it's back and forth. BG Man is able to find one out of it, but Renshiro has the cover, and instantly Hajime has it right back. It was a bloodshed. The Fury across Fury is trying to find its way through the single fight either side. Now 2 1v1s have appeared out of the mess of what was a hot drop in the core of the site defense. Brede on one end suddenly finds the header one. Swings as they slip past the first line of defense. It's all down to BG Man. He cannot quite get the connection with the first. He's pretty much out of time, and BDS end the run of Fury here, 7-3.
And that is going to be buying them 4 extra rounds in a round differential as well, which is, according to me, probably going to be the decisive factor at the end of this group between themselves and Spacestation Gaming. Of course, we do not know how the other stream has been faring so far. We do not know if that game is still ongoing or about to end. But BDS, they've done what they needed to do here against Fury. Fury, their dreams will end. They are not going to the playoffs, but they just had their first international experience. It's almost done. They still have a game to play. There's still a win to be gained. So that is what they will set their eyes up on next.
I mean, there were moments here from Fury, but credit to them, it's a massive Cinderella run. It was their chance to get here in what is a stacked APAC South region that's only getting better and better, to have fresh faces and fresh teams. It's always what we want to see. And though it's been a bit of a rocky road, you're in a group with some of the teams that have not only won tournaments over the past 12 months, but some of these players have won the biggest tournament there is. So credit to them. We'll have a breakdown and see what's going on after a quick break.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
And welcome back here inside the cold room on A stream. After that, a pretty cold performance from BDS. It started back and forth. Fury even at one point had the lead, but then it turned into a bit of a French Renaissance period. 7-3. BDS find the 3 points. Fury's run is over. And based on a score that might have happened, the group might be in trepidation as well.
Yeah, we do not know confirmed yet, but when we just checked, spoiler alert, mute yourself, cover your ears, it was 6-2 W7M against SSG at that point. BDS was 3 rounds behind a round differential, behind Spacestation Gaming. So if this does come through, if there is actually going to be the victory for W7M, again, we do not know yet if this happened until we do go towards the standings. It might be that BDS only need a point or a couple of rounds because they might be ahead of round differential after this.
Let's have a quick look at these highlights. And as I said, it started with some highlight plays from Fury. They were able to lean in to the approaches here from BDS. They put a bit of the distance in. BDS, I know some of the big gunners, you can see Liquefact there. He started a bit slow. He couldn't quite find a connection. It was a good shutdown game and some great shutdown rounds. However, around about the 3rd or the 4th round, things really started to turn into a bit of BDS's favor. They tied about 5 rounds in a row before Fury could find at least one back on the tertiary defense side of BDS on stage with some great work, but it was unfortunately a little bit too little and a little bit too late. It turned into a game where BDS had the cool, calm, collected thing that's often gotten them out of groups on the big stage. The pressure for them is not over, as far as we know, but it was a good showing when it was still very hot.
Yeah, for sure, they did everything they needed to do in this game. However, just mentioned it as well, round differential is decisive. They have 4 rounds extra now. That puts them over Spacestation Gaming based on how the previous result has gone. As BDS has managed to get this victory in, they know there is still a fight to be played. The stats coming through. A clear MVP on the BDS side, it's Liquefact that even though he had a slow start, still 13 on 6. The rest of the BDS side, pretty evened out.
Yeah, I think that was the sort of thing, really. As we said, it wasn't that they were entirely slow to get into the game. It's that Fury put a lot of pressure down onto them. BDS couldn't quite get that war they love to have with the loose plays of their gunners, the control that they can exert across the map without needing the rest of the support structure. We saw BDS try and warm into it, and they did. They didn't take their tack time out, unlike Fury, who did just before the turn of the half, but it couldn't quite find any success from the back of it. It was a bit of a strong showing there. And, you know, it was the first game of the day for BDS. They know how important their follow-up one is here. And as we said before, with how this shakes things up, although they're in a tough position, it's now an impossible position. Fury's run is statistically not leaving groups.
Yeah, they will not be leaving groups. They will be ending it in last place as well, 4th place in the group. So that is unfortunate for them, but let's just pull up that group update so we can truly theory craft on what is coming up next. As you see right there, Spacestation Gaming has lost against W7M. There's now 6 rounds between them here, which means that if BDS, for example, okay, that comes down to round differential. Let's say Spacestation wins, BDS loses, round differential key. There's 6 between them now, so BDS needs to get as many rounds as they possibly can against W7M, was hoping Fury does the same, or for BDS, a way easier way to qualify. Get 6 rounds, you get a point, there's no way Spacestation can catch up on you.
If BDS win, it's over. If BDS get to OT, it's over. If BDS roughly probably get about 4 rounds.
It depends on Fury, right? Because
it really depends
between
on Fury.
A 7-0 victory from Spacestation basically skyrockets them above BDS.
But unless BDS don't lose so hard, it becomes like there's a lot that's sort of up in the air, because BDS could also lose heavily, and that could be the deciding factor. Spacestation might be in a blow-for-blow game. Spacestation need 3 points, there's no 2 ways about it as well. They need 3 points, and they need to have a good showing if they want the best possible thing. But they also, whatever was handed to them by W7M in the previous game, they're praying that W7M is still on that. And knowing that roster, they don't slow down for anybody. Their next game, they're going to play just as hard and heavy as their first.
That is definitely what we expect from W7M. They are here to win that major. They are here to go flawless all the way through. They do not want to lose a single map. Nor does any team. Any team wants to win every single map you can, but W7M only one away from going flawless in groups. So that will be their goal going up against BDS afterwards, as Spacestation Gaming will take on Fury to find out how this group will end. But you'll have to wait, because those will be the last games of today. So make sure you tune in for those.
I mean, it's the kind of the energy that you want. You want every single game to matter. You want all of them up to the very end of the day to matter just as much as the ones at the start. And we have that. We have that guaranteed now because things aren't locked in. Sure, W7M, they're at the top of the board. Nobody's catching them. They're cemented. They're in that first seed spot. And we're starting to get those teams confirmed. But there is still a lot of a game, a lot of a day, and that's it just for us for now. We'll toss to a quick break before I believe Blue and Stokes are taking over this desk.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Operation Solar Raid.
This season, we're introducing another new squad. It's Ghost Eyes, led by Kavera, and a newcomer, Solus, is joining the team as well.
Here's a glimpse of your new operator in action on the new Night Haven Labs map. Solus joins the defenders with an electronics detecting augmented reality headset that allows her to not just spot attacker gadgets in action, but also reveal them to her teammates.
A question arose, well, what if we have an IQ on defense? You see that there's a lot of electronic gadgets. You have breaching charges, you have claymores, and tons and tons of drones and cameras. So it just made sense that the defense would have a tool similar to what the attackers have.
Night Haven Labs. It's an imposing research base, and it's the new map coming in Operation Solar Raid.
The whole map is very, very clean. Even the outside, it has a very corporate feel. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. The map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Crossplay and cross progression. We know you've been waiting for this feature for a long time, and it's coming this season.
This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform, anytime.
Fighting toxicity and improving our anti-cheat measures are an ongoing priority for us.
We are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody.
It is now time for you to shine in Ranked 2.0.
What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper.
Now it's time to talk Battle Pass. Operation Solar Raid is introducing a brand new progression system.
Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass has evolved to become more tactical, offering you new ways to unlock the rewards that matter to you faster.
Finally, you can play Operation Solar Raid on the season test server this week. Have fun, and be sure to share your feedback on R6 Fins.
That looks scary. This one's beat me down. Ours is definitely hotter. Make my nose run. It's on like the tip of my tongue.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir. Of course. There's 3. It's Hi-Fi, Night Mode, TV.
Man,
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought too.
I never heard anyone call it dynamics.
I thought there was like a video setting that was like dynamic.
That's what I thought. So I was
contrast
thinking like monitors. There's like Dyac equalizer, but
so I gotta do this one now. Is that how
is that
it works? Is this the first one? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wish we could. Recruits overpowered.
Yeah, tell me what it tastes like.
It's also pretty good.
What's it taste like?
It's not bad. Not spicy. SSG.
I'll guess. I want to say Rogue. Not Rogue.
That's wrong.
What?
Was it on Villa?
That wasn't his first Pro League game. I think we both just have to do it. I think
we both do the
we're
math.
both correct.
We both did this first kill. We know the team.
Yeah, we both knew exactly what was up. We were both right, and now we pay the price.
Yeah. Ready?
Let's roll. 1, 2, 3.
How does it like anything to me? It's like there and it just goes away.
That one's very not spicy. Tower.
That's what I was thinking.
I thought it was
the
a
map
trick
I
question.
could think would be theme park. Yeah.
Dude, it's too obvious. Now.
Yeah.
Here we go, the orange.
Oh, you get to try it.
Yeah. I'd be kind of disappointed if I didn't get to try it anyway, so.
What's it taste like? It tastes like glory.
It's got a little bit more heat to it.
What's it taste like though? Just heat?
No, it's kind of like it's like just a hot sauce. Is it getting too spicy for you? Is that why?
I'm just bored.
Oh, you're
I want
putting
some taste. Yeah. I got some honey milk.
Yeah, get some boba going here. Yeah, throw some on.
Oh, yeah, let's get boba going.
Okay, that was a little extra.
A little extra.
Holy hell.
I believe 2.
1.
Wow. They broke up the show matches.
What show matches did we win?
Curry weren't there. And we have to
now-
have fire in the hole.
Yeah, we might be firing in the hole.
Yeah,
later,
hopefully just the mouth holes. All that, the sauce will be.
Might be firing the hole at the hotel toilet. Oh my God, you just fired in the hole all over the plate.
3, 2, 1, eat. I did not get a taste of that. That's kind of hot, but.
It's warm. This is a builder.
Yeah,
definitely. Console garage. I had to shoot that radio.
Yeah,
that was only like in my strat sheet. Shoot stupid garage radio.
That's probably why I didn't know. Is I always shoot the radio. It didn't even occur to me.
Alright, get the sauce out.
Oh yeah. Look at this one. A ghost with a knife. Oh, and this is Ontario improved. This is a Parky sauce.
It's gonna be.
It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. See, I can't even. See, it's so thick. I can't even shake.
Give me that.
Look at that. Oh wow, you're a pro. This is straight up his throw up. Dude, I don't want to eat this. You have an empty soul. It tastes like nothing. Just pure emptiness.
This is garbage.
It is. I mean, I don't want to say anything, but we are.
This is the first one of like the milk I kind of need. This is terrible.
I'm gonna guess, because we said his name. We'll go with Demo. Mandy.
21.
Oh, from Apex.
21.
What is
the Lord?
Licks your ears.
Yep.
Oh my God, that comes out.
Oh yeah. Don't have it all.
Doesn't smell great. I'm gonna be real here, Chief.
Let's make my nose run.
It touched my tongue.
Well, you did put it in your mouth. That was definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, same.
That really sucked.
I'm honestly.
Taros.
It's either that one or that one. Like, there's no way.
That one, 100%. You guys are liars.
All right, now it's time to look at the pot.
Yeah, what do we got? This is the last
one. Friendly fire.
Dude, your plate is just a mosh pit of sauces. I would like to invite you to look at the sauce for a second.
I'm looking at it.
When you put it on,
I put it on.
It started to spread, but the edges separated.
I have no idea what that means.
So that looks scary.
You want to do a little final cheers?
Yeah, we could do a little. Don't put so much on one.
All right, ready?
Get away from me.
3,
yeah,
2,
let's
1.
do it.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming, all right. He's like a 6', 300-pound man coming to tackle me. But he's as fast as Usain Bolt.
So like Plum.
Yeah, it's like Plum, but like human form.
Okay, yeah, that's concerning because it's not that spicy.
It's in my throat.
Is it gonna get bad?
It's getting pretty bad.
We're gonna be
this one's beating me down.
Really?
Yeah.
This is doing nothing for me.
How do I get it out?
So, what we have here now is there's still a meatball. There's only 6 sauces. So you guys are really yanking our chain here.
Toilet time together. We hook arms. We skip that way.
Yeah, we can go blast the porcelain together.
Yeah. Toilet time.
I think we'll do that. Let's get out of here.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Olo can do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship. Working follow above to save the round for his team.
Explosion goes off, Bolt's on the case.
Vai partir desse triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des! That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed him more!
Consegue levar o round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
He's connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy.
Hold the kick.
Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing. Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in stage 1. What a performance! Beat the dead. Surprise! Oh no! What has just happened, Dead?
Oh my God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug, boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Fire bolt. Look at that.
Smell it.
I'm not smelling it, bro.
Smell it,
I'm not
come
gonna
on.
want to eat. I'm not
It
smelling
kind of gives you like an anticipation. That doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. What was that? Is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
Cafe.
Skyscraper?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
Be my guest.
I think we're gonna like this one.
Yeah, you're gonna milk it. Yeah.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, yeah. That's like a 6. Ooh, boy. Why didn't you warn me?
Oh my God, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh, yeah. That's it's the weakest one, he said.
My God.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You're being too nice. It's a siege. What? If I'm honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a DreamHack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way. There was no way in hell. We have got Fire in the Hole. Hey, this is your special. This is your special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude, what are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my God. Please don't burn.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, this was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? You're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Clubhouse. Eat that shit, boy. Eat that shit. Eat that shit.
That's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrove the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got that bastard hiding there.
Intero approved interrogation.
Oh boy.
You better stop
that was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad. When it's not liquidy, it's like, let's go Pablo, Pablo, You gotta finish the pork. It's like some that shit. I mean.
Wow.
It's not that
It is.
bad. Is it bad? I'm sure I got it right.
That one's ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is
like 8?
Oh my God. 8.
Oh my God.
I was first.
Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what? I was first.
I think I happen to know the answer. Mirage.
Mirage.
I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called? I'm about to meet the Lord, boy. No. This is rigged.
The Lord? With the Lord himself.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then.
I'll split it and then you can drench it. That's enough. Dude, what? No, that's ridiculous. No.
Eat it, bro. Eat it.
No, bro, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
Oh! Oh, that's bad. Taste it.
Oh, I'm good. Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
I know what it is. Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
I'm sorry. Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude, I'm still dying.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Blue and Stokes back here on the mainstream with you, getting ready to move into some of the final games of the group stage here as we move through the tail end of today's festivities. As we get ready to jump into this one, though, bound to still be an interesting one as we've got M&M going up against the Black Dragons. Isn't that right, Stokes?
Yes, indeed. A pretty fun one, Marshmallows and Molotovs. You guys already know I got to say that name as much as I can. One of the funner ones that we have at this event. But yes, up against Black Dragons here. Both of them not in the best of straits right now, trying to stay in it, trying to vie for the position on main stage, and it all starts right here.
Yeah, absolutely the case. There is a very large amount of possibilities inside of this matchup that we actually see both of these teams outright, unfortunately, get eliminated at the end of the day. We'll have to follow that up when we get deeper into the game and we get closer to this matchup, as these two teams, of course, are still looking to try and carve their way through, and they certainly have a possibility to do so. But more than anything, we do see a clean game out of both of these, or either one of these teams, in order for them to be able to excel through and still make it out of this group. Either M&M or Black Dragons needs to show us a regulation victory here in order for them to be able to move forward. And for the other, that would mean as a consequence, they as well would get knocked out. So which team is looking stronger at the outset of this matchup? That's the big question as we come into it. And we saw Black Dragons, the two of us, of course, playing earlier. Not the best showing, unfortunately, out of them. So for me, I'm looking towards M&M to step up to the plate, but at the same time, the Black Dragons, they've had a few hours now to be able to rebound back to the plate and get back to their top form here to face off against M&M for that final engagement.
They absolutely have. This is going to be a Group A bout for the ages. Obviously, the Soniqs have already covered their base. They're already set to go. 12 points. And the fact that Gio not feeling too well as well probably bodes well for them, as he'll more than likely not be playing their game later on today, if you guys weren't up to date on Twitter. So nice little break for him. So he will hopefully, I don't know why this thing keeps doing this, hopefully he will be feeling a little bit better for main stage. But let's get into some of these games that we've seen today, shall we? The big one is the 7-1 victory from the Soniqs over Black Dragons. That game, a very sore sight for your eyes. And then you look over across to M&M. Cyclops finally able to get one in regulation, 7-3 up against M&M. So both of these two right on the precipice of being able to head over to Jönköping. We're currently in Stockholm, right? But obviously the Jönköping Major, and that's where we all want to be at. That's where both of these teams want to be, on that shuttle, not to the airport, but to the next stage of this LAN event. Last team to playoffs here, folks, and here's all of our different odds and how these teams can potentially make it in.
As you can see here, with an M&M Gaming win inside of regulation and a Cyclops loss in regulation, that will mean M&M goes through as the second team for this group. If Black Dragons win regulation and Cyclops lose in regulation, then Black Dragons will go through as this team in second place from this group. Any other situation on this graph will mean that Cyclops ends up as the second team. So like I said before, both of the teams in this matchup, more than anything, looking to avoid overtime and hoping, of course, that we end up seeing Cyclops outright lose their matchup. Now, at the end of the day, as Stokes was mentioning, that's going to be a tough ask to begin with because of the fact that unfortunately Gio is not feeling good, so he is actually sitting out of the Soniqs' final match, being that already the Cyclops are in a good position to just outright win their match and make this match ultimately a bit of a moot point. We're still going to follow that along and follow things closely here in the event, and we still are able to see the Soniqs knock down Cyclops there, pushing these two teams into a position where they might be able to push themselves out of the group.
But that does mean that we do have the potential to see Goddess, I do believe, play, which would be pretty fun. We haven't got to see her play on, at an event in quite some time. So, but past that, kind of looking back into the past as well and seeing what happened the last time these two teams faced off. It was actually Clubhouse where Paris took control as the MVP of that game, a 7-4 victory for Black Dragons on Clubhouse.
Even aside from that here, M&M started this tournament out great with some excellent results against the other teams in this group to begin the tournament. However, it seems like they've been read into it since then, which is a little bit disappointing too, because M&M came into this tournament, for me at least, as one of the brighter stars from Europe, just looking at the stats and the results about it. So I was hoping we would be able to see that echo through, and I still could be wrong. We still could end up see them fire through on this one, but as of this morning, it is looking like both teams are having that little bit of a rough go of things. M&M starting to hit that little bit of a wall, and we'll have to see if they can work their way past it inside of this matchup versus Black Dragons, who obviously had arguably an even worse go of it against the Soniqs earlier on today. Here's the picks and the bans as well, where, man, we just keep getting it. Over towards Skyscraper is where this matchup will end up on between the Black Dragons and M&M.
All right, well, I just checked. M&M hasn't played this map just yet. I was just collecting things here for Black Dragons. Black Dragons has played Clubhouse. They played Clubhouse against the Soniqs as well. What'd they do against CAG? They went to Bank there. So the outlier there, they actually ended up going to Bank back again with CAG, where they ended up winning that one 7-5 in favor of CAG, obviously, on the second day. So they haven't played Skyscraper here either at this event. Also looking over at these scoreboards and just their stats for this event overall right now, M&M beating them out by a pretty significant edge, especially considering Solotov and Uzis.
Absolutely going to be the case. We saw great performances coming out from them in the most recent matchups. Neo as well, actually having a pretty good go of things so far here on a little bit of a flex roll, it seems, on his operator choices. So we'll be having to see if he can follow up that performance as well from some of the earlier matchups. Notably against the Soniqs, he was able to put up a good performance, even though, of course, we saw the team eventually lose that one at the tail end of regulation. That was, though, on Soniqs' like home map in Oregon, in my opinion. So the fact they were able to get that all the way to round 12 is a very good thing. And they're looking very, very good indeed to still try and lock this one down. Like I said, though, it is looking for regulation wins only for both of these teams. Anything outside of that is a no-go and a no-win scenario here, and that's probably a lot of what's being talked about there in the circle for Black Dragons, and you will bet that M&M will brace themselves for this type of talk prior to getting into this game as well. They're probably just as aware of the playoff contentions coming into this, as of course we are with the full stat squad upstairs. So we'll have to see now if they'll look for those same results, and more importantly, if the Soniqs will have any luck in besting CAG inside of that same regulation victory, given, of course, the Geo situation.
So let's start talking about this map. It's going to be Skyscraper here, a 52% defensive win rate overall at land currently. Earlier today, it was right down the middle, 50% dead even, as it was one of the only two at the time. Border was the other one, but that one's 54% now. Fast moving, as things always are when it comes to the group stage. So all things considered, I'd say this is going to be a pretty even bout in between these two. Both of them very fiery, especially when it comes to the frag department, and we're really excited to see how their two styles clash on a map like Skyscraper. We've had so many interesting games here on this map at this event, John, which is a far cry from what we've been getting for the rest of the year. A lot of teams just really not liking Skyscraper for a lot of different reasons, but mostly the clear on the offensive side.
It's a very complex map to have to work yourself past. Not only that too, but there is a lot of potential like clutter on the walls and stuff like that can kind of get in the way of your vision. You're clearing. People can be hiding behind things. They're not necessarily able to detect that, so it can lead to a bit of a frustrating experience on the attacking side. But we'll note at this event, obviously, it subverted our expectations a little bit. It's generally favored towards the attackers at the end of the day, even with all those disadvantages weighed against them and the kind of annoyance of the clear on that map. Defenders have been taking over, especially after we saw Direwolves able to knock down FaZe. Keep in mind, it's got a limited amount of plays, so it's got a capability to skew pretty heavily off of those few plays, but because of the fact that we've seen it play so defender-sided heavily, it's shifted the expectations away from what we normally have seen be a pretty attacker-sided map at the end of the day.
What do you think the most played map is at this LAN? And I'll give you a little hint. It's a classic.
It's not Club, is it?
It is Clubhouse, actually.
I was about to say,
Good job,
it hasn't been for
buddy.
us. We've barely gotten any of those Clubhouse games. I've heard from our colleagues, of course. They've been talking a lot about how the Clubhouse games have been going on, so that makes sense.
Yeah, 8 plays for Clubhouse, 6 for Oregon, 5 for Chalet, then 4 for Bank, Border, Cafe, and Skyscraper, Theme Park 3, and Villa with 2 plays, which is, again, a far cry from what we usually see. Villa, usually one of the most highly played maps when we come to LAN. This time around, people just really not feeling it.
See here, Black Dragon's focusing up. He's not flinching an inch.
He hasn't blinked.
Staring at that camera.
There it is.
There it is. There's the blink.
Blink
Not
again.
moving, though. Look.
Blink twice if you need help.
Scared.
I'm scared. Oh, okay.
He only blinked once.
Yeah, I got a little worried there. I don't know. I was definitely terrified. I'm quaking in my boots over here. I don't know how Eminem feels about it.
Eminem just looks bored.
Yeah,
As we go over to that.
Nello especially looks like he does not give a damn.
Can we just start the game already?
I don't think I've ever seen Nello like more nonchalant in my life. Like, oh my goodness. Looks like we got a tech issue with some sound, folks, so we're gonna get that ship righted before we set sail on over to Japan to handle things on Skyscraper. We've been discussing this map a little bit and some of the play that we've seen here at this event. You and I were discussing Direwolves play a little bit, and actually we got to cast 2 of Direwolves Skyscrapers. They actually worked 2 out of, or actually no, they worked 3 of those maps out of the 4 because they actually did end up playing FaZe on that twice, if I'm not mistaken. So what do you think so far of Skyscraper here? And I mean, honestly, Direwolves and what they were bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing mainly the APAC teams, I think, jump out and be a lot more comfortable in this one, and Direwolves specifically. That could actually become a factor in a few matches from now as well. Direwolves is a very good chance they may try to bring that out one final time in their last matchup, where they need to pull off a big upset against the Wolves as well to be able to stay in contention here. We'll see if that ends up coming through, of course, as that'll be our final Group D matchup as they're fighting directly against FaZe, 3 points behind them to try and qualify over them. FaZe is ultimately going to have to lose in their matchup versus Mirage, though, in order for that to happen. But either way, Direwolves bringing a great performance to the table on this map, so we'll have to wait and see if they're going to follow through with that selection one final time or try to go a little bit deeper into their own map or potentially be forced into it as well. A lot of teams have been noticing, of course, they're going on to a comfort pick, as we just saw Mirage try to challenge them on it earlier. Won the game as well, so prove that they can indeed be beaten on it, but unfortunately still left them out of contention for playoffs as they had already fallen too far behind in the group.
Absolutely, and considering all the stats that we have here at this event, in this game, we actually have quite a few top 10 players here, but more specifically for M&M, they're actually holding 2 spots here with Uzus and Solitov. Solitov, the 6th best player, whereas Uzus is, I do believe, 8th, actually, so very well done from them. KZ still topping the board by such a large margin. It's actually super wild at 1.64, and the very follow-up player is Paulu with a 1.38. Bibu after that, then Rexon, then Joom, which has been so amazing to watch at this event. Been really enjoying watching Heroic play overall. Then obviously Solitov. And you have Uno after that. That's the one that's been a really big thing, you know, a really big boon for Heroic, I would say, is Uno. What he's really been able to muster, because when you look at what he's been playing, you know, he has been playing some pretty fun ops, some ops you can deal a lot of damage on, things like Habana and Pulse, but mostly he's been that supporting cast member. He's just been finding these moments for himself to be able to keep Heroic in it. So hopefully our 2 teams here, after we get done with this tech pause, can hopefully imbue their gameplay with something similar. We know Solitov and Uzus will definitely be doing so.
Such a tough part of the tournament, especially when we consider as well the way that pretty much all 4 of our groups have ultimately panned out. A clear frontrunner has shown in all 4 groups by a pretty decent margin as well. Groups B and C, W7M and Team Liquid but absolutely decking their competition and leading by 6 points each. Even here in Group D, of course, like we were talking about earlier, Wolves, that's solid 2 points ahead of FaZe Clan, and now back to Group A as well with the Soniqs, safely 4 points ahead even of Cyclops in second place, unable to be eclipsed at this point in the game. And now we have so many of these second and third place contentions that are right next to each other. You'd love to be able to see both of those teams come through, much like we have with the situation now between M&M and Black Dragons, but ultimately only one of them is going to be able to make it forward at this point due to those top teams being locked in earlier today, and they'll have to fight like heck for it here inside of this game as well, considering the fact that CAG already has solidified themselves a few more points from their earlier matchup that was played this morning.
Yeah, it's been one of the weirdest groups we've had in a major in some time, huh?
Yeah, certainly the case. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into this one. Let's get down to brass tacks now, as either M&M or Black Dragons need a regulation win to stay in contention. And at the same time, they need Cyclops to lose over on the other stream. Let's get into it and see which one will top things out in Skyscraper for the final game of this group.
Yang going to start out our ban phase here in Japan. What does Black Dragons want to take away from the offense? Well, our answer is surely right around the corner. It's going to be Thatcher. We don't actually get that many Thatcher bans here anymore, so let's check his stats out, shall we? Thatcher actually has only been banned 4, now 5 times with that one. He's tied with Capital, of all people, for bans. That is something you would never hear just a year ago. Kaid will be the follow-up ban, the first defensive ban. Obviously, Black Dragons defensive ban as well. So making sure that's not on the field with Thatcher gone, even though impact EMPs do exist, well, their distance isn't as solid as the radius of those EMPs. The bandit also going to be banned out, so we are really just going off the rails here, huh?
The bandit I agreed with when we had it get banned out earlier on Clubhouse, but for Skyscraper, what do you think about that one?
I think it's definitely an interesting choice, especially with the Kaid working its way in, so you've basically mitigated the majority of things that are going to be holding walls up. This does mean we have to see an utter crapload of mute play. You're going to be seeing mute probably every single defensive side, because what else are you going to do? I mean, there's really no other way to stop them from ripping these walls to shred and getting access to exactly what they want early on in the round. So we're going to need Solid Tom to step up, get these mute jammers down, and try and hold on some of these panels.
All right, let's take a look as it is going to be the expected initial sight from M&M as they go over towards Karaoke NT to start off this map here, working themselves into that usual expected sight choice. Not going to see any dramatic shifts over on the Black Dragons operator selection, at least not to start this. Nade bringing the Capital to hopefully chuck that utility a little bit deeper into the site and flush out those deeply held anchors. Aside from that, Patoxy is going to move over from the Nook. Not really going to have room to work a Nook flank on your own inside of this map, so the Flores comes out for Patoxy instead. Be able to hopefully knock out a little bit more of that utility that could stand in the way. Things like deployable shields, Banshees, and whatnot if they are in the picture. Not going to see the Banshees, of course, we don't really have that in the defensive operator lineup, but just to showcase an example, there are plenty more of those explosive drones to be able to knock out over the course of this round.
Indeed. Got a lot of Rotero drones when it comes to Flores, and Patoxy will more than likely be hitting his mark with those. And even if he doesn't, it still gives you a decent amount of insight, intel to be able to abuse if you can so choose. You know, some of those moments not able to capitalize on things like others. So gonna get these windows open now for Black Dragons as they start things off for our offensive side. Patoxy's gonna be working in for the Black side stairs balcony. Also, Black Dragons just majority working on this balcony at the current moment. Actually, Monty's going to be holding up the door Rotero drones in here to make sure that Flores stays alive. Also, obviously, the window being held by the Lion outdoors. It's going to be Ion on that one. We do have a couple of bodies down low here for Black Dragons as they'll begin working up the stairwell. M&M haven't gotten in front of them yet. No obstacle from the defense.
Seems like more than anything, they just want to completely prevent retakes to the inside of Karaoke. And so far, this is working to allow Busetto to the inside of it, but will it allow them to get a plant, or does it fire back against them now? So far, it works, especially with the micro smokes now being deployed to give Busetto a safe corner, supposedly at least to go for this plant. Will anyone on M&M challenge it? They're certainly attempting to do so as they move forward, and they successfully drop the case to the ground. Unfortunately, Neo gets a little bit aggressive there, ends up chucking a Pokeball at Nello and takes him down accidentally to even the numbers back out. But Solotov pushes it right back into M&M's favor with the pickup against Patoxy. That'll also eliminate, of course, now. That shield player preventing a replant from going back down. Nade, though, re-equalizes things, still keeping the Black Dragons in this with the next pickup. Solitov, though, the rock of consistency with regards to trades, throws it right back into the favor for MNN.
Well, it's down to the gunfights now. The case in a terrible location. I highly doubt Black Dragons ever get to grace its presence ever again. More than likely going to have to remove M&M from the lobby before they get to that one. The pre-fire out, they'll take down Solitov. It's all left up to Tyrant. Can he clutch out in the 1 versus 2? Nade, he's been so solid in this game already in round 1, 3-0. The warm-up working out well for him. Nade will take him down. And that's going to be it. As Black Dragons able to counter things out. It got a little risky there with the plant going down inside of Karaoke, but immediately thwarted by M&M Gaming. Quickly righting their wrongs, though, as Black Dragons able to claim round 1.
Basically winning it out more than anything, just kind of on a straight gunfight when everything is said and done there. Black Dragons bringing things down to a 2v2 after things get a bit chaotic, attempting to plan it with the very open floor plan, or open floor level wall plan, I guess you would call that there for
something along those lines.
Yeah, the guys on Black Dragons.
Something like that. I mean, yeah, the Karaoke plant, it was definitely a weird one. I like the strategy overall with the Capital bolts, but they didn't really have a way to shut down the main hallway. There's nobody really watching it. So, I mean, M&M just kind of got to do whatever they want there.
Not the best overwatch for the planter either. Like, that's obviously what all those holes in the bottom of the wall were supposed to be for, so they could just trace through the soft destruction and be able to take those players down. But with all the smokes and everything chucked out, certainly would have probably been beneficial to have an actual player sitting on the inside of that, providing more direct relief if it had been necessary. Either way, it's something that Black Dragons are more than aware of and are going to be adjusting them the next time that they are able to go for the attack on that site, which is unfortunately not going to be in this round, as we'll see the M&M roster switch just over to the other side of the map. Still playing upstairs, of course, just now on the inside of the office. Black Dragons going to keep some similarities, of course, such as the Capital still being in play from Potoxi. We've got a few other change-ups. Baseto bringing the Gar hook into fold here, so we'll see what that is going to bring to the fold.
What can they get done with it? Well, it's going to be Solitov. As you said earlier, one of the most consistent players when it comes to M&M. He's going to body Black Dragons early. The Zofia gone, those concussions worth their weight in gold when it comes down to it. Some of our only proximity-based utility on the offense, and they are beautiful when you're able to use them to clear out the building and make sure some of the areas that might be harder to reach are cleared out. So, be suffering from success from their early round here. Now, for M&M, with a chance inside of this first minute, it's going to be Ion to step in the building first for Black Dragons after his friend had faltered. They obviously do still have the Selma charges on Nade, so nothing really to worry about in that department. It's just they've lost a couple teeth when it comes to this overall unit.
We're going to continue to see the Black Dragon look for opening opportunities to be able to shift themselves through the majority of the first floor bedroom setup and then work upstairs from there. Only going to be one piece of this execute, more than likely, as well as you'll expect a few other members of Black Dragons to begin harassing from the second floor rappel. You can already see Nade getting in position upstairs for them, trying to take out the walls with Selma's not really a point in his teammates joining up with him until they have those walls open. So that's why you're seeing most of the focus from BD be played out over on the first floor at this point in the round. M&M, of course, not really needing to respond to that first floor pressure. That's not a huge concern to them. If they get randomly naded from below, then obviously they'll start to worry about that a bit more, but they do have at least one player committing to Overwatch by the staircases, so they know that that's cut off in the event of a direct push from BD.
Well, a lot of time wasted since Paris went down and trying to work verticality and get these walls open. They've been successful on both, but haven't been able to find the kill they've been so sorely awaiting. Stuns out, Gara Hook ready, looking to fly through the hatch, and that will at least work for a moment until Yozis stands up and takes him down. That Gara Hook extremely loud, and well, the M&M member, he has ears, so easy kill for him. Ion's going to get one, but immediately goes down to an explosive, I do believe. Yozis will pick up that one. Solitov with some serious damage, but Nade for the double. A 2 versus 2 now, and Potoxi going to try and shift up and assist his friend here. It's very low on HP. No case control at the current moment either.
The play from Nade right there perfectly showcases why M&M are taking such a passive stance on their defensive setups as well. The second one of them tries to peek out in the open and get even a tad aggressive. Immediately, Black Dragon slays out 2 players. So this explains why you've had such a quiet round aside from the action that Black Dragons have forced out here. M&M do not want to challenge BD unless absolutely necessary because they know they need that intel in order to make things work, and they're not great at gathering it naturally on their own and pushing into these setups off of the 2 rounds that we played so far. Forcing it out is another thing, but patience works out beautifully here for M&M as they hold on to their setup and close down on the second round to tie us up at 1-1.
Love the pacing there from them. You marked on it at the tail end of that round there. M&M just not really able to overplay their hand when they want to. That aggression usually gets them punished, as Black Dragons is really good at holding these angles and shutting them down when they go for it. So a good respect given over to Black Dragons, and one that I think that they absolutely deserve. M&M, they're going to head back over to T and Karaoke to try and find some semblance of success here. The last time around, they started off decently well with getting the case down inside of Karaoke after that very awkward Monty plant, but that's not all that really mattered in that round. Black Dragon stepped up in a very considerable way when it came to that, getting some big kills, especially for Nade. He had 3 in just the first round alone, so we'll see if he can continue getting away with this. Actually didn't go for, I believe, no hard breach on this. Well, they actually can on Nade there, I do believe, with the Capitao. I think Monty also has access to it nowadays as well. So we'll see what they want to try and use to open up these walls. Actually, 0 hard breach. None business here for Black Dragons. There's going to be Claymores for the Capitao and secondary EMPs for Bisetso. But the good news is that they have that Monty, so they can more than likely walk into the building through a traditional means rather than through walls.
Black Dragons continue to look for their opening gambit yet again, but remember, much like the previous round, M&M probably going to keep a little bit more of their composure alive due to the success they found with that type of playstyle in the previous round. The site, of course, may force something a little bit different out of them when it comes to the mid-round play. At a minimum, early round, they've got that choice of whether they want to get right up in the face. We're kind of already passing that point now and entering the mid-round here as they're holding much more consistently towards the inside of the buildings. We're back, of course, over here towards T-Room now, giving Black Dragons that direct access point from the balcony that they'll more than likely look to use again here.
Rotero drone's back in, and hello? Okay, I was like a little awkward there for a second. I don't think that
he was really stressed between the barbed wire or the wall. He was trying to pick which one, I think.
Exactly. He was like, oh, there's no one here. There's no barbed wire. And then he turned around and ran it back to the door. And I guess he thought about blowing up the door here to let Bisetso in. But either way, he's just going to make a rotation instead, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I think it's very smart if they're trying to go for a similar play to what they did the last time. But you can see M&M Gaming, they've planned for this. They've got Nello on the Azami, and it's working out well. He's able to constantly close up this wall and make it nigh impossible for the Monty to move forward.
It's prime for Perez. Unfortunately, not going to land anywhere near either of the members from M&M, so just a wasted utility at the end of the day, but it may open up a top-down angle that could be useful later on in the actual round. Tyrant also patiently waiting for Potoxi to try and get aggressive towards this window. It's the war of attrition right now to see who decides to strike first, but the Black Dragons have made their initial push, and with the Montaigne, of course, they can have Bisetto continuously peek this hallway to try and gather more intel. As long as there's not a flank being lined up from that back black staircase, then they don't have to worry too much about the Montaigne's safety.
A minute left here. Black Dragon's stagnation has been eating at them thus far. Gonna be the grenade out here for Perez. Not gonna find too much with that though. M&M, they have to try and prevent this plant again. This time no smokes though, John. They're willing to try and cover their bases. Nitro cell out, it won't deal anything. M&M, they're gonna have to try and go about this through, well, unadulterated aggression, and so far it's worked extremely well. They've bodied every Black Dragons member that they can, and well, that's more than likely gonna be the round right there. I highly doubt Monty can get it done on such low HP, and in fact, Bisetso is just gonna lay there and get locked out, and then Usus is gonna shoot him and kill him. M&M Gaming getting it done actually the hard way, honestly. I mean, Monty getting in there finally and getting that plant down, but I mean, they still have to take all of those gunfights on every separate angle and get a big dub there, and they find that success. Not an easy task, especially after what we'd seen previously from Black Dragons. They are no slouch when they can get a hold of those angles.
Pulled off the full-on retake this time as well. Did not kind of lose it halfway and have to battle out in a 2v2 fashion against Black Dragons, which is how they eventually lost control of the first round. M&M snapped the jaws shut. And unfortunately, again, the problem for Black Dragons is the support structure surrounding that plant from the Montane. There's nothing wrong with the actual plant itself, but the players that are meant to keep it alive, it seems like they have to give so many bodies away just to allow that plant to go down in the first place, beginning to question if that strategy is worth it. Possibility that we may see that play into one final time, but we'll follow that up on the 6th round if M&M decide to go back to T and Karaoke to play it out.
Yeah, I think the big thing is about this site is that you kind of have a couple of options, right? You can try and go for the black stairs push or that balcony push. You can try and clear from the east to the west, or you can try and go for like a geisha-centric take. Honestly, only really one out of or 2 out of the 3, I would say, are decently good. I mean, there's just a lot of different issues with that site overall that you can really run into, and that's what Black Dragons are suffering from right now. M&M are doing a really good job of keeping track of their positioning when it comes to their setup for that site, and they're constantly punishing them for it. So don't think we'll see Black Dragons really be able to do much against that in the future, but we'll have to find out later on. As you said, M&M with that dub, not going to be seeing it for at least a couple more rounds here. Nello, speaking of which in rounds, bringing Capcan for this one. EE1Ds, or rather EDDs, will be around everywhere, although Lion will not be in, so don't be worried about that. No EE1Ds here, just logic bombs from Paris.
We are seeing this nice little Twitch turn play making very quick work of the EDDs, however, so more than likely not going to find a whole lot of effectiveness, so that's not a very heavily guarded target often.
Very nice.
Like Seto as well, just leaping right in here with the case, picking up the kill along the way. Ion able to successfully defend things out, and Perez preventing some of the rotates from back upstairs as well. It's an unstable plant, but Black Dragons do have it in their favor at a +1 player advantage as well. Tyrant pushed up against the corner, and he's still half peeked out behind the wall. There's a Potoxi, takes him down. Users works his way back in, still keeping the hopes alive for M&M, but in fact, he's the only hope running now for the squad. Needs to win out the 1v2, tries to go for the repeat, but that's all too easy to read for Perez and the rest of BD. They lock in a response round, and we are tied again now at 2-2.
Now that's the kind of rush plant that I'm looking for. Very well done from Black Dragons. Loved how they used the logic bomb as well to try and counteract some cameras. I think that was in time. It was kind of hard to tell with the calamity that we had in round 4. But if they got it there, well, then obviously that's just great coordination. But either way, a fantastic plant as the Buck gets in, gets the kill, and gets the case down. We're tied all up here on Skyscraper. And please do remember that this all has to deal with CAG losing their game. If they win their game, then our Japanese representatives will be headed to the main stage. And M&M Gaming and Black Dragons, well, this Skyscraper doesn't matter all too much.
Yeah, and even worse than that, while this teeter-tottering of rounds may be great for the viewing experience at home, it is not great for either of these teams' chances to actually make it through here. If you remember what we said in the pregame, it needs to be a regulation victory for either one of these teams to have a chance to be able to make it through into the playoffs. If they continue to go back and forth in the sense of weaning its way over into overtime, that as well translates to an immediate elimination of both of these teams from a potential playoff berth, and that will also mean that CAG goes through by default even if they lose their other game.
Indeed. This time around, the Buck's going to head on over to Ion. Bassetto's back on the Monty, so he won't have as much frag power, but he will have a lot of pressure. M&M, I'm going to head up towards the offices, see if they can get one over on Black Dragons here again. Pretty default operator lineup when it comes down to it. Something you'd pretty much expect. I really like the Warden coming in here, especially from Solitov. Always a solid pick when it comes to sites that have a lot of utility chucked at them. And there's quite a few stuns on Black Dragons as well. So definitely a solid consideration here from M&M Gaming. But past that, a handful of seconds that have eclipsed so far here in round 5. Black Dragons right outside the windows of the site, but it's going to take a whole heck of a lot more in order to crack this egg. M&M, they've got quite a few bodies strung along this space, trying to hold on to the majority of it, especially when it comes to the house stairs. Ion and the rest of the gang, though, they're going to try and work this bottom floor. I really like the adaptation here with the Nomad working in. They haven't used this the whole time, so nice pickup here to be able to try and slow down M&M on their rotations. This is something that could be quite lethal.
Tyrant starting to flirt with a push down the staircase. We do have a few members of Black Dragons waiting in the area, so this will be a bit of a risky play from Tyrant, but M&M seemingly starting to feel a little bit more confident with their positioning on the inside of this half, needing to potentially subvert the expectations, look for additional ways for them to get ahead inside of the early round to prevent this teeter-totter from coming true, find a way for them to steal back another round and limit the capability from Black Dragons on the execute, where they've been finding a lot of their steam, like we've just found here. Perez able to work himself in, knocking out Tyrant. Oh, it's a chain of smokes that's actually going to get Basetto. That drops the case, beautifully noticed and followed through by Nello there to be able to shut down the Montaigne yet again, but once again, Nade as well as an additional member of Black Dragons able to frag back out against M&M, leaving only Nello in the defensive setup, but he won't last that long. Nade gets that final kill, and despite the very nice smoke play, it's all or nothing for the defense, and unfortunately nothing comes out. Black Dragons shut it down with a walk-in.
Yeah, Basetto, you better go play the lottery or just count your lucky stars, because your team really bailed you out on that one. That was a critical blunder if I have ever seen it. Really mistimed the smoke there, John. He just walks on through, takes all that damage, and wouldn't you know it, Smoke still has 2 more of those things because he just chucked one at you. So, definitely a miscalculation there from Black Dragons, but definitely not when it came to the frags, lining those up perfectly. M&M caught off guard, and Black Dragons able to power ahead yet again here, 3-2.
Black Dragon's gonna make another attempt over here towards the tea and karaoke room. Curious to see if we see that same shift over to the same composition with the Montaigne and everything else. I talked about it before. They've been trying this smoke plant for quite some time, and while the plant hasn't had too much of an issue getting down to the ground, all the players that need to be out in the open to support it are having a really tough time staying in the actual fight. So it does look like we are going to shift this setup a little bit. It's moving away from the Montaigne now, as we are instead going to see a Flores and an Osa brought to the fold here. Osa probably a much better selection for this, as you'll be able to just as confidently walk in. You won't be able to get as much free intel with the free peeks, obviously, that the Monty will be able to get into areas like the tea room and, of course, the connecting room behind it via soft wall, but you can still set yourself up much more confidently for the post-plant situation and give that planter an actual capability to clutch, because obviously they'll have a real gun sitting on the Osa operator.
Yeah, I honestly think that, you know, if we were talking about Basetto's evolution, right, if he had an evolution line like he was a Pokemon, I think that Osa would be his max evolution, right? Great Monty player, seems to really understand the shield play of Siege, but I think Osa is just better for him. Give him a little bit more lethality, make it to where he can take some of those gunfights and try and find those kills. Really, I've only seen him blunder with just that last round, and we've been watching him play Monty for a couple of days here. So, gonna be able to get rid of a couple of these windows and start applying pressure to the defensive setup of M&M, but do they know that it's headed back towards them as well? Solitov, he's been quite aggressive with these SMG-11s on defense, but he's been making it work as well. Not as much recently, but the first couple of rounds dealing some considerable damage with that weapon.
See here as well, this little EMP burst comes out, the one and only one that they will have access to. Setting over here on that bulletproof camera, but the bulletproof camera, of course, defended quite nicely with that extra laser gate sitting in front of it. Pretty much nigh impossible for the attackers to be able to knock that down unless they want to commit a huge amount of utility to doing so. That'll more than likely be a constant info drip for the defenders. They got to worry about attackers coming in now on their flank, though, as Perez finds a very nice entry into the back end of Geisha, eliminating that from the defenders' playbook here, and really limiting their options overall to actually stop the plant from going down. Beautiful timing shot from Perez right there. Here's the shots going in through the wall, takes it down. Neo, in the meanwhile, making a big play here to finally put an end to Perez's issues over on the inside of Geisha. Basetto, though, still in position, ready to put the plant down on the ground. They're going to risk it here in the 4v3.
Well, if you want the biscuits, you gotta risk it. That's how it is. Air jabs down, Neo down as well, but not for the count. That's gonna be Patoxy at 3 versus 3 going into the post plant, and this is exactly why I like the Osa more. Basetto doesn't just have to sit in a corner and watch all of his teammates do something, although he will die to use this. He still had an opportunity there. Ion in behind. He really wishes he could get these shots back, but for some reason, Tyrant's gonna give it to him anyways. He walks out with just the magazine out of his gun. There's not a single bullet in that MPX when he walks at him, and he just dies straight up. Black Dragons claim the round, although M&M were starting pretty hot.
even worse, that deployable shield that ended up being there at the end of the round. There was a shot that went out right against it. I'm pretty sure that would have started to deal damage to the last player live on BD. Anyway, kind of gave him the cover. He needed to clutch it out instead of working it the other way around. Unfortunate for the players on M&M. But either way, closes down the half and flips sides now with Black Dragons in control of the situation. Time to see if they can follow this one through, as once again, another quick reminder, they do need regulation victory here to stay in play.
Well, so far, Skyscraper has been a pretty fun affair in between these two. I think that they both had some pretty solid ideas about how to offend and defend this Skyscraper site. And honestly, I've been really liking what we've been seeing out of M&M here, especially for Solitov, at least the earlier rounds. Not really able to put it together for these last couple, but again, some solid considerations and one that we expect to see throughout time when it comes to M&M. You can say the same for people like Usus as well on the ace right now as they switch on over to the offensive side. Currently down 2 rounds up against Black Dragons, who were able to put together a lot of these offenses. They weren't clean, but they were definitely some wins, weren't they?
Black Dragons just needing 3 of their defenses now. 1 full rotation cycle to be able to lock in this game for themselves, and then they just have to watch the other stream and pray that things have been going well for the Soniqs, with the issues that, of course, they have had now. Locking in the first place group position earlier today. Geo did decide to step down from this second game, as unfortunately he's not feeling that great, so he's gonna go take a rest, get himself ready for the playoff stage, which I think is a very wise decision at the end of the day. Goddess, we believe, is actually filling in for him in the meanwhile for their game against CIG over on the other stream. If CIG loses that game inside of regulation, then we will have the chance for both of these teams to move forward. If that does not end up coming true though, CIG closes out any way, shape, or form, then both of these teams are immediately knocked out of the playoffs.
Well, Tyrant, I believe
apparently, sorry, we're going to correct ourselves.
What's up?
Apparently, Geo is playing in that matchup.
Oh, did he go back on it?
Yeah, apparently Geo is actually playing in that game.
Oh, good on him.
I'd heard like a bunch of times that he was going to be swapped out, but I guess that did not end.
Yeah, he tweeted it. Everybody was talking about it. It's fine, though. I'm happy he's playing. Hopefully that means he's feeling better, and also that means that Goddess gets to kind of chill. So hopefully she's just enjoying watching the game as well. But back into this one here. But that actually does play a little bit into it, so hopefully we can get a score update here soon. But either way.
And even better, the playoff finishes for both these teams are actually live right now. A little bit of a spoiler alert. Soniqs are currently leading that game.
What's the score?
4-2.
What's the map?
I didn't get that intel.
Well, what are
it's on a drip feed.
What are you worth?
It's on a drip feed from my watch right now. You gotta give him a few seconds. I think I just got it.
And we got a fire.
It's on Club. It's on Club.
It's on Clubhouse. Oh, so that's gonna be the 9th play of Clubhouse here at this event. But well, luckily enough for us, literally nothing has happened in this round at all. Everyone's on balconies looking to see if they can potentially get something open, and I mean literally anything open. This window's not even opened, and Solitov's staring at it constantly. He's being like, "Do I want this? Do I not want this?" I don't know if they know what they want. We're about to find out if they do. Somebody's got to make a decision here, and apparently it's Nate as he guns down Usus.
Nate with a good start for Black Dragons, certainly making M&M second guess themselves. Been a large part of the problem in this game so far from M&M, just not being fully secure in their own strategy, playing things very, very passively, leaving room open for Black Dragons to dictate their own playstyle on the defense, which is not necessarily something you want to allow happen as the attackers on this map specifically. You can tell why as well. A lot of rooms for these defenders to dip in and out of, potentially disappear from the sight lines and tracking of M&M overall. See the EXO go down to be able to try and open things up on the inside of Geisha, but no, it's been blocked out by a mute chamber. Nade comes in from the bottom though, makes quick work of not only that, but one of the members of BD as well. Nade now dead to rights, even back up, but only for a split second apparently, as a big push comes in from Perez and knocks out Solitov.
Very well done from Black Dragons, accounting for a lot inside of their strategy. Able to retake Geisha, deal some considerable damage. That's going to be the case down as Nello also follows suit. Neo trying to pick up the pieces here, but it'll actually be Tyrant with a holographic L85. We haven't seen that one in a while as it does have access to the 1.5, but Tyrant feeling a little bit different about this gun. Frag grenade out. didn't get it cooked all the way. Obviously, that swing did throw a wrench into his plans. Tyrant real close on this one, but unfortunate for him. He's going to go right into the waiting arms of Patoxy, and you're going to count him for 2. Black Dragons taking it to Eminem at the current moment.
Black Dragons very happy about that one. Now they've got a very comfy cushion against their opponents here as well. 3 rounds in the lead and just 2 to go to close out the matchup. Now I think they're going to play around with their playstyle a little bit here, take a few risks, try to get an even bigger advantage inside of the early round, whereas Eminem might have to go even more passive, start to second guess themselves even more, double check things, which is really not going to be the formula for coming back into this one at this point. Could lead to a quick defeat for them, and as well their outright elimination from play here at Jönköping.
0 timeouts either. Eminem doesn't call anything at all. They just feel like rolling through with it, so we'll see how this works out. All these players have been very solid over the years for Marshmallows and Molotovs. We've casted quite a few of them. The one that I have the most love for out of these guys has definitely got to be Nello. That's when Flynn and I actually casted in Tokonami, Japan back in 2019, and Flynn had probably one of his best shoutcasts of all time. Watching Nello absolutely decimate, I believe, Wildcard Gaming on Coastline. So definitely one of my favorite memories when looking back through Rainbow Six Siege. But doesn't seem like it's going to account for all that much here. Eminem Gaming have been stunted when it comes to this game, at least thus far. They have an opportunity to try and stave off Black Dragons, keeping them from their penultimate round as they've just hit 5. Eminem's gonna try and change some things up. Neo's going to be on the doke now, but so is Black Dragons. They've got Nade looking for an aggressive peek here. We've seen a couple of squads go for this one here, as it's pretty easy to try and get some kills on the players repelling up this side. The string or cable, whatever you want to call it, that attaches to the actual building is basically a freebie onto where their head is going to come up. Isn't that weird, John?
Indeed it is. Nade with a solid shot to start things out. It's against the Nook too, so pretty much slams any potential sneaky flank dead to rights before it even gets started there. Nicely caught once again by the Black Dragons here, putting that aggressive foot forward and denying any and all early round playmaking capability, from the Eminem roster as they continue to try and look for opportunities to battle their own way back into this situation. A little bit of a split attack now starting to work its way forward as they have taken that control on the inside. T-room here are going to try to carry that forward over towards the roofing hall as well, but past that, him and some other slower things mess them up in the process of doing so. Like, these Kiba barricades standing in the way of Tyrant right now. He's actually just going to use one of the Terror drones to try and knock those out of the way, and overall, Eminem a little bit discombobulated here as they try to group themselves up one final time, but Perez causing all of this delay with just his singular position on the inside of the shrine right now. Nade assisting with this from a distance. Also, he picks up another slam dunk kill, and there's the big one from Perez. Takes away the control on the inside of T-Room. More than likely makes the entry from the other players nigh impossible now, and in fact brings it all down to 1. All on Nello, who's going to reset the map control, go back in from balcony side, and even then doesn't suspect the play from down the hall. It's a flawless run from BD there on that round. Only 1 to go to shut down this map now.
0 control, 0 flare for Marshmallows and Molotovs. Nothing doing, nothing going in the current moment. Black Dragons able to outplay them in every sense of the term from the very jump of that round. I loved the extra aggressive assault towards the outward areas of the building, making it really difficult for Eminem to try and pick up any portion of map control. And now we sit here 6-2 in favor of Black Dragons, and we're not going to get a timeout call. Eminem, they just want to roll with the punches, and well, this one could be the death blow.
It's been largely sort of default and a lot of sit and wait play style from Eminem, hoping to try and catch something off of their drone intel that they can then act upon, or of course an active play from BD that they can punish, but it just has not been happening. BD has looked consistent as ever since we switched over to the second half. This defensive side really giving them that boost forward due to how tough it has been. And we mentioned this in the pregame as well, for the attackers to properly clear out even the first or second room as they enter themselves into the actual building here on Skyscraper. So finally going to be moving over towards Barbecue, or Black Dragons have set up a very interesting line above that. You were seeing it just a second ago there. So we'll see how they're able to play to the inside of that, if we see any action working its way over into that deeper part of the Barbecue room itself. M&M will have to look to try and secure their plant. M&M storming their way forward, but they're going to start their take from the other side of the building by the looks of things. Already seen the first phone call go out, so they want to try and establish map control a lot more quickly this time, and this is certainly a proper adjustment. It's just showing up a little bit late in the game here.
Before this match, M&M and specifically Solotov and Usus were pretty far ahead of Black Dragons, at least considering their scoreboards. But Nate, he has shown up and he has dealt so much damage with his squad. Patoxy adding to this now 8-4 to match Perez's 8-5. Nate 13-4 at the current moment. They have been lights out up against Marshmallows and Molotov. Solotov will go down. Nello dead to the world as well. And it looks like this may be all she wrote. Tyrant now moving in, loving these hollow sites for himself, but it doesn't seem like it's been able to accomplish all that much. 5-8 for him on the game currently. M&M, they're trying to centralize, but oh my, Perez gets it done again up against Usus. And it looks like M&M not really having too much available to them. It's a triple kill now for Paris. Looks like Tyrant will at least be able to stave off the flawless round and impact out, but it looks like it might just be a rotation from our player. He's ready for it, but Nade also collapsing from the rear. A 7-2 victory here on Skyscraper for our 5th play at LAN.
Unfortunate game for M&M as they seemingly just flatline here on the attacking side, but that's great news for the Latin American community and for the Black Dragons community specifically as they crush this final game for themselves. That does mean they are still in it, of course, pending the results of the game going on the other streams. CAG does need to end up in a losing position for them to move through, but that is the way things were going the last time we checked in on it. We'll be doing so once again, of course, in a few minutes here, but now they must sit and wait for those results to roll in to see if they'll still be moving on with the rest of us to Jönköping tomorrow morning.
And we really are a far cry from the Na'Vi days of EU dominance, huh? Unfortunate for Nello there as Marshmallows and Molotovs. I was excited to see him again here at this event, see what they were capable of, but could not hold a candle to the light of Black Dragons, who, as you just said, still have an opportunity to go to our main stage. So congratulations to our Brazilian squad on their big win.
An overall very nice rebound given the game we saw Black Dragons play earlier on today. A little bit of a misnomer when they went up against the Soniqs, just not really able to bring the strategies necessary to the table, and for the most part got shut down. That's huge credit, of course, to the strength that we saw the Soniqs bringing to that game, but to come back with such a strong result versus M&M as well, knowing that there was so much pressure on the line. It's a huge plus to the Black Dragons roster. They're able to pull that together, and we'll have to see just how far they can go in the playoffs, of course, if that result between CAG and the Soniqs ends up coming true.
Truly a great game for Black Dragons here, and probably their best game that they've had at this event so far. It's been extremely hard fought, but once again, congratulations to our Brazilian team. Unfortunate look for M&M, but hey, that's how it works, baby. This is LAN, and of course, it's the last day of group stage. So with that being said, folks, we're going to send you to a quick break, and we'll be back to break this game down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
And so the Black Dragons survive, if only for a few minutes. Of course, to be determined in a few moments ourselves here, if them winning that matchup versus the M&M roster. That seals the fate of M&M. They are done and dusted, down for the count, and unfortunately, they're going to be staying here in Stockholm and heading home a little bit early. Black Dragons now must need to just wait for the result between them and CAG to see if they earn that second place position or if CAG was successfully able to defend it. But let's talk a little bit about that game before we catch up with what's been going on over on the Bravo stream. A bit of a rough run for M&M, especially when we get into the second half where they just don't really seem to have a good attacking strategy for a large majority of those rounds.
Yeah, you're going to see it right here in this highlights package. The first couple rounds actually really solid for M&M, and it was going the way that you would consider, right? A couple of kills coming out from Solitov and some other members of the gang, but then Black Dragons just start to take control from that moment. M&M really can't get too much done. We get into round 2, and they're finally able to fend off the aggression from Black Dragons, but Black Dragons immediately throws it back against them. One of my favorite things from this entire game, that kitchen plant. Past that, Nade's ability really put on display up against M&M here.
M&M showing a really good amount of control inside of these smaller sites as well when they're able to play around with each other, but that became their biggest issue. We moved over to the attacking side, and why we saw them struggling so much. They had to split up. They had to try and work multiple angles apart from each other, and it just didn't really seem like a lot of the players on M&M were able to accomplish a lot on their own, making those entries, trying to take those little bits of map control to start things out. Black Dragons were pulling off a masterclass of both distraction and annoyance with regards to being able to poke in, steal kills, and then disappear without ever being seen in the first place, leaving the M&M roster wondering what to do next, and of course leaving them with a pretty disappointing scoreline coming out of this match at 2-7 against them.
Yes, indeed. Practically dropping the counter UAV on the exit. Not a single thing could be done from M&M Gaming, and it's clearly shown inside of this leaderboard. Usus really the only one with anything considerable there. Everybody else a negative KD, and you look right across the fence at Black Dragons, and Paris and Nades were killing it on top of Patoxy as well. 8-5 for him, but across the board, good costs as well as a lot of first bloods for them. That is 6 out of the 9 rounds we played, so that is pretty wild for Black Dragons.
As we can see here too, for even first kill stats going pretty heftily over towards the Black Dragons, even when it didn't seem to have too much of an issue making up for those sorts of things. So a good game from the Black Dragons, especially to round out their group stage as well. They're going to be feeling really confident about that, and we talked about that for some other teams as well going into the final stage of games. The same applies to me when you're coming out of the group stage now. You have a really solid game. You're like, guys, it really all came together so well here with the issues their opponents were showing. They're going to be feeling good heading into that first playoff match, of course, if they are going to be in position to take it in the first place. It has to feel rough for Black Dragons now, just being able to go into the next room and being only able to kind of watch the festivities. We'll see the group results sitting here in front of us now, as once again we're looking at Soniqs still in front of the group, but with that victory from the Black Dragons, they have now tied against CAG at 8 points each. Now, important to note, of course, we're still waiting on the result, as I've said like 5 or 6 times now during this test setting from the other game. When that comes in, that will update this, and if those points end up going over to CAG, that will bump Black Dragons back down out of second place here. So we're just waiting for that result.
Yeah, but if you're quick at your math, you'll know that if Cyclops even get to overtime, that's 1 point, and they will surpass Black Dragons, sending them home. True. So it's going to be a pretty hard fought for the one for them up against the Soniqs especially. You know, I will say this, I really did think Cyclops was going to take it when we had the consideration of Geo not playing, but he's feeling a little bit better. Obviously not 100%, but good enough to play the game up against CAG. And obviously it hasn't ended yet, so it's not as, you know, much of a stomp as our game was.
Yeah, certainly the case. That one's been going a little bit closer, especially with the Geo situation unfolding. And the fact as well, the Soniqs don't really need to show anything in this matchup. They're not going to be deploying towards any complex strategies or any crazy executes or anything like that, just because of the fact that they're already locked. So it'd be a little weird to do that at this point. As you can see, in fact, it looks like the Soniqs are in pole position to try and close down that matchup, already leading it 6-4. So let's go ahead and jump into the B stream and see just how that matchup will close out, and indeed if the Black Dragons will be earning that second place spot.
The pocket. That burner's gone out really early, and there's still 40 seconds left to go. The team flash though onto the Monty. This is a scrappy round, Dev.
Here comes Kansan though. He's going to be able to take down the player bottom main. Airgator goes down, and suddenly Cyclops have to decide, do they push the site or do they push the roamer? Anitson goes down. And this might be the end of the line for Cyclops. A 2 versus 4. As Suzu C and Gatorada do their best to salvage this game, but it's done! done. The matter has been closed. The Soniqs take down the Japanese of CAG and end their playoff stream. Black Dragons will take their place in the playoffs, and Soniqs will continue their form onto the main stage in Jönköping.
Camden in the big tower, of course, the final player to put the thorn in the side of CAG. 7-4 scoreline from the Soniqs, and honestly, absolutely deserving scoreline. The Soniqs felt like they were really in the ball on this particular matchup in this series. They were making the right calls both on the attack and the defense, playing on the same page, and it just felt like they were always a step ahead of CAG.
Fist pumps between these two teams. What a game. Well played by the Soniqs, and a well-deserved end to their groups. Going into the playoffs, they have fantastic form, the best North American team that we've seen at this event. Unfortunately for Cyclops, they were unable to cut it, and they will be going home tomorrow. So far, no APAC teams have made it to the playoffs. If you've joined us from the A stream, welcome. You've just missed a banging match, so maybe you'll have to go back and watch it later, but we'll break it down for you in just a few minutes, so stick around.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Another huge dub for Soniqs. They're getting used to those now. As for Cyclops, if you're an APAC fan, rip the homies.
Rip the homies. APAC is dead, I think.
No,
entirely.
Direwolves.
Oh, Direwolves. Of course they could qualify. But,
the APAC dream right now relies on Direwolves 7-0ing the actual Wolves, and FaZe losing 0-7 to Mirage. And then FaZe and Direwolves would play a rematch game, and then the winner would go to playoffs. That is the only way that APAC will get a team into the playoffs.
It's cursed. That's all I'm saying. It's cursed. There is no way. Look, there are a couple timelines in this universe, all right? You've probably seen, honestly, Sabruni's probably seen into them. I certainly haven't, and that is a very tough timeline for one of the APAC teams to make it through. But let's talk about this game, because this game was pretty nuts from the Soniqs. They look super composed. And even though Gio was sick, some of the calls that he was making, especially on that attacking half, were fantastic. the attacks that they were able to do, they were minimalist. They didn't have all their options open all the time because a lot of the walls were staying closed on their attack, but they were able to bring out some really cool stuff with the Amaru. It was just really fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. I absolutely loved seeing Soniqs, and you know, this completes a 5-match winning streak for them. After dropping their opening game to M&M, they haven't lost a point since, which has been fantastic to see their growth as a team from stage to stage, despite some significant roster changes, bringing on, I'm not going to say rookies, like obviously Gio is a notorious player in his own right. He's a bit of an OG now, huge experience. Gunnar, not a rookie, but he's never played at a LAN before, never played at a major before. So it's quite a different scenario. Let's break it down though. Let's have a look at how this game went, because there were some big hitters here. Kansan and Rexon have been so good for the Soniqs. Look at that, double digits for Gunnar as well, actually. So nice to see him really finding his place here on the international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Grixer was a big show up in this game. Him and Rexon together did amazing here. We often say the Grixer, Kansan, Rexon like death trio. I feel like of this squad is so terrifying. But I just feel like in that game, everyone really showed up to the role that they needed to play on the Soniqs. I'm really impressed by this roster. They definitely gained a fan in me. I don't think I've watched a lot of them until I was preparing for this major, to be honest. And the way that they've been playing together is very, it's kind of on the cusp of being an NA team while having some of that LATAM problem-solving skills. And I really like the way that they've been able to use their front line, their new power of Gunnar. It's essentially this just 4-man front line that is super powerful, but also really flexible. And I really like the way that they've been playing.
I'm really excited for Soniqs, honestly. It's been a big year. They really kicked off this year amazingly. I think Soniqs, of all the teams, was one of the biggest upset teams at the Six Invitational. They went phenomenally. They knocked out a huge number of really big teams. Let's have a look at how their group has gone so far, though. They are right at the tippy top. They've got almost every single point possible. In fact, tied first place in the combined standings of the whole league. Soniqs on 15 points, just like W7M and Liquid in their own groups. But, of course, after losing that, well, technically they didn't lose, but their opening game to M&M, they did lose outright. Sorry, I made that mistake. After losing that game, they've been flawless. They haven't even dropped a single point. Didn't even go to overtime. And yeah, a huge round differential of +12 as well.
Yeah, wow. This is a really great one from the Soniqs. I'm just super impressed by how dominant they have been on the top of this group. We did say right at the beginning of day one that this group was going to be one of the tighter groups. It did end up being a pretty tight group in the end, but the Soniqs did well and truly show that they didn't need to fight in that midfield battle. They do deserve that top spot in that first place group, in the first place seed of the group. They've just done such an amazing job, especially when you throw in the chaos of M&M, CAG, and Black Dragons. That must been such a tough group to prepare for. I can only feel for Goddess, the coach, just watching these three teams going like, oh my gosh, what a play style. Like, there's such a stark play style difference to what they usually see in NA.
And while we've been harping on about Soniqs, there's one team that we haven't talked about yet because we didn't watch them play, but they played on the other stream, and those guys, they haven't really received the full credit here on a desk segment. Black Dragons. Unfortunately, we didn't ever get to cast a Black Dragons match this major, but since their game ended before ours, I guess that post-match desk, they wouldn't have really been able to talk about the fact that Black Dragons have been confirmed now for the playoffs. I did a real quick bathroom sprint between the match and this segment, and I saw tears, emotions. All of the Black Dragons players were having hugs with all the FaZe, W7M guys, all of the Brazilian players there to support each other, to lift each other up, as 4 of these Black Dragons guys are having their first ever international event here, and they've already made to the playoffs. Insane.
So I saw on Twitter a little bit earlier, so Cherry Gums, who's the owner of Black Dragons, she tweeted out to Goddess, please win this match for us. We need it to go to the playoffs. And Goddess actually replied saying, yeah, good luck in your match too. The dynamic of these teams is so adorable. I love seeing them here in person. It's amazing.
At the very first ever Pro League event where Brazil was introduced, Black Dragons made it to the grand final. That roster ended up becoming Team Liquid in the future, but a new Black Dragons has now taken its form. They will go to the playoffs. We'll toss to a break, and after that, we'll see you for the final matches of the major.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has 1 bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
That looks scary.
This one's beat me down. Ours is definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
You guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Of course. There's 3. It's hi-fi night mode TV.
Man.
That's what I thought it was.
That's what I thought too.
I never heard anyone call it dynamic.
I thought there was a video setting that was dynamic.
That's what I thought. I was thinking monitors. There's Dyac equalizer, but
so I gotta do this one now. Is that how?
Is that
it? Is this the first one? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I wish we could. Recruit's overpowered.
You gotta tell me what it tastes like.
It's also pretty good.
What's it taste like?
It's not bad. Not spicy. SSG.
I'll guess. I want to say Rogue. Not Rogue.
That's wrong.
What?
Was it on Villa?
That wasn't his first Pro League game. I think we both just have to do it. I think
we both do the
we're
math.
both correct.
We both do this first kill. We get the team.
Yeah, we both knew exactly what was up. We were both right, and now we pay the price.
Yeah. Ready?
Let's roll. 1, 2, 3.
It doesn't taste like anything to me. It's there and it just goes away.
That one's very not spicy. Tower.
That's what I was thinking.
I thought
the
it was
other map
a trick
I could
question.
think would be Theme Park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was too obvious.
Yeah.
Here we go, the orange.
Oh, you get to try it.
Yeah. I'd be kind of disappointed if I didn't get to try it anyway, so.
it taste like? It tastes like glory.
It's got a little bit more heat to it.
What's it taste like though? Just heat?
No, it's kind of like it's like just a hot sauce. Is it getting too spicy for you? Is that why?
I'm just bored.
Oh, you're
I want
putting
some taste. Yeah. I got some honey milk.
Yeah, get some boba going here. Yeah, throw some on.
Oh, yeah, let's get boba going.
Okay, that was a little extra.
A little extra.
Holy hell.
I believe 2.
1.
Wow. They broke up the show matches.
What show matches did we win?
Curry weren't there. And we get to have fire in the hole.
Yeah, we might be firing in the hole
Yeah,
later.
hopefully, hopefully just the mouth holes. All that, the sauce will be.
Might be firing the hole at the hotel toilet. Oh my God, you just fired in the hole all over the plate.
3, 2, 1, eat. I did not get the taste of that. That's kind of hot, but
it's warm. This is a builder.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Console garage. I had to shoot that radio.
Yeah,
that was literally like in my strat sheet. Shoot stupid garage radio.
That's probably why I didn't know. I always shoot the radio. It didn't even occur to me.
Get the sauce out.
Oh yeah. Okay, this one. A ghost with a nut. Oh, and this is Ontario improved. This is a Parky sauce.
It's gonna be.
It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be terrible. See, I can't even. See, it's so thick. I can't even shake.
Give me that.
Look at that. Oh wow, you're a pro. This is straight up his throw up. Dude, I don't want to eat this. You have an empty soul. It tastes like nothing. Just pure emptiness.
This is garbage.
It is. I mean, I don't want to say anything, but we are.
This is the first one of like the milk I kind of need. This is terrible.
I'm gonna guess, because you said his name. We'll go with Demo. Mandy.
21.
Oh, from Apex. What is
the Lord?
Licks your ears.
Yep.
Oh my God, that comes out.
Oh yeah. Don't tell it all.
Doesn't smell great. I'm gonna be real here, Chief.
Let's make my nose run.
It touched my tongue.
Well, you did put it in your mouth. Ours is definitely hotter. Make my nose run.
It's on like the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, same.
That really sucked.
I'm honestly.
Taros.
It's either that one or that one. Like, there's no way.
That one, 100%. You guys are liars.
All right, now it's time to look at the bottom.
Yeah, what do we got? This is the last.
Friendly fire.
Dude, your plate is just a mosh pit of sauces. I would like to invite you to look at the sauce for a second.
I'm looking at it.
When you put it on,
I put it on.
It started to spread, but the edges separated.
I have no idea what that means.
So that looks scary.
Want to do a little final cheers?
Yeah, we could do a little. Don't put so much on one.
All right, ready?
Get away from me.
3,
yeah,
2,
let's do it.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming, all right. This is like a 6', 300-pound man coming to tackle me. But he's as fast as Usain Bolt.
So like Plum.
Yeah, it's like Plum, but like human form.
Okay, yeah, that's concerning. Because it's not that spicy.
It's in my throat.
Is it gonna get bad?
It's getting pretty bad.
We're gonna be
this one's
dying.
this one's beating me down.
Really?
Yeah.
This is doing nothing for me.
How do I get it out?
So, what we have here now is there's still a meatball. There's only 6 sauces. So you guys are really yanking our chain here.
Toilet time together. We hook arms. We skip that way.
Yeah, we can go blast the porcelain together.
Yeah. Yeah. Toilet time.
I think we'll do that. Let's get out of here.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When we plans I have for you, a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get ready for another final matchup here in our group stage. Ending out this group now as FaZe looks to try and solidify their position in second place to be able to make it out of the playoffs. Not going to need to do all that much to be able to do it as well. You probably saw it here on my side as we were coming onto the screen. They're going to be up against Mirage. Stokes is with me as usual. So before we go into what FaZe need to do here, let's talk about your initial thoughts on this matchup.
Well, it looks like you and I, the two Americans, get to send our Mirage, our Owl Boys, on the way back across the big old pond, don't we? Yeah, it's going to be Mirage heading home, but FaZe, they have a big opportunity here to lock things out, and it's pretty easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be the case. We'll have a graphic here in just a few moments as well that'll showcase just how simple it is, but to make it even more simple, basically, if FaZe closes out on a single round here, they're going through. And they're going to be the last team moving forward into the playoffs as well. Here's the rosters one final time for you guys. FaZe Clan bringing Bullet, Cyber, Astro, Cameraman, and Souls to this tournament. Meanwhile, on the Mirage side of things, Melted, Kento, Mohesi, Dexter, and Benji Mula make up that roster. Once again, as we talked about, they are already out and eliminated from the tournament. So some of you may be thinking like, they're just kind of phoning this one in. That's actually probably not the expected case. Stokes talked about this last night with some of the players from Mirage. They're actually very excited to play against FaZe specifically because they haven't had an opportunity to go up against the big Latin American team just yet. So I think they're going to take this as a very good opportunity to scrim at its worst here against a team that they have a lot of respect for and be able to kind of weigh their own play style against it. That's the type of expectation you should have going into what exactly this game will be.
Yeah, it should be a fairly straightforward affair for FaZe. I mean, again, they only need one round to guarantee themselves a playoff berth. But looking back to earlier today with the game that we saw out of Mirage up against Direwolves, they actually bit the bullet and took them back to Skyscraper. And they won 7-5 for their first ever LAN win past, obviously, the NAL. And international-wise, that was their first dub. They're going to be looking for their second one up against a Brazilian powerhouse in the likes of FaZe. It's bound to be a good game. If you guys didn't catch FaZe's earlier game today, wait just 1 second before I say this, you guys can mute your stuff up. FaZe ended up taking it 7-4 on Cafe. Didn't really agree with the map choice there. Don't ever really want to see anybody bring FaZe to Cafe. It's just one of those things, a little risque. But looks like we're going to end up going to Skyscraper. Again, you know, FaZe lost to Direwolves. They won the original Skyscraper, the OG one, right? But not so much anymore. Direwolves beat FaZe, and then Direwolves lost to Mirage on Skyscraper. This entire group really loving Skyscraper.
Yeah, I was about to say like half the games in this group.
No, even more. It's 90% of the Skyscraper games. I'm not even joking. One game has been played on Skyscraper outside of this group.
That's absolutely crazy. So, well, at least if you're paying attention to this group, you'll know what their map preference is going to be in the playoffs. That's for certain, because it seems like all these teams are more than comfortable to play on Skyscraper.
It was a mutual agreement. They're like, let's show nothing.
They GA'd it.
Exactly.
We're going to play all Skyscraper here in this group. Everybody cool with that? All right.
No one's going to know a damn thing for playoffs.
But yeah, ultimately at the end of the day, like we've been talking about here, Mirage, unfortunately not going to be able to really gain anything inside of this matchup. They can, of course, play spoiler to FaZe, making it forward, of course. But in order to do that, they're going to need to take them down 7-0 in order to even stand a chance. And even on top of that as well, the Wolves will also need, European Wolves specifically, will need to be 7-0'd by the APAC Wolves, the Direwolves, that is, in order for that to come through and for the Direwolves themselves to actually be able to eclipse FaZe and make it through. And actually, no, that's not going to happen. Remember, that's just going to take us to a tiebreaker match is what that's actually going to be triggering. So
yeah,
even more complicated than I thought.
Yeah, and an even funner stat here. I just double-checked really quickly. Not a single team here has actually won a match 7-0 yet. So if Mirage did it, it'd be the first. The major in numbers, folks. So far, the players consumed 228,000 liters of something. I'm going to leave that one up to you. You guys tell us.
Energy drinks.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe I shouldn't leave that one up to interpretation.
Yeah. If you've read further, it actually said those numbers are completely made up, by the way.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. Well, anyways. Well, I mean, honestly, Mirage might need it for this one if they really want to take this 2-0. You know, just slap the energy drink tank right on the top of the building, just flood the place. Might work out. At least flush us all out. We're definitely not getting the game done then, would we? We're just a couple of moments away here, folks, from getting into this one. FaZe versus Mirage. Their last series obviously going in favor of FaZe. And let me get this up on our screen right here. It was a 7-2 in favor of FaZe, actually. They went to Clubhouse. The MVP for that match was Astro. Mirage only able to muster 2 defensive rounds when it came to Club.
That's going to be needed to improve on that quite a bit. Skyscraper certainly looked a lot better for the Mirage roster, especially with how they were able to bring things back from the brink towards the tail end of their game against the Direwolves. They're showing a very confident foot forward, especially when it came to their attacking rounds. They're going to need to pull off the same exact thing against FaZe. We also saw FaZe struggling on this map when they played the Direwolves just last night here, really struggling even to get themselves into the building because of the aggression the Direwolves were showing. Players like Reaps constantly getting into the face of FaZe and shutting them down before they had a chance to run things. Now, we haven't necessarily seen that same level of aggression come out from the Mirage roster. There's probably going to be a little bit more respect paid to FaZe when we have Mirage on their defense, assuming they are going to start there, or eventually when they get there in the second half, of course, which should open up more play capabilities for FaZe. It's going to be on Mirage to work against that and look for ways to shut them down inside of the site play itself. So follow that through. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go into this matchup. Your social vote is favoring FaZe Clan quite heavily, and why wouldn't you? FaZe has been looking pretty good this event with a few bumps in the road here and there. Mirage only just coming alive today, a little bit too late, unfortunately, in the tournament. So they're already knocked out, but they can play this spoiler if they are some way, somehow able to 7-0 FaZe Clan.
Well, FaZe, you're one round away from being able to defend your Swedish title that they claimed last year around this time. We'll see if they're able to do it again. Opportunity obviously not too far away. We just got to get through this ban phase, and they can end it with the very first round. Nook going to be banned out. Ying will follow suit. Nook still going to be the most banned offender that we have at this land. Azami, the most banned defender. Mira going to be removed here as well. Let's see if that Azami ban comes through, and it will, so that trend will continue on.
pretty straightforward bans showing up here. No real surprises at the end of the day. The Ying one, of course, just a team preference. Ultimately, could have left her or swapped her out for another one as well, but it makes perfect sense considering the circumstances playing into this map. Usual initial site choice looks like it's going to be in play. Oh, never mind. For Mirage, they did have some trouble holding on to Karaoke and Tea Room, which they'd initially picked there, so they're going to go over to Exhibition and Office instead, where they had much better results when they were playing against DW earlier on today.
Yeah, so we'll see if that, switch of fate there will assist Mirage. FaZe Clan, they're going fairly straightforward with their offensive unit. This is pretty much exactly what you'd want out of, a squad trying to take control of Skyscraper. I especially like the Nomad working their way in, and I even like a lot of the adjustments that we're getting here. Love this Monty, especially love the Flores, as I always think he's a really, really solid option for just getting rid of utility, and that's something you have to do quite a lot of when it comes to the game of Rainbow Six Siege. He's one of the best in the business nowadays. He's got explosive drones. He's the only one that does, so you can circumnavigate all of the throwables and just get rid of a shield unless there's a mute jammer or something of the sort in the way. The entire lineup going to change for FaZe, so I'm glad that I stopped my line of thinking there for a moment. We could actually get a solid consideration as to what they're trying to accomplish. Cyber's actually going to be bringing the IQ in here. I really like this pickup actually because we've seen how abused Valkyrie can be on this map. A lot of traction throughout recent games. Obviously, FaZe losing a lot of rounds to Direwolves because of that Valkyrie. They weren't able to get rid of those cameras, and we saw how useful those were to Direwolves earlier in their match against Mirage.
See, of course, FaZe Clan beginning their push forward. The repick of operators is somewhat expected given the sudden site change up from Mirage as well. FaZe Clan more than likely picked to try and go for the Karaoke take, having to shift over towards the office play instead. Certainly subverted their own expectations and led to a few change-ups here, but still moving forward with a mission, it seems now, as they've already reached the wall. Sitting over behind meeting now. We're going to have Dexter sitting in the way of that. Dexter will be forced out of position here, unfortunately, and the Montaigne will reveal his path forward. We are going to see as well the denial of the full opening here to the top stairs wall. So we're going to see a bandit battery chucked down just in time right after the first Selma charge is blown open.
Well, creating some head holes here on the paneling. They're going to try and get Astro in here and get the plant down safely with the Monty. He's got smokes to try and break this up as well, and they have no way to try and counteract that. No Warden in play for the defense of Mirage. So obviously would be risky with the positioning and no picks going the way of FaZe just yet, but more than likely what we'll see eventually arise after FaZe are able to lop those two parts of the Hydras off. So we'll see if Mohesi and the rest of the gang can continue to hold on to this. They've at least gotten the delay, but that hasn't come with some consideration from FaZe, obviously, like we were just discussing with these walls and such. The camera will mark out Astro as he's got the Bandit up close and personal with him right now inside of Exhibition. He's going to push into display, but he decides against it. Doesn't want to go too far against the Monty, especially with that window being managed. More than likely would end up giving up his life. Astro, he's dropped that case. He's given it on over to Cameraman, and they're actually going to go for the two-man plant here. No prevention underneath. You can see FaZe, they've got that covered. All their ducks in a row and a kill onto Mohesi. Valkyrie's going to try and work her way around, but she can't find the angle. Beautiful work here from Astro as Dexter actually going to take down Cameraman. Benji will find one for himself, and they have an opportunity to keep this round in their favor.
Cyber with a nice pickup there, evens out the numbers yet again. This repel position from Bullet as well. Can just go for two right off the bat. Only one is going to go for the full outright peak, though. And Dexter caught on the way back in. Mirage falls to pieces, unfortunately, on this retake. But Benji keeping the hopes alive until he needs to contest against that upside down repel, of course, where the player on it from FaZe shuts it down once again. And we see them lock in the one and only round they need. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan, I believe, are going to be moving through now into the playoffs.
You got to phase up, John. Come on. Let me do the hand thing. Do the hand thing. Do the hand. Wait, they can't even see it. It doesn't even matter. But yeah, FaZe, they've made it to our main stage, which is awesome. Haven't got to cast FaZe in some time, and it's always exciting when we get the opportunity, especially with such a powerful lineup. Always really enjoy watching all these guys plays. Astro and Cameraman, actually some of my personal favorite players from the region. So past that, though, FaZe still a long road ahead of them, considering they're going to need 7 rounds, obviously, to close out the game in total. But they got the one round necessary to guarantee themselves playoffs. So Gonna be throwing things over to the operator carousel again. Let's spin the wheel and see what they land on. So far, 4 adjustments. Make it 5 adjustments across the line. They'll bring the Nomad back into play that we talked about earlier. So looks like they might be trying to start things potentially from this side and work their way across. Get a foothold, lock up the stairwells, and then potentially try and play in via that means. But there's a lot of different ways that you can try and operate around this. I mean, you can even use Nomad when it comes to trying to lock up, you know, things like black stairs or things like restaurant stairs as well. Just a whole heck of a lot of stairs. That's usually what we see when it comes to these air jabs.
They're back over on FaZe's attack now with them having been spawned out. Expect a bit of a slow approach to this one, but at the same time, FaZe can really get wild with the rest of this game if they want to. They've already completed their goal. Obviously, even if they come to an outright loss on this game, it's not really going to change things up for them all that much. As well play this one out and have some fun with it. Give Mirage a good show as well here. Is like we talked about in the pregame, Mirage still looking forward to this matchup to have a real opportunity to face off against one of the best and brightest inside of LATAM. Benji taking the duel right to them in the meanwhile as he meets Bullet head-to-head on the breach at the top of the stairs, knocks him down. Kento pulling off a similar feat as he's going to be able to find Cyber outside.
Hey, take it to the house, kid. We've got 2, and they're looking for their first round as they take down Bullet and Cyber already with only the first minute gone. A lot of FaZe stuck to repel and stuck to windows. Souls, he's gonna hop in, but the proximity goes off. Dexter now knows that location, but he's gonna wait patiently. Just walk right into him and, oh, please. Oh, that's always scary when that happens, isn't it? Dexter, he misses his initial outburst, but able to follow up and get the frag.
So the swings coming in from the rest of FaZe here, as unfortunately they don't have a whole lot left to play into. Mirage has shut things down outright. I was talking earlier about how Mirage was probably going to play things a little bit further back, closer to the chest, so to speak, inside the actual site. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like I was right about that at all. They're playing it right up against these breaches, as we've seen a lot of the other teams do on the defensive side of this map, shutting out most of the early play from FaZe.
There's a smart saying about this. You always fear a man with nothing to lose, John. And Mirage are definitely that man at the current moment. Not a single thing can happen that will end up making any of this land really any better for them, except maybe getting this victory up against FaZe Clan, and they can really go about it in any fashion they so choose, because if they lose things, everything's pretty chill. So
away from that, we are going to continue to see FaZe look for any opportunity to bring this round back under their own control. Still playing it quite slowly, even with it being brought down to the 2v5. Mirage not showing anything else at this point. They don't want to give up this lead they've already built for themselves. And Dexter locking in one more, because why the heck not? All in the cameraman now. Basically just trying to work himself in, trying to pad the stats as much as possible, because the round is pretty much gone by the wayside here. Everyone else on Mirage coming in for the pitch.
Very nice.
And there we go, Benji seals the deal. It's a flawless round from the players on Mirage to bounce back from the first one and tie us up now at 1-1.
Flawless round there for Mirage. Able to get a grasp, a hold on FaZe quite early there. And past that, not really much for FaZe to do. The kills came hot and heavy, and it made it to where Mirage was just a little bit too far ahead for them to do all too much. FaZe simply slinked into the map past that and were decimated at every corner. So very nicely done from Mirage. It's 1-1 here, but now this is where the rubber hits the road. They've both gotten a really positive round under their belts, so what's got to change?
We'll have to wait and see now, as Mirage is really on the ball in their side of the court at this point. It's all going to be on the FaZe Clan, trying to find that explosive opener that's evaded them, at least on that previous round here, preventing them from kind of taking control over the situation on the attacking side and beginning the process of forcing Mirage back deeper into the site. That'll be step one on the correction course here, and we'll follow it up from there. FaZe are able to accomplish that. Like you said, Mirage really with nothing to lose at this point. They can't even play for the spoiler matchup anymore and force FaZe Clan into that tiebreaker matchup.
Nothing to lose, nothing to gain past knowledge. Knowledge, John. Experience. Experience and sensations up against FaZe Clan that they've never felt before, and hopefully it's a positive one. You know, it's never, it's not every day that you get to play up against some legends in your own title, and that's definitely something that they're able to accomplish here. I mean, and past that, quite a few big names in their group. So overall, all in all, I hope they had a good time during their trip.
So we will continue to see the members of FaZe Clan look for that opening opportunity to knock out some of these early roamers from Mirage. There's going to be quite a few of them, once again, positioned all out and around the map. Twitch drone works its way and deals with an EDD, but is spotted out pretty much immediately afterwards and shot away. So an early death for that drone there as it tries to move in and take out some of the utility. Frost mats will be an issue on entry for FaZe as well, so that to be keeping mind of that. That explains some of the slowness we're seeing from them as they've officially kind of wasted out the first minute here, playing it heavily into their drone game. Trying to set up now around Geisha, but once again, Kento ready for the fight, but it looks like he actually gets half traded there. Picks up the kill, but ends up going into a down state afterwards. No one on FaZe seems to be aware of that, though, as there's very minimal reaction. We can see Kento crawling away from the situation, so more than likely he'll be brought back up.
He either got ridiculously lucky on the hop-in animation allowing him to move through his res, that happens sometimes, or he got him from the window. Either way, Kento gets picked back up, and FaZe have to deal with the full breadth of this defense. Minute and a half remaining here for FaZe, and it's pretty quiet, and honestly should be. They have 0 hard breach. Souls overplayed his hand, and he gave up the goods. Now FaZe have to try and figure this out through traditional means.
Shots in from Astro here to open up the first potential take point from FaZe. It is going to go directly for the hold in Geisha. Benji more than ready for this potential challenge to come out against him. FaZe will need to more than likely add a second element to this or get some other form of support going. You can see the quick rotate that can even come in on the first floor position here as well. These other members of FaZe trying to go directly towards the site if that is going to be their intention, instead of trying to mess around with the second floor hold on Geisha. Either way, I mean, FaZe really haven't been able to commit to a whole lot here, and we're now 2 minutes deep in the round. When are we finally going to see things come to bear? And it looks like now, as the jump in happens for the bottom kitchen window. Much like we expected, the crunch is there. Without proper supporting angles, Mirage are going to roll in and immediately shut this down, leaving it all on the outside holds. Now, Bullet with a bit of a lurk as he works himself to the depths of the kitchen hallways. He's able to take out Mohesi at least, bring the numbers back down to a bit more of a palatable point for FaZe Clan, but still working with a severe lack of map control, and apparently intel as well, trying to figure out exactly where that player upstairs is going to be trying to mess with their own personal take. Shots coming in from cameraman to try and distract that player, but it won't really work out. Bullet now trying to go deeper into the barbecue room itself. He'll lose his teammate in the process, and Bullet as well will be caught out now, losing half of his HP, and Dexter will finish things off as he knocks out that last player halfway down the sushi stairs.
Yeah, FaZe a little misguided in that round, especially after losing Souls. They were just throwing things at the wall and hoping that it would stick, you know. Just trying to lurk around, like you were saying, especially around that pantry area. They tried to go for that hard push into kitchen, but it was immediately thwarted by Mohesi. So a little bit of an issue there, but hopefully things will be righted inside of this next round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
All right, so moving deeper into round number 4 here. We'll take a look and see how Mirage will try to continue taking control of this matchup. So far, it's been a pretty straightforward affair for them so far, aside from the first round, of course. They've been able to take confident control pretty much from the early round and never really lose that establishment. FaZe Clan as well here, struggling to make those initial entries for the reasons we remarked about during the pregame there, with Mirage constantly putting this aggression right in FaZe's face, right at the first window, the first breach they want to try to access here, making it oh so difficult to try to get any workable map control, let alone take that control all the way over towards the site. Still that very same issue here for FaZe Clan. Tried to even force the issue directly into kitchen on the previous round. Ultimately, though, forcing the hand of Mirage and allowing for them to swing in quite easily to shut things down due to the kind of desynced nature of the take from FaZe Clan, having at least 2 other players of the team come in a bit later than the actual push.
Well, Mirage waiting FaZe at the current moment, opening up with the drones here. A lot of claymores for the secondary utilities of FaZe. No explosives at all. Stun grenades past that. So see if FaZe can try and slow down Mirage with this setup. They got a lot of, interesting primary utilities here, especially with the Gara hook of Amaru working in. We'll see if Cyber can get some things done with that. These last 2 rounds have really been the Mirage show, so they're looking to try and fix this up. Might hop in right at the bottom of house stairs here. Could be problematic for either end, but it's actually going to back off. There is a player over there on the house stairs, so Mirage could have capitalized on that if he wanted to try and go go for that ride, but obviously chose to try and venture a different path. Bullet's going to get partially mute jammed here, but fortunately enough, the drone's still working until it gets into that close radius, and it will obviously turn itself off. FaZe trying to do their best to work this end of the map, about halfway through here, but sadly, the Selma charge is going to get eaten up. Mohesi on top of his game this time around with the bandit batteries.
See now for FaZe, starting to prep up their initial breach, but it's a little bit of a bait. If you'll pay attention to it, you'll notice that FaZe Clan rotates the large majority of their players away from that breach, only really bringing the drones into it to try to get the intel on who exactly is playing to the inside of that one, drawing a lot more attention instead over towards that Samurai window. That's been pretty well secured with barbed wire and other forms of utility, though, so that'll be a bit of a tough one for FaZe to try and work themselves into without proper clear of the utility, but maybe able to do this. Here we go for Cyber, though, leaping back up on top. He's going to get the drop, but at least one member of the squad make it more than that as well. Cameraman able to take out Mohesi. Kento starting to battle back from this fray now, trying to keep things under the control of Mirage, but losing it far too quickly. The all-in strat from FaZe seems to have finally worked where it failed on the previous round and should open up at least a chance for them to get the plant down on the ground, but it's still very, very close to a retake here as it's come to a halt. Now look at this, the walk-in from Kento on the backside immediately slaps out two players from the FaZe assault and gives the advantage back over to Mirage, but there is a counter to that as Astro comes in from the very same angle that Kento did and evens back out the number count.
Cameraman lurking in the shadows, in the wings, awaiting melted, and he'll get it. Benji down to a sliver's worth of HP. You breathe on him, well, he's gonna fall on over. They're hounding his location. Astro will get it in FaZe with round 4. We're all tied up here again on Skyscraper. And you put it best, John, FaZe with the all-in strat, it just works out this time.
Absolutely the case. Finding much better intel this time as well. You could see those drones funneling in after they'd made the initial breach with their Selmas, sent those fairly deep into the site despite them getting shot out relatively quickly after the fact, but it got them the intel they needed. More importantly, gave the player on the Amaru the info, or the Aruni rather, the info that they, Maru, excuse me, very similar names, it always trips me up a little bit, but gave the Amaru player the information that they needed to be able to hop back up through the hatch, as we're going to see here now on replay, and start the execution. That is what allows the rest of FaZe Clan into this site to play out the remaining portion of this round here and shut out any retake attempts that were going to come in from Mirage. Obviously, Kento made it a little bit scary with his counter flank to the play from FaZe Clan, but still, they were able to stabilize it after the fact and keep things under their own control.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll never give you crap about. There's enough names in this game. Maru, Zami, Rooney, like, how about we stop? How about that? Like, I mean, come on, man.
All right, so let's pay attention now to round number 5 here. This is going to decide who has the first chance to at least keep the lead in a potential 4-2 fashion, but they're going to need to bring consistency to the table here, which hasn't really been alive for either team so far in this half now. FaZe and Mirage at a dead heat now at 2-2. Dexter getting a little bit adventurous here by opening up the soft wall leading to the outside. He will actually get the angle, but the timing is so awful. He was primed to try and throw some utility out instead, but Cyber scopes in just when he unscopes, so it's an easy headshot to knock him out.
You gotta love and hate Rainbow Six Siege so much. The timing sometimes is your worst enemy, and Dexter is gonna feel the full breadth of that one there. The timing, getting his goat. Now Dexter going to have to sit on the bench for the remainder of this one. Has no hat in the ring up against FaZe Clan, at least for round 5. Frag grenade out in Cyber's hand now. So tossing that at the door, they'll break that open. Nobody gonna try and attempt this swing. They have the Monty out here. This is something that we are seeing quite often when it came to Black Dragon's setup. They really wanted to try and force the hand of the defense to try and slow things up when it came to this karaoke set. And it actually worked out pretty well for Mirage for a majority of them. But then obviously Direwolves fixing up a couple of things. They ended up bringing in Osa instead of Monty, and it seemed to provide a little bit more value for them, although Basetto wasn't able to get a kill with it. But, you know, it's one of those things where you still have to worry about that lethality coming out of that op, since, you know, it does have that PDW or 5.56, if that's what you so choose. But past that, FaZe, they've been trying to work their angles, get on these repels, and see if they can get another pick onto Mirage. The Selma's in, but I believe it gets eaten up by Midas, got it melted.
Benji waiting for an opportunity to frag out against the play from FaZe Clan. Mirage have had a pretty good track record so far with defending this portion of the map, more importantly denying any entry. This is awkward.
Oh my god.
Astro with, again, the timing play. This time working out in the favor of Mirage, of course. Mohese just knocking out the legs of the Montaigne the second he slides that shield back into its retracted position. Mohese able to get Cyber down as well here, leaving once again members of FaZe in a little bit of a weaker position. The good news is though, Bullet has now made up for that kill, taking out Mohese, and leaves only Benji and Melted in play here. FaZe with the 3v2 just needs to work these trades into the site, and they can take a third round.
Well, if you ever wanted to know how to chop down a mountain, just grab an SAS shotgun, and apparently that does the trick. Mirage in the 2v3 now. Have some nice angles. Love this from Melted here. It might be the opportunity he was looking for, but he can't get it done with the AUG, and he knows that there's an approach from the rear. They're going to work their way into Geisha Hallway, though, and this might spell demise for Melted. They saw the barrel. Souls gets the shots. It's up to Benji. He's holding onto the stairwell. He's got time on his side. 4 seconds remain, but he's going to hightail it out of there. He's given the case up. He's going to try and adjust. It's going to be up to Bullet to try and hold on to this. Benji, he's got a chance, but it's very, very small. Souls is going to get this plant down. It's now a 2 versus 1.
Plant denial won't come through. Benji just trying to fire out randomly here to see if he can get lucky and land a headshot onto one of these players in the post plant coming off of that case, but it leaves them unfortunately with a lack of intel when they finally peek back into FaZe's quarters, and as such, Souls will shut things down nice and quick when he's given the opportunity to do so. FaZe take the lead, but only by 1 round at 3-2, heading into the final one of this half.
Really good job from FaZe here. Love the respect given over to Mirage, and you know, really cranking it to 11 when they needed to. Mohese with the big play there on Black Stairs, but then tries to hightail it out of the location. He immediately gets gunned down for it. And the big thing is about that is that the majority of the offenses when working this side of the building, they're centralized around that area. So a little bit of a misguided move there from him probably would have been potentially the saving grace for Mirage if he could have held on to things or just tried to stay alive in a certain sense. So let's see if Mirage can try and tie things up. 3-3 here, transitioning into round 6.
So as we approach that 6th round, it is going to be another play downstairs where FaZe did try to go for a direct play into Kitchen a few rounds back, but unfortunately were immediately boxed out by Mirage due to a lack of control upstairs and a lack of intel, it seemed, as to what was going on in the kitchen hallways and deeper into Barbecue itself, where they were taken out once again. Seems like the retry, though, might yield better results for FaZe Clan as they try to lock in their lead on the half. If not, Mirage will keep us at that dead tie, 3-3, if we are to assume they hold the line once again. They're going to be in a pretty good position to do so if FaZe try to play their execute the same way. Look at this very trap-heavy lineup here. We've got the welcome mats in again for Kento, and that's alongside the EDDs from Melted as well. Sure to catch a rushing member of FaZe Clan if they try to go for that all-in strat.
Melted. Preemptive Nitro here, love it. That's going to make it to where the tape rip isn't heard, drone out, and it will definitely see him. So he's going to put that back in his pocket. That's going to make sure that Finka stays alive as well. FaZe measured with their round 6 approach. They want to make sure that Mirage cannot get this one over on them. A bit of an interesting thing there. I think he actually ended up running out of shots inside of his Twitch drone. That's why he didn't get that there and instead pinged it out so everybody knew what door it was on. So, you know, thinking forward when it comes to, you know, the inner workings for his team. Good job on that, Cyberzera. Astro's going to actually get the first pick. It's going to be on to Benji. Nitro cell out from our cap can. It lands on Cameraman, but it won't take him out.
Certainly will keep him very, very low HP, though, so Cameraman going to need to play a bit more of a backwards roll this time around here. Mohese, though, striking true downstairs here, able to keep the defensive prowess alive by eliminating the first threat to work its way in from FaZe. It was going to be Bullet trying to steal the control away deeper into the actual site while there was a distraction going on upstairs. The plan does not work, unfortunately, so FaZe still starting from square one here as they try to take karaoke control away from Mirage so they can establish top-down angles over the actual site.
And the big thing about this is, just remember, the site is KBBQ Kitchen, and that's something that whenever you do see these defenses, sometimes it's a little, you know, hard to remember because of the amount of utility that is put upstairs. It's a really considerable thing. You really got to consider what FaZe or any offense can do with taking that top floor. Maybe you just have an all-access key card. If your name's Cyberzera and you just walk inside the building, just tap that little dongle right next to the door, just walk on in, I guess. Cyber Moved on up. Oh, very well done from Dexter. That timing, gorgeous. He will save his friends inside of Kitchen, and not only that, Melted now has the case.
Melted with the case in hand. Astro with the drop down though, and the lock-in onto Dexter. We'll be able to move out and regroup just with enough health as well. It's a good thing that we do have the Finka in play, as obviously that'll re-bolster that a little bit here, put them into a better situation. Playing out this late round, this is down to only 2 for Mirage. Melted at full HP. Mohesi can only take a single shot of damage, and will more than likely be downed out here. FaZe already working on closing in on his position. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide it seems, but he wraps the corner anyway. Delays things out for a little longer. The prone play though sticks his feet out, giving the shot over to Cameraman, and the kill along with it. Melted still holding on to things on the inside of the site. The Frostbite actually did down the second member of FaZe, so it came down to a 1v1, but it looks like Cameraman still gets the closeout for FaZe as they take control of the final round of the half and lock in a 4-2 lead for themselves, switching over to the other side.
Melted literal pixels away from clutching that round out for Mirage, but the Lion had something to say about that. Also rocking the 417C, if you didn't see that. That gun quite some time ago at this point, actually. I think it was all the way in last year, 2021, where they ended up buffing the DMRs a bit, not only making sure they deal some considerable soft destruction, like you can literally get hatches on roofs now with it, which is pretty cool, but also they gave the 417C some extra bullets. They wanted to give Lion another option as well as Twitch, and everybody was crushing over the F2 and the V308. Both of those guns still very good and deal quite a lot of damage, but that 417C, it really hits, let me tell you. That DMR, even when it had low ammo count, if you got somebody, you were definitely going to take them down. It's a good 2 bullets, and anybody is either downed or severely wounded from that gun. So always a nice choice for your Lion play. If you haven't tried it before, definitely give it a go. But Mirage, they have now switched camps. They're over on the offensive side as FaZe will adopt their first defense. A little bit of a different look here for Mirage. They're going to be bringing the double hard breach. Kento on the sledge as well. We've been seeing him play quite often this year. Oh, that was it for Cyber, but he hesitated. Milliseconds separating him from a frag as he looked away at just the moment.
Cyber finishing the setup of those EDDs, placing them mainly around the Geisha area, just trying to prevent any type of control from Mirage going in that direction. Tripping them up along the way of that clear is more than likely when they take the Geisha control, they'll be starting to get a little bit low on time potentially, and that's where those mistakes with the EDDs will start to surface. And they're not going to be able to have the time to priority clear everything in the area, especially with it being a barbecue hold now for the members of FaZe Clan as they shift over to this defensive side and go back to the very same site they were just playing into. It does not start out that well, unfortunately, though, as Cameraman is caught initially at the start of this round to a member of Mirage.
It's going to be the Frost, though. So the welcome mats will still reside inside of the building along probably some windows and probably one in a pretty fancy place. Bullet's going to put a bullet through Benji. Now we're into a 4 versus 4. The site setups worked out pretty well so far for FaZe. They're doing a very good job of holding the majority of this building, especially the portion of the building that matters most, which is directly above them. You can see all these silhouettes working their way in. Melted almost removing the head of the cap can on Cyber Zera, but he'll be able to skimper back off into Geisha.
Melted still waiting out behind Drum, hoping for a moment of opportunity to play out against a more aggressive member of FaZe Clan, but not going to find it. The Nitro as well, a little bit off of the position where it would have made impact here against Melted himself. But Melted will back away upon seeing that Nitro cell explode next to him. He knows there's intel about his position, so he's not going to take the chance on being pushed by a second member of this team a few moments from now. He'll reset, group up with the rest of his team that is already making progress downstairs, trying to push past storage into kitchen.
All quiet across the board here. Some shots back and forth between Kento and I do believe Cyber on the receiving end here. We'll see who wins this one. Now it's actually going to be Valkyrie. It's going to be Bullet here. I know that MPX sound anywhere, and he'll know those stuns are pouring in as well to make sure that that shield will end up going to the wayside. Very nicely done, making sure that they don't have to burn anything out before delivering what is the first nade here for Kento. Still plenty of stuns in the back pocket as well. Really want to see them start considering these, but oh, this could go for 2, and it's actually going to be Cyber that just cleans up Mohesi. No extra damage going to our other top player, which is going to be Melted. He does have the case up here, and they need to find a home for it. Obviously, that's going to be on site, and Kento's assisting with that. He's gotten the counter angle here. He's finally taken down Bullet inside of Pantry, and this has opened things up for Mirage to try and take this round in the last 10 seconds.
down to those final 10 seconds, however, Kento playing a huge support role and not even realizing the top downs that would have shut these players out. And of course, just like we mentioned, in the dying seconds of the round, that's when these types of mistakes are made. The EED, or EDD, sealing the deal against the last member of the Mirage, trying to push in there. Gives the round over to FaZe, leaving them in a near victorious position now with just a few rounds to go. 2, in fact, needing to be picked up here.
You really hit the 2 things about Siege casting that annoy me the most. EE1D, EDD, and Maru Zami. What was the other one? This is our fun fact. A Rooney, there it is. Hey, very nice, man. Good job. Yeah, but always a little one to trip up over. Ha, EDDs, get it? Yeah, I know. I'm not funny. It's okay. 5-2 in favor of FaZe, putting the defenses together, and it was looking a little risky there at the dying moments. Not before we saw what was going on the top floor, though, right?
Certainly the case. Mirage coming very, very close to taking the full control for themselves, but a lack of proper overwatch on their planter throws it by the wayside, where FaZe Clan already able to bring things back due to that top-down angle they had been establishing for some time. And of course, the angle having a perfect sightline onto the planter kills that one, and then it's just a snowball effect from that point forward. FaZe looking to lock in their penultimate round right here. Interesting reselection there coming in from Benji specifically, as we are going to get gridlock, an operator that shows up very, very rarely here in competitive R6.
Yeah, and we usually all cross our arms and judge heavily, so make sure you're doing that along with us when it comes to this gridlock play. She's gotten her time, I'd say, you know, throughout the years, and it's always kind of niche. We used to see her a lot on Cafe. Everyone kind of fell in love with her F90 for a little while there. You know, it's just a really solid gun. Barely had any recoil. A guy in North America named Prod that used to be on Xset, the bad roster, used to play with that a lot and was known for it. But past that, Mirage bringing everything in the kitchen sink when it comes to info game. Lion, Dokkaebi, Thatcher, oh my, to open things up for them. Make things a little bit easier when it comes to trying to get some of the harder to reach things away from FaZe. Away from that, though, it looks like Mirage wants to end it really quick. I assume that with the logic bombs as well as the EE1Ds working their way in, but it looks like FaZe was ready for that one as well. A nice little flick there from Benji. And remember when I said no recoil? Yeah, I really, really did mean it. Benji able to decapitate his opponent, and that's at least going to keep us even for now.
Brings everything to a halt, but gets quite loud yet again just a few seconds later. Mohesi ready for the next challenge. Takes down a roaming cameraman out in the open just outside of Sushi, knocking him down. And once again, giving the player advantage over to our attackers now, as they try to continue to maintain control and push further into FaZe's defensive setups. Looks like they're going to go directly towards it here, as you had been mentioning earlier. Motion detector is going to be present past the doorways. That'll cause a little bit of delay for Benji. On top of the fact as well that Benji doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of direct support here. If he goes down through a series of unfortunate events, then he's very much going to be on his own. Some teammates are in the area, however, so they can begin to rotate into it now that he's moved forward and taken at least the initial bit of site control.
It's been a while since I've worked these angles upstairs, so I don't know if Bullet has the closure here. I don't think that they have a place to put this plant down. It looks like he has all of the angles on the wall. He does. So there's really no place unless Benji slips past him anyway. Oh, no, that's bad too. Oh my. Such an unfortunate circumstance there for Benji. Misguided offense here from Mirage. They don't account for the angles that have been destroyed up top for FaZe. They did such a good job up to that point, didn't they, John? They cleared out a majority of things and really gave themselves a chance, but the angles from FaZe, they're just too strong.
As has oftentimes been the story here so far throughout this game, it just seems like Mirage missing a few key details that stop them from being an ultimate success inside of their play. And this time it's those top-down angles that really they didn't have a plan to deal with it ultimately due to a lack of time. You're seeing it here and now, only really having about 40 seconds or so to be able to try and counter that back out once they realized it was a problem. So just tried to force the issue, led to their planter going down. Melted though, not out of the fight just yet here. Brings it to the 1v1, but ultimately still ends up falling into FaZe's favor. One more round is all they need to lock out this game.
Well, color me surprised that Bullet peaked that. I thought as soon as that 1v1 initially went down and FaZe ended up losing it, that Bullet was immediately going to go into passive mode, but not the case. able to take the gunfight and take the win. We're going to have a Mirage timeout. They'll burn theirs, even though this match really doesn't mean too much to them anymore. Just want to talk things out and see if they can potentially get a couple more rounds here and just keep FaZe in it. Get some more international LAN experience under their belt. We'll be back into the game here in about 30 seconds, folks, but so far so good for FaZe Clan. And, you know, to be expected. This was the expected results, but I will say that last round, pretty creative for Mirage. I like what they did across the board there. FaZe just with the direct counter to where they wanted to plant, and that's really where things got derailed.
That's the big problem right now, are these counters that are seemingly constantly being picked up by these players here. And now as they try to move themselves back into it, we are going to see that pause timer come to a close. And of course, Mirage now being forced back into the game for what could very well be their final round of play here at this event. It's been fun to see them make it here for the first time, but unfortunately just not able to put the right effort forward here in the group stage. Only seeing victories come out for the first time here today versus the Direwolves. And aside from that, only gaining points via an overtime loss, if memory serves me correctly, on day 1 versus M&M. So I'm going to be trying to close things down here. Lock out the rest of this group, rather Wolves, I think is where we saw that overtime loss end up going on. But either way, Mirage going to be trying to pick up as good of a result as possible here, so they have the experience in their pocket to head back to NA with and be able to adapt their play style as they look to get ready for the next year of play coming up in a few months.
And it's set to blow.
Wow, I would not be wanting to be the one going in that room right there. That looks a lot more like a trap if I've ever seen one. Quite a few of those death blossoms, or oh, I can't. Gosh dang it. Razor bloom. Thank you. Yes, the razor blooms going down there from Thorn inside of Karaoke. Cyber is actually going to be the first one to strike very early here. And it's one of the nasty ones. They finally were able to work it. I don't know if it was on the rappel. I don't see his body down there.
No, it's down there.
Is it? Oh, I see the little orange tag. Yeah,
I don't think the observer can actually go down that low. So.
Yeah, well, I think it's also because the bodies are off as well for him. So looks like either way, Mirage are going to end up worse for wear because of it, and especially because Dexter's the one with the logic bombs, and also Melted's dead, so there's that too.
Seems like it's coming to a pretty straightforward conclusion when everything is said and done, but Benji, Kento, and Mohesi still with a chance to try and make up for the deficit that's been thrown against them here. Melted and Dexter knocked out immediately at the start of the round. FaZe Clan barely having to lift a finger to do so. And Mirage now just going to go for the all-in assault. The swing from Karaoke, the Nitro in, but that's not even what seals the deal on the kill. Astro able to pick it up instead with his secondary. Mirage now down to 2 as Kento completes his wrap up the back stairs to try and pinch things in here. Looked like he had a headshot, but apparently not. Bullet gets to it first and is able to knock out Kento. And yeah, Benji just scoping in here now as he doesn't really have a whole lot to do. Minute and a half left to play out here. It's pretty much assured at this point for FaZe Clan to lock not only this game in, but their spot in the playoffs as well, as they will be moving forward, still with an opportunity to reclaim their title here in Sweden from last year.
Benji's just going to have fun with it for the rest of this round. And I mean, why wouldn't you, man? He's even got a smile on his face. Look at him. That's awesome. I'm very happy for these guys. They got their win at international events, and, well, won't come against FaZe, but it will come against Direwolves. So they've gotten one under the...
Cyber's like, come on, let's do it. Let's
like, hey, let's dance, man.
I've had enough of this.
We got a minute left. I'm trying to go get dinner already. Oh, Benji, let's see if you can hit your shots. Everybody approaching you from every single angle, but Cyber wins it with the pre-fire from downrange. Disgusting stuff. FaZe up Brazil. You have made it to the playoffs.
FaZe with another very straightforward victory here to close out their group. As we said before, they are now locked into second place. They will indeed be moving forward here. And that also means, unfortunately, regardless of the result from the Direwolves game, they as well are going to be headed home. This group is locked in, and we continue to get a clearer and clearer picture of what our playoffs in 2 days are going to look like. Mirage as well, what we said before, a good effort coming in for them over these past few days, but the inexperience on international soil certainly showing. Took them way too long to get their feet on the ground in this group, and as such, near impossible to come back at the start of today.
A lot of teams a nervous wreck when it comes to major events anyways, and then you put on that it's their first event as well, and that's just a lot of weight on your shoulders. Expectations usually pretty high for those first events. This time not working out for Mirage, but again, very happy for these guys and what they've been able to accomplish this year, because at the very start it was not looking like they'd ever go to a major, and man, did they prove us wrong.
Absolutely the case. They were able to do that, and not only that, but play spoiler to quite a few other teams in the NAL that would have loved to have had the spot, would love to have had this opportunity as well, but they bested them out. They still earned their spot here at this major. Unfortunately, just was not able to take it as far as they would like to. The run for Mirage ends here and now at the tail end of the group day. Had a good opportunity to keep themselves in it, but it did not end up coming true. That's going to do it for this game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with a quick breakdown of this matchup before we move on to our next group.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking down that matchup we just saw, of course, one of the final matchups of this group now, with FaZe making quick work of Mirage, taking them down 7-2 on Skyscraper. Seeming like the only map this group wanted to play throughout this stage for some reason, extending over to Direwolves as well, and even the European Wolves. Like we said, I think 90+% of the matchups on Skyscraper were played in this group. Only one other matchup outside of this group actually chose to go to this map, but ended up with the result we kind of expected here. FaZe Clan in a good position already to close it down. They were pretty much already in pole position to qualify, just needed that one round, immediately got that as of the first round, and then things went pretty much according to plan from that point forward. As once more, there wasn't really much to play for here for Mirage, basically just the experience that they were taking home at the end of the day. They were already eliminated as of their previous match.
Yes, indeed. So a little bit of a makeshift scrim for Mirage to get some, lessons and learn some new things from FaZe, and hopefully they learned a lot, because FaZe actually played a very considerable game. It was a 7-2 dub for them, and they were playing lights out across the board. Very good strategies. Loved the way that they were abusing their entries, especially with the way that they were able to tag on with their info game. We're rolling through the highlights right now, and actually quite a few for Mirage, even though the scoreline tells a different tale.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I mean, Mirage did a good job of fighting inside of the mid-round. It was certainly seeing things fall apart on their attack is where it got a little bit rough for them at the end of the day. It just seemed like they were at a bit of a lack for how to play out some of these more lengthy attacker-sided rounds themselves. When they were on the fence, when they were able to kind of dictate the pace of this round and slow things down, they were certainly doing so, getting in the face of FaZe Clan, messing with these direct executes that FaZe constantly wanted to go for and denying them in quite a few avenues as well. But unfortunately, it all fell by the wayside when they got thrown onto that attacking side, and that really sealed a very quick end of the game for FaZe once they themselves jumped onto the defense. Cyber ended up topping things out in the kill department for this entire server at 10-7, with the rest of the team responding in kind. Overall, pretty even game here. No one really having a huge standout performance or anything like that. Cyber on top more than anything because he's the entry, and he was winning his entry almost every single time.
Yeah, I always love when the stats back up what is being said, and that's exactly what this is. You can see it. FaZe went out in the late game. Mirage able to battle back and keep these scoreboards pretty even, but obviously that big outlier being Cyber Zera, especially with those 4 opening bloods. I mean, it's going to be difficult for Mirage to try and bring that back past the strategies that were implemented from FaZe, and a lot of really enjoyable ones. The one that obviously stands out the most was their counter to the gridlock play that we saw down low inside the master bathroom area, with the angles up top inside of the office, really shutting that down, making it impossible for Mirage to try and plant.
So Mirage going home, FaZe Clan moving onwards. Group D is, for the most part, settled at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is the end of Group D. We still have 2 more groups to potentially round out here, however, and we'll be getting to those matches a little bit later on. I do believe, however, that the matchup between the Wolves teams, the Direwolves and the European Wolves, is still ongoing over on the other stream. So give us just a few moments here, and I believe we're going to be jumping in with them to reconnect and see how things have been going, see how the Direwolves will be able to potentially put their best foot forward for their last hurrah. As keep in mind, Wolves is already locked into first place, much like FaZe Clan. They're not really playing for a huge amount here, so they're just looking to try and scrim things out, get a nice round or tournament or group-ending matchup there to be able to send themselves off to Jönköping with a good feeling in their heart. Maybe Direwolves will get some decent experience off of that as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it. So let's send it back over to the other stream now and watch the rest of that game.
Taken down on the door. Is this someone going to be shot? It's possible to clear that off, but perhaps not safe to do so at the moment for Direwolves.
Both these teams, if I had to note anything on the attacks, is they telegraph their push very early on. Not only are the Direwolves doing it now, but even the Wolves, when they're on their attacking half, go for very direct takes that are honestly, they're pretty obviously happening. It's up to the Wolves to see if they can reconvene their plays over in time and adapt their setup for the push that's about to come through.
If you're joining us from the A stream, welcome. Wolves first seed in the group taking on Direwolves third seed in the group. Here we are at breakpoint. One team about to claim match point. Which will it be? Wolves have had a good defense so far. The Direwolves have made excellent progress on their attack, clearing off some pivotal utility as they now try and clear this position on the stairs.
Oh, both those nades actually caught out by an ADS. No burn came through aside from Reaps, who was just using the grenades in his own hands. Mowgli, though, he's been caught out from that skull rappel, and the Direwolves in the man advantage.
Yeah, Jackie Wu doing well from this Nani rappel. It's getting a little bit scary for the Wolves. Oh, and there you go from Reaps. What a shot onto P4, making his way up the red stairs now. Could be about to claim match point against the Wolves as the Southeast Asian team marches their way towards the bomb site. It is a full retreat from the French as they fortify their positions on site.
And the Direwolves as well have pivoted their control over to the skull side of the map. Reaps, unfortunately, going down, has allowed Bibu to sneak his way back into study, getting aggressive on this study window. Oh, no! Protected by his teammate as well. Rise there to helping hand. And Jackie Wu, well, he's there to claw one back.
Yeah, but what are the chances of a plant here? ED, diffuser in pocket as Jackie Wu makes his way inside. Wolves not going to rush this, but guess what? Shinka's still alive. And as long as Shinka is alive, Shinka, there is a chance. Rise from the top of main stairs. It's Shinka once again, gets the down, but not out as of yet. Rise looking to disrupt this push onto the side as ED's forcing that diffuser down. Shinka on for the flank, but ED's going to continue forcing this diffuser down. It's now all on Shinka. How many times has he clutched? How many times has he been called upon? Oh, he finds another headshot. He is on fire! 1 versus 1. ED low HP taking up his position inside the vault. The pre-fires with the SMG-11. And now a bait for Shinka. ED must push. It's the bait and Shinka! Nobody can touch this man! Thanks to him and him alone, Wolves go on to match points.
He's gone 2 for 2, Dev. Not just one 1v2 clutch, but 2 1-on-2 clutches for this man to his name on 2 separate sites as well. Both SMG 11 in hand. Could it be more iconic than that?
I mean, no one can touch him. If anyone thinks that they're a good at clutcher at this event, they've got to go through Shinka. And I can't believe it. I would not believe anyone else can stand up to this man's clutch ability. That should be Direwolves' match point right now, Mandy. It should be. And yet Shinka has things to say about it.
That's ridiculous. You really cannot ever count him out. That is crazy. He's nuts with that SMG-11. Just Direwolves had such a great grip of that round. They played the early rounds super well, right? They made use of that ground floor. Reaps in particular, even though he burned the 2 nades on main says, he maneuvers his way around red. He just takes those gunfights. You know, it's Reaps in true Reaps fashion. But it doesn't matter when you've got Shinka in a 1-on-3. What are you going to do about it, right? It's just insane.
He's having the game of his life. Look at him, 15-5. Unreal performance from Shinka so far. On a support operator, no less. On his attack, he had a great one. And on his defense, he's been left to his own devices to clutch on the site. Direwolves still have a chance to win out this game, but they'll need to push overtime. No second chances now. This may well be the final round of their major, unless if they can push OT.
All right, Direwolves, what have you got to show for us? Reaps spawning over on this study side take, but actually considering rotating over. Okay, the Direwolves, they have brought along the Ossa, once again, bringing along the same philosophy into this bomb site, perhaps looking for a more direct take. Maybe I've called it completely wrong. ED has actually just gotten on that study cutoff as Reaps makes his way through the door.
But he hasn't able to take down P4 as of yet. As the mute falls back, Direwolves shift their attention instead. Reaps going for a bit of a lurk. He's going to go support his teammates. Thing is, like you said, last time Direwolves attacked Stat Trophy, they've made this Ossa trick work once before. It didn't work on the second time around. Now they're revisiting it for a third time, hoping, praying that things will be different. But I think Wolves are starting to clue in a little bit. Look at that, you've got 2 C4s and an impact for Rise. What's more, you've finally got the Kaid. It's going to make it a little bit difficult for Direwolves to clear off this util. Claw goes out.
Oh no. Okay, so that Electric Claw, I believe, is
painful.
Okay, so that Electric Claw is clearing all 3 walls, but there must be a second claw somewhere that is keeping that right wall closed, and that's the one that they're trying to get open at the moment. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So there must be a second claw that's only electrifying the left walls, and so they can really only get this breach on the right wall. Oh, and it's even been tricked. That EMP didn't last long enough for the second set of X-Karas to go off.
That's the danger of those baby EMPs, isn't it? A really short deactivation time on them. Reaps now taking a risky play, takes a bit of damage, but he does destroy that deployable shield. Oh, and he's shut down by who else but Shinka. Of course it is. Mowgli now, the first line of defense for Wolves, but they have the advantage here, they have the match point, and they're very close to topping their group.
Rise as well is in a pretty nice spot here. He has got the impacts in hand now. That's very important if they're going to go for this Ossa plant. He doesn't want to give those impacts away for tricking or anything like that anymore, right? Because you need at least one more to take down the Ossa shield in the hand of ED.
A win here for Wolves will secure them as first seed above FaZe Clan going into the playoffs, and that they desperately want. But Rise goes down. Pika's got something to say about Direwolves' hopes and dreams. Direwolves might be out of it, but they can play to spoil Wolves' day and Wolves' tournament. Souffle to make his entry. Pika doubles down, and Souffle is good for one as well. It's all for Direwolves as Mowgli finds himself in a 1v4, can't get it done. And Direwolves, they're not out of the tournament yet. They're going to push to OT.
Here we go. it's not over just yet. The Wolves on Wolves onslaught continues. Well played from the Direwolves. They realized that getting that control inside of bricks wasn't going to work out for them, so they sent a couple players below onto the other side of study. Since the Wolves had given up that real estate, right, they decided to reclaim the space that had been given up to them. As a result, they do go actually for a different kind of push. The Wolves weren't ready. They didn't expect it, especially off the back of Rise getting naded out of his power position, and Direwolves are able to play him up another round.
Like I was alluding to before, Wolves have not secured first seed in their group. Currently, they sit on 11 points with FaZe on 12 points. Now, that means that FaZe still have a chance of being first seed at the end of this. Wolves also don't have quite as good a round differential as FaZe do, so if it comes to that tiebreaker, they're currently behind. If they can win this game, though, they get that extra point, and they should be able to guarantee that they will go first seed into the quarterfinals. And if you don't think that matters much, just remember that in Berlin, Wolves went in to their quarterfinals against Exet and lost the match, failing to make it to the semis. They've never made it to those semis, and that is what they will be focusing on for this tournament, to go further than they've ever gone before.
Alright, so Wolves taking us over to this Aviator Endgame's bomb site, not doing anything too special, but something that is special on the side of the Direwolves is that we have the SAM cams of ED. So if he wants to make use of them through the ground floor or through the walls, he can use those zappies to try and clear anything that might be denying the breach. And last time what we saw was those mute jammers. It was preventing some of those walls from being open and making the study take kind of tricky for the Direwolves.
Reaps here, bottom main. Oh, there's a player right to his left. Reaps might have heard it, but it was too late. And P4 punishes him for his laziness. Bibu also has gone downstairs, maintaining this roam. Direwolves seemingly unaware of just how much presence Wolves have down below.
Yeah, not once but twice, Direwolves have started to get pretty sloppy on this entry, especially on this site in particular. Through the ground floor, Reaps has died twice now, trying to make his way in. Last time it was Bevo as well, playing in that secret vault with the rotate hole. Instead, the rest of the Direwolves are starting to put pressure on the other side of the map. They have been given the real estate of the master side of the map, and they're going to try and take it, aided by these drones. Now, this time, ED is definitely going to check that corner.
Yeah, but Mowgli's taken down Jackie Wu on that entry. Mowgli's hungry for more, feels a bit of pressure from that Wolf window. Once again, Wolf on Wolves, on Direwolves. ED moving on forward, looking to take out that shield. He does, but Mowgli gives him a birthday present straight to the face. Mowgli hungry for another, takes a bit of damage, and he falls back. Wolves now on the cusp of another match point, with Direwolves desperate to find something.
Ooh, P4 with a C4 through that arch. Doesn't quite connect, but a valiant effort. Souffle, he still gets away with his life, and P4 relocates onto the red stairs.
Mowgli's still hungry for more. Just look at the way he keenly watches this angle, but it's P4 to retake from red. Pika goes down, Souffle, the last one left. He can find one, but it's a 1v5. The AK-12 is good, but it's not good enough. Mowgli to lock it in. Huge round from him, from Skull. And once again, match point for Wolves as Direwolves finally take their tactical timeout.
All right, time to take the tactical timeout. Direwolves and Wolves. This game has been pretty interesting to me, right? Because the attack always feels telegraphed on these, pretty much every single round, right, Dev? They start doing something and they're pretty committed to it. We haven't seen that many times where they've made a cross-map rotation to try and do something else until maybe the last 1 or 2 rounds Direwolves have tried to change it up, right? So it's been a pretty linear game so far of Villa. I think that the Direwolves need to take this tactical timeout to maybe change their philosophy and keep the Wolves guessing, because so far they definitely have their number in the macro game.
Not gonna lie, these Direwolves guys look tired. I noticed that we've got Harambe actually behind the players instead of Odin. I believe on day 1 it was Odin, and then Harambe subbed in.
So Odin, he's sitting an exam, so he's had to go back.
Is that what's happened?
That's right.
He's actually gone home?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
We've lost Odin.
Well, Harambe, former player for this roster, is now their analyst, and I have no doubt that he knows exactly what the guys need to hear. And that said, you know, it's been a long tournament so far. It's been exhausting. And this is their final match. They know that their chances of making playoffs are dead, so perhaps there's not quite as much energy as they would otherwise like. But despite that, a win against Wolves would be huge. Even this overtime against Wolves is massive. Mirage managed to do it. FaZe managed to do even more than that, taking down Wolves in regulation. And so now Direwolves look to join the rest of their team and how competitive this has been. And really show everyone that they might not be making the playoffs, but they are a team to remember here at the tournament.
Direwolves have been pretty funny on the socials as well. When they won that FaZe game, it was also Harambe standing behind them, and they all started joking to each other that it was Coach Diff. Yeah. It was Odin Diff because he's gone back home to sit his exam off for Odin. He gets so much from these players, doesn't he? Direwolves, like you said, they've made this incredible run through the major. Some of the performances that they've been able to put up have been so impressive. Taking down FaZe is no small feat. Taking the Wolves to overtime is also no small feat, and they're still not out of this game just yet. The Wolves starting to make their push onto the map. They've all spawned on this master side, and I anticipate we'll be going for the map sweep.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way with Mowgli starting off here. Actually, just a pre-nade onto the bricks position. Nobody there. Reaps is very lucky to have fallen back.
Who's that in the bathtub?
Is there someone in the bathtub?
Yes, there is.
Hang on a second.
Souffle in the bathtub.
Souffle, what are you doing over there? Game's not over yet. You can't go and relax. Oh, there's no way that this works.
Oh, I reckon yes way that this works. Surely it does. They haven't thrown him out yet. The barricade is closed. Oh, this is totally going to work. I'm excited for this one.
That said, Wolves haven't opened that barricade, so Souffle doesn't have as many options. In fact, no one seems to be going into bathroom at all, so this might actually be a late flank. Wolves seem completely unaware. They haven't droned it. In fact, there was a mute jammer to support Souffle's position, but will he be able to have impact on this flank? He would have heard the run-in. Oh, no! And now the jig is up. P4 knows about it, and Souffle is a dead man just waiting for his demise. Mowgli to go in with a nade, but it's Rise to secure the kill. How unfortunate.
Oh, he went for the rat flame, went for punish for it. He didn't have the trigger discipline on P4 repelling in through Astro. Nope, that cost him his life. And now Wolves, so far, they've got control up until this landing position. A minute left to go. They do have the hard breach in their hands of Rise as well, so they can start to work that 90 wall and get it open. There he is, rotating over onto the window to get it open from the safety of the repel.
But Pika, holding that 90 position, has managed to do a bit of damage. Oh, love that drone at the top red stairs. Really good information here for Wolves. But information doesn't necessarily mean much if you still get out-dueled from a power position. As Bibu starts to make his way forward, it appears to be that Pika has fallen back. An attempt at breaching this 90 wall, aided by a nade to clear that mute jammer. Unsuccessful.
Uh-oh, got to chuck in another one. Otherwise, that wall is not going to be open. So Rise has actually put 2 thermal charges on that vault wall, so it's going to be a running hole. That means that the Wolves need to hold on to this 90 control, just making sure there are no pesky defenders that are going to be running in and out of that position. P4, of course, holding a bit of an off angle inside of this 90 position as well, just making sure no one is pushing up through long or swinging in from Classical.
Here we go. Finally, that mute jammer taken down. P4 starts to fall back a little bit. But hang on a second, look at that timer. Direwolves to try and push the 15th round of overtime. I've just got to hold on in the 4v4, but Wolves start to march on forward. It's a trades back and forth as Bibu and P4 try and pick up the pieces. Just P4 now left, but the timer runs out. Caught sleeping were Wolves, and Direwolves push all the way to round 15. They finally have a match point.
That felt like a bit of a classic Villa demise. Okay, that was really poorly worded. Let's go again. That felt like a classic attack onto Villa, right? You start on one side of the map, you go through the middle, you try and open up the wall, but that takes a lot of time. Villa's a big map, right? At one point, you need to make that cross-map rotation over onto the study side and put the pressure from there. At one point, you need to get that 90 wall open. And if you take your time playing that micro game and you're sort of just wasting your time because you can't get a wall open or because you can't get drones into the site, you're going to get stuck in that choke point of 90 and of landing for a very, very long time, right? And so Wolves falling short to the timing. Even though that flank didn't work out from the Direwolves, I suppose it just wasted enough time, eventually able to win it out on time.
Well, Mandy, 1 round left. It's going to be either Wolves or Direwolves to claim this game. It's been such a long one. It's been so back and forth. Despite the fact that very, very early on, even before the first round had ended, we knew that Direwolves' chances of playoffs were done and dusted, thanks to FaZe doing so well in their match against Mirage. But that hasn't meant that Wolves aren't fighting tooth and nail to secure first seed in their group. If they lose this game, they won't have that first seed. Direwolves can play to spoil. And when you don't have much to play for yourself, that's the best you can ask for.
Wolves now looking for this roam, just trying to deny the entry right. Here the Direwolves, they can either go for this map sweep across, or they can go for a more direct attack. It seems like the direct attack is what they love. They haven't brought the offset this time. There's only the Ying. And I can only imagine now the Wolves are starting to get keyed, and Direwolves do like telegraphing their push. They don't really like to do anything too special, except for Reaps, who might be on alert on his own.
Mowgli taken very low, but survives a little bit longer here. Oh, this breach upstairs is going to be very difficult with that Electric Claw once again from P4. Direwolves, what is their play? Are they going to go for that downstairs push? They're doing this again, Mandy. Can we actually see how he gets on the roof? I hope it doesn't take too long, but I really want to see how he gets on that rooftop so I can...
No, he's not going to do it.
Oh, Sag.
Not good. Direwolves are actually changing their approach. Look at that. They're rotating over to the study side. Okay, that's good. Not telegraphing the push that they're trying to do. A Yin Candela bait, I believe, to come out, anticipating that they might be able to force some Direwolves players back. Reeves, he's just spotted someone through that drone hole, and look at that. The cutoff has been set up by Jackie.
Oh, no, Bibu!
But in fact, Bibu wins out that engagement.
Yeah, and he manages to survive on top of that. The tricks come through on the Kaid, and Bibu's doubled down for Reaps as well. Minute 30 now, and Direwolves looking lost. They can't get a breach. They can't get Bibu. What are they going to do? They can finally find one kill. Rise goes down for Pika. But what more have they got?
So far, neither side of this push from the Direwolves has worked out too favorably. They've got 3 coming in from the study side and 2 going in from the master side. Unfortunately, the roam clear on this side hasn't worked out too great. Bibu has just gotten away with crimes. But instead, we do have Edie, who has got bathroom control so far. It's possible for the Direwolves to come back from this one, but really, they don't have a lot of time, and they don't have a lot of tools left to do it, especially with that triple wall staying closed.
What are you going to do, Edie? What's the call? What's the play? Your last round at the Major. You better make good on it. Souffle now rotating off. No, going for the upside down rappel to take out the Alibi's Prisma. Flash to go through. What are they going to do?
Very, very tricky situation for the Direwolves. There is a player on that red stairs. Bibu, once again, the man of this round. Now in the 1-on-4 for Souffle.
Oh, but the Wolves, they settle this score. It is the one pack, not the Wolf pack, that howl the loudest. Wolves will be going into the playoffs with first seed in their group, and Direwolves will be going home.
What a great game from the Wolves to close that one out. 2 points, first seed. That's exactly what you want to start your playoffs run. And for the Direwolves, what a great showing, honestly. When they came into this major, no one knew what to expect from them. They're an APAC South team. They haven't been at the international stage since stage 1. It's been a long time coming, and the results that they've been able to put up over these past 3 days have been nothing short of incredible.
And for Wolves, they're very happy about that win. They were pushed very hard all the way to OT. But they are just grateful to call that one a win.
Absolutely. 15 rounds takes a lot of stamina to get through. These players, they look really tired in the player cams towards the end there. But thankfully, Bibu was still awake to the end. If there's anyone that's animated out of this roster, it's Bibu. His energy can last decades.
Yeah, absolutely. As for Direwolves, that is their major at an end. As they look a bit disappointed. We will come back in just a moment to break that game down, so stick around.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solus a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has one bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Fast
We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave,
welcome back here for this, the final stint on the A stream. 2 more games that we are more than happy to take you through. The first, SANDBOX versus Heroic.
Yes, so again, important games coming up. The group has not been closed out yet, which means there is qualifications to play for. Now, we touched upon Heroic on the previous match that they did play. Oh, back then they did not really help themselves, so let's see if this time they will.
I mean, that's it right now. Obviously, at this moment in time, Heroic technically are the only ones to play for out of these 2 teams. SANDBOX, they're locked out. There's nothing that can really change for them. It's been the story the whole day, based on how things have gone. And earlier on with these 2 teams, you might have thought otherwise. They were both able to get the same score in their respective matches, 2-7. It was a pretty hefty dispatching of Heroic by Liquid. SANDBOX struggled against TSM, but really only it's still a 2-horse race with 2 other horses causing problems.
Yeah, one of the horses already being qualified as well, which is, of course, Liquid, that is going through. Now, they will be playing TSM, and for Heroic to be qualifying themselves to the playoffs, they will need TSM to lose in regulation, and they need to win in regulation themselves. That's literally the only option we have right here for Heroic to make it. So it's quite straightforward, and I'm going to do it, or at least try to do it, against SANDBOX, the team that unfortunately has not been able to put any wins on the board, let alone any points on the board.
It is a tough show. It's been a tough major here for SANDBOX. They had a tough major at the last one that they were at as well. It's just not really stuck at the end of the year here for Korean Siege. So unfortunately now all they can really play for is this, a final game and a final day to round out a tournament and a nice trip to Sweden. Heroic, they still have an opportunity. They still have a chance in front of them. It's not even entirely dependent by them as well. For the context on this game, on the Alpha stream, Heroic not only need to win, they need TSM to lose, and there also has to be, I believe, a slight difference in terms of round count, but it's very minor, the round count difference.
No, Heroic currently has an extra round over TSM,
okay.
So if they win, their round count will go up automatically, TSM's would go down. So they just need to make sure TSM does not get 6 rounds, which means a point, and then they have the opportunity to secure themselves as another European team to do so, and that's what's at stake.
So they're preying on Liquid, TSM preying on SANDBOX. Both these teams need something. TSM just need OT. They just need a single point. Heroic need the full 3. And to be honest, it really depends on the Heroic we got. The Heroic from yesterday, 14-2 over their 2 games in terms of round. And then on the first and this the 3rd day, unfortunately the opposite. Well, to be fair, on the first day, 2 rounds would have been the separation of points. It was 2 5-7s. This was a 2-7.
Yeah, so luckily for them, they are playing against SANDBOX, and by no means disrespectful to them, but they are on a -22 round differential. They've not been able to put up, well, very close fights overall. The map we're going to, though, is going to be Chalet. It is Heroic that is starting off onto the defense here as well, trying to make that difference. Of course, they played against SANDBOX earlier. That was going to be Bank. Border back then. That was a 7-1 victory.
The first ban from SANDBOX?
the first ban, logically speaking.
They don't want to go back to that, even though obviously Heroic could have dispatched on that map earlier on today. Instead, we're going to find ourselves on Chalet, the fresh swing for these 2 teams in terms of playing through the groups. This is a map that we have seen quite a lot. It's a map that is played quite a lot inside the league, but at this point, there's almost this energy, this sense of throw things out the window, because for these 2 teams, I mean, SANDBOX just have to play the best game that they've played if they want to try and maybe get a free TSM jersey. Heroic have to play this game ahead of them. They've got to beat, which is, regardless of the results, regardless of the fact that SANDBOX are out of the runnings, one of the top teams in the world as of this split.
It's going to be difficult, that is for sure. You see Heroic there huddling up for maybe one last time. Get together, have that conversation. Let's see what Mr. Officer is going to be able to inspire in his players. Maybe June, again, going crazy, going for a back-to-back ace, this time for real against SANDBOX, because he was not quite getting it yesterday, even though he did still win the round technically. But not the ace. So, that said, the stakes have been written up. We know what map it's going to be. We know the 2 teams who will be playing. The last chant coming through. So players are going to get themselves ready for this game. That means so much to them to get themselves to where they want to be. Now, before this, we didn't say it on stream yet, but back when we saw them play, it was like, okay, they will qualify for 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
If they go to playoffs. Turns out they already qualified for 6 Invitational. There was another little thing that wasn't quite spotted out.
Yeah.
So, you know, that pressure's also off. It's literally just the playoffs now.
Literally just the playoffs.
It's just
as
playoffs,
easy as just saying, win this game, a very important game with all the stress of dropping a game earlier on. Because there were some silly mistakes that we saw. Obviously, we weren't able to watch the SANDBOX game because we were casting at the same time on the other thing. But from SANDBOX, you know, we've not really gotten the taste that we get to see in APAC North. They've struggled this tournament. There's no two ways about it. You sort of look at them suffering the bad end of 2 1-7s and a 2-7 earlier on today. TSM hit the game dedicated. You're wondering if SANDBOX is going to bounce back. Technically, their first game of the day is always bad. The second game of the day, they still lose, but they always do better. It's like 1-7, 4-7, 1-7, 5-7. If this is the 1-7, 6?
I was 7-2, so they got 1 extra now, so maybe that is going to be helping them out. Who knows? It's all just theory crafting right now, but what we do know for certain is that Heroic, they just need to get going right away. Get right at the throat to SANDBOX from that start. Do not give them any hope. Do not give them any opportunity. Make sure that you command that respect and that you take what you need if you want to have an opportunity of making it out. Because again, it's not just on them, it's also up to Liquid to beat TSM. So Liquid, they have that luxury to choose who is going to be making it out towards the playoffs to some extent.
The giant anime woman mouse mat. Like a cool plain black mouse mat and a cool giant anime woman mouse mat.
Which one would you choose?
I would probably go with the cool plain black.
Okay.
Personally, because I know if I got the cool anime woman as soon as I got and took it to EUL, Des would steal it.
True. Yes.
Loves it. 69%.
Nice.
Thank you. Chalet. Heroic. What do we get? What do we get, Heroic? What are you going to treat us to? Is it going to be yesterday Heroic that were heroes? Is it going to be the first day Heroic that was zeros? Is it going to be the earliest, which to be honest was the most disappointing? Okay, maybe that's a little bit harsh. It was 2 losses, but you couldn't have been closer to pulling points than they were on the first day, Heroic.
No, that's for sure. I mean, if you are 7-5, it means you are right up there, just not able to quite close it out in the end there. And it definitely has cost them, because if they were able to only put 1 of those into a victory, it could have been a situation now where all they needed to do was just get that win, and they would be good. But now they need to wait for other results to come through. They need to make sure that they do everything they can as well, because anything less than 3 points, and it's going to be over for them. Anything more than 1 point, or anything more than 0 points, rather, for TSM, and it's also going to be over. It's not ideal for them, but, you know, you roll with the punches.
Yeah, I would describe that as not ideal. Starting on their defense here, the ban of Pulse is probably the one that draws the most attention out of this sort of setup. Fair enough, it's not the most common one removed. Twitch is a little bit surprising as well, but the Pulse, the limitation there is generally against Uno. He's been a fantastic Pulse player. He's been able to lead the team from a sort of core line position. Look at that for a graphic.
See, this one is still quite easy to grasp onto. Now it's going to get more bunkers into the next match.
Yeah, we saw Sprabuni Wrath working on some.
So how do we make this in a pop-up?
How do we make this in a pop-up? You use not only 1 screen, but maybe 3.
Yeah, you need like 4 or 5 different.
And I think you need like Fresh to show up on the co-stream and explain everything and break it down with like he does on a telestrator.
With a cameo, you know.
Yeah, he is a fan of them. All right, let's open this up, Heroic, and let's see what the drive. And statistically, Chalet Inside League play often sees attackers have themselves in a good stead. But I think over this tournament, and I would have to go back and double check, but
I'm pulling it up.
Cool, thank you very much.
No worries.
I think we've generally seen a little bit more balanced. The defenders maybe having some more sway in certain spots.
I'm going to go for a quick refresh, because
double check.
That doesn't seem right, all right? There we go. 42% defensive win rate.
Okay, yeah, it's a lot closer, I think, generally, than you'll see. Some of these games, some of these rounds, obviously, are going to play against the data, but we'll see if that's something that SANDBOX can lean into here. Now, there is one condition. Sometimes when everything is put against the door and it's already been closed and locked and thrown against it, well, you have nothing else to do but just enjoy your game of Siege. Chile won't. June, with the hop out, gets the opening kill, hops his way back in, suffers massively almost as he gets a lot of damage done by Arakaze spraying through the soft on the other side. But he's inside, tucked in the corner of Library, and that's going to force a bit of droning.
Yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they isolate that player now. Just take him out, and that's exactly what to do. Arakaze will be able to shut down June. He's not going to be able to move any further than that, but it's also going to be quite problematic. The Library, now is suddenly a bit more vulnerable. If it wasn't for Grizzly trying to retake it, you just heard a bit of a hop, but it is going to be the rappel up to the balcony. He's going to have these keeper barriers to provide himself some support. He's trying to go for some of these heads, but not quite connecting. Flashbangs being tossed in, certainly followed by grenades shortly after, at least normally that's the case. So he drops down from the mezzanines to relocate himself.
It's perfectly played there. He knew how much pressure was coming and he knew that there was going to be a danger. This is usually when you'd maybe see a bit of a play potentially around a pulse underneath, calling a read and making that difficult terrain, but now suddenly SANDBOX has the confidence to sway in to that area, to that zone there. Just getting the last checks, doing the last bits of balances and pre-firing a couple of angles, but 2 minutes, control over the top, FD to break a shield by hopping over the top of it. And suddenly they've got the start of their breakdown towards the side. 50 seconds, one loose player inside the dining area towards kitchen, and one loose all the way underneath. If they can try and get a read on this, it might sound a bit dangerous.
A player in that basement, which is of course going to be Grizzly, has a huge role to play here. The opportunity to, well, shut down the staircase first of all, but also come back if they do decide to go for that bar take. And it wouldn't be out of question for SANDBOX to just go for that drop, as Good Boy does find a kill onto Uno. That is going to be an opening that they need. Grizzly shut down as well. SANDBOX looking to find his first round to go their way.
Mello and Benja now, all that's left to try and hold on to this first round. Mello's going for the rotate to the top. They're going to see if they can maybe retake and do some damage, and now it's just Mello trying to find where the kit has gone. Do they know? They seem to be repositioning themselves somewhere safe. There's the reveal of the player. There's the spray down. The connection is all SANDBOX, as is the first round. And with that, they've already equaled what they achieved the last time they played against Heroic.
They'll be happy with that, but they know there is still a lot more to do. They prefer to not leave on a, no-win kind of group stage as well, right? You want to at least get a win out, or at least get some points on the board when you leave the major stage. For now, they have none. But they got that first round, looked quite well, managed to take library control, then take games, make sure the supply line was going to be cleared out. And after that, you can go for that plant. So that's exactly what they did. As mentioned before, 42% is defense-sided on said map. If we break that down a little bit more, barring gaming, only 37% of the time is being won by those defenders. Over 19 times that it had been played. Just a slightly better win percentage on this top floor bedroom that we're headed to next.
Now the first kill was the only kill that Heroic were able to lock in. It came of a jump out, and since then they sort of lost a bit of control. Alright, it's the first round, it's Chalet. As I said, you sort of try and piece together things, but the attackers do have a bit of preference. They've just got to try and find some pace and respond to a SANDBOX team that had a strong togetherness. It's worth noting, yesterday's second game, if we talk about SANDBOX's second performances of a day being better, they got themselves into a 5 versus 1 situation against Liquid, the team that sits pretty and confirmed at the top of the group. Then things went away from them. Generally on the second half, they could not find another round, and Liquid tied every other remaining round in a row. So, unfortunately, APAC, it's still a moment where you can never truly hold your breath.
Senses being brought here by SANDBOX. Up on the top floor is not usually the combination you see, but also the Ying on the board. So, we're trying to figure out how they will fit them into the lineup here. Might be a quick bunch of aggression coming through with Candelas and of course the light screens that Sense brings. The Nitro deals little amount of damage to Static, nothing to worry about. The Claymore though will find the entry kill, but it's instantly Heroic to strike back with 3.
Yeah, look at that. As a run out and a jump out, they breached and broke every single which way, both out the double windows. They suffered on the bad end of a claymore, sure, but being able to cement the other 3 kills, putting the kit cold, it's the cost they wanted to pay. Everybody out the building, let's get the drop on them, and then drop back in. I guess technically it's the growth of the idea. They found success with the single jump out last round, so why not try and go all in on the concept? June just sees the side of a player, but does not catch any of the bullets to connect. Arakaze gets that quick response. MVTaylor on the far end is going to see if he can maybe try and draw some pressure. They've still got the vertical control. There's one playing on the Solarium stairs. The ping on that player instantly pushes them out of the way. There's no kit in pocket, but without the verticality, you can't really safely plant anyway.
They also need to go up towards that top floor, Emmy. It is not going to be the kitchen. Yes, there is players around it, but it is the master bedroom eventually, and that office that kit needs to go down on. So this will most likely become a bit of a frag match if SANDBOX still wants to have an opportunity of winning it. Benji's gone all the way down to the basement, though, has the opportunity, well, no longer to use that C4, so it's becoming something to use with the shotgun, possibly if they do decide to get up on that top floor. Grizzly takes down Arakaze. Envy shuts down the flank in the back from Benja. Trying to use his Candelas to provide himself a bit of an extra opportunity because it is a 1v2. It is quite winnable, and 30 seconds is still plenty of time to try and get this happening.
It's just trying to isolate where the fight is. One more Candela. 2 smoke canisters in pocket as well. He's sort of covering his own movement, hoping they lean into it. There's one tucked on the piano that he doesn't quite see, though, and Grizzly. We described him as reliable earlier. Still a fair description. Gets the couple of kills to sweep that round up and round us up 1 apiece.
Equalizes that score. Candelas not bouncing back far enough to actually get a bit of a flashbang down onto the player in piano as well. And due to that, able to pick up that kill. Kitchen dining up next. Heroic continuing their rotation, not opting to go back to games.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
You know, bringing out the Warden though. And now I'm thinking, maybe SANDBOX, you know, they were droning out, so quite a heavy hold down onto that first floor near the kitchen. Were they maybe thinking about taking that under control with Sense? Because you did see the light screens to be used near West Main, seeing if they could have actually gone for a bit of an opportunity there, go for a jump in. It's far-fetched, but it could be. Hence, they bring the Warden out, possibly, you know, they use Ying, they use Sense. Warden can use those glasses for both those abilities. Not that either is being brought right now, but you do not know that as a defender.
All right, SANDBOX. Let's see what's next, I guess. Are you going to have a little bit more patience with the jump out? If anything, it's fair to question, you know, why are you not going to bring this? Why are you going to bring that? Why don't we try and get in the building first without dying? Yeah, or losing somebody, I think might be an immediate concern as before, as they saw it was a game of growth from Heroic, and yeah, sure, the likelihood for most teams isn't to try and double and then triple down on it, but it still, for me, shows the gesture of caution. There has to be a growth of awareness of how you play against a team, and that is one of those factors you always have to consider, the loose threads of Heroic that are whipping about wildly.
Ooh, if they only have a drone instead of West Main, it could have been a free kill, but now it is a player, it is Uno, that has been sitting really close to that window, that just received a couple of rounds. Now Arakaze's not actually trying to push through that. Grizzly, though, has a bit of a vertical angle onto the trophy window. I believe there is a serial laser gate on there, so no direct jump through from any of the players of SANDBOX. Have to use some utility. If he does not have any flashbangs, needs to use a breaching charge if he wants to go for it. I believe that means that he is going for a bit of a rotation.
And you see there, even with the movement by it, Grizzly didn't take a shot. He didn't want to give the game away. As you said, they're not just going to throw themselves for an Aruna gate most of the time, so there's no point revealing that you're watching it anyway. Hold on, hold off, and hold steady. MVTaylor's gone for the rotate. A minute 30 now, and they're still setting up and prepping for the jump outs. They're giving themselves a bit of an idea and a bit of width here as the pressure comes across towards the site itself. Still against the windows, and you've still got to do this. The crack on the verticality, you've got to clear yourself the route across the kitchen or route across the dining, but MVTaylor, he's going to try and find the sliver of the fight against Grizzly.
It is going to be a couple of pixels that he had for safety. Does not find it. Grizzly finds Envy. That's going to be the opener. That is going to be quite painful as well. And of course, the suppressors, they don't give away tracers, so when he fired through before, you know, you don't actually know where those shots are going.
The grenade just a bit undercooked to get the direct kill, but Joom does find the direct line through onto Static. The kick goes cold. Arakaze caught the player in the corner, just gets the lock in on the rest of it, but look at this. Two players instantly trying to set themselves up. Grizzly's on one end, there's one close to his left. They're able to dig them out. Now Grizzly's on the move, I think, towards Bathroom, and Charles just gonna hold it off. No, pulls back a step. But look at the timer, 25 seconds. They've still got to try and route themselves towards the site itself. Grizzly's going to see if he can waste some time here. There's the reveal on one. There's the look for the second. He doesn't quite win it out, but he definitely does enough to waste the time and the health. Erikaze, 2 players left to find. No kit in pocket, 10 seconds. He's just got to try and take the drop on the hatch and maybe pick a fight, as it's all revealed on a default at this point this round. Well, it's a heroic one.
Thought it was going to be clear on that top floor there. You saw it. They stopped droning out, even though the last player was still hidden in that bathtub, waiting for the moment to strike. Finds 1 kill, wastes a bunch more time, drops that diffuser. And on the back of that, really taking out any fighting chance that SANDBOX might have had in that round on the dying seconds. Back to bar and gaming we go. As mentioned before, one of the lowest site win percentages for defenders. But it doesn't seem like Heroic wants to be going for the basement, which is one quite often. So what do they do to find... Oh, did they head to the basement? No. Okay, I was going to say for a second, like, stop Benji out there.
Just go on and explore.
Let's go on and explore. Just put down some utility there to slow them down if they do decide to come from the basement. Of course, open up Snowmobile. You sometimes see it go up those stairs right into the bar. It's one of the executes NA like to pull against Europe when Chalet just pulled back during the 6th Invitational. I believe that was in Paris. And it worked every single time.
5 seconds left before insertion.
SANDBOX, their first round is starting to feel a little bit more like a memory, but your memory is your strongest when you're in a place you recall it. And this is that place. We find ourselves back towards the site that they're able to take, and it opened in generally the worst way of losing somebody to a jump out. And there's still these adaptations and changes that might come round, and attention being paid with the Nomad, with the air jabs. No Claymores this time around. I think they're maybe expecting the fight and going to just try and drive the fight back into them. Pockets full of grenades and flashes. Will it be something a little bit short and sharp here on this? 2 people. Benja on one of them, Mello on the other, waiting for somebody to drift close to the balcony.
2 guys from the SANDBOX team pushing up. Actually 3 from the windows on the back solarium. Maybe wanting to go for a bit of an entry here. Opening up the windows as well. Arkazi with the caber. Waiting for the drones to call out. It is going to be all clear. Before that, they will not be entering. Charlie is already waiting down below, I believe, in Trophy. Slowly but steadily, they are taking control of that map, but it seems like the top floor has that priority. And of course, it is going to be games. You do need to have that top floor under control, but mainly library. And that's what they still need to be fighting towards. We have a player hiding, Benja, right behind the half wall. If this doesn't get droned out properly by Static, which it does, he should be picked up. But now he needs to go for the run out all the way through that window. He knew it was going to be clear. Well done by Benja. Phone calls come through, but no punishment as of yet. And that means we stay in a 5-on-5, at least for now.
The calls continue to rain and echo out as they just sort of sat for a second. SANDBOX, they're trying to apply the pressure here. They don't know they're being watched though. Benja swings onto one, has the angles and idea of swinging onto the next, but there wasn't anyone on piano to try and get the follow-up, so pulls back. Mello, he's still working slightly in tandem. There's a bit of isolation here. He doesn't want to cross that window that's just looking across the front of the blue stairs, so instead sits, waits. Static, if he can get around the back of this, he should be able to get a free pick, but it depends. How aware are they? There's a bit of movement. Not at all. It's the swing. Benja, he takes care of Static, and oh, he almost gets the next, but there's Shile from piano.
Gets teamed up on, and that's exactly what SANDBOX needed to do to remove Benja from the equation here. But again, losing that second body, that is going to be quite painful. The first one, you know, we can forgive, but you knew that he was going to be out on that balcony after that. This good boy just got a good read there. Tosses a grenade down, but not quite through the door it needed to be at. I was trying to go aggressive, but all the way from the back of the piano is Joom that finds good boy. Charles trying to respond though, finds one, doesn't connect to Joom, leaves it only up to MV Taylor.
Now he's taking on the damage, taking on the fire, and taking the fight right into the corner towards the second of the shield. They know exactly where he is, and with 10 seconds, they know that they can pull back, peel away from the fight itself, set themselves up the 2 versus 1. They're either side of him, they swing in. Uno puts the third round down in a row for Heroic here. They know they mean business in this game. They know business needs to be meant. And they're not taking any opportunities for failure.
3-1 currently does on that defense, and that is better than the average we've had so far during the Jönköping Major. And they want to get some more rounds out. 5-1, that's what they're aiming for. They just want to end this one as quickly as they possibly can. Do what they need to do. But the timeout has been called by SANDBOX. And that means that they are not ready to give up yet, even though they have nothing left to play for, but just to get a win or to just get points. They're taking this seriously, as they should, as we're used to see from them. Because something isn't connecting quite well, and they need to find a way to stop that from happening. And as it ticks down slowly but steadily, Heroic is 4 rounds away from doing what they need to do to potentially qualify.
Do you want to know what the current score is on the other game?
I was actually going to say, like, it would have been great if we would have had like a live.
You want to know?
I do want to know.
If you don't want to know, people in chat, cover your ears. 3, 2, 1, 2, 1 to TSM. TSM are up 2-1 against Liquid currently. If you missed all the spiel, TSM just have to get to OT.
And it's done, right?
They can lose the game, they just have to get to OT. They get 6 rounds. Heroic has to win, TSM has to lose for Heroic to escape groups. And ANEU, this is your moment. But also this is your moment to cheer for either LATAM or APAC respectively.
Yeah, depending on which other team you want to make it through.
I guess this is a moment where after the Berlin finals where EU and LATAM had some very fun chants back and forth. There was a lot of energy in that room. EU's probably going back like, hey Latin America. Hey, forget about Berlin. It would be real cool.
We take back all those chants.
We take back all those chants. It'd be real cool if you could just
in that game for us.
TSM. Thank you. Either way, here's the spray round, and Heroic still needs to do the business. Attack time out there from SANDBOX. They've had a conversation. You know, you should be pulling more attacks on this. As I said, it's not that it's entirely away from the preference. A balanced half is still somewhat familiar in some of the showdowns we've had at Chalet at this major. However, one more into Heroic's favor, and you really do favor them for the rest of this map.
We've already broken traditions during this major with M&M being, well, not going through, you know. Jacob said they would, you know. He already congratulated them, actually cursed them. As Benja somehow lives, is going to go aggressive, but loses his life. Good boy. Wins out in the gunfight, doesn't even take a single point of damage, and that is a very welcome entry in the side of SANDBOX.
Now, SANDBOX, they've not really had an entry for a while, and the last time, I think they did, actually, they lost 3 people immediately afterwards. So this is the best they've done. For a period of time, the attack timeout has at least given them some semblance of control. They missed the sharpness that they had in the round that they won, and they got themselves a little bit cautious and frequently very low on time when push came to shove. Talking of Heroic, they're being shoved slightly out of position. The blinds go deep all the way through onto the site to allow this. Good boy swings in, Shile's inside the bathroom, they're pushing all the way across. Uno gets caught out in the side. Everyone else is below it. Doom rotated off out via piano, but comes back in to see if he can try and at least stop it entirely falling away from them.
They know someone's out there. The pings were coming through. He needs to go aggressive. A drone rolls through. He misses the pre-fire. Charles lends it, brings it to a 5v2. This might be a second round for SANDBOX, but Mello has something else to say about it. Gets the first, but they need to find 4 more to get away Grizzly as the plant's going down soon. 45 seconds will be on the clock, but Grizzlies fights back. This is not a kill to come through, but in favor of SANDBOX, meaning it's a 1v3 clutch and now needs to happen with 40 seconds still left on the clock. It's going to be a very difficult round here for Grizzly.
Here, SANDBOX, they took exactly the territory they needed in Grizzly. Takes 1 more body off, but 2 more to get through. Good boy's on a triple kill himself. He's having a bit of a storm of a round. Static, he's tucked around on the corner. They're pre-firing the angle. They know exactly where he is. 20 seconds. The man is right below you. Oh, he almost got it, but Static has the connection in time. SANDBOX, they find their second round, their first and 4. 1 more to see if they can pull themselves level.
Again, as you mentioned, they took exactly what they needed to take. Slurm, Master, boom, done. Go for that plant. We have those skills. We have the man advantage. We do not need to worry about anything else. That's kind of what you want to see, right? You bring it back to basics if you're struggling to get these rounds on attack. Because we've seen it happen. Black Dragons, like massive example. They've made it out to playoffs. You know what they do in their attack? They grab the room adjacent to the site. They grab the site. That's it. They plan. Done. Win the round. It's a bit more difficult than that, but that's the basics of it.
I mean, they make it look.
They make it look.
They make it look good. They make it look smooth. And I think that's exactly right. SANDBOX, they took that approach. Instead of trying to control the whole map, they know Heroic like to play the whole map. Just take what you need. They're probably going to be stretched out. They're probably going to be a bit wide. You only have to have the pocket of space to get the kit down and the coverage to make it happen safely. And then theoretically, 45 seconds later, you win the round.
I mean, you see it, right? Joom and Benja, they're always on the opposite side of the map. They're just roaming around, trying to see if they can maybe pop up and getting killed. You saw it earlier with Benja hiding behind the half wall, then running out towards the balcony, playing that half a wall, and then just getting 2 kills on the back of it. Like that's what they like to do. If you do not lean into that, if you hit that side directly, you basically render Benja and Joom somewhat useless. Like, yes, they can still come back. Yes, they can still use them for the retake, but they don't have that early sharpness, the early aggression and effectiveness that helps Heroic win rounds.
A little bit of a patient approach here once again. They're getting the pings and the read on the players buried inside the kitchen and above. It's a top-down hold. You have to clear the space vertically if you want to try and take it below. And that's what Heroic's going to see if they can hold on to. It doesn't feel, I would say, a more reserved hold, but it definitely feels a little bit more centered this time, inside and above and below the site itself. They've got a lot more of a concerted effort around the site. Here it is, the pressure on the door just misses the connection, pulls back away from the C4 coverage from Solarium Stairs, and the second grenade is tempted to roll out off to the opposite side. Bit of a self-flash as the pressure comes onto the bathroom window and instantly gets put back up. It's dangerous because you expect a fight to come through from the opposite end, but tucked in the bath and hiding out is Grizzlies. Not needed as Good Boy gets dropped off first. Benja tucks himself further and further away, but Static is still able to dig him out of the close corner.
They're still aware of the fact that there is a player in that bathroom. Flashbangs are coming in right into the bathtub. Static is joining together with Shao. That should be a free kill. They get it as well. And that is going to be a massive part of taking that top floor under control. Joom's still hiding, though, in the office, but he has a very large gun, so if he is looking towards Piano, that is going to be sticking out. That is going to be able to be spotted by the SANDBOX players. He needs to be careful as he's playing in this corner, because drones shortly will come around the corner. However, if SANDBOX is deciding to not take it further, like up on top, up vertically, but decide to go for the side directly, Joom, he needs to go for that retake at some point.
He's looking for the right fight, and he finds the first, swings into the second through the bed, but he cannot quite get the proper connection. They've dropped behind. There is another player pushing from the bathroom, but he doesn't get there in time to stop it. He's managed to isolate 3 1v1s. Can he get the 4th? It's Joom!
With a quad kill all from the same room, and you saw SANDBOX, they were trying to coordinate, they were trying to swing at the same time, but Joom just slipping just past the pickup there before he did too much damage, and finds them 4. Brings Heroic to 4.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, it's me. The update from the other game.
Okay, yes. I was going to say, where is this going?
It's me calling.
Okay. I'm picking
cover your ears if you don't want to know. Blip, 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 blip.
Attackers need to
Liquid are now 3-2 ahead.
Okay, so that one is very back and forth as well. Which is good for...
good for Heroic.
Heroic to some extent. Not if it goes all the way towards overtime, but... You know, if it would have been like 5-1 right now, there would have been a lot more worries. Well, they wouldn't know, but for the fans back at home.
Okay, that was the update.
That was the update.
This is all coming lovingly and wonderfully by Easy the Observer. He's got me a direct feed, a direct hookup towards knowing scores.
10 seconds remaining.
You mean the wonderful communication app we use?
No, we got a pigeon.
Oh, you got a pigeon?
Yeah, it flies back and forth.
That's why it's flying in and out.
Yeah, that's the pigeon. It's Medics. Who is a pigeon? Benjamaster. Now he's on the attack. Can he try and do some of the work that he did earlier on? When we had Heroic struggle earlier on in the day, it was actually not the worst in the opening few rounds on their attack. They were driving in. They just couldn't find the solid landing to the start of an aggressive round. There's an aggressive round directly through onto the door. This will usually get opened up without too much pressure, but the smoke and the ideas behind it, they wanted to just force utility. They wanted people to try and rotate back around. There's also a man with special spectacles that can see right through that. So they have seen right through that. They haven't fallen for the ploy. It was a bait. They hoped a C4 or something would get tossed, maybe some smokes. You could see that based on the fact that as soon as they threw them, they're already running away.
It's kind of the thing, right? Like, create a bit of panic, let everybody come back towards the side because you let them think it's going to be an instant execute. Not the case. But it does mean you have to worry less about the roamers because, you know what? They've all fallen back a floor or they're going back to site. So Heroic have a bit of an easier time now taking that control they want up on the top and middle floor. Grenades are coming through. It's not going to be finding anything. The My Disc will catch it. Oh, actually in range of that shield. Slightly misplaced on the My Disc there. That's a piece of utility, even though they probably did not expect to get that.
Yeah, just tucked a little bit too close there, probably on the reach. The second one will get caught as well, but there's no shield to destroy. Good boy. He's just going to have to play this angle a little bit aggressively, but as I said, they've generally pulled off. You can see Grizzly's getting a rotate back round to that side, and Emmy Taylor with this far end still in lock is able to at least cause some pressure and presence. About a minute 10 left, and Heroic seems to be setting themselves up for a take around Fireplace, around and down blue as well, is where the bodies are getting an idea, but without an interaction. Ooh, there's a catch, the breach and the break. They don't quite get the full kill there with the C4.
It's a C4 that was placed on the actual hatch itself. You don't see any of the flooring destroyed there, so that's an interesting one. Still gets opened up though. Didn't destroy the exothermic or kill that thermite, and that means that there is going to be a bit of extra pressure, an extra opportunity to go for a drop. The smoke canisters still coming through. What do they have left to actually make this execute happen? I think it's just guns.
Well, the guns start to pop off. Uno and the kick goes cold. June pushes right into blue, and Benj is able to find Arakaze. Static does stop the run up blue. Good boy with the rotation, gets a huge take onto Mellow. Suddenly they have the body advantage and a cold kit outside. It gets picked up and rotated by Grizzly. They're inside the site, tucked. They get the pop-up kill there. Doom is going to do his best to cover us. Grizzly goes for the stick. MV Taylor, he gets taken out on the swing. Doom, he pulled a quad in the last round. He's looking for another, and he finds it.
Doom against SANDBOX is just another beast. If you haven't watched, yesterday he pulled an ace in round 1, then got a 4K in round 2. Still won the round because it was going to be that clutch situation. The diffuser was already down. There was no time anymore to get that counter diffuse going. And then pulled another 3K before finally someone managed to shut him down, and before someone on the C managed to put up a kill as well. So that was against SANDBOX. Now he's got 8 kills in 2 rounds as well. Basically giving Heroic an extra opportunity to find that round, because if he missed that first, the cover on the plant wasn't going to be there, and that would have been a shutdown. 5-2. 2 more rounds, Heroic, and you've done everything you need to do to get yourselves up on the spot where you need to be. Then you just need to hope that Liquid finishes the job for you.
When you say shut down, I just think of not Dez, Tim.
Tim?
Shut down!
Shut down! My accent doesn't reach that.
No, neither does mine. Miss you. Miss you, boys. 5-2. Heroic.
I'm hearing a lot of shouting coming from the playing area.
I can inform you.
Okay, yes.
At least the last update I had was an even half.
Okay.
3 apiece.
So that is probably worth the shouting. Maybe it's the lead retaken.
Technically, they're halfway there. Oh. What was your guess? Lead retaken.
Is it? Okay, there we go. Oh, Joom in sight?
Static is taken. Joom's inside the site, and within 30 seconds, there's the pop of the E1D, so no one else can follow him. No one has followed him, though. He maybe wanted another engagement here. He's far away from having the kit. He's just going to cause problems, because suddenly SANDBOX, where do you go? Joom, he's 15-5. He's got 2 quad kills over the past 2 rounds, and he's going to see if he can try and at least tack on to that. Technically, 9 kills in a row without dying at this point. He's waiting patiently with another E1D. The problem is that there's nobody directly to support him at this point, so nobody else can move. He's created a deadlock. Everybody is waiting for somebody to move. They know that there was a player around this position, so they can't drive back into sight, but they also know that, well, he's in sight. He can't go anywhere. He can't leave because he's surrounded.
I don't know why he keeps doing this. He did this in the previous game as well. It just gets a kill, runs into the side, and just sits there, right? It kind of creates this deadlock, as you mentioned, because the side is clear. You just cannot get to the side. That's kind of the issue. The rest of his team is not there.
It's like saving Private Doom.
Well, that's basically it, even though he is very capable of shooting back. The plant's going down in the meantime, though. Uno is putting it down on the ground. 45 seconds. Good Boy doesn't have an opportunity to cancel that as of yet. Now, it is going to be starting to count down, but Joom still in the middle of the side is going to be able to shut them down if they go for it.
There it is. Very well played there. The use of the barrier got him there. It's a split second too late, so he couldn't stop the plant. And here, the fight comes around the corner. Benja gets the back of the head of MV Taylor, and Joom gets his second for the round. I believe now his 10th in a row without dying. Shyle. I mean, I don't know if he really has the time to even get to the kid at this point, but he's not going to see it anyway. Benja tucks the corner. Heroic. They sit on map point 6-2.
So, yeah, I think the summary of that round is going to be Joom just chilling on the side. I mean, that's kind of what he did, right? He was waiting in Mudroom, waiting for a drone to come through. It's like, oh, there's only one person. Just go ham. Just do what you need to do. Vaults through, runs through, gets that kill. And then he doesn't move anymore out of the supply line.
He's got his supplies.
He gets supplies. 4 rounds to try and lock this out now. For Heroic. It doesn't matter if it's a 7-5. It doesn't matter if it's a 7-2. Literally, not at all. It depends on if TSM is going to be able to find a point against Liquid. That's the only thing that matters for Heroic besides them winning. And sometimes we get these updates. Now, last one we got is, if you don't want to hear, cover your ears. TSM is currently in the lead, but just by a single round. So that still could go either way. That could literally go to 12 rounds before we find out if it is going to be overtime or if it's going to be a regulation loss.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Action phase starts. Is this the end of SANDBOX? Are they leaving without any victories? NA, is it a -32 round differential at the end of it? It's definitely not something they hope for. They hope for a better performance. 27. I think that's another round that just won there.
Oh, bit of a scrape and a scrap of damage to MV Taylor. It's Joom. Who else?
He's been having a go at SANDBOX, not just now, but also yesterday. Doesn't actually get the opportunity to shut down Good Boy there. He's rotating through. Walls are getting opened up, but it's still a lot of damage done by Joom all the way from the piano. Good Boy now down up onto about 20 HP. Benja shut down though by Static. It's a good start, but instantly punished for it.
There it is. The pickup on the back end. 2 players pretty damaged. They obviously lose the Blackbeard. It's 1 apiece, but the Blackbeard was playing a specific role, and to be honest, they're more than happy to get themselves involved in the fight and try and drive through as they start. Library gets a bit of coverage. Grizzly still close to the double window, waiting to see if he can maybe help force the clear on the top, but it's already been done. All 4 players have dropped and rooted their way back towards the site itself. They're watching patiently to try and punish anyone that might drift closer. There's pings on drones, and I'm not sure if they're trying to go for any retake up there on Solarium. They've just drifted up. They're about to find a fight.
And being Good Boy, of course, low on HP, cannot really afford to take a gunfight as Envy finds Joom. That is going to be a massive gunner off the board. One they do not have to worry about. But again, they also need to win 4 rounds in a row if they want to be making sure they leave with points here. Breaching charges are being used. They're preparing themselves to go for an execute soon. Heroic hoping to find 1 more kill at least on the SANDBOX players before they do start to descend at the site. Good Boy has gone up. Shal will find a kill, but he's also down onto literally a single bullet of health now. As they wanted to go for a retake, they decide against it, falling back towards the site now.
Caught out, ready to rock and roll a grenade to somebody that isn't actually quite home. The players have otherwise tucked themselves underneath the site. They have 50 seconds. But that will very quickly slip away. There's only so much you can gather around here underneath, and it doesn't seem like they want to hand them anything. MV Taylor, still with a smoke canister in pocket, could try and at least slow down an approach from a side either side. Arakaze tucked as well, just close on the approach down. Remember when I said time ticks away quite quick? Well, we've now passed the 30-second mark, and we're barreling towards when you've just got to try and take the drop on the fight and see if you can get the kit stuck around it. Mello, he's on the lead in the hunt. Good Boy's watching the angle, waiting for this fight. They want to get a pre-fire and a tracer so they can lean back into it, tucked around the corner, waits for the movement, pre-fires the angle, gets the kill onto 1, gets returned. 2 versus 1, Grizzlies in sight, caught reloading. SANDBOX, 3rd round.
Got himself stuck out there. The teammate went down just a second earlier, so the cover was not there to go for that reload. And that's one round by SANDBOX of the 4 they need to bring this to OT and at least take a point back home towards 8 back north. But they need to find 3 more, and Snowmobile's the next one they'll head to. Again, the last time a plant was forced through, the cover came in, June with a 4K. Was it a decisive factor? Need to avoid that. Shut him down before he gets too dangerous. June is on his way to dropping 20. I'm not quite sure what the kill record is anymore.
It's like 25?
Yeah, something like that. So the way he reaches that, I think, is if we do go close towards 12 rounds and he keeps up the performance, or if we go to OT. But if we go OT, then Heroic has no opportunity anymore of qualifying themselves.
I mean, I'm eagerly anticipating the updates from Easy now at this
point. Can I guess what it is?
You can?
I think it's now 5-4 TSM.
10 seconds left.
I mean, it might be.
Might be.
I can say that it was at least... Cover your ears. Oh, wait, here's an update.
Okay.
Round not over yet. It was 5-3.
Okay, yeah.
So, it could be over this round. Could be over the next or the next.
Yeah, that's it. I just heard something.
We just heard maybe
something. I'm not sure if it is. If it is, we'll let you know, but the round at hand is going to be important as well. As the approach to the building starts here from Heroic. Looking to see if they can take control of that library and work themselves down towards Snowmobile.
If you don't want to know the result of the TSM game, cover your ears. 3, 2, 1. Commiserations, Heroic. TSM have done it. They only needed 6 rounds. The game is technically not over yet, but they will guarantee themselves a point, which guarantees themselves 2nd place. Heroic cannot pass them, regardless of the win here. They don't know that yet. They'll only find that out when they finish this game, but the group is locked. Liquid are 1st seed, TSM are 2nd. Heroic will be 3rd, and SANDBOX will stay 4th.
Luckily for Heroic, they qualified for the 6th Invitational earlier, but that is not what they were here for. Yes, it was a nice extra, as a lot of damage done to Juman Uno. Good boy taking a bit of a fight right here. C4 Pops takes out Uno. It's going to be the first kill of that round. Static again, making sure that SANDBOX is 1-up.
Well, good boy and Arakaze. They have a habit of taking bits of damage here and pulling away from the fight. Can they have a habit and change it and see if they can try and get another round tied on? The pull back over and the hop inside. June, who had a couple of huge rounds in a row and then got put out quite early on the previous one, is going to see if he can try and throw himself a little bit deeper into this. With the man disadvantage either way, and losing the hard breach means that your options are slightly more limited, but you can still do things like that. Takes care of Static on the supply line, cuts him in half, and almost sees the sliver of a second.
It's another player, and it seems like they are going for a bit of a retake up onto that 1st floor. Shal and Arakaze ready to go up these library stairs and maybe dig themselves a mudroom to see if they can go and provide themselves as a bit of a, surprise factor to that round. They have nothing to lose. They can play whatever they want. They just want to find themselves with a round win. Now, the side is actually Games. I have mistaken myself early. They swapped off last second. But it does provide, that does explain why the supply line is so important for SANDBOX to hold on to it.
Good boy. Flickers of health is holding onto an angle as explosions, cacophony around him. Misses the drop on the 1st, but catches the 2nd and the 3rd, technically. With Envy Taylor finding the end of it. There it is, SANDBOX, 2 rounds in a row. The difference is now 2 rounds between the pair of them, 6-4. SANDBOX. They creep closer to, well, at least a point from the tournament, something they weren't able to otherwise cement.
It's a small help to them, right? You don't want to leave on 0 points. Preferably, you don't want to lose on 0 wins either. But let's just start with that 1 point here for SANDBOX. To be fair, Heroic, they have nothing left to play for, even though they don't know it themselves. Well, actually, they might have been able to hear it. I mean, you hear the cheers, and surely that is going to be like a bit of a demotivator if you realize what's going on. Might start going on in your head, like, what if that is TSM celebrating their qualification? But we put that aside. We had to Snowmobile. This time for real. We set ourselves up Last time we had an early breach followed up by some smoke grenades, which made them think that an execute was near. But now Heroic just took the rest of the map instead.
10 seconds to insertion.
Are we gonna see something similar to that, or is it actually going to be a full commit from Heroic to just go for it? They're still under the impression that they need the victory here. They are not going to be making any funky plays if they're not certain of the fact they can win with that strategy.
Nobody spawned on the far end, so Taylor isn't able to get a quick swipe at somebody on the route through. Instead, the route seems, once again, slightly direct towards the site. They're going to see if there's anything stopping the immediate breach. No, the reveal of the drone will say, hey, they're coming for the immediate breach. Okay. And there's the roll there onto the EMP, but as I said before, there's nothing behind it.
It's going to be the breach. Question is, will Smokes follow? Are they actually going to see if they can put some pressure down, or will they fall off? For now, it seems like they're not willing to stick through with it. Instead, take control of the rest of the map. Arakaze and Good Boy playing closely around one another, trying to make sure that they can keep control, but Grizzly takes down Good Boy. That's the first of the SANDBOX players. The second one gets spotted out. A bit of damage done to MV Taylor, nothing too massive though. June, are you taking that top 4? He thinks maybe someone is trying to rotate up the Solarium stairs.
He's still trying to find some of the fervor he had a few rounds ago. Arakaze, he almost gets caught and clipped on the far end. There's more pressure coming from a Lion that just drifted by the window. He was able to slip into a position just before it read in, and Arakaze can tuck himself up. He has some safety and he has the ability of time on his side. The problem is distance. He's on the far end of the site. They're putting all the pressure onto this. They're going to see if they can try and once again crack their way over blue, and Arakaze realizes that. He's going to drift closer and closer as Grizzly watches on the far end, keeps the man at bay and goes for the 4-4 onto site.
This is an important drone. They need to make sure that they continue watching this, because if Arakaze reaches the mezzanines, it is going to be an opportunity for him to shut them down. It feels like they are aware. June just went up the library stairs. The C4 gets tossed out. As soon as that explodes, they will be aware of exactly what's happening. June needs to be ready to respond. It blows up. There you have it, instantly watching towards the mezzanines, towards the railing. Wants to pick him up. Does so successfully as well, as MV Taylor goes down to 1 HP.
June, he's able to get another connection, another bit on a dot. MV Taylor, though, he is in a dangerous position. June has the pressure down onto blue. He gets swung into by Shyle. He gets a great pick right up to the stair set. They're still prepped and ready to rock and roll with 40 seconds. Are they eyeing up a quick route through onto the site? It seems like Heroic's still cautious about the potential approach of someone on the back end. There is still the player around dining. Uno at least finds a route through, doesn't get caught out by anyone going for the direct fight, and there's Static going for a bit of a relocation. Do they know about the plant? Well, doesn't matter now. It's down, it's out of time, and it's a 3 versus 2. SANDBOX hopes of pulling a single rounder on a single player. Static. Can he be the difference maker here? 30 seconds potentially remain of SANDBOX's time out here in Sweden. They're going to look for the first fight. It's a bit scrappy and nobody really connects. It wastes time, and that's what Heroic needs. They've dropped themselves outside of the chalet door. 20 seconds, nothing else in pocket. Just an SMG for the connection. No dice. SANDBOX fail to connect. Heroic do. They find a win, but as we said before, unfortunately for them, all it does is secure 3rd place here.
They know they have done what they needed to do for these last sets of the matchups. Now they will find out, and unfortunately for them, they have not qualified. I think the news is being told to them now by their analysts, pushing up, being like, no, it's over. The last came in. We still have that victory, but it is 3rd place we'll have to settle for. Sadly for SANDBOX, they will not be coming away with a victory or even a point. And that means they will be leaving Sweden empty-handed. And with that, we have another group settled.
Another group settled, another pair of games done, another 2 teams confirmed. We knew the position of the top and the bottom. And only in the dying throes did we find out whether EU or NA would be the ones that crossed the precipice, got on the bus to Jönköping, and found out if they can go any further.
That's the big question that TSM can now ask themselves together with Team Liquid for this group. 2 teams you see here on your screens are going home. You have to continue as spectators, will not see the audience come cheer for them. And that's it. That's sadly for them going to be the end of their Sweden story. But you know, let's just toss it to a quick break before we break this and the rest of the group down any further. And then we head into the last couple of matches of the group stage. Dun dun, of the major. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello and welcome back to this, the wake of the damage done in this group. Based on the game we had and the game that was on the other stream, we have the confirmation of the teams. Neither of these two, unfortunately. Heroic may win 7-4 against SANDBOX, who did not pick up a single win or a point at this tournament, but too little, too late.
Yes, the first day really the difference maker here for Heroic. If only one of them would have gone to a position where they had that victory, then now we would have had a different story. But due to those 7-5 losses they suffered on that first day, it is now them that will be going home. And even though they were victorious, not too happy about it because they knew, as you mentioned, too little too late.
It is sad for Heroic. Obviously, based on that first day, as you said, there were two games that went 5-7 against them. If they'd have got a single round, they might be going. They might be heading off. I don't know if the other game is entirely locked in a score. I don't know if it was a 3-point win for TSM or it's still going. And we last knew that they got the 6 points necessary. But here, on what was a scrappy fight on a team that definitely improved from their earlier day performance, again, that's the first day that they'll be looking at. How could they have turned just one round from one of those first two games to their favor?
Especially against TSM, right? Like,
I mean, imagine.
The game against TSM, if you managed to get a point there, you would have gone to overtime, you could have had to, we would have had a different story right now. But that's all history, that's all past time. Heroic has, fortunately for them, qualified though for the 6th Invitational. They do not have to go through the open qualifiers. That will be happening at some point down the line, which means at least they have something to prepare for. Sadly not to play in Jönköping in front of the crowd at DreamHack, but it is going to be, well, in Montreal. It's also a nice trip they get to make.
I mean, yeah, you still have that to work with, and that's worked with over the course of the whole year. Obviously, it's a roster that's seen a couple of different players. It's a roster, I would say, from watching them in and out, that's still trying to find their feet. They're not always the strongest that would say. They're a team that needs a consistency, and they're starting to maybe find it. They've got a couple of months now. They've got some time to sort of prep and practice and get themselves heads up and ready for SI, which they've got themselves locked in for. They just have that game ahead of them. But That's all that we can sort of say about this story. I'm sure they'll be beating themselves up about the first day, as any team here would be.
They definitely fought for it. They made sure they gave everything they had, unfortunately just short. But they can be proud, you know, they still get that third place. They were so close, just as you mentioned, a single round here or there away. And that doesn't make the pain less.
No.
Might even make it worse, but at least it shows that they are competitive with teams like TSM, like Liquid. Those are two incredible teams.
They are. We also just have a result from the other game. Okay. Not that it changes anything at the minute, but TSM, if you don't want to know, cover your ears, cover your ears, cover your ears, cover your ears. TSM won. In regulation, they're able to beat Team Liquid based on the information I'm getting. So they still got 3 points and they still get that little boon heading in. Liquid, they were already qualified. But just so you know, it doesn't change anything though.
Doesn't change anything. And now that one extra round elsewhere would have also not made that difference in the end. But yeah, that's going to be about it. And as we head towards the group results, you see it on your screens right now. Team Liquid, 5 victories, will be on 15 points on top. TSM with 4 will find themselves on 12 points. With that, they will be going onto the bus to Jönköping tomorrow and, yes, have the opportunity to play for a title because TSM, they have been gone for a long time.
Latin America, another top seed. They've been able to take 3 or 4, I believe.
We might have another All-Latin final at the end.
Hey, do you remember that year when Latin America dominated everything?
That might be back.
It has been a while since we've seen them obviously take a trophy. It has been a while since we've seen them take the top spot, but they have been phenomenal this tournament. APAC, unfortunately, suffering a little bit more than EU and NA. They're still not entirely locked in as well. The last showdown is another EU versus NA sort of. They're playing in different games. Who's going to be the one that pops to the top? But we'll be sorting that out a little bit later.
You have to wait and find out. Oh. You have to wait to find out. Make sure to check her out. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Bye.
Bye.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server. But we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least 1 team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are really glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at the teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
It's very, very hot. Isso é muito fácil, pô. I'm win. Yeah, let's go, let's go. LMG Fuse. I think the Zofia one. Okay, let's go. Isso vai. Dá ele mesmo lá. Botei. I'm gonna try to the. Which is this? The Let's recruit. go. Depois você fecha e bota ele. Boa. It's good. Not very hot. It's good, like a jelly. It's good. That one. Approved. The first one's approved. Not done yet. Napier Furry. I'm win. It's still not that much. Let's try. Nossa, mano, eu vou ficar com essa aqui, certeza. The first one. It's good. I like jalapeno, so it's jalapeno, you know? It's good. Nossa, cara, pra pô, é comecei, fácil, é muito fácil, cara. It's Villa? Isso é muito fácil, pô. Let's go, Vulcan, Goyo Pepper. Nice. The almondega? The meatball. Meatball is good. Yeah, it's good. Let's go. Oh, it's it's hot. It's a little hot than the others, but it's okay still. Yeah, not very hot. A little, yeah, a little. But we are not putting a lot, I think. Dale. The first is Black Dragons in Majors. Not? Let me think. I think Direwolves for sure. No. Oh my god. Direwolves in Charlotte, yes? Naquela. Fire in the hole with the shotgun. Let's go, fire in the hole. Nossa, toma. Não, relaxa, eu vou só dar uma bitoquinha ali. Pode ir? Let's go. Now it's okay, but it takes a while too. Não sei se vem depois. Não. Fala aí. So now it's okay, but the trick is... é menos picante que essa. Bibo? The second one, I don't know the second one. Eu nunca vi isso, cara. Bibo. Who is the second guy? Joyce. Eu nunca nem vi isso, cara. I just saw the Bibo one. Oh, ok, let's go. Pode ser bom. Let's go. Etc. Vai, dá ali já primeiro, vai.
Não,
Go
vai.
first,
Vamos,
go first,
vamos
my
junto
friend. Go
aqui.
first.
Vamos ver a reação junto aqui.
Bora.
Tá.
Ah, eu conheço. I know this one.
It's very, very hot. Very hot. Eu vou chutar, como eu falo. 24.
18. 14, 14. É, pensa, dá uma porrada, saiu umas 3. I was thinking if I got correct and he didn't, I would help him. But now we are fucked anyways.
Let's go.
Let's go. It's like blood red. Oh my god.
The good news is the last.
Yeah. Maybe not, or not.
Oh. The first impression, it's okay.
Yeah,
but
the punch from this one it's worse, but this one probably is through time is worse. Probably the last one, I don't know. Orange, I don't know.
I think so. This, I don't know.
Nenhuma.
Nenhuma? Ah, okay.
My dog likes rot fish.
More milk.
Why should I smell it?
Essa é de peixe podre, não?
Não, essa aqui não é.
É só um...
Ah, vamos... Caraca, aqui.
Peraí. Peraí que eu vou também, então. Pronto. A little.
Bora? Bora. Pode botar agora. The problem...
Não sei diferenciar porque tá queimando tudo de todas as outras.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Operation Solar Raid.
This season, we're introducing another new squad. It's Ghost Eyes, led by Caveira, and a newcomer, Solus, is joining the team as well.
Here's a glimpse of your new operator in action on the new Night Haven Labs map. Solus joins the defenders with an electronics detecting augmented reality headset that allows her to not just spot attacker gadgets in action, but also reveal them to her teammates.
A question arose, well, what if we have an IQ on defense? You see that there's a lot of electronic gadgets. You have breaching charges, you have claymores, and tons and tons of drones and cameras. So it just made sense that the defense would have a tool similar to what the attackers have.
Night Haven Labs. It's an imposing research base, and it's the new map coming in Operation Solar Raid.
The whole map is very, very clean. Even the outside, it has a very corporate feel. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight. The map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Crossplay and cross progression. We know you've been waiting for this feature for a long time, and it's coming this season.
This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform, anytime.
Fighting toxicity and improving our anti-cheat measures are an ongoing priority for us.
We are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody.
It is now time for you to shine in Ranked 2.0.
What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze, and Copper.
Now it's time to talk Battle Pass. Operation Solar Raid is introducing a brand new progression system.
Rainbow Six Siege Battle Pass has evolved to become more tactical, offering you new ways to unlock the rewards that matter to you faster.
Finally, you can play Operation Solar Raid on the season test server this week. Have fun, and be sure to share your feedback on R6 Fins.
And welcome back here to the final game of groups. Here on the A stream, at least there is obviously one happening on the Bravo stream as well. I think that's up.
Hasn't changed, never will change. And with that, it is going to be a lot on the line. Now, we have a bunch of graphics prepared by our analysts, but
so many.
We won't get into that as of just yet because we first will introduce these teams. Again, for one last time, possibly, maybe, possibly. Well, one of them, we know that they're not going to be able to progress. That is Fury. The other, if you remember a conundrum from the previous game, it's kind of similar here. NA is on the back foot this time, though. SSG, they are looking to see if they can try and not only take a win, but the better they do, the more likely they are to succeed based on round difference. Yeah, so we have a nice little graphic prepared by Sprabuni and Raf. Cue the jingle.
Sprabuni and Wrath.
We do that during you every time. To completely explain to you what's going on, because it might be confusing what exactly is happening. So they have made the tiebreaker match possibilities, schedule, like when does BDS go through, when does Spacestation go through, and maybe we have a tiebreaker coming in. So basically, if Spacestation goes to overtime, or Fury win, BDS will always win.
Yes.
If BDS gets a point, they will also go through.
Yes.
The rest is all going to be scoreline. So, if BDS lose with 3-7, which is not out of the question, and Spacestation Gaming win with exactly a 7-5.
Very specific two results.
Very specific two results.
A tiebreaker match.
Yeah, between Spacestation and BDS.
The worst thing production can hear. The
yeah, they were already,
can you
please not? I'm like, it's not up to us. It's not up to us.
It's up to not only this game, but that other game, yeah. If you can see, if you want this in the easiest manner possible, on this stream, BDS, they got to win. They get 1 point. They're golden. They're locked. They're there. They've made it. SSG, they also need a full fat win. But they also need BDS to fail. And not just fail a little bit spectacularly. They want Fury here to try and get as many rounds as possible. And that might be the tougher ask. It's not just playing for what you have in front of you. It's also hoping that on the other game, on the other stream, the team that you want to succeed does.
Becomes a game of round differential at that moment in time. As thumbs up are being given. They are getting ready. Of course, Fury also aware of the fact that they haven't had the greatest debut yet to the Major. They kind of maybe expected it as well. Like, I don't think they came into it as like, we are going to be winning this right away. But, you know, you want to do your best. You want to give it your all. And they'll do that on Bang for one last time on their defense to start things off. The map where either BDS or Spacestation Gaming will be qualified.
Okay, Bank, in terms of a performance from this Major, we haven't really seen it much. It's not been the most common map to come into things. It's still sort of getting its feet, I think, in international play. As weird as it is to say, Bank is a map that's still sort of growing with the meta. It's still revolutionizing itself. It's looking for new pots and plays in particulars. It can reward some teams, but a lot of Bank comes down to specific control. There's huge open areas, a lot of places to hide intel, and that's nothing you really want to spend a lot of your time hunting it down. Unfortunately for them, that's what their time will be filled with.
It will be. And Spacestation starting off on the attack. Know what they need to do. You see some of the stuff coming down on the ticker. Soniqs qualified for the 6th Major. Super is proud. Understandably so.
It would be strange if he wasn't.
It would be strange if it wasn't.
Yeah.
But Spacestation Gaming is going to be the other NA team trying to find themselves qualified. We already have Soniqs, we already have TSM. So we're just trying to find out now if there's going to be a third team from North America to take that spot.
Only one EU team has got themselves locked in. We now know that all the others have generally... No, that's incorrect. Am I losing it? I'm not losing it.
Written down, don't worry.
I am partially... No, I am correct. Wolves, BDS, they haven't locked it in yet. They just need the round. We literally just cast Heroic, not quite making it. And M&M obviously lost a little bit earlier. It's been a very long 3 days. Latin America, they've taken pretty much every single first seed.
Except for one.
Except for one.
which was Wolves, that managed to take it. That is Group D, of course.
So the one EU team that has made it well.
Yeah, which means they'll be, most likely will be facing off. Actually, we'll be facing off against a non-LATAM team, so, which is either going to be... Is that correct? Yes. Could potentially be Spacestation, could potentially be BDS, or Tisa, or Black Dragon, something like that. Either way. Let's get it going. Let's get underway. I hear the sound of the map that has loaded in. I hear Bank, and a social vote is very decisive. Spacestation Gaming with 84% against the only 16 of Fury. It's not looking bright for them. They'll do their best. They'll see what they can do. Maybe they take in some extra points back home and that bit of experience. First, the bands. As mentioned before, Fury on that defense to lead in. The Yingon.
Taken out. Removed. Sorry, we have a... We're just making sure our communications to the other stream are up and running. We keep each other in the know. Because obviously, as we did previously...
That just turned into a word that I wasn't...
I just invented a word.
Yeah.
Not a good one. Previously, we had the same thing, but it was the other way around. The other stream was the one where a team just needed 6 rounds to get themselves locked. Here, that is now our thing. Our one is easy. Theirs requires a lot of mental maths, which isn't Parker's strong suit.
He needs a bit of help. He needs some help. Cannot count past 3. You don't know that, but that's actually true.
I just got a message. I tell score from Easy.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks, Easy.
He observes, he tells the score. That's the
he does what he needs to do. All right, SSG, what can you bring us? For the run of SSG, it's been, unfortunately, hit and miss. The first day was missed, but a very close one against BDS, 5-7. Well, there's probably going to be a game that might haunt them, depending on how this goes. Then their second day was outstanding, a 7-1 and a 7-4. They got their revenge on BDS, W7M. They made sure that, well, they planted that Latin American flag. And here, Fury, previously SSG won 7-1.
Setting themselves up, the top floor is going to receive some love from Fury. You see some barricades coming in towards the kitchen and the open area as well. Want to make sure that they make the life of Spacestation as hard as it can possibly be by wasting a lot of time, of course, on their roam clear. And that is key to when you need to turtle in on that basement. If you instantly go down to the basement, Emmy, there's going to be like, you know, 30 seconds you need to get Bank droned out. If you have them all droned in the right position, but Rampy already finds Hajime. I'm not quite sure if that's a jump out attempt. Definitely seems to be the case. Yes, instantly went for the jump out. They are aggressive on the Fury side.
I mean, what a way to start, and what a way to be started here. SSG, they're able to get that first take there against Hajime and push them off the board. Earlier on in the day, we obviously got to cast Fury playing up against BDS. It was a 3-7 on Oregon. A very different map in terms of the hold. As I said, one of the big things about Bank is the huge open spaces, the free terrain and territory that goes from corner to corner.
Some pre-fires coming in. The top floor slowly being taken under control here by Spacestation. Of course, that jump out does help. It's going to be the Mozzie removed from that board, but also P10 Roni that is way too happy to just, well, fling around corners and stuff like that. Rampy takes small amounts of damage as he is doing his job up on that top floor. He is being pressured. He is receiving some resistance. But he still has that prepared drone that will be giving him some security there. Knows that no one is coming down to hunt him.
The break on the top of the hatch there, the steady clear over the top. They're eyeing up open. They want to see it as their terrain. Look at Houghton, look at Faults, and look at the pressure coming from not only Stock, but the back door. They are surrounded and about to be suffered. The grenade rolls close just to make sure nobody's there and no utilities there to catch them on the swing round. Potentially a Banshee, was it? There's the pings on the player, the slightly wide dance. They're not going to really be able to get out of this. There's the fight, the pop-up round the corner, the call. There's one, there's Houghton, there's two. They at least take out Rampy for the exchange, but still, look how much was put there from SSG on that approach. They were not leaving anything to chance.
It's going to be that heavy run from Fury, and, you know, Spacestation will be trying to go for that hunt. Just no one aware of Hotton actually moving through. It's going to be able to open up that hatch through the small hole made in the wall, not having to actually enter the room itself, which means he's, of course, safe from any... Oh, I was going to say, is that a drone in a bulletproof? No, it's the bulletproof that got hacked due to the Dokkaebi ability. So cams are now working against the defenders as well at the same time, especially if you're in Garage.
Holding close on the angle, 20 seconds. Bosco's just going to have to take the hot drop on the hatch itself, as Hotton's going to see if he can put the pressure down. The main white stairs, I9, he's caught out. And he's caught out there. Hotton has his triple for the round. A single player like Solus. He's caught in the corner though, and Yeti has the final kill. SSG open it up with a very strong and well put together attack.
Was very convincing there. I mean, I have the feeling that the Fury players have only been in 2 gunfights in that entire round. The rest was being shot from the side or just shut down before they even had the opportunity to react to the Space Station members just zooming past them. That is not a good start for Fury, and that is definitely not something BDS will be happy with as well. But we continue up to the top floor towards CEO. Fury deciding to continue their rotation. Of course, the castle is being brought out, an operator that we often see used on this site to, well, lock off some lines of sight from the windows outside, whilst in the meantime also locking off that B-bomb, so provide some extra security, then create those long angles all the way to the top of square, which you can use to shut down the attackers moving through. Not quite sure if that's exactly what Dark is going for here. Still has 1 left to place, I believe, after this one. Not quite sure. Yeah, does have 1 left. Hasn't placed it yet. Might be going onto that double door from the office to the desk. Either way, the point still stands. The openings have been made to the top of square. It will be used with long angles. But that way, you need to be careful for the back. You need to be careful for the lobby take that might be coming through. You need to be careful for stock. You need to hold on to all those positions.
Okay, a steady step up here onto the top floor. The lockdown with attention paid towards the chance of another jump out, but you'd be surprised if Fury were going to try and double down on a plan that failed pretty poorly. SSG, they were very good at the close down. All the routes were locked off with pace. They know where they need to be, and they know that it's a big map. It's a big play space. There's a lot of angles and ideas that people can try to cook up here at Bank, so you got to make sure that you go from point to point with the pace of a team that, well, needs to be point to point. Yeti, he's getting himself tucked. Long range onto the windows as he waits for the pressure to here start to collapse across. I9 is underneath the round open. He's not getting any immediate pressure as of yet, but he doesn't have the C4 to do anything too directly from below.
Oh, I was going to say, he's about to be leaning in there, BG, man, and he did exactly that. That's a grenade that bounced back. No, someone might diss that color for a second. I was afraid their head hit the head of Hot and Cold falling back, but not the case. With the entry frag still going to be there for Space Station. They're trying to attack stock here. They want to be opening up onto that wall to make the hallway a little bit more dangerous to play behind as a defender, and Hajime is finding that happen around him now. I9 taken down from the skylight up above. Again, a double entry here for the side of Space Station.
I mean, it is so clinical, this approach here. All the pressure onto stock. Hajime is in a bit of an aggressive situation here. He can retreat towards Janitors if he feels the pressure becomes a bit too much, and SSG might start to put that on now. The drone gets caught out by Solus as the long angle. He's doing everything to just keep that play space clear for him at the moment in time, and waits for the drop round, the drone over the top, the prep and the pressure onto the windows. But look at this, SSG, they're making sure they're not going to hand a freebie out. They're keeping themselves at a bit of a stretch of range, keeping themselves with a little bit more mobility as the breach starts to come around. It's Hajime that does find Hotton, but Fault very quickly finds the response.
Site is crumbling apart here. Dark and Lacola's still up, and well, talking about that's only up to Lacola's now. Trying to rotate back, gets it down onto the big stairs, shuts him down as well. The concussions are coming through as the plant is attempted by Bosco. Lacola's needs to make a move stick here, but the reinforced wall is in his way, and that means 45 seconds now on the clock, counting down. A 1v3 clutch needs to be stuck by him, but there's upside down repels, there's players right behind the desk and inside a janitor ready to clean him up. Even the drones are giving away the information on Lycolis now. Is going to find the first, a lot of damage done towards FaZe, but not quite the connection that he needs. The pre-fires are coming through somehow. He still lives after all these fires that are happening. Almost misses the head there, but he is going to be shut down eventually. Spacestation will lead in with 2-0.
Well, there's the lead in. There's the start. There's the 2 rounds tied together, as we said. And the big graphic at the beginning, lovingly put together, showed SSG want to win as best as possible. The higher they put a distance between them and Fury down below, regardless of the win, the better their chances are. They're looking at, best case scenario, obviously a 7-0, but up to a 7-3 is that sort of wiggle room space where the BDS results
don't matter
so much if they lose. But yeah, a 7-4, a 7-5, suddenly BDS has to start losing a little bit more, or, I mean, in a perfect world for SSG, they didn't get anything.
No, if they just straight up lose, then that's going to be over as well. 7-0 is kind of what they hope for, removes a lot of the stress to make sure that only they need to focus on Fury. But as you mentioned it before, there is quite a bit of margin. 7-0, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. If that happens and BDS loses 5-7 or worse, they are still going to be the ones going to playoffs, as you just mentioned. So that means there is that, well, bit of extra wiggle room they have currently. They haven't had to yield it yet, and they'll be more than happy as we speak. The more rounds Fury will start to win, the more sweat will definitely start to break out on the SSG faces. So keep an eye out for that when that starts to happen.
It's also worth the context, W7M at this point I don't believe have lost.
No, they're flawless.
They are flawless. The other flawless team actually did lose in the previous showdown. Not the entirety flawless, but the other flawless team that was involved in this conversation.
No, W7M hasn't lost yet.
Huh?
It definitely has. FaZe with the entry again, Lycolis will be shut down. Still, the Frostmats might live to save the day for him. Hajime will be able to find FaZe, and I9 will shut down Rampy. With that, the man advantage now will be there for Fury, even though they lost out on the entry frag. So it's a good recovery coming through, but Hot and Cold is going to be taking out those cameras, will be giving away the information towards the attackers to use as they see fit. You instantly see pings coming out. That might be on the back of those cameras, meaning that they can start working with them. Think of the the Evil Eyes, for example. Those are placed, bulletproofs. Those are all suddenly visible for the attackers as well.
Bosco digging his way over the top of the server, trying to find somebody. Secondary or Gonsig's going to be the direct lean through, but I9, he's ready with a shotgun to see if he can get a bit of a loose catch on a player that might be having a shotgun fight of his own. But it's Yeti that finds the next kill. BG Man, he was a big player in the earlier showing. Even though Fury lost out against BDS, he kept on getting bodies down. Here he has been unable even to get active in this fight. There's another one caught. Yeti, he's driving over the opposite side. He digs his way on via tellers, looks across the bow of beepers to see if he can get a direct line to the site, but Dark still sits.
E1D followed up by a drone forces the players to move, because if you sit still, you'll be wall-banged. If you start moving around, you might have an opportunity of finding some hard cover just in time. Not the case there, and Spacestation turn it around again with a man advantage, but 35 seconds left on the clock. It is going to be open area. The hatches need to be dropped, or those castle barricades need to be breached. Now, there is going to be a heart breach gadget in the pockets of Bosco. He's going to be using this onto the castle barricade as well, as I thought he would, because this gives them a better opportunity of actually moving through safely. You do not want to go for a vault through with 20 seconds left.
20 seconds, and there's the ping on at least one of the players tucked on the far end. They're still opening themselves a stretch. There's nobody on the hatch itself. The swing's going to come from potentially beepers, which Hajime is trying to keep on a lockdown. They're going for the plant on the far end. Bosco's tucked. The cover is dropped. They're pinging the player. They're concerned on the hatch, and Bosco is allowed to get the kit down. Sprayed a bit, survives, doesn't win out the second set of that fight, but Yeti, he's on the far end. He can get a long overwatch here. They've got to try and take the fight. It's a very clever place to plant. but he's lost the real read on where the players are. There it is. The first line's up, the second is just behind. Yeti takes a bit of damage. Hajime, he's got to chase the kill. Just misses the timing on the angle, sprays a bit, gives the game away. And this is it. How are you going to play this? Softs up the door itself, buys himself a second. You assume they're just going to shoot through this, holds down the click. The player's rotated, he's looking for the feet, and Yeti played that perfect.
Well done by Yeti there. He knew he had that long angle he could use. You see, that's a rehearsed plant from Space Station. They know the angles they can use to stop these plants from happening. And yes, of course, as soon as you barricade off that door, that's going to be a call sign. Okay, there is going to be a stuck defuse now. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. I need to go down. I need to be ready in case he sticks in a bit of a safe space. And now a timeout is being called by Fury, because it's not really going as they wish. All of their sides they have brought so far have been beaten. And even though they found themselves in an advantage here today, you also got to check on it. There's a lot of cameras they use, a lot of indestructible cameras as well, or bulletproof cameras at that. Think of the Evil Eyes, think of the bulletproof gadgets. Those, with the Dokkaebi, instantly become into the hands of the attackers. They can start using them as well. And those are usually cameras you place on site. You're starting to see the issue here? Gets hacked, they know exactly where you will be on the site. And that is how they managed to punish them, how they knew where they were, and were able to stick that plant and provide some cover in the meantime.
With current trends, we've got to keep you informed about the game that's going on the other stream, the importance that it is. It's one round behind ours, but it's still a bit of a story. If you don't want to know, cover your ears.
Tell me the story.
That's enough time. One apiece, BDS versus W7M. The unbeaten Brazilian team claimed the first round. BDS fought one back.
That's one of the rounds that Spacestation will not be happy with, but again, still plenty of wiggle room to go for. And as we continue, Space Station on their mission to make sure they did everything they could. Ideally for them, 7-0 to 7-3 win. They did everything they could. There's nothing more that they could do, right? Like, all of those 4 results have the same outcome. So that's what they will be aiming for. Lose as minimal amount of rounds as possible. As they're headed back towards the lockers room downstairs. It is going to be a SSG on the attack again. It's BDS on the other side, of course, that's playing.
BDSSG?
BDSSG.
Terrifying. That's 10 players.
A hell of a combination.
All right, Fury, you've taken your time out. You want to have a conversation. For us to hit that tiebreaker match that maybe you guys want to see, well, Fury have to get at least, well, no, they have to get specifically 5 rounds, not even at least. It has to be a specific result. At this pace, you'd be surprised if they're able to really claim anything here on their defense. Sure, Bank does lean well towards attackers, but this has been so well put together by SSG. They know how they want to take control of parts of this map. They know how they want to take control of Fury's players as well. It's well rehearsed. And for a team that sometimes had a little bit hit and miss in terms of the success rate of their attack plays and ploys, this just feels step for step to the metal and the metal. And now it's their chance to see if they can keep proving it after the timeout.
Seeing some frost mats placed in strategic positions to see if they can, you know, maybe shut down 1 or 2 of the SSG players as they are clearing out onto that first floor. There's going to be a Black Eye in position, pinging out the drone. The IQ hasn't been in a position yet where she could take care of said camera, which means that Yeti will actually have to go for it, but I don't think he sees it, which means he's going to be fully in vision right now. Don't think the hatch is soft, so they're not going to be able to get AC4 up, so they're not going to be able to secure Yeti, but at least they still know he is going to be coming from that main stairs area.
The opening of the rotations, the route through, and the hatch is being popped within this 2-minute time. It's pretty quick, but there wasn't really a fight happening from Fury on the stretch of the rest of the map, so they're more than happy to sort of sit, wait, and watch. It's quite an aggressive position there by I9. You wouldn't really see too many players take this sort of angle because you'll drop this expecting a swing and a fight. A C4 is an early giveaway that it's being watched, and Houghton watches it even further. I9 slipped back. He knew the cover was being broken open. He couldn't sit around, otherwise he would have just been a sitting duck. At least he has that route through, but still the first body once again is gone, and it's maybe the worst at this point, the smoke.
It's not ideal, but luckily there's still plenty of Vulcan canisters left on the site. So the default plans on the actual A bomb site, I don't think that is going to be working here. Spacestation need to go for an alternate take. They need to be dropping the vault. They need to potentially be dropping the elevator. See if they can be isolating the players out here. The phone call comes through with the logic bomb. That is going to be giving away the fact that people are down below waiting. And as all the fire is down on the ground now, they hope there's going to be enough time to push through, still go for that plant. And there's no utility left, which there is, to stop this plant from happening once they are safe.
Bosco takes the fire, and he takes some fire. BG Man and I9 are the ones at the moment. It's a 3 versus 3, but without a kit. Oh, they just picked it up in time, but there's the stop on the plant, pulled off at the last second. Fury, they get around. They get the start of something, the most important one after the timeout. They need to start threading some more together here, get themselves potentially an even half, but at best, let's see if they can get one more.
That's it. Let's see if this can become at least a 2-round half for Fury to put them into a bit of a fighting position for the rest of that game. What they did well here is play it in a bit of a different way. They were definitely still out on their own. There was definitely a lot of utility that needed to be cleared out on the first and second floor by Spacestation Gaming. But they made sure they did not lose anybody in the process. Then there's about a minute left. Hatches are getting opened up. There's going to be tons of fire down still on that default plant spot, which was exactly what SSG was formulating themselves around. You start popping that, there's no way they could go for a plan. You saw it out there. Bosco went, instantly taken down. You then saw Rampy going, trying to salvage that kit. Also just melting almost up until the DBNO point. And Fury, they stalled enough time there to make sure they win the round. But they need to do that a couple more times to either help themselves to a point or make sure that BDS would be the ones to qualify. Don't think they will have a preference themselves, but their own successes, which is going to be, let's see if we can take points home.
Okay, SSG, you dropped one. You're still within your wiggle room. As I said before, the perfect end is anything 7-3 or under. It doesn't guarantee them, but it puts them in the best possible slot. And it means we don't have to do too much mental maths to work out exactly who is going to be leaving this group between them and BDS. It's 1 of 3. That's the other way of looking at this right now, but you know, they're 3 or 4 short of being able to lock this map out, and they're prepped, ready for the idea of a bit of pace. The ping on the castle on the far end, you're looking at, obviously, the quick zip. Not with the kit, though. That's driven by Bosco. Yeti, he's tucking past the camera. You talked about the importance. There's the break. There's the Gon 6 over the top of the window. The back end, Yeti gets 1, and that was sharp as a tack. Gets the catch. Fultz is watching for the fight on the rotate. Round out the small box in the core of the archives. They don't quite have it. They're tucked behind the desk, waiting for the bit of movement. There is calls, there is hot, and there is some hope, and I9. Oh, he's tucked with a pistol here.
Doesn't want to reload, he's afraid that he will be pushed as soon as he does, so the best thing he has is that pistol that does 45 damage per shot. E1D comes in, but no drones to follow up. They know someone's going to be on the main stairs now. Yeti will be slightly, well, distracted by said player. Spacestation went for a very good execute though. Yeti pushing in from tellers at the same time. Fultz pushing in from that window right into the archives, and they took a lot of good control. I9 now drops by Fultz. That was just a matter of time when he was waiting with the pistol out there, and that leaves it into a 5v3 situation in favor of Spacestation.
Yeah, they had the ping on the player. We saw the drone just roll through and a yellow one, which sort of marked the end of I9. He wasn't really behind any solid cover there. He just hoped he had not been seen. Houghton with the rotate round, and what we saw here was not a last-ditch plant. It was successful, and it came off the back of a Yeti post-plant 1 versus 2 clutch, but still, look at this. The attention is paid so much quicker towards the site, the big triple walls as before. There's a break on a bulletproof camera just to buy themselves the rotate a little bit later. Rampy's stacked up, and here with some more attempt on pace, the impact BG Man buys them 1. Here's a second though.
Bridge coming through, not going to be able to be denied, and with that an opening has been created. The drone as well, spotting out exactly what his Maestro has been setting himself up. Yeti, ready for the roamer, knows someone is coming in from the flank, is just making sure he doesn't get spotted. Lacalis will get the first, takes down Bosco, the side, it's going to be a shuffle now.
There's Hajime with a second. Yeti goes down, but Houghton's able to drive into the site and deeper into the site. Hajime, well, he doesn't last anywhere as long. SSG, they find their 4th round. Fury have 1. and they pull the balance back over. Can they get themselves the 5-1 half? Or as I said, will we see a second here from Fury?
Again, going to be commanding the push there they use on that very get-go. Amara ready to just drop down through the window, down the stairs, right into Archives. Whilst at the same time, you had the Gon 6 using it to make sure that Nuck able to instantly get inside of Archives. They were together at that point. They had cover for one another. If one got into a gunfight, the other was able to support. He instantly cleared out that room. Or both rooms, really. And that just gives you a direct entry next to the site within 30 seconds of that round. And then you just need to play patiently, isolate those players, again, find an angle to take them down without losing any of your own players. So well done by Spacestation Gaming. That's what we like to see, those kind of pushes. By the way, round 6, you mentioned it. Round 2 for Fury, possibly. For Spacestation going to be extending on their lead, making it a 5-1, trying to speedrun this game so they can watch the BDS game.
Talking of...
Talking of, yes. That was
Talking of the BDS game, if you don't want to know, cover your ears. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. BDS in the lead with a bit of a distance. As we said, as soon as they start getting higher and higher on this list. This is currently a position where Fury end up...
We can start crossing these out as well at some point.
We can start crossing these out. We can almost cross out the tiebreaker at this point now. But they're making things tougher and tougher. They might still lose. They might still come back. There's still a lot for SSG. They're doing everything they can. That's the important part, though. It's not entirely in their hands. I9, do you know? Yes.
He does. Great first opening there, just being patient, and that shows why he droned from outside the building, if you want to be entering quickly. Or at least there's someone to support you as they swing by. So it's going to be Yeti gone, that's going to be Nuck gone, the one operator that can sneak by all the information gadgets that are being used by Fury. Now, this time it's only going to be 2 bulletproof cameras in the pockets of Lycolas and Dark. Together, of course, with the default cams that are inside that building. But it's an entry kill, most importantly for Fury. Now they just need to be holding onto that man advantage and play that train game well.
All right, a good first pickup here, SSG. How can you work without that early body in your favor? You lose the Nuck, you lose Yeti, who's been a big driving force on those pushes. And I think from seeing this team, at least in one of the game that we've been able to cast, sometimes their attacks do have these little sticky moments that don't quite come together. This is definitely a different swing of SSG. It's been very well put together, but this is often that test. How do they work when things are away from them? BG Man with the first impact. BG Man with the... Nothing else is the follow-up. There it is, but it does not quite connect. There was only 2 that dropped. They were sort of baiting that, but now there's the 4 to get the lock-in.
Yeah, so that is now the full wall going to be opened up to provide themselves as wide as an angle as they possibly can to shut down that entire hallway. Rampy's using his, I believe that was an impact to make sure he widens up the hull. But I believe he's actually figured out I9 was just in lobby. I believe there was also a yellow ping coming through. That's why they went off the rappel right there. Did not want to risk it. They see it's gone now. They get back on it. They're making sure that they're doing the work that needs to be done, which is opening up, preparing themselves for plans and giving them a route out.
Yeah, the thing about that position there, the thing about what Bosco's doing is if he gets dropped, that kit goes cold and, well, Rampy's there for now. But if I9 had been able to get a sneaky strike on the pair of them, that's a huge rotate to have to recollect that and start the fight. Foltz digs in, gets dug out. Hajime with the quick response inside Janitors this time instead of a step in front. I9, he gets one of his own. Houghton, he's able to get across the bow, but look at that, 10 seconds, only Houghton left. He's trying to find his way into a site that's otherwise been pushed apart. A great take onto Hajime. The 2 remaining players are pretty much out of there. There's no kit in pocket. He has to find fights, and they are not giving them to him. 2 rounds for Fury's half.
Now it's going to be a 1 extra round in the wiggle room that Spacestation is allowed to lose. Mentioned again, there's 1 more available for them. After that, it starts to cost them in their chances of qualifying themselves for the playoffs. As it's 4-2, they're still in the lead. Still 2 rounds in the lead. Going over to the defense themselves. Now, they have the opportunity to make that difference. And I'm going to say it again. We said it before, you know, teams that, you know, are somewhat new to the global stage, to the international majors. that defenses, you're going to be able to relatively often find rounds on the defense. The attack is where it gets more difficult, though. So Fury, they need to make sure that connects. They are able to, well, isolate Spacestation Gaming, cut themselves a way through, find themselves an opportunity they can utilize.
All right, second half, second play, and I talked about this map being a good one for attackers, but it's time for Fury to try and prove that. We've had some very well put together breaks and breaches here from SSG across this map. It was so coordinated when it was, and you know, there was some moments where a player slipped by and got an early strike, but outside of that, you have to give credit to how SSG has attacked this map. They have defense onto at least some of their time favor here. They can try and stretch that out and stretch out the play of Fury. Fury has the drive to try and isolate.
I9 in with a quick drone into the open area. See if there's a player out there. There's a head spotted. There's also the sound given out to Yeti. So be finding that, taking it out, making sure that information is denied. Still 8 drones left though in the pockets of Fury. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to work with that to find out where these players are going to be at, and what an opportunity they might be able to present themselves. As long as Yeti is in open area though, those hatches will stay closed. They need to be working together to remove him from set plays.
Slow and steady. They're concerned about the full stretch of the map here. They're not really going to risk anything, it seems like, at this moment in time. They're going for the calls. They want to get the catch. Someone might rotate up around here, or they might rotate down. It's the back end. And that player tucked in the corner that's now tucked himself out. They rotate away, pull themselves steadily across, but they've wasted a lot of time on the back of this, and that's the big stretch. They still have the control over blue. They still have a lot of barb to dig through the hatches as well. Fury, they're moving quite slow and cautious, and that's only working in SSG's favor.
It definitely is. Luckily, though, there is going to be the opportunity for the Buck to use the hard breach gadgets to help open up these hatches. SANDBOX starts opening up. It's Houghton that drops, but not before he took down Lycola, so it's going to be an even trade.
Yeah, even trade on the back end. They lose Houghton, they lose the ability to do a little bit more architecture. That's the fight around blue. The hatch should get popped open, but look at Bosco. He's sort of stepping his way a bit close here. The breach will probably move him out of position. There it is. He wants to make sure he does not get caught out because he can still cook things on the back end. The sprays come across the back. They're looking to see if they can get a pinch. 50-ish seconds as we start to roll closer and closer towards the actual execute onto the site itself. A hack of a phone, another call, any eyes inside the camera are theirs, but here it is, the stack up. And what you're looking at now is what's in the pockets and what's in the site. The first fire breaks. There's an important one to take, just close as well, otherwise it will waste another 15 seconds. And talk about it, there's at least 30 in the pocket of Bosco and only 30 left.
He's going to be able to stall quite a bit out here, and there's still fire they can pop that will stop this default plant from happening. There needs to be a plan B on Fury's side. Doesn't seem like it's there, though. They need to go for Hail Mary drops and, well, literally hope for the best. It's exactly what Dark goes for, but instantly taken down. The fire pops right afterwards as well. BG Man takes a bit of damage, manages to find a bit of safety. Could go for a plant, but it's not going to be completely safe. It is going to be a softball with only 7 seconds left. SSG looking to hold on. The diffuser gets dropped. I9 will find one, not the second, and that means Spacestation Gaming able to lock in their 5th round.
I mean, okay, he swung in. He was looking for the fight there. They tried to find, I guess, one more player before they went for the plant. There was only about 4 or 5 seconds left. At that point, you know, you thought, okay, he's tucked himself close on the wall. Maybe they'll just try and stick it here. They got the player inside gold. They have themselves a little bit of wiggle room. Sure, you expect a rotation. It seemed like they'd put a plan together, but the plan didn't quite come together.
Again, they just tossed themselves in, hope for the best there. They needed to go, they needed to find some space, but due to the fact that none of those 4 walls were reinforced, if you start planting, you'll just be wallbanged, right? Like that is going to be certain. Maybe that's why I wanted to go for a kill, just make sure that he is not going to be instantly challenged by one of the other players, because he only had 1 piece of cover with him, and that was going to be coming from the elevator, so he was not going to be safe at all to go for that plant. So he went for it. He sent himself in deep, lost the diffuser as a result, and while there's not much more you can do after that. Spacestation leading 5-2. As mentioned, they can still afford to lose an extra round before it starts hurting their opportunities. And in terms of what they can do themselves. So if they really want to be maximizing this game, they will lock it off within the next 3.
Hey, production.
Hey.
Take a breather. No tiebreaker.
Okay, there we go. That one is...
Precipice of a tiebreaker has now been passed based on the results currently ongoing. We will not have another tiebreaker situation at a major, not this year. Well, not yet.
Not at all. So maybe during SI, which will technically...
I count that as this year.
Well, it is also going to be 2023, right? So it depends on what year you go.
It's the end of a siege year. That's I buy siege-based calendars that start in March and end in February.
Is that also when you do the new year? Is that,
yeah. Happy New Siege year. We will not have it. BDS have pulled themselves ahead of that mark in the other game. It's still all up in the air. We don't know who's going to do it. We just know that there's not going to be a tiebreaker. Hajime, I love Zero on this map. It gives you some great control over big open spaces. I talked about the dangers of bank, and probably why you don't see it too much is intel is such a big thing when you come to international play, because each region sort of does intel in their own slight different way. A drone in a different corner of a room can go from being an easy pickup every time to something nobody ever sees. It almost becomes like a default that's in a different place on a map. We've seen teams punished it across the board here. There's the long angle, I9. He's flying up the reverse shield and just slips on by.
Trying to sneak through, gets a ping. That's the target he's going for. He wants to get the entry kill. If they do, Fury have a good opportunity of winning around here. He's coming around the corner hard right. There is the Izami, but he's just walking through. You have a ping! You have a ping on Bosco. He did not check it. And that's an entry kill for SSG.
Yeah, that is not a great moment there. He had the idea, he had the ping, maybe he thought it was on the other side, maybe he thought he had a little bit more room. Rampy with the P90, pops Lysolis. And that now puts them 2 bodies up and only 1 away from being able to put themselves on map point. Dark gets the response. He has control of stock, and Yeti is removed from the board. The Kaid, gone, the long gone, and the big one gone as well.
I was going to say, he didn't see Foles just being in the corner there off the main stairs. Bosco shuts him down. Dark again with a response now, looking to get inside the Janitor to take revenge for the first kill that came through, but Bosco gets it. It's a triple kill for him. Only up to Hajime now in a 1v3 situation. Bosco will be taken down. Is he going to be able to go for the clutch? He takes down that diffuser, picks it up, has the opportunity to dig it in behind the desk now. Everything has been locked off. He is getting some pings. Just make sure that he actually replied to them properly. But as the time is ticking down, he needs to make a decision. And that means that the plant is coming down, hoping to put 45 on the board, but he's about to be flanked by Rampy, who's coming around the corner. The wall bangs are coming through. He gets that kill, but that means that the time will run out. There is no opportunity to go for it. This should mean that Hot and Cold is able to lock it off and does so as well. Space Station, 2-6, match point.
There's just moments of Fury's play where you're sort of like, come on. Like, it's little disconnect. The ping and the play and the position was one thing.
I hope we get to see it in the replay, because I was pretty sure there was a ping out there. And I'm not sure if it was a ping to ping out the Kiba barrier, but that shows up with a gadget icon, right? So it's weird. Either way, it happens. Space Station able to punish them for it. That is most important. And with that, they are about to maximize whatever they could do in this matchup. And as soon as they're done with it, they're instantly rushing over towards the other side just to watch it, just to see if they will be making it to playoffs or not. Because it's not in their hands at this point.
It is not, but they are doing everything possible to give themselves the best possible chance here. And SSG, to be fair to them, their other previous best game was against Fury. I don't know what it is about these 2 teams hitting heads, but SSG has definitely done the homework. Or there's something about their play that just does not compute with Fury's approach. Either way, they are only needing 1 more round to secure themselves. As I said, the best possible outcome. It means that, well, BDS winning was always going to be the danger, but BDS, if they want to make it, they can only win. They cannot lose by 5-7. The game is still back and forth on the other stream.
I was going to say, I just heard some cheers, but usually that means that the louder team has won a round, which I believe is W7M, but I'm not...
You never know.
You never know.
Because the French can be vocal.
They can be, but usually they get very vocal when the job is done, especially BDS. I9 trying to go for the top of square, see what he can do. That's a default cam gone. That's a piece of utility they do no longer need to worry about. That's RC Rotero stuck right behind the mute jammer, so they need to clear that. And if they do, it will explode. They can also not just jump in. Yeti escaping with his life. He probably knows that. There's 2 players ready to just jump in right after him. Be careful. Knows someone is going to be on the top of Skylight now because some shots were returned to him. Looking for a shadow, maybe that can give him some information. Probably is fully aware of which angle's being held though.
Dark. He's breaking his way across stock here, and as we said before, there's been 1 or 2 disconnects in terms of getting the approach. There's the first. Yeti gets the lockdown, gets the drive, gets a little bit of damage done. The pressure's coming back against him. I have a very important update about the other game. I'll take it now, very quickly. BDS are up 5-3. They just need 1 round. BDS are only needing 1 round regardless of the result here. And they confirm themselves through SSG. They're still doing everything. They've still got this. And as the pressure comes out on the hold over the top, go back to this now. The break and the pressure on the swing. Totten that gets dropped out. Lycolis gets caught. BG Man gets the pick up and the revenge. There will be a quick response here from SSG. They're rotating around over the top of square. I'm not sure where they are, but with the kid in that awkward position, it's not going to be the cleanest recollection. I9 does find Hot, and Hajime finds Rampy.
Oh, Yeti just coming through, finds one, not the second. I9 locks them both out, and that means another round is won for Fury. And that now means that if SSG does not take the next round, they are starting to get into trouble, even if they do win it. Because as you just mentioned, BDS is on 5. And if we start to check, all right, okay, SSG wins 7-0 to 7-3. That's still currently the case. And a 5-7 loss for BDS will be enough.
Would be enough.
Once another round is being won by Fury, okay, SSG wins 7-4. Then BDS lose 4-7.
So if Fury win this round,
or BDS wins the next,
SSG are done.
Exactly. That is what we're currently eyeing up here. So there's 2 opportunities to lock this off. It's either a Fury round or it's a BDS round on the other stream. Then we have our teams locked in and ready to go for the group stage draw. There's 2 more options. It's
2 more options. BDS fans, 1 eye on one stream, 1 eye on the other. I assume the same for SSG.
It's like that SpongeBob meme where you're trying to read through.
All right, Fury, a big change in terms of what you're pulling here. You lost the opening body, but picking things apart, the drive through onto site, I really liked. You hit open. You realized just where the hold was. When we go back to what this site was, it wasn't a great take, but look at the slight difference in the hold now. Yeti isn't playing above an open hatch, but might still stretch himself around that area. He was able to do some damage. He might try and play his life there a little bit more. Otherwise, look at this, Lycolis straight down against the fighter Rampy. There's another player behind him. They're getting some backup here. Rampy maybe wants to step up, puts the disc round. There's 3 players inside dirt. They're about to swing into a fight. Have a clone, and they tuck behind the server stack. There is some support at the top of the E1D, and a smoke canister buys them some time. Well played. Bosco offers some support. The Prox is just going to go a little bit round on the corner, so he gets an early reading. They can still play the position. The difference of a second maybe was the marker.
That's it. Fury wanted to go quick there. They realized, okay, there is some setup being done. We have a little bit of time to try and sneak in quickly, just not quick enough, and that means they need to fall back, devise up a different kind of plan, which seems like it might revolt around the garage, because they know there's going to be a player out there. The open area has also been taken under control by Fury, so hatches will start to be opened up. So, you know, that means that the pressure will start to arise on these defenders.
We did talk about this before, how close and how much of a drive something can do when it pulls some attention. They're ready to try and do this. The pop of the first, and
to be quick.
Yeah, I don't know if that was quick enough. They're saving the last one to see if they can get the vault on the back end just in time. There's the pop of the E1D right behind it. The burn of the Aruna gate. They're looking towards anyone that might try and rotate out of the server stack. A minute 33. It's been a very clean approach towards the gadgetry and gadgets at this point, but SSG is still sat waiting. You assume these hatches will get popped open. They're going to go for the final one on the back end. The burn of those 2 keeps them on range. There's the swing round in the corner and the player playing close. They know they're there. They've got a shotgun locked and ready to go. If they want to try and get this cracked open, the hatch is the method. I'm assuming that's the successful hatch broken on the far opposite side. The final babe is thrown out the window. These 2 players caught on the corner are in their dying throes. Rampy, he's still ready. He's still under pressure.
That's the solution. They need to find either Bosco or the player on the server stack. Once they do, they can push in. But they also realize, hey, there's two players out there. Maybe we need to go for a different approach. Dark already all the way down onto the main stairs. The keeper barriers are reinforcing the fault drop there. Hajime is about to go in. It's a double kill for Fury there. I9 and Hajime both find one.
There's Rampy biting back just when they need it the most. He's holding on for dear life. There's still some prep on the pressure on the hatches, and Dark, he's waiting for the players to rotate, but talking of, one's gone all the way from the bottom to the top, over the back end. Fury, you gotta move, and you gotta move now. BG Man is making that happen. They're over the top of the hatch. They're rotating around onto the back of gold. They don't know where the kit's going down, but the spray comes for Dark. Now in a post-plant situation, Hot and Cold and Bosco are all that are keeping them in this tournament. Hotton finds the first. They're tucked inside the site. The spray gets the second, a 2 versus 2. Control of the verticality. BG Man, he's tucked on a corner. I9 has the range. The plant is in a great place for them to watch. They have themselves locked. There's the ping on the single player. There's a spray back up. They know where each other is, but it's Hotton to get one more. The only man standing between SSG right now and staying in this tournament is I9, once known as Napew. He's able to get the first. He looks for the second. Fury send SSG home, and we're talking like the game's ended. BDS, they leave the group.
They leave the group, they go to playoffs. Fury has just done them a favor in case they cannot lock it off themselves. And I just have to say, that last little moment out there, that gave me some reminiscence to a Coastline play back during a Sixth Invitational. Although it's not Fury themselves that won it out here, but it was a different team that profits from it. 6-4, still the opportunity to lock it off. Spacestation have no clue that it's over for them yet.
That also means, in terms of SI, SSG, I believe, fall outside of the points. The two teams newly confirmed going to SI, Cyclops and Soniqs.
So with Fury getting that one round.
One round, Fury.
Or 4 rounds, really. But that one play, they have qualified Cyclops and Soniqs for the Sixth Invitational, and they have given BDS their ticket to Jönköping.
You gotta send them some jerseys.
You definitely gotta send them some love there, because they definitely helped all of you out.
Who else but the coolest man at the tournament? I9. Okay, the game isn't over. There's still some chance here. There's still a bite. SSG have a game to play ahead of them. These guys won't know the result of the ongoing game on the other stream. Likewise, vice versa. So, they can only keep playing what is ahead of them. That does lock in our positions, lock in our seeds, though. So I'm sure production is going to be fervently preparing for the draw after this.
I already have it prepared myself.
Oh, right. That gets all of our SI teams qualified for the first time. Start your theories, make your calendars.
Still 4 more for the open qualifiers to come through, but that is something that is going to be happening after the majors. So nothing to worry about now.
All right, SSG holding on now as the approach starts to come through. They've got themselves the control of the top floor here. It turned into a bit of a bloodbath, and I'm going to say a bit of a mistake in terms of the drones and the intel that Fury had in front of them. SSG, they were able to keep punishing from the same position. The swings on janitors, the power position they had locked in on the back end. It was just sort of a little bit of a mistake after a mistake after a mistake. Now, since then, Fury seemed to have gotten a little bit sharper, but even then, you've got to look at the previous round. It came down to a clutch out there. It was a 2 versus 4 that almost succeeded.
It did, but that's another entry kill. Dark finds Fultz. That is going to be crucial. It's the Valkyrie off the board. Another C4 they don't have to worry about when they're attacking CEO. That means that the plans has become a bit more safe. Just a single C4 to worry about now. Breaches already have been made. Keeper barriers are being used to try and rebuild the site. As talent shields are being deployed, trying to be set up. Wallbang's attempt at Rampy waiting for a long angle with a P90 here. And a zoom scope, hoping to make the difference, hoping to bring back that body balance back into SSG's favor.
Attackers have dropped the bomb. Attack.
Well, there's the response towards a bit of a setup there. Hajime, who's been a good bite back player, has been bitten off the board. Bosco just misses the player that slips on by. Oh, and unfortunately for them, I9 is going to get one, and BG Man's going to see if he can stick the kit. In the meantime, they're going for the quick pick back up. Bosco finds it, but Dark has the revenge, and look at this all over the shop. Dark's going to see if he can try and stick it one more time. Hotton, once again, in this clutch situation. The pings are there, but behind the Talon shield, not much to do. Ooh, Fury. That's 3 rounds in a row. They now are separated from OT, and their first point in this tournament by 1 round.
That's what they're aiming for. Trying to get those points, trying to get a win, bring it back home. That's their goal. I mean, they probably knew we're not going to be winning this major. Let's just see how far we can come. They're 0-5, okay? It's like, okay, well, so be it. We're just going into this last game. We'll have a good time. We'll have a play. But this tells you more. Spacestation Gaming going for the tech timeout. Logically so, because they need to win. They know they need to win. Even though it doesn't matter anymore, that's all that they are aware of. They need these 3 points. They have 1 more round to get them. Because otherwise they have definitely not done what they needed to do in order to keep themselves in. Again, it is over, don't worry. They don't know that. That's what the players are thinking right now. Like, this is our final shot at having a shot. And the lockers are coming out to be the final sight of the regulation time. Spacestation Gaming bringing smoke, bringing Azami, bringing the Vulcan canisters, just to make sure there is going to be that delay, but also putting Yeti up on that warden in case there is going to be any fancy kind of executes to come through with flashbangs and smokes. There's just a lot of insurances built into the composition from this lineup.
Do you know what's really strange?
What is?
Since SSG has been on map point, Fury have played with a lot more confidence. It's really weird to piece together, is they've just suddenly gone, okay, well, let's just drive ourselves towards the site. Let's get ourselves locked down. Let's sort of get these kits in. They're trying to get the plant put on the board, right on the border of the line. I don't know if it's that SSG's playing a bit more patient. Their holds have been the same, I would say. But if anything, the game that I've seen change is Fury's. They've just gone, let's just hit the site.
You know, the thing is as well, the last round is always the most difficult to lock in, right? It's together with the first and the last. Those are the 2 rounds that have the most anxiousness around them. Again, like, oh, let's just push this in. Takes hot and cold. This is what they wanted to do the last time around, Emmy. They wanted to get in quickly, find themselves the entry, and they can push on forward from there on. They find hot and cold. Crucial. And now they need to move on. That's another entry. They might be taking a point here.
I mean, they have the advantage. He's often been the last name left standing. He was always one of the ones that clutched out the previous time they were on this site, but could not quite make the connection. Here, getting that kill early. It's going to be something that they try and get a drive onto it. There's more shouting coming from the other game. It sounds very intense. Again, they don't know what the result is of the group. They also really want to beat each other.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, W7M wants to go flawless.
W7M want to beat everybody.
Point. That's it. That's all they need.
If there was a team that you told me they were asked to, they could play 2 teams at once, I'd be like, it's W7M.
No, for sure. It's like, you know, that kind of chess where you have like one person playing at the same time. That's what they would do.
Either way. So here, either French or Portuguese shouted through the wall. This is going to be the first shout. Bosco swings, gets a pop, and just make sure that nobody follows him down. But look at the positions. They have themselves tucked into dirt. The hatch is still solid, so he does have a route and a run out. Look at this, though. Yeti gets up, gets I9, gets the rotate, and gets the spray through on the unsuspecting player of the moment previously. Bosco does find Dark as well. SSG's been able to bite back the body balance. The rotate comes across. BG Man. He didn't have the sharpest start, but has since been able to find the kit down a couple of times. There's the reveal. Pops the head of the player, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. With a minute on, they still got to push into the site. Lysolis, he's still waiting, hoping he's gone unchecked. There's a rotate that's coming through from the site. Doesn't quite have the angle on him. Fultz is just double checking it to make sure it's safe. There'll be the drop and the reveal of the player. Bosco gets the lockdown onto the door itself. The second player is down behind them. He should hear that. There it is, Bosco. He would have to come down to a big clutch, which we're not going to see. SSG, they win the map, they take the fight, they take the 3 points, and you can see Yeti asking how much. Unfortunately, just a bit too much. They gave it their all on the last days.
But it is heartbreaking to see, right? Because you see them, yes, we won, and then they look over to the analyst, and it's going to be a no, being shaken from that head. And you instantly see like that pleasure, that joy from we won, just disappear instantly. And it's just heartbreaking for the players, but it is going to be the nature of that competition, and this is the moment they realize that they won, they did what they needed to do. It's just not enough.
It's one of those sort of showings, and like in quick over to Fury, the team that still unfortunately unable to pull a point here, a bit of back to the drawing board for SSG. It is worth noting, obviously, they had the roster changes before they came in.
Yep.
But here is where that stops. So close, and nothing tastes as bitter when it is the difference of maybe a round or two. We will see, though, how things shape up. There is now all of the teams confirmed. We'll go through it all properly in a little bit, but I believe instead we'll go to a break very soon. Let's go.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello, and for one last time, welcome back here to a post-game on a 7-5 Fury. The best performance they've been able to put down, enough to buy BDS a ticket through to the playoffs, and enough to send SSG home, including some SI things. A heck of a loss.
Heck of a loss indeed, and if you hadn't actually seen it yet, the other stream finished 7-5 W7M, so the rounds that Fury managed to win, in the end, even more important than they might have realized at that moment in time for BDS. So surely BDS is going to be thanking Fury for that performance.
I mean, Fury sent them through based on the work that they did in this game, based on the play, and at a lot of points in this game, it did not look likely. It looked like SSG were going to run away with it. It was a powerful opening performance on attack. They were locked in. It was a 5-2, then a 6-2 difference, and you're thinking, okay, this is going to come down now to the other game, and the result, BDS got a win, and then Fury showed up. They found themselves a rhythm on their attack, as I put it. They found a confidence that they just were lacking before the rest of that. It didn't quite get them the win or a point from the playoffs or from the groups at all, but it did buy a lot of teams some preference. It also dictated some SI things. SSG will not be at SI unless they make it through the open brackets. Cyclops and Soniqs will be.
Still some small mistakes made by Fury. They can go back over here and try and realize, okay, this was going wrong. We need to work on this for next year, for the next international appearance they hope to make. But they can definitely leave with their heads held up high, because they have put in a hell of a performance after being down quite a bit. So, you know, they did show some mental fortitude there. Unfortunately, they couldn't lock it off all the way. And for Spacestation, well, they got a win. The happiness was there, but within a second that evaporated as well, as they realized it was not enough.
The fact it comes down to round difference as well.
I did say it at the start of the day when BDS was playing Furious, like, it is coming down to round differential. It's going to be important.
It's like every single moment mattered, and they started to show up. As I said, obviously, I9 clutched out the round that was the most directly important, but then they put a couple more down just to ensure the difference, just to ensure the space. It was necessary at the end of it. BDS, they got themselves up to the precipice, but could not push the game over the edge. As we said, W7M, they don't like losing, and they want that flawless statistic from this. I believe maybe the only group to truly go across that board.
It is at a group despair at the end, and indeed W7M is the only team that has gone flawless throughout the groups, or at least has not had any overtime either. So they'll be more than happy. People are already starting to dub them as one of the favorites, but I mean, the entirety of Latam is currently a favorite inside of the tournament. But to, well, basically summarize. SSG,
let's have a look.
They won, not enough. Fury lost, no points for them. Let's pull up the groups.
We're going to go through all of the groups as well. Obviously, we're going to surmise, because we will have the prize draw, the playoffs draw. No prizes yet. First group, Soniqs. From a rough first day towards domination over the next, they find the top spot. Black Dragons, they're able to eke their way through into the second with some fantastic performances against Cyclops and M&M, who just unfortunately lost their footing from the first day at the top to the last day at the bottom. M&M unfortunately didn't. Cyclops almost pulled it back. There was some moments, but Black Dragons, they are taking that second spot in Group B. We find, well, kind of a similar story. Team Liquid, though, the ones at the top, they only dropped a little bit at the very end versus a TSM that needed it pretty much heroic. They were back and forth, a rough day at the office and a rough opening game today. It's going to maybe haunt them a little bit, especially the first, where it was 2-5-7 losses. Maybe one of those results goes a different way, especially against TSM. It's different. SANDBOX, unfortunately, they could not collect any points from this.
No, and the minus 25 round differential as well is not something they'll be happy with. They need to go back to that drawing board. What exactly went wrong on this international appearance? Then we have a Group C, the one that we just saw locked off. W7M, flawless, 18 points, 21 round differential, absolutely dominating this group. BDS will be taking that second place, equal points to Spacestation, but you see it, 2 round differential extra and a round to spare. Basically that. They could have lost an extra round just now. Fury is going to be locking it off with 0 points, 0 wins, 0 OTs, and a minus 23.
You don't want to.
No, you don't want to, but they could have.
Because it wouldn't have, not just today, that it could have been that round across the whole.
Yeah, they could have lost 1 round over the last 3 days and 6 games they played. That's basically the playing field they had. Except if it was against SSG, then it would have been a bit different.
Except if it was in this group that turned into one of the tighter ones. Mirage, unfortunately, at the bottom, but their first sort of performance on the grander stage. Direwolves, similar story. They started to claw their way back up towards the end, but Wolves and FaZe. I mean, they came into this as 2 tournament favorites. They came into this as 2 teams that we expected to get to the groups. There were moments where it was a little bit hit and miss, and then they turned it to hit and hit. Strong performances from those 2, and a lion's share of the points between them.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely picked up a lot of points together, and, you know, we'll be, well, going forward for their groups, for their regions, to see how far they can go in playoffs, because now everything is going to change. Tomorrow, everybody is getting on the bus. We're heading towards Jönköping, which is about 4 hours, you know. Everybody gets to bond, you know, talk, and try and steal the strategies away from the backpacks here and there. But also, we're changing to best of 3s.
Wow. What else are we changing to? a quick break before we are back here on this stream with the draw. Who will be playing who will be done out live here. Now, Latin America, I'm sorry, with your successes, there's a high chance you'll be meeting each other. You've got to be. You've just been too good. We'll find out who meets who after a very quick break. Please do not go anywhere. See you in a second.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Oregon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara.
Nossa.
É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu um mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one.
This is...
No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, zarado.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper?
Vamos, vamos! Marcha!
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí!
Maybe... Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah. A hard one.
Mostra aí pra câmera.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa, rastro. Put some here.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Não, de boa.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and Rampy?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, essa aqui parece zaralhada, hein, mano.
Nossa,
Nesky.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, they are good. Just like...
They're really good.
I think the third one was a little harder for me. No, just try to guess, not anything else. Like, he's always messing around with him. Kinda? No.
Should I say something beautiful to him?
No. Yeah. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, velho. Até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é a quantidade boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Wait. How good?
Mirage?
I would say Ace, but he's not here. It's Intero, really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas só pra...
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like... The Lord.
Essa aqui.
The final boss.
Pô, usaram ali na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que é, minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa! Usaram ali.
Let's go, final boss.
Meio retrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. Still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Você fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
Vou chutar a segunda.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. Esse gosto é ruim, velho.
Ei, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Nossa, relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone, and welcome back here to the A studio after we've wrapped up here and these two wonderful folk in the middle wrapped up on the other stream for this. Maybe the part a lot of you have been waiting for. We find ourselves on the draw and, well, I'm not going to explain it. Hap, break it down.
Yes, so what we're going to be doing first is to draw every single team from the top seeds, which means it is Soniqs, Liquid, W7M, and Wolves. Those are our first seeds. After that, they will be placed in like quarterfinal 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we go towards the second seeds. Now, there is going to be a rule here that we need to follow. Teams cannot go for a rematch if they have been in the same group up until the grand final. So that means that if we have Soniqs, for example, in quarterfinal 1, and the first C2 that we draw, which could be Black Dragons, then they need to go to the lower half of the bracket, which means quarterfinal 3 or 4. That way, they can only have a rematch in the grand final.
Yeah, so based on how successful you've been, Latin America, there will be a likelihood you'll be playing each other, but that's more of a chance to get to the final. So there is some success. Obviously, we don't unfortunately have a presence from APAC here. How it gets drawn is based on not playing the same teams you had in the groups. There will be nothing that stops regions from playing regions. There just can't be. It doesn't work out. Now, Hap and I, we're not going to touch the balls. We're actually going to leave it to these two wonderful people. So they will have all the attention. If you have any ire, please don't tweet them, actually. They're just doing a good job at picking up these blue balls and seeing what is inside of them. We will start as soon as they start to tell me. There's a lot of gestures. They're also not mic'd. Not yet. Not yet. We've got to hold out. We're letting people get in the room. Obviously, the teams, they're gathered and...
We can start out here.
We can start. So, Parker, lean in. The golden ball, there isn't a team in there, if you're wondering. That's just so we know which is the first seed. Look at him work those balls.
Now, the thing is about these balls, you can only break them and then not put them back together.
Really?
So you need to actually be strong.
Look at that man. Look at that strength.
Just cracking it open. He's
Look at him
struggling a little
struggle.
bit. Oh.
The first team.
Ball 1.
For the first group.
Soniqs.
So, Soniqs, they had a bit of a rough first day for NA, and then they bit themselves back, and they find themselves sat up there in the top left. They're pretty up there. Let's get the next ball going.
So that is going to be quarterfinal 1 for the Soniqs. And that means that now we are going for quarterfinal 2.
Look at this technique. This is a man who's opened championship draw balls before.
Has he, though?
He's just throwing it on the floor.
Throws it away, rolls over.
The second top seed is Wolves Esports.
So that is the Group D first seed coming through.
So they can meet before the final. They will not meet in the final. Let's keep rolling. Let's get this, and then by extension the last. You're really working this.
I love balls.
He said he loves balls.
If you couldn't hear that at home and the subtitles didn't quite pick it up, he loves balls. Cracking that one. Sorry, what was that?
Blue balls in particular, he said.
W7M! W7M, they will be the top seed on that. So,
the unbeaten team as well.
The unbeaten team will be meeting one of the other teams that was almost unbeaten before the final. With how this has gone, we will not be having them in the final, but it might be a heck of a semi. Team Liquid will be the last first seed on the other side. Unfortunate, but that's how the balls fall. Let's start the other way around. Pengu, you pull first. So if you missed it, they cannot be on the same side of the bracket if they're from the same group.
That's 2 balls.
You only need 1.
Gotta put 1 back.
So if it's gonna be on an A or a D, it's gotta be on the lower half of the bracket. A C or a B on the upper half. And that is that an NA versus NA?
That is going to be quarterfinal 1. So B2 going together with the Soniqs.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, NA, you're confirmed for the semis. Congratulations.
Congratulations, you got that one going for you.
It was drawn by the NA casters. There's no bias. There can't be. We don't know what's in these balls. They're unmarked balls of blue. We do technically get the fill-in on what the other game is, but we'll do this first.
We'll just drama.
Just drama. Drum roll. Team BDS.
And that is C2 going to quarterfinal 2 against Wolves.
That's the 2 EU teams. You've really screwed this. Oh dear.
And you know what that means? We only have same region quarterfinals for the entirety of the quarters. A Brazilian team will be in the finals.
Brazil, congratulations. You've made it to the finals.
Well done, guys.
Well done. Brazil make it to the finals. Black Dragons, they will be up against W7M. And that leaves...
I wonder what this one's...
That leaves... Oh, I don't know.
That's
I have a guess.
spicy matchup.
It's the easiest one over the law.
You're just getting better. This means the last game, the last team on the bracket is all built. FaZe Clan will be the bottom. So, Brazil, you are guaranteed a place in the finals. Only the best of Brazil will make it, or the best of Latin America. You'll be hitting heads against each other across the board at the top. EU versus NA. I guess we'll finally settle it in a way that, well, it'll be a heck of a semi-final. I'm curious to see which of the two goes. Will it be the French plus a Belgian, or will it be Soniqs or TSM? Thank you both, our beautiful glamorous assistants. You've been, I would say, fantastic. I feel like Twitter's going to disagree.
Yeah, I think you
I
could get...
feel like the timeline is already sending. This is why we didn't want to do it. This is why they did it. But that's it. That's the draw. That was how it was put together. We cannot control what was in those balls. They will hide in shame for now. I mean, we've got it ahead of us. Who do you think is going to win it? No, that would be too much pressure, actually. I'll leave that. Do you know what? I think we need to read your Twitter. Thank you, everyone, for watching. That is the draw. We will see you after a day break as we all head up to Jönköping. We will be back with the playoffs very soon.